Welcome, duelists, to day 2 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live from Bologna in 2024. So, we're now into the last 3 rounds of Swiss before we get into that top cut. Thank you very much to everyone who joined us yesterday for our stream. And also, some of you eagle-eyed viewers at home may also have seen that the Shadow Duelist also had their identity revealed. So make sure if you guys haven't checked that out, you head to X to see who it is, or go and check out the video on YGO Digital Games and find out the identity of Axelar's Shadow Duelist. But let's waste no more time because our feature match is ready. So first, here's a welcome video for you. Welcome to your coverage of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, live from Bologna. Let's introduce your coverage team.
Leonard Koenig, Sebastian Lemka, Dr. Tom Payne, Alberto Marazzi, and Marcello Barbary, Ed Templar, and introducing Mike Patujas.
This is your coverage team for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live in Bologna. Don't go anywhere, we've got loads of great coverage coming your way. Always a bit of fun, so we're ready to kick off, and in front of me I have our round 10 feature match, Vail Jababra versus Filippo Tripiccione, and they're ready to kick things off for our coverage today. Gentlemen, we're going to do a high roll to see who goes first. Who would like to go first? So we've got Vail going first, and that's a 9, a strong roll. And that is a 4, so who's going to go first? Vail is going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys over to Leo, Basti, and Mike, who are going to take you guys through our round 10 feature match, the first of today. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you so much, and also, of course, a warm welcome from our side here on the caster booth to day number 2 of YCS Bologna, biggest ever Italian Premier event held, and we are going strong with another great match coming up here, because there's a deck that honestly in that form I've never seen before in my life.
Yeah, but it's quite, I don't want to say strange, however, it is 2
unique.
decks.
Very unique indeed.
Very good. I think, Procaster, yeah.
Yeah, I think I can see a couple of points overlapping, but I think we just go into that as the match goes, as we hopefully are going to see that as well. Hopefully we're going to see those interactions go well. So into the action we go. More Yu-Gi-Oh! To be played. Day number 2 starting. Round number 10 coming your way now.
And you guys seriously thought we're not gonna show Mimighoul again after the round 2 featured match? Too bad. Pearly Mimighoul is in day 2 of YCS Bologna in round 10 with a chance of achieving the top cut, and I have no idea how it pairs up. Pearly Mimighoul, it doesn't make sense to me, but we're going to see how Kashtira Snake Eyes is going to play their first turn.
Yep, so Unicorn, oh, that's a really, really good starter for this deck. Unicorn first to make sure that Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, Veiler and so on could get punished by the Kashtira Unicorn. And speaking about the combination of Pearly and Mimighoul, like the one thing that I could see overlapping between the two is that the Pearly main deck monsters, they are level 1. So if your first one gets Veilered and then the second one gets Impermed, you can still overlay them to go into the giant Mimighoul, right? Isn't that the game plan, possibly?
Absolutely insane.
That's what I'm saying.
Sounds very interesting,
yeah.
to be honest.
I mean, I'm very excited. I hope we can see some of that, because it might be a very unique end field, because some people might be thinking, hey, this is maybe just a Pearly deck with a small Mimighoul engine, or the other way around. But no, you actually just have the full package of both decks here on the list. So I'm incredibly excited, but for now, Vail is incredibly excited about starting his turn here, and his opener is great.
I'm gonna say there is a theme to this. Every time you feature really, really cool decks that are super unique and very off meta, they lose the dice roll against combo-heavy decks. I don't think it has ever happened that one of those Mimighoul Pearly decks got to start in a featured match.
Yeah, it's almost like a curse, right? They just don't get to start the game, but instead, well, it is. But naturally, though, at least the Pearly part of the deck is designed to do pretty well going second into fields, as of course the good old Divine Arsenal AA Zeus is in there, for example, which is always great, especially, for example, against Fire King Snake Eye decks. This is not the Fire King variant, but let's see how much we can do with our Exceed monsters going second here in this matchup.
Quite curious to see that. We have the Fiendsmith engine in there as well. Fiendsmith, ever since the introduction of the deck has been, or of the theme, has been absolutely dominant. The ability to make a good combo out of just any two monsters is absolutely insane. Reminds me of Orcust back in the days. You needed two monsters with different names. That's not even the case anymore.
What do you mean back in the day? We have Orcust in day 2 of this YCS as well. Because we had him on feature in round number 8, Francesco Simoncelli, and I saw he won his last round as well of the day, so he's actually X1-1 as far as I'm aware.
Okay, if you don't combo like back in the day, then please tell me how you go for a full Orcust combo with any two monsters.
Yeah, you might be saying. I mean, that's
Where
probably
is your Nightmare Mermaid,
that's probably full Fiendsmith combo, huh?
True.
But yeah, we are right now, of course, rather seeing Fiendsmith cards on the side of Wael, as there is the Desiree on the field. So it's not just Kashtira Snake Eyes, but Kashtira Fiendsmith Snake Eyes, and I think I even saw some Azamina cards in there. So he's like using all of the engines available that you could pair with Snake Eyes, essentially.
Where are hand traps?
Yeah, I mean, let me check the list. Don't want to spoil it too much yet. He doesn't need them at the moment, but there's still plenty of that too, to be honest.
But can we go a little bit through what the deck tries to achieve in its end field for our newer viewers, perhaps, who haven't seen too much Snake Eyes so far? Yeah,
for sure. I love that because it is actually like with the combination of all those things, it's a pretty unique and strong end field, if you ask me. Because even though it's not naturally a fusion deck, the Snake Eye deck, nowadays the end field that you're creating is going to consist of Fiendsmith Desiree, first of all, which we already see on the field, which is a very, very strong negate on all kind of face-up cards on the opponent's side of the field, even on your side of the field, but usually on your opponent's turn you want to negate the others. And then also on top of that, you're going to have Azamina Ilia Sylvia, which is an additional negate. So modern decks nowadays kind of struggle sometimes to put up those negates, but this deck actually is putting up multiple of them. And then on top of that, of course, the Snake Eye portion of the deck, we all know about that. There is going to be usually a Link 4, a Fire Link 4 monster together with the Promethean Princess in the graveyard. Promethean Princess right now on the field. So we might see one of your Salamangreat monsters in this one, Leo, as there is Raging Phoenix in this extra deck.
I love Salamangreat.
Yeah.
Have I ever mentioned that?
Nah, maybe once or twice. Maybe once or twice. And of course, we have already established the IP Masquerena and the Spam Trapzone as well. So as far as I'm aware, this might be as good as it gets. We're not seeing any Azamina cards so far, but besides that, we are really, really doing well here.
I mean, this board looks amazing. And of course, Birth is a very good card against Borelli.
Yep. Oh, you're right. I didn't even think about that. That's amazing. So usually you're very often linking off the Kashtira monsters, but here it might definitely be worth keeping the Kashtira monster around.
Speaking of Salamangreat.
Oh, true. Leo, you're getting a treat here for the first round of the day.
I'm so hyped. I'm so incredibly hyped right now. Yesterday we even saw a full Salamangreat deck that couldn't unfold its true power of the combo. Playing with Terror Top and playing a full combo with only Terror Top actually just led up to a field of Salamangreat Sunlight Wolf and a Salamangreat Roar.
Oh, we're just ending on the Sunlight Wolf here, apparently,
wow.
Because turn goes over to Filippo.
I mean, why not?
Yeah, I don't dislike it either, so that's a strong field. We have the Flamberge ready to bring out the IP Masquerena. The field spell can do the same, so that is multiple layers of interaction. Yeah, for sure.
This is way better than bringing out an Emblem Whale. You save, or bringing out the Raging Phoenix, you save the resources in your extra deck. You have the ability to, when you summon out your IP Masquerena or basically anything that you want, you can trigger the Sunlight Wolf to gain extra resources, which is harder to manage in the Snake Eyes deck nowadays after the last Forbidden Limited list update. because you only have one Snake Eye Ash.
Oh, and now the surprise factor kicks in. He is going to reveal that there is a Mimigul card in his hand.
Oh.
And maybe Filippo might be playing a funny game with his opponent, revealing the Mimigul cards, but then just disregarding, not saying that there's Pearly cards in there. But this could be good, right? Do we just block the zone?
No, I think you can just chain Flamberge and summon the IP Masquerena and then the Archfiend can't resolve.
You might be right.
But the mind game on this one is very good. As Basti said, he can reveal Mimigul and just go to game 2, and his opponent doesn't have an out to Noir, which is very good.
Yeah, I agree. That could definitely happen. I mean, maybe he's confident, though. Maybe Filippo says, hey, we're just going to play through this. I have my Pearly Mimigul deck, so of course.
I'm gonna say, if you want to scoop, you will have to do that now, because even if Well summons out the IP Masquerena, he's going to activate Kashtira Unicorn after that. Try to look into the extra deck, and then you will have to scoop.
Very, very, very good point.
Unless you think you can break this field, and I don't know the deck list, but it looks a little bit tough.
I mean, it is Filippo. He's 7-2 at this YCS. He surely knows what he's doing, but the Dragon doesn't know what to do anymore as it stays in the hand. You were anticipating right there, Leo, IP Masquerena jumping into the place the Dragon wanted to go. Oh, he's giving his extra deck over. Okay, so...
I like how we are all super surprised that he doesn't give up the game.
But yeah, look, well, look through this. Look at that extra deck. You're getting a couple of surprises with this one.
I would be very confused.
Yes, same.
I would shuffle this extra deck and then just give it over, or maybe banish a Zeus.
Oh,
like
look.
good old Kashtira plays.
Yeah. Oh, look, there's a Starlight Rare. Let me read the Starlight Rare there.
Let me read all of those cards, please.
Giant Mimigul is the one that brought his attention there.
The only problem that I can see is that Flammers cannot summon 2 level 1 monsters on the field.
True.
But, I mean, does it even matter at this time?
We will have to see. So, Filippo. I mean, a good thing about the Dragon staying in hand is that you can now discard it for the Pearly quick spells, I guess. So, maybe that was the plan all along.
Genius plan.
Yeah, I know. We worked on it together.
You've been theory crafting with Filippo.
Normal summon for Lily, and now Whale is I think now is the point where he's completely confused, because he was like, maybe there's an access point to the Pearly cards in the extra deck through the Mimigul cards, but no, there's actually Pearly cards in his main deck as well. Oh my.
So are we just going to let our opponent play? Because it is actually quite hard to interrupt the Pearly deck. Going for an Infinite Impermanence, and that's a really, really good one on the Pearl Lily, because Pearl Lily does not only give you an immediate +1 on the summon, it also has a crazy effect to exceed summon with a spell from the graveyard. Sorry, Zodiac Power Crypt.
And next up we have the first Pearly quick spell. It is going to be a very, very pretty memory. Let's see how pretty of a memory this is going to be turning out into. So, I mean, we haven't had Pearly on feature for a while, so...
I missed it.
Yeah. Mike, what is the general concept with all those quick spells and everything? What are they trying to do with these?
So they want to summon Pearly from the main deck monsters, by discarding a card. The only problem at this point is that, of course, Desiree is still on the field, and as I said before, Birth is also on the field. So things are not looking very good for Filippo at this point. However, Zeus is still in the extra deck, which is very important.
Yeah, it absolutely is. So yeah, basically, there is those 4 different quick spells. We have Delicious Memories, Happy Memories, Pretty Memories, and Sleepy Memories. All of them, as you said, basically have the same effect, saying you can discard a card from your hand to then special summon out a Pearly or a Pearlily from your deck. Oh, okay, we get to reveal. Can we add that Pearly Yeep to our hand there? I think it's only... Oh, yeah, you're allowed to add the Yeep to your hand, at least that. And then so with the quick spells, you're trying to get to your Pearly Cats from the deck. And then of course, you explained Pearlily, Leo, with having the ability to exceed summon from the graveyard, basically. But now we have the little brother, just the regular Pearly on the field as well, having the ability to exceed summon from the hand, essentially, as well. So
actually, I want to say it's the big brother.
Okay, I mean...
Because Pearly was there first.
I didn't know you were so into their family relationships, but if you have those insider informations, I will accept it.
I have spent more than enough time with Pearlies.
I know.
Information-wise, it was very important that Shifter was revealed, since now knows that Filippo is on Shifter.
Oh yeah.
That's even like that's already usually very important, but here it's incredibly important as Wael actually is siding 1 copy of Shifter for crossout designators. So having that extra bit of information is massive here in this situation. You're right.
and it's very important that the Spig is a very good interruption against Pirelli for both effects. Since Pirellis activate to exist Salmon and need themselves on the field.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. I think that's a heads-up play there by Whale, immediately going after the Pirelli. Because that means now Filippo will have to invest more cards to even get to more monsters. Oh, that might be the impermanence column. Is it? I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure.
It was under the extra monster zone.
I feel like too. Why would it be? But I think you're right. Because usually you always try to go into the middle zone. Yeah, look, they're confirming. I think Filippo knows what he's doing. It's interesting though, because he activated the pretty memory into the column of the Fiendsmith sequence, and now he's just taking the gamble, just going down the middle. It's quite bold of them.
It's not a gamble if you are confident.
True, I agree. But certainly the Mimigul Maker that he has just activated there is possibly the best Mimigul card in the deck, so maybe this one pushes us over the edge here.
So the thing is, if you set... Wait a second. If you set Mimigul Dragon to your opponent's side of the field and you're attacking into it, it flips and activates in damage step, so Desiree can't negate it. What is happening? What is happening, everyone? Stay calm, stay calm, stay calm.
This is a very good play, actually.
Yeah.
I think this might be the one. Oh, Maker goes to the graveyard unresolved. Oh no, I think we double-checked which column that was, and it seems like it was the wrong column that we just had there. I think that was the impermanence column in the end.
Filippo, no. Don't do this to us.
Oh no, man. Is that just going to be Anima now after? It is the relinquished Anima.
Oh, that is so sad. That could have been the play of the century. I mean, would have given Whale still a lot of follow-up. Summoning back a Snake Eye Ash, has added Poplar to the hand previously. Can summon then back Ash and the Oak from hand, or from the graveyard rather. Gets to send as well with the Desiree.
I think that Wolf goes to the graveyard actually. Because SP was changed to Anima, yes.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Ruling expert here, Mike. Why is that? So it tries to equip it, but there's nothing to equip with it anymore?
Exactly.
Oh, but there's also nothing to be played anymore here in this game, as YL picks up his cards being the winner of this first game here. So it is still Snake Eye, Azamina, Fiendsmith, Kashtira being up top.
And that game in the end was Mimigul Maker me sad, because I wish it wasn't played in the impermanence column. I would have loved to see an attack and damage step effect of the Mimigul Dragon to wipe the entire field of Whale. I think that still, if you lose your battle phase like this and you don't have too many resources in hand and your opponent gets to summon back Oak and Ash, it is an uphill climb for you.
True.
However, then we would have also gotten the chance to see how the Snake Eye deck recycles nowadays.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. You're right. One thing that is interesting, does Promethean Princess possibly work on face-down monsters? Because he may have had the chance to go Promethean Princess on the Dragon. That's actually something that never comes up, right? But like we would have to double-check, because there was still the Fiendsmith, the Promethean Princess in the graveyard. And Leo is making the little read there.
Why am I doing this?
I don't know. That's you doing that. Because he definitely had that princess still left, so even if we
one fire monster you control and one monster your opponent controls, but we forgot about the fire part.
True, yeah, that's a very good point. You're right. But no, I am interested in what we're going to set up going first here, because there is still, as I said, the usual Mimigul stuff in here. So it is the field spell, it is the Mimigul room, so it feels like the usual stuff with that. But then on top of that, we also have like Noir in the extra deck, so probably going for Noir isn't that bad either. So
a very tough hand trap to play with Pirelli's impermanence. Is there any chance that you play Mimigul so you can have a monster on your opponent's side of the field and you protect your Pirellis from impermanence?
Yeah, I mean, it does work like that. I don't know whether that's the main idea, but that's certainly something that will help them for sure. I agree, that's good. And also on top of that, we got to see how well they even know about all those informations.
How well?
How well? You're right. Because his side deck, for example, Nibiru, a card you would usually completely avoid to bring in against the Pearly part of the deck. But now that there is the Mimigul card as well, you might be thinking, Apparently he keeps on going. Apparently he keeps on summoning. So maybe Nibiru becomes worth all of a sudden. Is it though?
The cool thing about the Mimigools is that you set a monster to your opponent's side of the field. So if you Nibiru, you won't be able to tribute it away. However, I think during the combo, you're most of the time flipping the monster immediately, giving over the Archfiend to give you an additional draw. Get it back to your side of the field, then go into the Giant. I think there is quite a few special summons. I think I wouldn't cite in Nibiru, as you said,
Probably not,
versus any of the decks, but both of those combined, if you go into 2 engines, you can't go for full 2 engines without playing into Nibiru. It's just simply impossible.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like usually when you have a combination of decks, all of a sudden it's vulnerable to Nibiru in whatever possible way.
Yeah.
As long as you're not combining Eldritch and Labyrinth, I guess.
I mean, the main idea, as you said before, it is to have Purelis, maybe get Veilored, and then go to the Xyz of Mimigul and go to Mimigul Master and play like that.
Yeah, I mean, I hope we get to see that, honestly.
Yeah.
I hope that is going to be what we get to witness here. And then also, of course, while we'll be sitting there, do I Ghost Orga this, do I not? Or what's the plan right now? I don't really know. But I'm sure that Filippo knows, Filippo certainly knows, and I think the players are ready. The players have shuffled up, so we are as well. Game number 2 of this first feature event of the day is starting and coming your way now. And then we go for the good old draw 5. That's how every match of Yu-Gi-Oh! Starts, how every game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Starts, and Filippo will be going first.
By the way, a little clarification, it was not the Imperm column in the last match, it was Desiree that negated the Mimigul Maker.
Yes.
How did we forget about Desiree?
That does make a whole lot of sense.
I'm sorry, everyone. We confused everyone.
That is going to be the activation of our dungeon. That's a good start.
A very good card against Snake Eyes, since you cannot normal summon.
Yeah, but there is plenty of ways to play without your normal summon in there, with like a bonfire or a 1-for-1, as we have seen yesterday, original Sinful Spoils. But it certainly does help.
You know which one is the worst one to witness? Diabellstar Witch sending the set monster, because Diabellstar Witch does not have to send face-up cards. So that one hurts if they have access to the Witch. But as long as they don't have that, the card still does a whole lot.
I don't think you're ending your turn on a set monster on the opposing side of the field. I think you have a room to set a card, and then if you have the master on the field, you're trying to flip it up immediately. Yeah,
you're right. There certainly is a set monster right now on the field of Jabal, because he just gave it over to him.
It's Mimigul Slime.
It is the Slime.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
What does that do?
Slime is one of the newer cards.
Woo!
Sticking to its face-down defense position. We get to search the Archfiend here. And yeah, the Slime definitely can set itself as the usual thing. And then also, you can just, doing a Mayfair special summon from your hand as well as some of the newer Mimigul things do. Oh, Slime activating. We get to witness it here live on camera. Slime's changing itself to defense position. Ooh, that's not... I think that's not one of the ones you want to give over to your opponent, to be honest. We had to do it here to get our play started, but Slime is one that you want to use as an extender for your own combo. Oh, Slime's coming back.
I mean, it activates and lets your opponent special summon a monster from the deck, a Gimmickle monster, so that is quite...
That's quite good, honestly. Yeah, I was completely on the wrong road there. We have a Slime back to us.
These cards get confusing sometimes, it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, they're changing the side of the field. How would that not be confusing? We searched the Mimigul Maker there. So the Mimigul portion of the deck is definitely off to a good start here.
Well, it looks good. I want to see where this takes us, because we haven't seen an uninterrupted Mimigul combo so far ever.
Yeah. Oh, that's a massy Exceed summon. Come on. Organize your Exceed materials.
Oh, yeah, that is actually...
oh, no.
Okay. This is Throne, huh?
Yeah, it's Mimigul Throne indeed.
So what does Throne do? I'm going to get it up for you guys, and I'm going to read the card out as well. Also needs to read it. You can detach one material from this card, special summon one Mimigul monster from your hand, deck, or GUI. During the main phase, quick effect. You can target one Mimigul master you control, equip this card to it as an equip spell, and give it 1000 attack. Then you can return cards from the field to the hand, up to the number of materials this card had. You can only use one Mimigul Throne effect pattern, only once per pattern. So I think that we're trying to set up a Mimigul master here. Otherwise, this would not make too much sense, right?
I mean, yeah, we just tried to use it to special summon from the deck.
Oh, yeah,
I'm pretty sure
it just does do that.
And we should also note that Filippo now can activate Thrust or Talent if he has it.
Oh, you're right. True. Again in Ken technology, but just with the Mimigul cards. You're right, you're right. Let me see, is there any of that in his deck? Because those definitely would make sense, I agree. Those would be great. There's talents in there, yeah, absolutely.
I think talents makes more sense because thrust is a little bit worse when you're going first, because when they activate, they move over to your side of the field and then you don't get the good part of the thrust effect.
I mean, arguably the good part, because we have talked about that yesterday as well. Thrust at the moment is being used to set powerful trap cards all over the format, and I'm seeing Dimensional Barrier in there.
After sighting is crazy.
I'm seeing even Harpy's Featherstorm in there, my dear friends.
Oh,
so I think Thrust here might actually be a very good possibility.
After sighting, definitely, you're right.
Oh, and look at that beautiful Master there now on the field as well. Filippo is smiling. He gets to show off what he has designed there himself. Probably weeks of testing leading to this tournament, and so far it's going pretty well for him.
Is it only me that is very excited to see Mimigul go off?
Yeah, totally. Because yesterday we didn't really get to witness that, but now the revenge arc of Mimigul has started. And it has teamed up with Pearly to finally fulfill maybe the first YCS top that it's ever going to have. And there is my friend Pearly now as well. That's the transition now into the Cats.
My friend. Come join me.
Friend.
Join me on the kitty side of things. I'm going to search for one of the Pearly cards now. What a flexible card. Once per turn. It's not even a field spell. It plays like a field spell, I want to say.
Yeah, but it's good that it doesn't have to that he doesn't have to give up the field spell there that he already has. So that is a sleepy memory that we see there being revealed.
And probably a pretty memory.
Oh, okay.
Option.
Was there something cited
Delicious.
out? I see Delicious, I see Sleepy. Oh yeah, now we have found free. We have found free.
Delicioso.
And
let's see where we're going.
We're rolling the die because it is going to be decided randomly which one he gets. He has a clear preference as he was only revealing 1 Delicious and 2 Sleepy, so he would prefer getting the Sleepy memories here. Let's see whether he got the 66% chance there. And oh, I think he has Delicious in hand actually. I think we did get the 33% instead. Delicious memories, there it is.
There are a few more spell cards in hand. Actually, he has so many cards in hand.
It's crazy, isn't it? Look, we searched the Mimigul Fairy and we didn't even need it. We just discarded it instead.
But does Fairy do something in the graveyard? Because otherwise it feels a little bit like this was a wasted search. I mean, sometimes you search cards just to discard them. That's also fine. Especially if you play a deck with a heavy discard engine.
Yeah. Look at that. Per Lily now on the field. It's crazy to see that he hasn't even gone through that one yet, but we're searching my friend Pearly, and again, that might be a case of we just want to discard it because we already have that. And that is clearly once per turn, of course. Once per turn, if you want to say.
I do want to say that.
So we're using the on-field effect, the second one of Per Lily now, and we're going to make that Exceed summon from the graveyard, as you were saying earlier on, and there is, as the Italians like to call it, Plampito.
Really?
E Pearly Plampito.
I love this.
It is a very funny name for it. And of course in English it's just E Pearly Plump. And E Pearly Plump, whenever a Pearly spell is activated, that's not a Pearly spell, that's Mimigul. How do we all of that without even activating Mimigul Maker? That's completely mad.
Did you know that in Italian, and this is half knowledge that I have because a friend told me, Ito is used for like cute things in the south, and here, rather in the north, it's Ino most of the time.
Okay.
So it's Plampino da Plampito. Feel free to correct me, everyone.
Is there any chance that Well has Nibiru in his hand? Because it can definitely hurt at this moment.
Oh yeah, that would be crazy. Okay.
But, I mean, Nibiru sees a lot less play nowadays, right?
Due to Impulse, yes.
Bassi, can you tell us, is there a chance of a Nibiru?
There is a chance of Nibiru on Filippo's side, but also on Well's side. Actually, even though not being incredibly popular overall, both of these players are relying on it. And I think that is correlating to the fact that both of these decks are not really capable of playing Impulse.
Yeah.
As soon as you don't have the option to go for the Dominance Impulse, Nibiru becomes a lot more appealing because you don't have to fear that restriction of Impulse applying to your turn, or to your whole duel after you activate it, and therefore having the option to go for Nibiru is good when you're already playing with Dark Monsters yourself.
What do you think is going through Whale's mind right now?
There's a rabbit. After all those cats, there's now a rabbit on the field. That's probably going through his mind.
It's half a zoo.
The Zero Red Rabbit has just been activated, and he has just set the Angel Statue Azarune, and we're not even done yet. Filippo, what are you trying to cook here? This is a full meal.
This is basically everything. Dungeon gets now chained to that.
No, we're using the Happy Memories trying to protect Dungeon from
goodness.
destruction for the rest of the turn. And I think our Plump is going to have enough materials after using its effect to go up into an Axe Pearly Noir. But in the meantime, there's another Pearly coming to the field. We're really going all in here, I feel like. We're bringing out all the Pearly monsters, our Mimigul package completely out there, but we're revealing more Pearly spells. Even follow-up for next turn, revealing a Solemn Judgment. If we had that as well, if we could have added that one off of the Pearly there, that would have been crazy. Oh look, Plump getting 2 extra materials. It already had 3 materials, so it has 5 materials in total, meaning we can just make place for one of the most important, most impressive boss monsters in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! Axe Pearly Noir. A bunch of materials underneath. And look at that, he's counting himself, but that should equal 6 materials under that Noir, meaning it's unaffected.
That is huge, and of course you can spin 3 cards of your opponent when you feel like the unaffected part is not really necessary anymore. When you get the feeling that your opponent is going to break your field, take apart your resources, then you can go, hey, I can still spin 3 cards of yours, so let me just do that real quick, so you can't set up anything. I don't care about the unaffected part. While is now asking something about the Mimigul dungeon, and I'm very happy that we saw the full combo, because this is a really impressive field.
Yeah, this is great.
It's going to be almost impossible to break that field. Let's see if Weil finds a way to break it. However, what nowadays is not very much a trend now is that this is a combo that is incredibly vulnerable to Nibiru, the Primal B.
I mean, even if they do Nibiru, you still have the My Friend Pearly activating, right? So you at least get 3 of the quick spells back. But on the other hand, you already went through the on-field effect of Pearl Lily, and you went through both of your Pearlies. So how much are you even going to do with those? So I think, yeah, Nibiru would hurt you.
At this point, though, there's Noir on the field, so...
Yeah, but I mean, you could have done
before
that
the
way
Sam,
before, right?
Yeah, I think so too. And interestingly enough, we kept the Mimigul thrown around, and you were reading out the effect earlier. There is an interruption with that on the opponent's turn as well. So this is definitely multiple layers of interruption, and turn goes over to Well. And with all those, for him, new cards that he maybe seeing for the first time here, he's getting to face a really tough task to play through here.
Let's see if he even tries to go through this. I like thrown because it is it a main phase quick effect?
I think it is a main phase quick effect, yeah.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I would have loved to see it activate a damage step to equip itself to the Mimigul Master, and that would have been very, very cool.
That's true. Okay. Azarune was once more revealed. That's an additional piece of interaction, of course. Paired up with the Sealer Rabbit, even more so because... Oh. Okay, Deception of the Sinful Boys is activated. We immediately are going to chain Azarune. That's not because of the Azarune itself, but because of the effect of the Silhouette Rabbit destroying the Deception right away. That's massive.
Silhouette Rabbit is an amazing card.
It really, really, really is.
It provides 2 interruptions.
It kind of reminds me of... oh, but there's Wanted as well. I told you earlier, having the Snake Eye Diabellstar, or no, the Black Witch, to send that monster to the graveyard is definitely helping your place.
It's helping, but is it enough? That is the big question.
I think that Angel Statue can negate the Summon of the Bells, right?
It can, yeah. It definitely can. So that's, yeah, true. That's good for sure. But yeah, like the Silhouette Rabbit kind of reminds me of good old Anaconda. Verde Anaconda.
How?
It's just 2 monsters going into, like, last thing you do is a Link 2 monster, bring it out, make another card with it. In this case, be Azarune, in the other case, a Fusion monster. Somewhat similar.
Okay, I'll give you that. I'm not
Very powerful Link 2 monsters.
I'm not happy with it. I'll give it to you.
Yeah, you see it though, right? You see it. Okay, we are going to give up the dragon. And look at that, yeah. Mike, you're all right, immediately negating the summon.
I mean, your opponent can't normal summon monsters, so you negate that Diabellstar every single day of the week,
Oh,
right?
Field empty though. Unicorn is there to immediately come out. Mimigul Room though right away. That was the last unknown card set there.
And Mimigul Room has also an amazing effect, which not only let you special summon, but if I recall correctly, can set the monster face down. Exactly.
Yep. 1, 2. Well, reading that one again. Unicorn setting, but no more cards to be answering this. Filippo with Pearly Mimigul takes down game number 2 and the crowd is cheering. Never seen anything like that in my life.
Nope, absolutely not. But I also appreciate Val for letting his opponent combo off and showing everything that he can. Of course, you also want to know what your opponent is playing in your deck. So even when you have a good gut feeling that you're going to lose this one, it doesn't really hurt if you're not very close to time to just watch your opponent combo and maybe try to figure out on the fly what are the choke points. Where can I interrupt my opponent in the next game? I will get to start that one. Where will I try to win the game?
Yeah.
I mean, information is one of the biggest aspects of the game. So I think that now that he knows what his opponent is going to do, it's very important. And also, can I say that their synergy is amazing? I didn't expect Pirelli and Mimigul to work so well together.
Yeah, it's even more so. Like we talked about the overlay of just level 1 monsters, but we didn't even need that. We already had enough level 1 monsters with the Mimigul cards. So what else is there? As you said, like playing around impermanence is kind of cool with giving the opponent set monsters. And on top of that...
what was the synergy?
Yeah. Mike, what was the synergy?
Just had both engines.
Yeah, but because it wasn't uninterrupted. If he went for the hand trap in Mimigul or Pirelli, he can just access his other engine. That's why.
That's true. If you start off with the Pearly engine, for sure, then if you get interrupted, you can segue into that. I like that, yeah. Sure. I think it's a tough call to play way less hand traps when you're playing 2 full engines almost. Or actually not almost, he's just playing 2 engines. You can't halfway play a Pearly engine, right? That just doesn't make sense. If you summon out Pearly, then you're not going to hit anything ever. So you are committed to going first in this deck.
Yeah, I feel like post-siding, so for example here in game 3 that we're about to have, is there a chance we just side out a lot of our Mimigul cards possibly? Because the Mimigul cards, I feel like the Pearly cards are so much stronger at going second compared to the Mimigul cards, right? Going first, they're both crazy, but going second, I feel like the Pearly cards are a little favored in your show. Okay, well.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, how would I disrespect your Mimigul cards going second, my man?
You are upsetting me greatly.
I have to agree with Bast on this one.
Finally, Mike, finally. Yesterday you were all with Leo, and now finally I gotta take that you
the
could agree
Cyclone
on.
brothers are torn apart. It is heartbreaking, no. But I from a logical standpoint, I might agree with you guys. But
Mike agrees with me.
The Mimigul engine is so big that it's going to be hard to side out everything. So can you play like a very little engine of that? I suppose you can, right? Can you? Can you?
Yeah, you can, I think. I think just playing Mimigul Maker and a couple of targets for it does work. It's something that you would have to ask Filippo, though.
The play with the dragon is also very relevant going second, that you mentioned.
True. Yeah, I will give you that.
And if you play just very few Mimiguls, you can discard them for Pearly spells, I suppose. So actually it's not that relevant what you draw, as long as you have those memories.
The only thing that is kind of upsetting about that is, because he's already playing a field spell, he disregarded the Pearly field spell completely. And I feel like the Pearly field spell is maybe the main reason why Pearly is so strong going second, the Pearly Stray Street, just preventing all the targeting for example, Princess, Aspie Little Knight, so like that just helps so much. Not having access to that card is maybe going to be hindering him a little bit here going second. But all of that, of course, only theoretical mind games. Players are ready as we are. Hopefully you at home are as well. Game number 3 starting now.
I see someone in the crowd is wearing really, really cool sunglasses. Props to that. Okay, so maybe we will see them on stream later on. Just wanted to shout out there.
Didn't know you were into sunglasses that much, but let's see how much Weil is into his Kashtira Snake Eye cards here. Did he get the perfect start again? Because that first game start, honestly, on both sides, we had really, really impressive turns, right? Basically, both of them had their ideal start, and Filippo... Oh no, first second effort, maybe he's doing something in draw phase, but doesn't seem like it.
Could have been a shifter.
Oh my, deck locked down right away, but a set card only after Filippo. Maybe we can manage. There's not that much to overcome. Deck lockdown is crazy, but there's no combo field.
Cosmic Cyclone, Cosmic Cyclone, Cosmic Cyclone, Cosmic Cyclone, Cosmic Cyclone.
Calm down, Leo, there's none, there's none.
Wait, what?
Yep, he's one of the only people in the entire tournament that is not siding it. But let's see.
There is a Dimension Shifter picked up as the 6th card, and usually that would be something to gasp about and say, oh no, that is a very bad top deck. However, there were no plays for a while, and Filippo hasn't played a single card in his first turn, so he can still activate Dimension Shifter now.
That is true. I'm not even 100% sure whether he necessarily picked it up, because there's also... I've seen that tendency a lot lately, that people let the players start their game, let their combos start, and then they shifted them midway through where they're already committed into their play a little bit. So we just pass it back. Nothing happening here on both sides.
That makes so much sense, because you just can't play when you're deck locked down if you don't have a hard draw Pearly monster, and you have the shifter, you can chill. Deck lockdown is not going to be there forever.
Yeah, and I mean, it's more so of a feature bench lockdown right now that we're having, because he's passing it right back over to Filippo.
Play the cards, duelists.
Please notice, though, deck lockdown is not going to be there for forever, but another pass from Filippo. What is going on here?
7 cards in hand?
And there is the discard. Yeah, I think Filippo must be on 7 cards, right? For sure. He drew to 6 and he now drew to 7, but we gotta see that.
Because that would be crucial, because then your shifter is not live anymore.
Activating the bonfire. Oh, look, we also deck locked out ourselves, because we did draw a bonfire along the way.
Can I say that this is the first time that I see a deck lockdown destroyed by itself?
That's actually huge, and I want to see how this one resolves, because when you say end phase or end turn with 7 cards in the hand, you are required to discard a card, right? You can't just now go back and say, I want to activate Dimension Shifter. This discard is going to ruin the shifter's effect.
Oh, that's crazy. You're so right about that. Oh, is that the discard?
No,
I think that's a discard. I feel like that is the discard, because Filippo does not look happy. Yep.
Body language.
Filippo does not look happy about that.
And Weil does. Weil is having the absolute blast here.
That is a shifter discarded in the most unmeaningful way ever, as the only card in the graveyard, to be honest. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, so Bonfire grabbing the Snake Eye Ash. I think it was a risky game by Filippo in general, though, because I feel like Wael has Crossout Designator in his hand. And we talked about it at the beginning of the match. He actually is siding a copy of Dimension Shifter to counter that. Oh, there is the Infinite Impermanence now, at least.
Is that enough? Is that enough? Because usually there is loads and loads of extenders. However, Weil did not get to play on his first turn. Does he have Impermanence in his deck for a Crossout Designator? Is there something that he can do? Because he does not look happy. He says, okay.
It's all right. It's okay.
Can he get to another monster and perhaps go for a dark play?
Is there... Oh, yeah, true. Oh, that shifter could be trouble in so many ways. But how are we getting another dark monster? That would need to be Witch. But Witch gets us started here anyways.
You can go into Anima. You just need a monster.
Yeah, true,
and then it's full Orcus combo.
True, true. Yeah, you're right. Back to that. Okay, well, only with Snake Eye Ash on the field at the moment, but is there another... Oh, it's original Sinful Spawns. We didn't even need the Snake Eye Ash to resolve. We had the original anyways.
Is that enough?
I feel like it is a lot, at least.
Is it?
It is. I mean, he can summon Poplar, get the field spell, Poplar make it Anima, and then go to Dark Princess.
Yeah, you're right.
It definitely is a lot, yeah, I agree.
We've seen so much Fire King, I completely forgot about the template as an extender.
There is Snake Eyes Poplar. I mean, in the Fire King version, you also usually don't see Snake Eye Diabellstar, but here, of course, in this version of the deck, you do see it. Yeah. And Snake Eye Diabellstar is such a crazy extender.
It is.
Like, the introduction of that card made the Snake Eye deck so much better, and I mean, now people are kind of forgetting about it, are sleeping on it, because Fire King is a little more popular than the pure version of the deck. But look at that. You're getting the Snake Eye Diabellstar, a monster for free, and you even get to set up the Snake Eye Ash into the Spell and Trap Zone as well.
For some duelists, Snake Eye Diabellstar is just a sleepy memory, but not for a while. He's going to put it into the Spell and Trap Zone, summon it out, and now we have 2 monsters. Does he realize that there's a shifter in the graveyard?
I think we just went into the battle phase here, first of all. So we are on the safe side regarding the life points advantage.
I mean, honestly, IP Masquerena here does a lot.
Yeah,
Next turn on the first summon, you go into Temple Effect, summon out the Snake Eye Ash, and then you have Hey, what am I talking
of
about? There's
forecast.
2 monsters.
Yeah, I guess that works. I guess that will do. Moon of the Closed Heaven, it defeats with Requiem. And the main phase 2 is where we get to pop off with our Fiendsmith cards.
So Nightmare Phoenix into Mermaid.
There is Fiendsmith Lacrima.
And now the damage that has been done is really going to be impactful.
And we have to keep note that there's only 6 minutes on the clock.
Yeah.
That's true. I just said Fiendsmith Lacrima, casually. That card is not allowed anymore. This is, of course, Lacrima the Crimson Tears.
I kept calling this card Fiendsmith Lacrima the entire
Yeah,
two
I
days.
mean, it's part of the Fiendsmith package,
I mean,
right?
it's
Therefore,
always considered as a Fiendsmith card, so I think it's only fair if we do the same.
it's weird that they both have the same name, honestly. But let's see, we are going into Fiendsmith sequence. Now using the fusion summoning effect and bring back out Desiree.
Imagine having Shifter active here.
Yeah, we can only imagine.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there is Crossout Designator. So Crossout Designator would have always been a way to answer that, because I did not see the Shifter itself in the hand of Whale, and he saw Shifter in game 1.
And
so
again, deck
oh
lockdown.
my, not
good grief.
again! Another deck lockdown. After we were able to use our deck now for the entire time, we are locking up our opponent again.
And it's Desiree protected. If I've spied on the deck list correctly, there's only Harpy's Feather Duster as an answer, and you can just Desiree that. That is huge. Oh, Pearly is summoned.
Summon
as a normal
Pearly.
summon. That's
Okay,
good.
there's a plan.
That's good. We can summon out the Snake Eye Ash now, theoretically. However, there is deck lockdown.
Yeah, doesn't feel like we're going to do that, yeah.
And deck lockdown is also going to stop the Pearly from happening.
of course.
But you can
I
still...
mean, you can probably so you can out the deck lockdown on your turn, and we don't use the Ash effect, of course.
Yeah. Thing is, Filippo can now activate a Pearly spell from a hand to not activate the summoning from deck part of the effect.
Okay.
Or, I mean, he can activate Pearly and then try to chain it, but oh yeah, okay.
We're just trying to use the Exceed part now,
Yeah.
and that is going to be met
Yeah,
by the
that's-
Infinite Permanence,
that would have helped.
which does make sense, of course. We're
Yeah,
playing around
sure.
Triple Tech Talons by not activating the Fiends with Desiree, and we're also like, we have seen that Filippo was summoning and searching from the deck a whole lot, therefore this is not going to be easy. Is there maybe a Typhon in there? Typhon could be good here, right?
I think Filippo actually picked up a Nibiru as the next card on the top of his deck. That would have been so useful in the last turn.
Hold on, there is the Superstar Slayer Typhon Sky Crisis in his
wow.
extra deck though, and there it is on the field now as well. And that is a pretty good thing because it has 2,900 attack points, which is pretty massive into that.
You can bounce the sequence. Okay, yeah.
Okay,
Makes
we're
sense.
trying to get that
I
sequence
don't
off.
think that you can bounce a sequence.
Is it
To
only
be honest.
monsters?
Yes.
I think it's only monsters as well, yeah, you're right.
But I think that they're probably talking about the targeting effect and that sequence gives attack, right?
Nope. He tried to activate it very clearly, but he wasn't able to, and that material was just gone back under the Typhon, so Typhon can't do that. And the thing is now,
You
is it
can't
able to
target the
attack?
Desiree.
Yeah, is it able to attack over the Desiree then? I don't think it is, right? How much defense does Desiree
I
have?
don't think that
Desiree has
Typhon targets, to be
2,400.
honest.
Yeah, Typhon doesn't target.
The thing is, if you attack over Desiree, it's just gonna send the Typhon.
True. Oh wait, but Mike is onto something here. But like, Typhon doesn't target. That's the thing. We
Oh,
could have
wow.
just gone after the Desiree
Oh,
anyways.
no.
We were not able to target the sequence, but that threw Filippo off. He would have just easily been able to use the effect of Typhon, as it is not targeting, to just get that Desiree off the field.
The thing is, deck lockdown is still active, so while it has issues with playing through this still, I mean, oh wait. Actually, Desiree, he has to get over the Typhon somehow, because now he has enough damage on the field.
yeah, look at
because of
the
Typhon.
zone that Typhon is.
Oh no.
You are so right. There is relinquished
Speaking of
Anima. Why are you in that place,
The
Typhon? You're not
punish.
going to be there for very long. Typhon effect. Going over to Whale is the Typhon. Battle phase it is. Game it is as well. And Whale is going to take this feature match down here in round number 10, being our winner with the Snake Eye. Diabolstar.
Yeah.
No, I was trying to get all the engines going. There's so much more because Azamina, Fiendsmith, all those kind of cards.
A lot went wrong there for Filippo. He made smart choices, but then forgot about one thing that hasn't happened in 20 years of Yu-Gi-Oh! History, that a duelist has 7 cards in hand at the end of their turn. Because usually, you play your cards, but it just hasn't happened. And then the shifter had to be discarded. The shifter would have been so incredibly impactful. Then drew a Nibiru after that, the turn where his opponent has summoned so many monsters, and then the whole Typhon shenanigans.
It's honestly, it's funny, right? Because nowadays Yu-Gi-Oh! Is so complex. We see so many crazy combos, long-winded combos, partially going for 10 minutes or something. Then some of those matches, in some moments, it just comes down to the basics of Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Yeah, I have 7 cards in hand. Hand size limit is 6. So at the end of the turn, you have to discard a card. That's how the rules of Yu-Gi-Oh have been since the beginning. You had to do that since the first moment of Yu-Gi-Oh, since 25 years ago, basically. And they have just disregarded that in that moment, and that cost them the game.
I mean, it's very odd to see a shifter alone in the graveyard and not be activated.
Yeah,
totally. And that cost him the... I mean, maybe he would have still not been able to win the game necessarily, but he definitely had a better chance of winning it, that's for sure.
I mean, there was a second deck lockdown.
Yeah, true. Even if the deck lockdown would have been gone, there would have been, yeah, you're right, probably. Is there a way he could have gone through 2 extra deck summons under shifter so that the Typhon would have also been live?
I mean, he could have just also gone for a possible Zeus line if he had the normal summon Pearly at some point.
True, and I mean, the Pearly was there. Yeah, you're right. The Pearly was there, and there was also a way to activate its effect, so...
Yeah.
Well, had the permanence, though.
Yeah, next turn.
Yeah, there's a lot of things, but in the end, it was Whale, of course, winning the entire thing. And yeah, Snake Eye, of course. We've seen it yesterday. We've seen it a couple of months. Like, we've seen it all over the place, of course. It is still one of the most dominating decks, and is going to win this weekend. Did your mind change for today? Is it still water?
I'm still with water.
It's still Mermaid for you. Leo, are you a Snake Eye believer once more?
I have a gut feeling that Snake Eye is going to take it, but honestly, I'm Team Tenpai now.
Team oh, okay, my friend. I don't know when we lost you overnight, but it is Team Tenpai all of a sudden.
I stepped really badly, so it was it's Team Tenpai now.
No, I mean, you're joining Alberto on that team, I think, right? Because Alberto actually has that as his pick for the event.
Now it's mine.
Yeah, I mean, you probably were a little bit influenced by roughly 100 players playing it at the first 50 tables or something like that.
We even saw Baptiste play Tenpai.
Oh, Baptiste de Rouen,
that convinced me.
Yeah, for sure. If he plays that is definitely a solid pick. I mean, overall, the deck is very, very solid. We can't disregard that. We haven't seen a whole lot of Tenpai here on feature, right? I remember one, but did we have any other?
No, I don't think so. But
I think it's only one, yes.
Yeah, it was only one so far.
Even if we had multiple, it would have been probably just 20 minutes of gameplay because the deck just finishes games so quickly or loses games very quickly.
In a heartbeat, honestly.
Yeah.
Actually, Thieleman's Heartbeat was the reason why the Tenpai player didn't win on stream, because they had Thieleman's Heartbeat for the rivalry of the Warlords.
Was that planned?
Not really, no. I gotta admit.
Would have been crazy.
It would have been crazy, yeah, for sure.
So, what do you think? After what we've seen so far in this tournament, what is going to be like the most influential tech card that we've seen so far? In this last game, we've seen deck lockdown, and that completely crushed Mimighoul Pearly. I mean, that's what it was designed for, obviously. That's why players are picking it up. What is the card of the event?
I will step in. It's not Cosmic Cyclone. Cosmic Cyclone has been a tech card now for monthly. It's not for this event, okay? It's still a crazy card, but yeah, go ahead. What's your pick?
Nibiru
Nibiru?
Yes, because most of the people are playing Impulse, so the community has decided not to play maybe around Nibiru since Impulse is on the meta.
Yeah.
However, I think Nibiru is a very good meta call to catch people off guard.
I like it, yeah. That's a good call. Agreed, for sure. What else could there be? I think, for me personally, it's just Triple Tactic Thrust now very much being used as a going first card, setting all those trap cards very, very often. What about you, Leo? Do you have anything specific?
Cosmic Cyclone. I'm just going with the goat of the quick spell cards, but we have heard that Tom is ready, so we're going over to the analyst corner.
Hello everyone, I'm here to go over some quick analysis and clips from the game. So we saw Whale playing with his Snake Eye Kashtira Fiendsmith deck against Filippo with his Mimighoul Pearly deck, and what a game it was. Close fought 2-1 victory for Whale. I think maybe let's have a little look at the first clip and I'll chat about it as we go along. So this is Whale playing, and he ended up with this very impressive looking field. As you can see, he's kind of displaying all of the different engines that his deck has to offer. On the one hand, he's got the Kashtira monster, he's got some Snake Eye cards and he's got the Fiendsmith card, so a little bit of everything. And at the end of the day, it was too much for Filippo to break through, even with his very impressive combination of Pearly and Mimigul. A very interesting and unique choice. I guess a lot of players probably wouldn't be expecting to see this. Interesting to talk about Whale's end field here. He's got that Sunlight Wolf. I think a lot of players have chosen to include some more sort of interruption, depending on the type of Snake Eye they're playing. So some players choosing not to use, for example, the Kashtira cards or not to use the Fiendsmith cards, but because Whale's going for both of them, I guess he doesn't feel the need to run an extra interruption in the form of Illusion Rabbit or Pit Knight early. He thinks the Fiendsmith cards by themselves are enough to put up a strong end field. Now here we see Whale's first, interaction that he realizes he's playing against at least the Mimigul cards here, and a very heads-up play from him, noticing that Filippo is trying to give him a monster, but he's only got one monster zone free. So once he's had a quick read of the effect of that Mimigul Dragon, he says, no, I don't want that. You can keep it in your hand. I'm going to use this IP Masquerena here. So again, very heads up from Whale there, an interesting thing to do. Mimigul opens up a lot of interesting interactions that players probably aren't so used to, in that giving your opponent a monster and the kinds of things it can do. So one unfortunate interaction for the Mimigul deck, for example, is the existence of Dominus Impulse. Because if you activate Dominus Impulse, then you can't activate Earth monsters. So if your opponent gives you Mimigul monster, then you would be unable to activate the negative effects that your opponent's trying to force you to activate. In this case, because Whale is running the Fiendsmith and the Kashtira, which would conflict with the Dominus Impulse, he's obviously not running it in his deck, unfortunately for him. And here he gets a chance to peek at the extra deck, and the commentary team were wondering at that point in time whether it was worth it to concede to preserve the information of what you're playing. One of the very powerful effects of Kashtira Unicorn is that you guys look through your opponent's extra deck, they're probably not going to have many secrets after that. In our next clip, we just see the end, so Filippo's tried to play through that field of Whale, but it was unable to. There was a little discussion there as to whether that was the impermanence column or not that was activated later in the turn, and indeed it was not. But at the end of the day, it didn't really matter. We saw that SP doing quite a lot of work, getting rid of one Pearly monster and then banishing another, or banishing, in this case, the Anima that was just summoned there. So too much from Whale for game one, and but then game two, the script was flipped, and Filippo got a chance to show off his absolutely full combo here. So we see it in all its glory. All of the Pearly cards, all of the Mimigul cards. Whale presumably not so sure what was going on, how these cards work together, and what he was going to face on his next turn. A very classic sort of interruption against the Kashtira deck of old is to give them monsters and make sure they have them in face-down defense position, so they're hard to flip up. So again, very powerful against Whale. We saw on the next turn Filippo using that Mimigul room to set the Kashtira Unicorn, which is again that sort of classic interruption against Kashtira. Those remembering back in the day, probably Book of Moon was one of the very popular cards in the Kashtira format. And Filippo there just kind of explaining all of the different effects and interactions that are face up on his field to Whale. So we got that Mimigul room preventing, sorry, that's the dungeon, the field spell, preventing anything from being normal summoned while you control a set monster. Plus, special summon monsters can't be attacked. So again, quite a lot of interruptions there. We've got the Mimigul Master, which can flip up the face-down monster on either player's turn, or sorry, on Whale's turn. And at the end of the day, that field proved too much. And I didn't even mention the 5-material Pearly Noir, which a lot of decks can't answer even by itself. So that was game two. There wasn't too much Whale could do there. He tried to push through, he tried to use the Black Witch to send the Mimigul monster, but another one was summoned again, re-establishing that lock and preventing him from normal summoning. So on to game number three. We saw a very unorthodox start to the game. That deck lockdown was on the field for a couple of turns, and very unfortunately for Filippo, a very unique situation. Maybe players don't even know nowadays because it just never happens. But if you end your turn with more than 6 cards in your hand, you actually have to discard one. You can only hold 6 cards in your hand. So that shifter you saw in the graveyard there was not discarded for its effect. Unfortunately, it was discarded just for hand size. So maybe Filippo, being a little bit nervous on the feature match, realized that, well, forgot that he'd drawn up to 7 cards because he just passed for 2 turns under the deck lockdown. In our next clip here, we see being released from the deck lockdown, Whale had made a couple of plays and attacked with both of his Snake Eye monsters here, so I wanted to ask him, but I think he's decided not to do the interview, but I was interested here to see why he chose to go into the attack with both of his monsters before continuing on his combos there to possibly do more damage. It's obviously the safe route to do a little bit of extra damage when time is low on the clock, but in this case, yeah, he maybe could have done a little bit more than he chose to do in that game. But at the end, it turned out to be enough. So if we just look at the last little clip, Whale having, unfortunately, past 2 turns, this deck lockdown here, it's actually a fresh deck lockdown, so he had to deal with the deck lockdown for 2 turns, and then Whale had got rid of it and then played himself and then played another deck lockdown, which feels very mean, just turning it off for a turn and then summoning again. We saw this Typhon there, and something I learned myself this weekend is Typhon actually doesn't target, so he tried to target the sequence in the spell and trap card zone, which you can't do because it has to return a monster, but it doesn't actually target the monster, so I think he was mistakenly under the impression that he couldn't bounce the Desiree with the Typhon, but in fact he could have just bounced it straight away, even though he tried to bounce the sequence, which was not allowed. And unfortunately for him, we saw the Anima to seal the deal there. So again, nerves can happen, but always important to keep your monsters, if you can, in one of the 3 zones that cannot be influenced by a relinquished Anima, and a well-deserved victory for Whale, giving him that all-important win in the first round of the day, taking out a potentially slippery opponent in the form of a deck that he had absolutely no idea he was going to come up against. So that's all from me, and let's chuck it over to Ed to round it off.
Thanks very much, Tom. Another analysis there from one of our feature matches, the first of our day 2 here at YCS Bologna. We've got plenty more coverage coming your way, and we'll be back with our round 11 feature match very soon. But part of the content that we've been filming, which we always do on our Friday, we've started doing some deck combo tutorials, where we get some of our popular duelists to come in and teach some of our casters exactly the sort of routes that you can do through some of these popular decks. So why don't we go and take a look at Ritual Beasts.
Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Bologna 2024, and we are here with Julio Valls. And Julio Valls, of course, is a very well-known face, as he was not only a finalist of this year's European Championship, but also top 8 at the World Championship with the same deck twice. And therefore, we're going to look deeper into that deck today, as we have a combo tutorial with the Ritual Beast deck and the master himself, Julio. How are you feeling today, Julio?
Well, in general, I didn't sleep because I just started, right now in the Italy, but
yeah.
fine.
Yeah, okay. But, I mean, Ritual Beast stuff, you're known for that, you know the stuff. So let's go over to the top view and let's look at some cards. So what are you going to explain to us here? What's the combo going to start with?
First, I will explain the most generic combo, that is the 1-card combo of Kanahau.
Okay.
For this combo, you don't need more extra cards in hand.
Just the Kanahau, okay. That's lovely.
Kanahau has the effect to banish any Ritual Beast card, and in 2 turns you take back. It's like a gold sarcophagus effect.
True, yeah, I mean, the crazy thing about him is he's so old that it's like not once per turn, not a hard once per turn, which is really cool.
The limits of this deck are that all the cards can only special summon 1 time.
That's very important, yeah. Sometimes you can lose track of that. Yeah. Okay, so what are we banishing?
The card that we will banish is the new Spiritual Beast Lara.
Yes.
That this card, when it's banished, summon any Ritual Beast monster from the deck.
All right.
Here, when you are starting with the Kanahau, this means that you will have more cards in your banished stone. So you will use the summon of the Tamer that summons from graveyard, and you will keep the one that summons from banished stone.
Okay.
Here, we have a Tamer and a Spiritual Beast monster, and we can make a contact fusion.
Oh yeah, contact fusing. Let's
go.
For
the Ulti Kanahau.
That's not going to be the last time we see that guy. Okay, so Ulti Kanahau now is going to activate its effect, right?
It has 2 effects. The first one is target 2 Ritual Beast cards to put to the graveyard.
Yeah.
And the second is a cost put to the extra deck to summon a Spiritual Beast monster and a Tamer. The crazy part of the new support is that this card is both. So it comes a Spiritual monster and
That's really
a
strong,
Tamer.
yeah.
So this card is already summoned, so I summon the Lara and the Kanahau, and this one goes to the graveyard, and I search, in this case, the Gwen.
Yeah, exactly. So Kanahog, it always will search, but at least one card gets returned, right? That's very important to note.
Yeah. Also, this effect, it works with Shifter, because return cards to the banished zone isn't the same that send.
True, yeah. Okay. That's a very good point.
Now that Kanahau is
back to the field,
I can banish another card.
Once more.
That is the Rampengu.
Rampengu now, all right.
In general, when you are playing this deck, you need to know the circle of the cards. The first is try to get one of the one card combos.
Okay.
Later, see if you will play with the graveyard or the banished stone to take the good out of the win of the Lara.
I see.
In case you have more cards, Inheritance is a card that can't search anything.
Cool.
So here I will make a Link 2, and I will make the Kimun Falcos.
Kimun Falcos. So in general, I think in the history of Yu-Gi-Oh, the Link 2s are always really good cards for impermanence or Valor and so on. So like initially, as I would be playing against this deck for the first time, I would be like, okay, that might be something I want to imperm. But let us know, is that a good thing to imperm? Are we good to do that?
Here it's decent. All depends if your hand is strong or not, because a lot of players keep the impermanence for the rank 4, that is the Banshee.
I see.
Also, the good Ritual Beast player, if has like a teleport, will keep in hand.
Yeah.
But here is a decent spot. But if you do in the cost, you will have 2 targets in the banished zone.
And then they can chain it, right? Because it's also a quick effect. That's the problem, yeah.
But in this case, I already summoned the 3, so...
True.
Okay, now I will activate the effect. The important thing is banish the Kanahau.
Okay.
To extra normal summon the Gwen. Gwen will target the Rampengu. At this point, Rampengu lets banish a Ritual Beast monster from my extra deck.
Yes.
That will be the Ultra Ratari at this point. And I will send a Ritual Beast monster with the same type. In this case, is Psychic, so I can send the Winda. That is a pretty good card going second.
For sure.
Now, Ritual Beast gets also a new crazy support, that is the Noku Draco.
Oh, yeah.
That this card can use the materials from the Banished Stone. So,
or from the graveyard, rather, right?
Or from the graveyard.
Yeah, exactly.
So, from the graveyard. So, you will banish the Winda, that you already sent with the Rampengu, and another name. Okay, it's important to keep some attributes in graveyard, in especially if you are playing the Nemesis pack
for
the Protoss line.
I see.
Yeah. So now you can use these 2. We already summoned the Lara and the Kanahau. If you are laning the deck with the friends, sometimes I put correctly.
Just to remember.
Just to remember.
Yeah, of course. Okay, so as I was saying, he's back.
He's back.
Okay, all right.
Here you can actually use the effect again to summon the Winda that we sent already with Rampengu, and we can target, for example, the Lara. Then we can tag out and summon the Gwen. That was the extra normal song with Kimun Falcos.
Yes.
And the search here will be, in this case, Elder.
Now we go Elder, okay. So we're getting more and more names into rotation, basically, right? We're doing very, very many steps just to get all of them out of the deck, basically.
Here, Winda is a good spot because it's a level 4 that helps for the rank 4s. And also, as same as the new Lara, it comes for Tamer and a Spiritualist monster. So we can keep in field to make the new Link 4 that is Ultra Ratari. Now, with the Rage of the Abyss support, this card also counters all the Azamina cards because it needs 2 tribute, and that's something crazy. And this card lets me add a Ritual Beast card to the Banished Stone to my hand and get another extra normal summon. So at this point, I can normal summon Elder, and Elder gets me another extra normal summon.
Normal summon, oh boy.
And of course, Kanahau is in once per turn, so I can banish another name.
That's true. Just a quick question in between. With all those normal summons, how much does Perulia hurt the deck? Multi-Army Perulia is potentially a bit of a problem for the deck?
If you want, I can show you 2 spicy lines that I did to don't get any draw.
Oh, no draws for Perulia? That's crazy.
And get a Floodgate plus a trap.
Okay, I see.
Fugalos is another problem.
Fugalos is a different thing.
But Perulia, I already solved that. Here, we can banish Apelio. Apelio is another level 4, and also is a Pyro monster that works with the Nemesis engine. So here we can banish these cards. Make here the 3rd Kanahau.
He's back.
Make the effect target, for example, this card and the Rampengu. tag out, summon the Apelio and the Elder, and here we can search like the...
Another trap card probably.
The trap,
We go for
that is
Steeds.
the
I
Steeds,
see,
yeah.
So Steeds is really good as it doesn't target on the opponent's side of the field, right? So that's exactly what you need against some of the decks.
Yeah, it helps, for example, against the Farking decks. They always keep the Kirin in hand and this card doesn't target. Here, we can check here a little the graveyard. With Apelio, we can banish, for example, Kimun Falcos. Have banished the monsters that are correctly summoned from the extra deck, like the Lynx. Can be summoned back with the Nochu Draco, and that's an important spot.
Okay, very, very important.
Here, we can make a Extit using these two monsters to the Banshee. If you are playing Babushka, you can try to go to Babushka, but in this case, Banshee is fine. You can detach a material, doesn't matter what you detach.
Yeah.
Add the Nemesis flag. Nemesis flag can special summon already to shuffle back the copy of any monster. And this one will search the
almighty Protoss.
The Protoss, or here we can play the corridor.
What do you think about that at the moment? Is that good enough at the moment? Because I think at Euros we saw you in the feature match plenty, and also at the World Championship, of course, and you were usually going for Protoss, right? That's what you were trying to do literally all the time. So do you think it's worth it at the moment for maybe also putting that Colossus in?
If we see the Niagara, YCS and Guayaquil, all the decks are Tempai or Fire King or Snake Eyes, so it's
it's just still Protoss, right?
Still Protoss, in my opinion. So here we have the Trap and Protoss. We can banish the Banshee, a light monster that could be, for example, the Noku.
Yeah.
We can steal here the Lara to protect any monster, and, for example, banish the Winda.
Yeah, that's some people forget that, right? The Lara is basically like Solomon Grade Bailings in the graveyard, right? When Ritual Beast cards get destroyed, she can just banish herself. And then the crazy part, she just actually activates the effect as a special, right? That's so good about her.
Yeah, here we can special summon the Protoss, and if Banshee is banished and we control a Pyro monster, we can summon this back.
Nice.
And here, it depends of what plays your opponent. For example, I will think that my opponent plays Fire. That is the most typical one.
True.
You can use the Banshee and the Elder to make a SP. With SP, you can have another name banish. That's important. For example, the Gwen. And now you can lock the Fire attribute to your opponent. And you have a Disruption of Ultra Laboratory, SP Little Knight, that you can banish your own Protoss, because Talents is a strong card to take the Protoss, and also the Stitch with a comeback and the four cards.
And more cards in hand, of course, yeah, absolutely. And I mean, what's cool about the Ritual Beast deck in this combo is you can technically, because all of them are like different attributes, right? Or like a lot of them.
Yeah.
So Protoss is very versatile in this deck, isn't it? Because you can like, depending on the opponent's deck, of course, it's dark itself, so against Jubel decks and stuff like that, it's also like really good to just go for it. So can you do any attribute, or is there any attribute that's hard to get to?
If the format is diverse...
Welcome back to more of your coverage here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series in Bologna. In front of me, I have our round 11 feature match, the penultimate Swiss round here. We have Dinka Bui versus Vincenzo Chiola, and Vincenzo has won the dice roll before we've come on stream. And are you going first? And Vincenzo is going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys over to your wonderful commentary trio. We're going to take you through this round 11 feature match. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Ed. In case you just turned in, my name is Leonard König. I'm joined by Mike Batuchas and Dinka Bui fanboy 29, Sebastian Lemke.
That's me for sure, Dinka Bui. What would be a YCS in Europe with the legendary Dinka Bui? He has won a YCS in Italy before. Remember back in the day, YCS Milano, not too far from here, and he's back. He's actually back though with a very interesting concept, because maybe for the first time ever, he's not the only person in the room playing the deck. He built the deck together with some really big names. And honestly, the last time Dinka Bui and Joshua Schmidt played the same deck in an event, they met in the finals, because that was YCS Utrecht not too long ago, where Joshua Schmidt came out on top. Very excited for this one, of course. He has a strong opponent here on the other side still. So, yeah, I couldn't be happier, as he said. Dinka Bui feature match. I love that.
And I think
if both of these players play the same deck, could be so good.
Must be, right? That can be the only solution. If those two masterminds end up with the same idea, has to be the best deck. And it's an underdog still.
Yeah, looks like it is maybe the deck to beat in the room, even though there are not too many duelists playing it. But the duelists are ready, so let's go over to the table to kick off feature match round 11.
First of all, Dinkabui does not have to worry about Joshua Schmidt just yet because it's Vincenzo Ciola, first of all, that he has to overcome. And that guy just won the die roll, which is going to give him, of course, a major advantage here because his Centurion deck, as you can see, is very good at going first.
Yep, and also he's playing the big Bestial package, which is very, very strong against Fiendsmith cards.
Oh yes, it is indeed. Trudea immediately gets met with Effect Veiler, and I like that.
That's big.
Yeah, for sure. And Dinkabui, of course, always is on top of competition. And at some point in the beginning, when the Centurion's deck did not have the support yet, it was usually good to just use Impermanent Veiler on the Synchro 12, but nowadays it's just better to do not even let them get to that part. Oh my, the Ash Blossom on the Lubellion, and that's a pass after a sad card. Dinkabui, even going second, cannot be stopped, stops his opponent instead.
I like the fact that Ash was activating Lubellion since there is a light on Dinkabui's graveyard, and Magnamut probably will have a target to resolve instead of Lubellion.
Yeah, it would have been so much value for sure.
Yeah, but that's not only a set card, that's also a sad card. Lacrima is a normal summon here. The turn was completely stopped off Vincenzo. Usually the deck doesn't need too much for a combo that isn't the biggest, but usually it kind of gets there somehow. But Dinkabui is just sitting there, needs one card, the Lacrima of Crimson Tears, or as we call it, Fiendsmith Lacrima. But Engraver is on the field now. Engraver has all that it needs, has got the Requiem in the graveyard to set up a send.
Yep, are we going to do that? That's not only one Engravers, but two now in the graveyard, or one of them in the graveyard, one on the field now. So we also would have the opportunity to go for a possible Caesar if we already want to go that route. But first of all, I would agree. We just... Necroco Princess maybe also something we want to consider here. Yep, that does look like a contact fusion there.
Probably there's an effect that can be activated in Dinka's hand, so he can draw.
Or you just want the extra body on the field, because now you can summon back the Engraver, and that's how you get into your sequence, that's how you get to your Wave King Caesar, that's how you get started. Only one monster is not good for Fiendsmith Kashtira, but two monsters, that's the goo.
Oh yes, it is. Dinkabui, it's a minimalistic deck for his standards.
Oh wow.
You gotta admit that, but it's still so good. And there is an old school card coming down the field here. That is, of course, the legendary Constellar Ptolemy M7, adding back the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring from the graveyard. Or trying to do so.
Constellar
players. Great combo, yes.
True. Constellar players rise up. The Ash gets back into the hand. I remember playing Constellar at Euros 2013 in side events, and I got myself a very cool mat.
Okay. Congratulations. I didn't congratulate you on that one yet, so
Thanks.
Glad you did it. So we're attacking with the M7. We are immediately summoning out a Zeus on top of it. So we got the Ash Blossom to our hand. So Dinkabui, he's keeping it simple.
I love this deck.
It's still probably good enough here.
I mean, he always does that. He always plays safe and be secure.
Oh, look. He just does not want Vincenzo having a Bestial in his hand. So the Lubellion number 2 also gets matched with still the same Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Normal Trudea, Zeus effect. It was an Impermanence waiting there, though. That is super strong. Honestly, I think Dinka kind of disregarded the Infinite Impermanence because... Oh, but there is still the Effect Veiler waiting in hand for the Trudea.
One more card in hand for Vincenzo.
One card left in hand for Vincenzo, indeed.
What could it be? Dinka has the follow-up of 2 cards, of course.
Typhon to the party.
Can I say that I really love this board, this field?
Yeah.
Meaning Typhon versus Zeus.
True. Absolutely. The two Star Slayers battling it out.
The question is, how does Dinkabui get to the monsters that he needs? And I think that's a rather easy answer, because there should still be the Engraver in the graveyard that is going to be able to access almost the entire engine that he has. Oh, and of course the Lacrima in the graveyard.
Can we also watch again Lacrima? Sending, yes.
Look, we didn't even shuffle, immediately the Lacrima out again.
That Joshua sent, so you can send it Desiree from the extra deck to the graveyard and trigger its effect.
That's true. So what are we going to send here? We're still in our deck. Maybe also, are we playing with Trap as well? Yeah. Dinka is also playing Fiendsmith in Paradise, so eventually that could go to the graveyard.
Yeah. So
and there it is, look, immediately he recognizes Fiendsmith in Paradise, and Vincenzo, yep, he's quite interested in that one because that is an uncommon sight, but it is a card that Dinkabui and Joshua Schmidt this weekend share in their main decks.
And if you didn't understand how that interaction worked earlier, Lacrima just, of course, shuffled itself back into the deck to special summon out the Requiem, then tribute the Requiem to summon out back the Lacrima of Crimson Tears. And now we also have the Engraver in the graveyard. Of course, we can just go for the Fiendsmith in Paradise to have extra removal on his side, because the Engraver is already set up in the graveyard. Another Requiem. I have been waiting for this ever since the Fiendsmith deck came out, that people just run Fiendsmith decks. And it is very cool, because the engine itself, it enabled so much chaos in combos before, but it in itself doesn't do too much. It just sets up some interruptions, it recycles endlessly, and this is honestly a playstyle that I really enjoy.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And honestly, the Fiendsmith engine kind of fell out of favor the last couple of weeks, because the Azamina engine actually took over in the Snake Eye decks at least. Also, Jubel wasn't as popular anymore, so you were seeing less and less Fiendsmith cards. And then, of course, when Dinkabui hears the word less or little or low, he's immediately going to be upbuilding that deck, and here he is now with kind of a almost pure Fiendsmith deck with a couple of Kashtira cards sprinkled in, and so far, of course, working out beautifully.
I mean, he found his way into my heart when he played MathMech at Euros 2022.
Oh yeah, true, he did that.
He didn't top cut because the deck really just didn't fit the meta there, but I loved it a lot. Now we got into the Wave King Caesar, so there is no crazy OTKs happening. There is no crazy game shots. We're just controlling this game.
And don't forget that Zeus is again in the extra deck.
Oh, right.
Oh, true.
No.
Return to the extra. Oh, and this time it's going to be even bigger, because there is Gaia Charger, but...
there is no way you have space in the extra deck for Gaia Dragon the Thunder Charger.
He's there. He's there, though. 4 material Zeus immediately activating. Is that a Phalanx, possibly, though? It is Centurion Phalanx. And that's going to mean that that Zeus is going to return without materials.
Yep, that is true. It is going to serve as a link fodder in the next turn. If something gets destroyed, then you will be able to attach something from the deck. However, we still have Fiendsmith in Paradise in the graveyard. And I just want to check if this card has any restrictions on it, that you need to control a Fiendsmith card or something. Which would also not be a problem, because you have Lacrima of the Crimson Tears in the graveyard. This engine is so interactive with your opponent in the opponent's turn. It's incroyable.
And you don't even need that. It can just bring one back whenever, whatever. So, yeah, set one card and pass. This game is so minimalistic, and that's the game plan. That's how this is designed. Stamp by phase. Vincenzo summoning back the Zeus to Dinka's side. One card to top deck. Is it going to be one that's good?
Is that either it's Effect Veiler or Trudea? That's
that's a big difference. Oh, yeah. Quite the different cards here in that scenario.
Or Primera.
Oh, it's over though! 1-0 for Dinkabui. Going first, going second, doesn't matter. Game number 1 goes to him with his Fiendsmith Kashtira strategy. And Leo, you've been telling me about it since yesterday morning, since you realized this is apparently a thing now. You're in love with this deck, right?
Yeah, I mean, I loved this deck when it was played with Bestials before, when you were playing those instead of the Kashtira cards, because I like having the option to go second so much with like 26 hand traps or even more sometimes. A minimalistic engine. I like that you can go into the Fiendsmith engine with basically anything, so even if you draw your Perulia or your Fuvalos, which some of them are not even playing, you can just go into your combo. Some of them next to a Bestial, some of them next to the Kashtira cards. Unicorn is such a high value card.
Oh yeah.
Taking apart the extra deck of your opponent, but also being able to be recyclable with the Kashtira Birth, actually keeping the Unicorn on the field also as an extra interruption on the opposing turn after a spell card. This deck has it all, and it plays so quickly. You have seen this. The turns were passed back and forth all the time. I'm not the biggest fan of these gigantic combo decks, because they just melt my brain every time I play them. So I like this so much more. I'm very in love with this deck.
Yeah, couldn't tell that it would have melted your brain at this point, but...
And the deck is very interactive. I mean, having all those hand traps, and of course, Fiendsmith Paradise, it's such an amazing card. I love the interaction, and I love that it also can give and follow-up and be interruption in your opponent's turn.
Yeah, and your endless resource gaming it's incredible. You can just send away your Desiree. You're playing multiple copies anyways, because you have space for Gaia Dragon, Thunder Charger, and Constellar Ptolemy M7 in your extra deck.
I played those cards in Virtual World, but it has been a while with that.
Right. You were kind of successful with Virtual World, right?
Yeah, not to talk about that though. Successful, of course, Dinkabui rather. And I also had a little bit of a chat with him yesterday, I think, after the last round of day 1. And he gave a little bit of insight that this is basically purely an event deck. And I love those decisions, right? When there is an event coming up, a big event, of course, you're over 2,500 players in Bologna, and you're sitting down there, they have a testing group together, and they worked on it so hard. They were like, this is our deck for the event. It's maybe not the best deck in the overall format right now. It is possibly, though, the best deck for this specific event, where people are making specific decisions tailored towards that event. And therefore, I always like it when that ends up in maybe not picking the best deck, but the best deck for an event instead.
Exactly. And their approach is very good. I really like that. Keep it simple. Summon one interruption like Caesar, for example, or Zeus, as we saw Tinka did, and then just interact with your opponent and try to stop him from playing the game.
Yeah, keep the other interruptions in hand. That's also, we have seen Tenpai is the most played deck. You can see that they are running Raigeki and Harpy's Feather Dust, and those cards do not really help against hand traps, so that is also a very, very nice approach. Of course, also Unicorn helps you. This deck is just absolutely amazing, but we see that our duelists are ready for game 2, so let's go over to the table. Fist bump. Approached correctly here, Dinkabui and Vincenzo are going to go into game 2 together. Is that not beautiful? And he lets him start, actually. And now there is a primitive pressured planet raid, so that gets ashed immediately. There we normal summon the Lacrima of Crimson Tears. Does Vincenzo have another? Oh, Ghost Ogre is it big? You can send a Graver here, no?
I think Vincenzo has just decided, I'm going to adapt to the playstyle of Dinkabui, which is going to immediately go after everything they activate, because Dinka just did the same with him in the last game. It was immediately Veiler, it was immediately Ash Blossom, and now we immediately go for the combination of Ash Blossom and Ogre instead. But you're right, there is going to be the Engraver in the graveyard now.
But was that Ogre not still very relevant? You're going to Requiem here. What can you do here? You have used the graveyard effect of Engraver, so you're going to Requiem and summon out the Lacrima of Crimson Tears again. You want to have it, of course. Attach them, you go to the
This is Caesar at least, right? We go to Necro Princess. Oh wait, we have activated the effect of Engraver already, though. Exactly. Yeah, you're right. But, oh my, we can still have another Engraver in hand, discarding it to also trigger the draw effect of Necro Princess now.
Yep,
and then we can just go Fiendsmith Tract, yeah, and there's our second monster. So we are at least going to set up Fiendsmith Sequence here, summoning out the Desiree possibly.
However, Tinka probably has sided out Fiendsmith in Paradise, believing that he may go second.
Yeah, good point. I can see that.
I mean, maybe this is also just a so good card that you need it in the Grand Game, because every interaction helps you. You have some ways of discarding, like the Fiendsmith Tract, so it's not the worst thing in the world if you draw it.
Yeah, I have to agree. It's definitely possible that's still in there. But we could only guess at this point, because Dinkabui, of course, right now only with a couple of cards in his hand, and I don't think I see a trap card in there. So he doesn't have it in the hand, but of course it might still very well be in the deck there. And there is the Fiendsmith Tract now. But I mean, if there is one person in the entire room here, in the entire tournament, that can adapt to new situations that he maybe has never seen before, it obviously is Dinkabui. And I mean, let me tell you, there probably is no situations that he has never seen before. This guy plays Yu-Gi-Oh! Non-stop. He has probably seen all the situations with this deck before. He knows all the scenarios, and he's now activating the effect of Fiendsmith Sequence.
And there is no effect Veiler, no impermanence, no Gorst Mono or Moonlit Shield. There is nothing to stop that from happening. Desiree is being summoned here through 2 hand trips.
Yep, no biggie.
Big combo here, big combo.
And I think there are 4 cards in hands of Tinkas.
Oh, we link off the Desiree. What is about to happen here? Of course, yeah, we saw that in the round number 1 feature match with Joshua Schmidt. The new addition to the Fiendsmith deck, the Fiendsmith Agnum Day, is being summoned. And therefore now, the Desiree actually has 2 Link monsters equipped to it.
Yep, that is good protection here as well. Vincenzo is going to have to play with 4 cards. The field is not too impressive, of course, but there is multiple options for Dinkabui. He has the Lacrima of Crimson Tears in his graveyard, so he can go for the route of using it, putting it back into the deck, summon Requiem, summon out the Lacrima from the deck as well, and then sending the Paradise if it is still in the main deck. But first of all, Vincenzo is going to summon the Centurion Primera, and now let's see if Dinkabui decides to immediately interact with it. He has the Desiree that could just stop this from happening. And I mean, the Centurion deck is not known for its 1000 extenders, right?
We do use the Desiree right away, and we're going to negate the Primera indeed. Are we going to negate anything else? I think that's what Dinka right now is debating. Are we negating our own field spell, possibly? To make our own monsters smaller?
Sure thing. Is he
oh, look at that!
Oh, he's negating the Agnes.
Probably to play around Typhon.
Oh.
Yeah, you're right. That's a very fair point. Very valid point. Possibly playing around Typhon here, making the attack points of the Desiree go down enough so it would not be affected by the Typhon anymore.
But isn't there also sequence giving attack?
Sequence, it doesn't give attack. The newest link gives, I think.
Right.
But still, like, if we summon out the Typhon, that's 2 different monsters with the field spell boost. Yeah, I think it's still small enough. There's Typhon now, which Dinkabui, of course, in his mastermind already played around, using the effect of Typhon. Hold on, hold back. We have to still Veiler it. Okay, so it did not play around Typhon exactly, and there is a card to play around the Veiler, though, called by the grave. So Desiree is gone, and the important part here is it doesn't go to the graveyard.
Yeah, but does that stress us out as Dinkabui? Because we have talked about it, there are resources in the graveyard now even more than before, because you have 2 more Fiend-Light Link monsters. You have the Lacrima in the graveyard. There might also still be an Engraver in the graveyard. No, actually, it's just the Lacrima. But that is fine, right?
Lacrima brings out Requiem.
I'm probably sure that Engraver will be in a moment in the graveyard.
Yeah.
I think we had 3 in total on our first turn, right? I think we shuffled back 2 for the fusion of the Desiree, but there should still be 1 in there.
Leaves the Requiem on the field, starts his turn with Requiem effect here. Wants to see what the top deck could be. Maybe wants to actually draw into another Fiendsmith card, thus not thinning out the deck there. Lacrima is being summoned, and it's going to send the Engraver, and Vincenzo might realize that this Fiendsmith engine, which was known to combo versus players, that it's outgrinding Centurion.
Yeah.
Heavily.
Absolutely. This might be, as you have been saying, the exploration of this tournament. This might be a trend starting from here on out. This might be the new, possibly, best deck in the entire meta. It's possibly, or it's definitely at this point already a huge threat to be reckoned here for this tournament, that's for sure. Okay, we do get to send the Typhon there with the Engraver effect. And it's doing all of that every single turn, Leo. Like, I love the recursion. You've been praising the recursion of this deck, and it's really so good with that. Like, every single turn, 2 monsters, do with it whatever you want. X-Seeds, Link Summons, Fusion Summons, everything the deck has to offer.
There's 2 more cards in hand. I feel like one of them is Perulia, so
the other one is the field spell of Castillo, I believe.
Oh yeah, which does not help you too much in this situation, I suppose. But
yeah, it was probably drawn for turn, and he already had the Requiem on the field.
Yeah. All right, so it's these 2 empty field in terms of monsters for Vincenzo. That's a Link 2 summon going into sequence once more.
The next one, and of course there are 2 Desiree in the extra deck. Impermanence is being used here. How many effects has Dinkabui used from his graveyard already? Because other than that, there is not really a play for him anymore. Or there's no way to get up an interruption. There is 1 set card on the side of Dinkabui. But you have said earlier that you couldn't spy on a trap card in the hand of Dinkabui. That would be another non-interruption. Then what card could it be?
Normal summon the Perulia. Yeah, I'm also curious. I don't really necessarily know what the set card is. There is a card in his side deck that is pretty much tailored towards the Centurion matchup, which may randomly be there and didn't have any use so far, which is Typhoon. We just saw Typhon on the field, but there's Typhoon in the side deck of Dinkabui actually, which would be a very, very good in general, a very good card in general against Bestial Centurion. There was just no use for it just yet, so possibly that's there.
Are we going into Agnum here? Do we have another one in the extra deck? Because you can use
probably SP, since it's a very good interaction against the Centurions.
Yeah.
SP on the Primera.
You can just chill with it, right? It is another interaction, you said it. And you have the Lacrima in the graveyard.
So probably the game play from Dinka is to make SP, force his opponent to enter battle phase in order to destroy it, and then get a turn, activate the Castira field spell, and play with the Castiras, probably.
Sounds good.
I like that.
Yeah. Sounds like a really, really solid plan, as per usual from Mr. Dinkabui.
I mean, you still have the Lacrima. When you considered going second, when you side in the Perulia, you might not actually have the Fallen Paradise in deck.
Yeah. I think it's very likely. Okay, there is the Centurion Archery being normal summoned now. Crucial question here at the moment, of course, how many attack points that Centurion Archery has, and the answer is 1800. Therefore, big enough to attack over the Little Knight.
But that means that you can't get the free card draw if you want to attack all the SP Little Knight, because otherwise I think Dinkabui would have a decent shot at banishing it.
Yeah, for sure. So
actually, is there even a Centurion card in the graveyard? Because the Primera is banished.
Well, look, he's showing it to us, and I don't think there was one, yeah? I don't think there's any Centurion cards in the graveyard. I think the other card in hand is a Trudea, actually. So we have picked up a good draw, but not a good draw into the SP Little Knight, and therefore heads-up play once more by Dinkabui to go for that SP Little Knight there, because it was a pretty good interruption for the possible Trudea that even in fact was there then, but couldn't do what it was supposed to do.
Sequence is being shuffled back into the... Oh, it is being summoned back, of course. We're not going for the pressured planet route, because I think at this point we are valuing the Fiendsmith cards a little more.
And another card is being picked up. So only that small-ish archery. I mean, archery was big enough to attack over the SP Little Knight, but it's certainly not going to be big enough to withstand against a Desiree now being fusion summoned off of the sequence. And look at that. That's the good thing about it. You recycle all of your extra deck monsters as well, but just fusion summoning with them. This is so crazy.
And you're also recycling your main deck, so you're basically recycling everything.
And there's Requiem again, man. Just getting the Lacrima out one more time. Lacrima effect was used in the end phase, therefore it's fresh to be used again for this turn as well. And we're going, what do we even need at this point? I mean, there's only one Engraver, so let's just send another one, maybe.
If you have Paradise, you send it now, because you have the Engraver already. If you don't, I reckon it might be another Engraver. Because how many cards do you even have in the deck? And there is the Paradise.
It is, though.
So we have been very, very patient with that card. It's also completely impressive from Dinkabui. Now the Engraver is being activated. Sends back the Requiem. Can he get rid of the archery via effect?
There is the Engraver now. And that's more and more damage lining up here, right? We're getting close to maybe even having more than 6,300 here at this point. Engraver effect. Oh. Yup, getting rid of archery. Is that going to be the battle phase here, possibly?
Requiem is going to attach to Desiree. And we have the Planet Wraitsoth on the field that gives extra attack. Only 100 because all of them are light. So that is not too much. Wraitsoth increases the attack of your monsters by 100 for each different attribute that you have. If you have 3 monsters that are light, it's going to be only 100.
And there it is! Does not even drop a game. 2-0 Dinkabui. And he is now a 10-1 record in the tournament, meaning he pretty much locks up for top cut, right?
Look at how chill he was during that game. There was no big combo that you were trying to enable, not like an angle that you're trying to find to get into your place. He just played every single turn like it was Time Wizard 2005.
Indeed, keep it simple, interact with your opponent, and just try to play the game and keep your resources.
Yeah, but honestly, it does feel like Time Wizard a little bit, yeah.
I love this. A lot. This deck was just so powerful because it never let his opponent get into the game. Centurion is known for being very, very good at grinding, at keeping those resources. There wasn't even a level 12 synchro summoned.
There was no synchro summon at all, right?
No.
I don't think he got to synchro summon a single time, which is pretty tough for a Centurion deck.
Yeah, he didn't get to do anything in 2 games. He even got to start in the first one. Dinkabui was just outgrinding the resources. There were loads of hand traps that were thrown at him. He just didn't care at all. This deck is just, it's massive.
It looks good.
Can I say that the deck seems a little bit simple, however, it needs so good resource management.
Yeah.
I mean, the Finsmith, which one will you send to the extra deck again, and in order to what you will send to with the agreement to the graveyard, it's very important, and to keep your resources keep going and have always the Finsmith engine going.
To be honest, I think we only saw like 8 different extra deck cards, so maybe he even had like everything twice in his extra deck, didn't even need those cards. So the resources are basically endless there, but that would mean that you can afford to just play everything once and have so many different utility cards. You could even play Nightmares at this point.
Yeah, why not? I mean, I don't think they're in here, but there's definitely plenty of flexibility spots. But those scenarios are, of course, also scenarios that do favor someone like Dinka Bui, right?
Yeah.
Because he is putting in the effort trying to figure out what the best flexibility cards for this tournament, for this format might be. So you can be sure that out of those 15 cards in his extra deck, out of those maybe 7 or 8 flex spots, he found the right ones.
Dinka Bui looks very scary with the meta deck. I want to say this is we have seen him so many times with different decks, with crazy approaches to different decks, and every single time it always looked, because of the deck difference, looked a little bit like an uphill climb, which he managed to do, definitely. So he climbed all the way to multiple YCS wins, and every time you went, oh wow, he does this with the deck, he does that with the deck. Now he's playing possibly the best deck for the tournament in the room. And it looked effortless.
Is it scary that Tinka plays a meta deck?
Yeah, absolutely.
Super scary. I mean, the rivalry, it's interesting to see how the rivalry between Dinka Bui and Joshua Schmidt now kind of is turning into a friendship, working together on this deck here. But still, I mean, it might be Joshua Schmidt that he has to overcome eventually, because Joshua Schmidt did not only beat him in the finals of YCS Utrecht, he also beat him in the semi-finals of YCS Bologna last year to then take the title in the end. So if he wants to win, maybe he will have to play Mr. Joshua Schmidt again. But for now, man of the hour, of course, is Dinka Bui, winning our featured match. So let's hear it for himself and Marcello Barberi.
Thank you, Seb, and yes, indeed, we are with the man of the hour. Congratulations, Dinka, yet another amazing performance, and now you're locked in for top 64.
I'm so relieved, yeah.
Yes, totally. I can sense it, and yeah, you can play the last round pretty chill, or just take a nap in the meantime. So it was a great match, and once again, you know, it's always nice and refreshing to see you play on stage, and I guess you're getting more used to it, but it's always, you know, can be a bit nervous. First, before we show some of the clips, obviously the talk has been about your deck, and a lot of actually really known players are bringing a similar, if not the same version of the deck. We saw Joshua all the way back in round 1. We have Pac. We have, you know, a lot of other players. So how did this group came to be? Did you all, I guess, collaborate together for the idea, or?
We basically worked with the team, Team Rate and Trade, together to build the deck, and some friends joined us. Everyone except for one person, I think, in our team or a circle, played the deck in the end. Because we wanted a deck which has enough room to fit all the non-engine, but also has a solid engine to push through hand traps. Kachira cards and Prince of cards are insane for that purpose, because both of them do really well into hand traps and offer you a very good grind game.
Absolutely, and yeah, it has been proven the case. I think most of you are doing really well at the moment, so that's great to hear. We'll see at the end what the conversion rate will look like. But obviously, in the past, you have been known for playing, you know, unconventional strategies. This time around, it's kind of a different approach, because it's still an unconventional deck, but like the cards are more known. And,
that's true.
Yeah, but it's still very, very interesting as an approach. I'm not gonna lie, they have been jinxing you a little bit, because they mentioned that the last time you and Joshua played the same deck, or at least the same type of deck you played in the finals. But obviously, I'm gonna wish you to have a different ending. So
it's still fine for me.
Yeah,
getting second place is totally fine for me.
But yeah, my last question for you before we move on is, obviously, whenever you start a new season, maybe is the case that you pose yourself some objectives. I don't know if that is the case for you, looking forward to this new season back in YCS Lille and now YCS Bologna. Do you have any plans for this season? Do you, I don't know, want to qualify for Worlds, or like, do you do any of that at all? Or
I don't have any specific plans. I just play event by event and look how it goes. I don't want to grind for Worlds, or for the Worlds playoff at least. But if I get to Euros into top 4, I take it.
Absolutely, and yeah, we're gonna wish you best of luck with that. But yeah, without further ado, I think we can bring up the first clip of the match, which was your opponent gets to go first. You interrupt him with a Veiler, and then obviously this Ashe is enough to stop him. And yeah, I mean, I guess Centurion is a deck that you must have prepared for. Looking forward to the event.
Yes, it's a deck we try to beat with our deck, because engine on engine our deck wins, because our engine plays really well into hand traps, but their engine doesn't. And yeah, I think I opened like 4 hand traps and a Lacrima, so I knew I stopped every card he plays. And then North Lacrima to win the game.
Yeah, and that's exactly the second clip I want to show, because you actually end up in the next clip making quite the unconventional line, because here a lot of people were expecting, you know, maybe something else, but here comes the M7, and I really like this found from you.
Yeah, there's one unknown card. It's probably an Imperm. So there are 3 different options: either it's Caesar, it's Sequence, or it's Zeus. Caesar and Sequence both lose to Imperm. M7 into Zeus does not, because you always get an interruption.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter where he imperms. If he imperms M7, you have the Zeus. If he imperms the Zeus, you have the Ash Blossom in hand. And that's all you need to grind that match out.
Yeah, absolutely. And it makes a lot of sense. In the previous turn, you saw that the Ash was enough to stop him. So it was most likely the kind of similar to how Salaman Great plays back in the day with the Sunlight Wolf recovering the Ash. It was a really great find. And game 1 pretty much went smoothly thanks to this. As you have mentioned, you can grind with your engine. But then game 2 is interesting in the next clip, because the game starts and your opponent actually lets you go first.
Yeah.
That surprised
me? A bit, yes, a bit. But I don't have that many dead cards going first. It's just a Purulia.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I drew it.
Yeah,
but my hand was good enough to push through both his hand traps, because, as I said, both engines, the cash cards and the Fiendsmith cards, push really well into hand traps like Ash and Ghost Ogre.
And as we can see in the next clip, you actually end up on a pretty solid field through hand traps. He tried to push with this Typhon, which was, you know, at least fun to see, because in the previous game he also tried, but it didn't really quite go well. But I think you're happy with this, right?
Yes, whenever he summoned the Typhon, I was like, yeah, the game is basically over, because he cannot play anymore this turn. Even if he is a call play, it's fine, because I still have all the Fiendsmith cards to come back, and the engine was rolling anyway, so I can do all the same things back again in the next turn. So
absolutely.
I was absolutely fine. And I still had hand traps to back it up.
Yeah, and that's why I think in our last clip I want to bring up the MVP, I think, of the match, which has to be the Lacrima.
Lacrimas, yeah.
It does
that
so much,
insane,
right?
Yes. Every turn you get back a Requiem or even a Sequence. Like here in this spot, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
And here the game is over.
Yeah, it just gives you so much utility later on. As you mentioned, you can probably the goal, I mean, at least from an external point of view, is to simplify the game as much as possible.
Yes, with all that, and then you just close up the game with the Fiendsmith cards.
Yeah, and that's that's absolutely great. So I guess after thanking you, if there was just one matchup that you are afraid of or that you don't want to face walking into Top Cut, is there any really? Or
there are 2, I would say.
Okay.
One is Ubel, because Ubel is very hard to hand trap.
Yeah.
And the other one is Slap, because the deck does not do well into traps, and all the hand traps are pretty bad into the lap.
Absolutely. Maybe coming from you as a lap expert, you can see some bias. There is one less lap player you have to worry about, I guess, in yourself. But no, thank you again, Dinka, a lot for being with us. Obviously, we're going to see you in Top Cut, so maybe we'll get the chance to feature you again later on. So best of luck.
Thanks.
And yeah, thank you guys for being with us. But that was the end of our post-match analysis, so let's bring it over to Ed.
Marcello, and well done there to Dinka Bui, who we will be seeing in the Top Cut later on. Now, that game was over relatively swiftly, so we're going to have a little bit of a wait before our final round of Swiss. Round 12's feature match is going to be coming up very soon, but we have plenty of coverage coming your way that we've pre-recorded for your personal delectation. For instance, we're going to go back to that Ritual Beasts deck combo tutorial in just a moment, but be aware, we've got plenty of duels that we've recorded from alternate formats. We've got some Time Wizard stuff, including the longest Time Wizard Paleo mirror match between Tom and Alberto in the world. It's so long, we had to trim it into 3 separate parts, and inevitably we'll still have to pause those. So you've got plenty of great Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game content coming your way. Anyway, let's go back to some Ritual Beasts.
card to take the Protoss and also the Stitch with a comeback and the
more cards in hand, of course, yeah, absolutely. And I mean, what's cool about the Ritual Beast deck and this combo is you can technically, because all of them are like different attributes, right? Or like a lot of them.
Yeah.
So Protoss is very versatile in this deck, isn't it? Because you can like, depending on the opponent's deck, of course, it's dark itself, so against Jubel decks and stuff like that, it's also like really good to just go for it. So can you do any attribute, or is there any attribute that's hard to get to?
If the format is diverse and you can know what is playing your opponent, you can play Reprodocus to become any monster, the attribute that you want.
Yeah,
so you can make the Protoss maybe water. Now that the Mermail cards are begun to the TCG, you can make. But yeah, this is the most basic one.
Yeah, it's a really cool combo. Also, I mean, now we have that link for the Ulti-Raratory. How much did it hurt the deck that Appaloosa is not around anymore? Because in the beginning, of course, you were just usually also going for Appaloosa, as that's also a Link 4, which can protect against things. But is this
the only problem
still good enough?
Is the Nibiru.
Yeah, I see.
But now the decks are playing Impulse, and that locks the Lai attributes.
Ooh.
But the hands that pass over Nibiru are the hands that you start with 2 card combos plus a Ritual Beast name, that are the Elder plus Kanahau, Elder plus Rampengu, that is there, or the Lara plus any of these names.
So basically, if you have a lot of engine, Nibiru can be played through, right?
Yeah. Or also you can play Book of Eclipse, that puts the monster face down.
Very much.
And that prevents the Nib, yeah.
Yeah, and contact fusions are, of course, still possible, which is really good. And then, I mean, you mentioned Dominus Impulse. Your deck can't play Dominus Impulse, right?
Yeah. But
so, yeah, exactly. As I was just seeing there, you can instead play the old version of the card, basically, the Dominus Purge. What do you think about that card? Is it good at the moment for this deck?
Yes, also I see that another now player that is Herman Hansson is playing this card in his Ritual Beast deck. The problem is that you lose the Protoss win second, because you can use fire or dark. But for the future of the deck, that I think that the popular will be the hand trap one, you can still make in a solid board, making the Babushka that is Earth. Also, you can play cards like Cross Ship that has a good engine with the Dominus Purge. I think that is very good, but because in general you will have always a trap in graveyard to
to have the extra additional effect, of course. So what's interesting to see is Nibiru is probably the biggest problem for the deck. Of course, you say some of the hands will be playing through it, but like it's the most impactful card against the deck. But Nibiru is not in the format right now, as you were just saying, because usually people are more so trying to go for the Dominus Impact. So would you say the deck right now is in a good position for the format?
For sure.
For sure. Okay. I mean, you hear that from the man that made top 8 at the World Championship. Of course, Euros also in the finals, and you showed us how good this deck can be, and it's great to see that you're still going with the deck and you're still powering through. So thank you so much for showing us all those Ritual Beast combos, and so you guys at home should definitely make sure to also try that out yourself. Ritual Beast is a very, I would say, underexplored deck, because it's very complicated and has a lot of things to do, so it's very hard to pick up in the beginning. But then when you get used to it, as you can see, you can, for example, get into the top 8 of the World Championship even. So thank you for the deck profile here with us. And everyone, we go back to the live coverage of YCS Bologna, so see you soon for more content.
Hi everyone and welcome back to the coverage from YCS Bologna 2024. Here we are with yet another Master versus Caster, and I'm actually super excited to be here facing off against Lua. Great having you here, and it's actually going to be a unique Master versus Caster one, I want to say, because in the past we have had players who were mainly known for results they have had in the standard Yu-Gi-Oh scene, and although you do have a solid background in that as well, you are officially a Master of Ultimate Time Wizard, as you are the current reigning European champion for the Ultimate Time Wizard, which was 2010. So congratulations on that. And in general, how was the season? How was that experience of winning that event?
It was amazing. I played the Yu-Gi-Oh! National Championship for Sweden in 2024 for advanced formats.
Yeah.
It didn't go too well. I played Snake Eye.
Okay.
So I decided just to focus on 2010 Time Wizard format instead. As I've been playing that quite on and off for a few years, even popularized back in 2016 at locals, just having some casual games with the Dandy Drill deck, which is not very good anymore, but it was good back then.
Yeah.
So I really like playing Ultimate Time Wizard just because it's a different experience than playing Modern. The way I kind of categorize it in my head is Modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like a puzzle. You see a puzzle, you're trying to put the pieces together and try to resolve your combo in the best way and crack apart their board. While older Yu-Gi-Oh! Usually before Links came out, it is more like chess, where it's very strategic and back and forth and small interactions rather than a whole puzzle that you're trying to do. But then your deck is a bit like a puzzle, something a modern invention of the Time Wizard format.
I guess so. But yeah, in the meantime, we'll keep having a bit of an interview, but I'll try to face off against him. First time, I'm probably on the lower end side when it comes to having this face-off, but it's great to be playing against the same deck that you have won the European Championship with, right?
Yeah, a few changes, but the same deck.
Why? So what do you like that much about Blackwing in general?
It's not that I really love the Blackwing deck as a whole. I'm not very nostalgic for cards like Shura. I started playing 2014.
All right.
But I really like the play style of the deck, where it's very back and forth, and you trade cards and their resources against you, sort of like chess.
Yeah.
It's not like a combo deck where you're hoping to resolve your cards and overwhelm your opponent. Instead, you trade one-for-ones and you make reads based on what they have. You do different plays. And it's a very fair deck. Like, sure, you have Dark Arm Dragon, which is one of the best cards and a bomb in your deck, but usually you end up trading one-for-one with they attack into your battle trap, you attack, and then you use Kalut to attack over their monster. It's very strategic in that way, and that's what I really like about the Blackwing deck.
Absolutely, and no, I do agree, especially when people hear that I am in the Yu-Gi-Oh scene and they have never played a game. I use the chess comparison a lot, so I like that you are picking up on it. But let's do something that in chess is not that common, though, which is let's roll a dice to see who starts. So. Okay, a 6, below average, and yeah, I think
9.
that's enough.
I'll go first.
Perfect, so good luck on that, and yeah, we'll keep having a shot in the meantime, but...
So, since this is March 2010, I'm going to draw a card for turn.
Absolutely.
Putting my hand to 6 cards.
Yep. And obviously, we have also been mentioning the Quarter Century Bonanza just came out, and with that we get a lot of, nostalgia pool cards for both of our decks, actually, from the Black Wirewind, which is probably the key card.
And Kalut as well, and Vayu.
Yeah, which I hope you don't have, at least the Black Wirewind. But yeah, you can get a lot of those cards and try out the decks, and all right.
I'll sell 1 back row and 1 monster.
Interesting.
And pass over to you.
Okay, I'll also get my 6th card. Do you want to use anything in the
No, you're good. Main phase is fine.
All right.
No dust shoots.
That's great to hear. And yeah, I mean, definitely unusual start. You think that's more of a value pick, but
yeah, if I was facing off against something like this, I would expect it to be a Raikou face down.
Yeah, but I mean, gonna take it as low as you would expect. Just a face down on my own, and
no back row?
No back row, no Icarus attack bait, so you can continue with that. I'll give it to you, yeah.
Enter the main phase, set a back row.
Okay.
It's back to you.
All right. Gonna take
very methodic, slow play game.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna match the Paleo mirror match. That's gonna be shown. But yeah, we're trying. Stand by main.
Yep, it's fine.
Let's see. I'm gonna tribute my good old Treeburn for one of those QCRs directly
from Bonanza.
Bonanza, so the Raiza. If the summon is okay, I'll try to target your monster.
I will not negate the summon.
Alright. So, yeah.
I'm just thinking on the effective.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
I will chain my curse attack,
okay.
tributing my face down Vayu to target my face down card and your Raiza.
Yata is coming.
You want to respond?
Let's see. I'm not responding.
Okay, then I want to chain Yata.
Okay, perfect.
Of course.
Sounds good.
A very interesting tech. Well,
yeah, I like it a lot.
You play it over Upstart Goblin because it's a trap. Very interesting thing.
Yeah. Did you play it back at the European Championship as well? Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a lot, and especially in in these kind of events, I feel like players not often know how to play against that. They will jump your heavy storm, and you can really get off guard. And yeah, that's great. Not for me, but yeah, I'm done with my turn. You can start. What's your favorite monarch? Random question.
For sure.
Okay.
I won the Giant Kaius at Euros, so.
Oh yeah, that was.
It's also the coolest one by far. I really like the Dark Monsters. I think they have a very unique look to them.
I agree. And the power level as well changed rapidly.
It is the strongest one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll go to the main phase 1.
Yep.
Activate Allure Darkness.
Sure.
Drawing me 2 cards.
Yep. Also a card in Bonanza.
I'm banishing a dark from my hand.
Alright.
Yeah. Particularly for these old formats, I really enjoy playing the old cards that we had back then. Now these are the reprints from 2015, but Allure Darkness I prefer playing in the old school Ultimate Rare.
You can play in a lot of different ways. Obviously, depending on the nostalgia factor, as you've mentioned, if you have been playing back in the day. Also for me, I had the chance to just still own some of the cards from back in the day, and it's obviously a nice feeling. But yeah,
it's a very cool thing though to match your entire deck in QCR rate.
Yeah,
if that's something you enjoy.
Absolutely. But
just missing a few more cards that maybe come in the future.
Yeah, I'm not quite there yet. But yeah, can be a good challenge.
I will normally summon Blizzard. Use the effect to bring back my Vayu from the graveyard.
Sure. Works for me.
Attack of 1300.
I'll take it. First damage.
67?
Yep.
Any hand effects after you take the damage?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm keeping it for later.
I'll set 2 cards.
Yeah.
Pass to you.
Draw. Stand by.
Yep.
I'll try to use my 3-burn frag.
That's fine.
I think on deposition, actually. We might go aggressive with it.
Oh, it's aggressive with 100 attack?
Yeah. It's scary, right?
Oh, my Vayu is 0, so you could attack over
that's why.
My Blizzard is 0 too, if you can put it face down.
Sure. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna bring it up in attack mode.
Okay. And then when you're trying to leave standby phase, I'm gonna activate Trap Astute.
Yeah. That works for me. There you go. Quite a few options.
Yeah. I think I have to put back the Substitute.
Yeah, it could be.
A bit too much of a threat.
Alright.
So Jump Synchron, Battle Fader, Soul Exchange, Econ, and Raiza.
Yeah, Substitute is definitely the key, especially of this version of the deck. Can do so much, but you never know if there is a Royal Oppression face down, so that can be scary. Let's see. So. We do have some interesting options. No, I'm gonna enter main phase.
That's okay.
And I'm gonna tribute for Raiza if the summon is right. I'm gonna send back the Vayu to the top. And then I'm gonna test out your Kalut. Let's see. Prison. Sure, that works. Yeah, you can go. So I'm a big time with the fan, of course, having played the deck and the game from back in the day. And you have mentioned that you have a bit of experience in both fields. How do you think the Ultimate Time Wizard compares to an event like a regular YCS or a national championship? Because I think arguably it can be even tougher to top it since you have to go X1, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. I played YCS Lille for the Ultimate Time Wizard.
Yeah.
And my record was 6-0. That's a pretty good start, right? But then I unfortunately lost 2 in a row and ended up 9th place out of the top 8 cut.
Yeah.
So it's a bit harder in the sense that you kind of have to go X1, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
There's only people who went 7-1 were able to top. But I think it's a bit easier for someone who maybe doesn't have all the time to commit to playing modern Yu-Gi-Oh! You really need to stay focused on the game for a long time and really learn all the new cards. Currently in my life right now, I try to put working a higher priority, so I don't really...
Yeah, you need to balance it,
yeah,
basically.
I can't really put all that time as I did a few years ago when I won the Swedish National Championship 2 years in a row as I can now. So I prefer playing something that's locked. At least the card pool is locked.
Yeah.
Even though people come up with new variations how to play the deck. For example, something like Legacy of Yadagarasi was not played back then. And your deck, the way it's being played, was not played back then either. But at least the card pool is the same, so I don't need to learn any new cards. And that helps when you don't really have that much time commitment at the moment to put into Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah,
so I really enjoy it.
Makes a lot of sense.
But I'm going to almost want to Vayu.
All right.
And attack for 800 and 13. Unless you want to drop the Battle Fader.
Gonna think about it, but no, for now I'll take both.
Yeah,
so it's 21, go down to 46.
Yes.
I do agree with you. Like, the beauty of it is that you can still invest time and, find these niche touches, but at the same time, you're always going to be able to just bring the deck you're comfortable with. And as you mentioned, it hasn't changed. It's still, perfectly fine. And yeah, you can do well.
Yeah, I'll set a background pass to you.
Yeah. I'll draw. And yeah, I'll just use the Tribune Frog effect.
Yes.
And I'm gonna enter main phase, if that's all right with you.
Yeah, no response.
I will activate Soul Exchange on the Blizzard.
That's okay.
And then I'll summon the Light and Darkness. Ooh. Spicy one. Yeah. That's it on my end. Vayu might be the enemy #1 for this card.
Yeah, he has drained it by using it immediately.
You need to pair it with a Sirocco for now. Let's see if you got it.
Let's see here.
So let's have, just one dark.
I think I'll have to pass to you here.
All right. Take a draw. Not gonna lie, I'm a bit afraid of your shirt, because it reminds me of some scary cards that might come out. Yeah, always great to, match the Time Wizard with some, Time Wizard shirts, we could say, from back in the day. Yeah, I'll just skip the 3-burn for now, if you don't mind. Yeah,
that's okay.
Probably, and just enter main phase. Yeah, I'll just try to attack over your Vayu, make your life easier.
You have 4 cards in hand.
Yeah, 4 cards.
Yeah, the attack is okay. Do we want to do anything before we enter the damage step?
Nope.
So in damage step, I would like to use a Kalut.
Sure.
So he triggers immediately, trying to negate it.
Yep.
And I'm going to chain another Kalut.
Perfect. So 22. And yeah, that's good for me. So you take 100, right?
Yes.
So 79. And I enter main phase 2. Yeah, you can go. Let's see it.
I'll set one and go to you.
Draw. Standby main. I'll just try to attack. I mean, just put it next to it.
I'll take 22. Man, 57.
23, right? Yeah.
23.
Yes. So 56
yeah.
To 46. Yeah, you can go. Let's see. We can sit on this guy for a bit. So you've mentioned you played a bit later on in the day, and although obviously Time Wizard is not just 2010, you can play any format. Do you have a favorite format or like deck outside of 2010?
I'm
or
a really
just
big
in general?
fan of 2015, right when Northern was released, and the 2015 Megatins. So right before Dimension of Chaos, so we still had Necros, BA, and Shaddolls, but with the release of Cosmos in the early stages. I really liked that format. I felt it was very diverse, and there was a lot of different decks you could play that all felt very different.
Yeah, totally agree.
Not only the lore of Necros, Shaddolls, Clifford, and Burning Abyss, but also the playstyle, the way the deck plays were very different. And I really enjoyed that part of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, no, Necrots is also among my favorite decks of all time. And if you had to pick like a deck, just that is your favorite of all, do you have a favorite deck of all time?
Probably Burning Abyss.
Okay, that's not my jam, but I respect it. Yeah, I mean, we're in Italy, so, the team of Dante is always cool. And is any of the cards related to that? Like your favorite card, is it a Burning Abyss card or nah, completely? Do you have a favorite one?
I have a lot of cards. It's very different to narrow it down to one.
Yeah, okay.
But if I had to, I really like the mill aspect. So maybe something like Dante or Minerva, the Exalted Lightsworn would be my favorite. That's probably why I enjoy the BA deck so much, because you get to see a lot of cards in your deck. Usually it's only kept to your draw phase and the card you can search from your deck from there. But by milling, you can really go through your entire deck and see a lot of different options. Something like Tier Elements, where you're able to play certain cards that are only good in the graveyard and not in the hand. So you play a lot of cards that let you, not only let you mill and just go through your deck that way, but also cards that are payoffs in the graveyard. I really think those kind of decks are very cool, because it's a different deck building than just building a normal deck, because it's not only cards you draw, it's the cards that you mill, and the longevity of the game that you have to think about.
Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. So
I'll pass back to you here.
Sure. I'll take a draw. Interesting times. But nah, I think I'll still keep the same idea. So standby main and battle phase.
That's okay.
Okay.
33.
Yep, 33. And pass. Keeping it straight line.
There's a lot to think about.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot. Okay.
I'll pass back to you.
Draw. Okay. I think I want to change things up. So think I'll actually attempt to use my Treeborn Frog until
no
I
response.
have...
So you keep negating it?
Yeah, I'll keep negating it
so
until it finally comes back.
Light and Darkness is at 300?
Yeah, I think it's 800 because the defense cannot get lower.
Right.
Yeah, so it stops at 800. Yeah, and if that's okay, I will enter my main phase.
Yeah, no response.
Let's see this heavy storm.
I'll chain to Arf Greed.
Yeah, you're good with that.
Drawing me a card.
Sure.
Destroying these two.
Okay. Then I will normal summon the Substitute and yeah, just use the effect a few times to empty my deck.
There will be a few hand traps in 2010 format, so there's not much I can interrupt you with here.
You're not playing fairies, so I guess the only scary one is the Herald of Orange Light. So yeah, I'll just speed through some of the frogs. Yeah, let's just make it a bit quicker because I've got one of the things of this deck, which is just jamming a bunch of Avarice. Not sure if you're maining the Crow, but I'll attempt to target some of these frogs and a Raiza, if that's okay with you.
That is okay.
Perfect.
And then you can draw 2 cards.
Yeah. Then, I mean, if you got guards, you got guards, but I think I'll have to try and push some damage. So, yeah. This fellow helps, and let's see.
No Nibiru yet, at least. That's okay.
Yeah. Fortunately not, but let's see. I'm gonna have to attempt to close this one out. So, if you got a guards, I don't know if it matters, but I guess I'll attack first with the Swap Frog for 1,000.
Yeah, that is okay. I'm at 23.
And then I will attack with Light and Darkness.
Yeah, that's okay. At 1,500.
Unfortunately, I will attack with the Death Frog.
And that is game.
And that is game, but yeah, we'll just have a bit of a chat to close things out. And yeah, I mean, I think it's really enjoyable. And personally, as mentioned, I think it was by far my favorite introduction in the last few years, the Time Wizards in general. Yeah. So you have mentioned you still play, you know, advanced, but I think it's really great for me to see people who dedicate themselves more to the Time Wizards scene, because it still allows you to, I think, to meet and to play against players who have been out of the scene for a while, then come back, and that's great. You have my complete admiration. I think you are a great player. Also, for anyone maybe not knowing, you also are a content creator for what concerns Time Wizard, which is nice. I personally have watched a few of your videos where you put in the work, and I think again it's great because it's very different, as you've mentioned. So different skills applies to the different games.
Mindset, yeah.
Exactly, but it's great to see and have the possibility of even helping out the community and getting into Time Wizard. And I think there is a lot of good reasons to do it, even with friends. skills, and even if you play advanced, I think it opens up a lot of new skills to you that you haven't used. So I would suggest anyone to just try and pick up the game and maybe go to a Time Wizard event. So obviously that is the case. And also, by the way, I have a nice announcement, I guess, to make for what concerns this event, because we're gonna wish you the best of luck for the Ultimate Time Wizard, which in team with your shirt also is gonna have an amazing giant card in what is Dark Arm Dragon.
Yes.
But for the first time, we're actually gonna try and shoot some of the content from the Ultimate Time Wizard. So we will possibly, upload that later on our official channels, and we'll try to, do some commentary on that. So maybe, who knows, we'll finally, get to show you guys some of these amazing players competing, at events of this caliber. So hopefully we'll see you on there as well.
Hopefully.
Trying to get another title. The 9th place curse, I hope, will not be on you. But again, thank you a lot for being with us. It was a pleasure, Lua. And yeah, thank you guys for being with us. This was a Master versus Caster against a fantastic player. Again, the current Ultimate Time Wizard European Champion. But thank you for being with us. Don't go anywhere, because we'll be back with more action from YCS Bologna. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Bologna 2024. I'm here joined by Tom, and we will play some good old formats, and which is gonna be 2017 actually. One of my favorite one ever. I have very sweet memories, so maybe I can compensate this 7 years gap and still remember how to play the format, because we have a paleo mirror match.
Yeah, this is so much fun. I was just playing some with my friends just before this. It's great. There's so much interaction. There's so many traps. There's so much to do. I'm so excited for this.
Yeah, I mean, I have very beautiful memories about this, and especially because when Joshua Smith in 2017 won the event, we play card by card, and was when I was a player. Now, I mean, I retired, I would say, and I mean, I really have to check whether I still remember to know, all the cards, and I think every time I play against Tom, he destroys me, so maybe there's something wrong with it. So I guess we just jump to the table for who goes first.
Do you want to take the honors?
Thanks. I will.
That's a good one. I think that's a good gambit for going first, I reckon. 7. I think people actually went second in Paleo Mirrors,
I think I remember I go first, yeah. Right, let's see. And 5. Right, okay. So I think I'll go. Okay, actually, I like this because this card running so.
This isn't fair. Come on. This card is forbidden now. It's too powerful.
I think this is by far one of the best starters.
Yeah, I feel like I'm in a bit of trouble already, and we've only just started. This is
right. So I got this. Then I could also bounce it back and summon it back if I want to. I mean, I don't really see why I should not be doing that.
It's a real novelty for me having the 60 card.
Oh yeah.
I never turned up to a tournament with one of these before. So.
Oh no? This is your first time?
Yeah, yeah.
No, I remember back then when there was this deck being released, because there was Infernoid with 60 cards.
Yeah, I remember that deck.
And the deck was very good, and then there was, of course, Zodiac, right? And I remember we built the deck with Marcello as well, and into the tournament there was the Zodiac deck with Denko Sekka, which was insane.
That sounds a bit of an issue for this deck.
Yeah, totally. And I think they were the best 2 decks by far of the format. So let me just check what is available in the deck. I think I'll just send another one.
That makes sense.
And okay, I will use the Ronin Toadin.
That's where I need my DD Crow.
To summon it back, and then I'll go for the Totally Awesome. And I will set 2 cards and pass to you.
Okay. Draw.
Yes.
In my standby phase?
Yes.
I'm going to do something.
Effect. Uses effect to summon the Prog. Here it is.
There it is indeed.
No, mirror matches as well back then were also difficult, because like I think it made, I mean, if you start like this, of course having Totally Awesome in turn 1 makes a lot of difference, but let's see, because like there were a lot of powerful key cards, such as Card of the Mice, Pot of Desires as well.
I'm gonna try.
We interrupt the longest Paleo Mirror match you'll ever see in your life to bring you the final round of Swiss here at YCS Bologna 2024. In front of me, I have Christos Morikis and Fong Trin, who are ready to kick this off. Gentlemen, we are going to do a high roll to see who goes first. Who would like to roll the dice first? Okay, Christos has rolled a 5, and Fong has rolled a... Is that a 10? A 10. Okay, you're going to go first. Fong is going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys over to your wonderful commentary trio who can take you through this final game of Swiss before we get into our top cut. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome to day 2 from us as well. We have a great match to start things off, and obviously it is one of those rounds that probably count the most, as we are gonna finalize who are the top 64 duelists that will have a chance at becoming the champion.
Yeah, this is really make or break for players. A lot of players really have their eyes set on getting that Premier event top. And this can be the one that makes it or breaks it, yeah, for those players. You've got to win and in. if you have 2 losses and 1 draw and then 8 wins, as our current players do. So they both are on, they need to win.
Exactly, and this is where the nerves have to be very firm, especially because you really want to have this one and get the chance to get into the top 64. But we have, I mean, one very well-known player in the community, which is Christos, and funnily enough, is playing one of the decks we have already seen him playing in action, which is, you know, the Rescue Ace, and I think this is, I think we talked about this yesterday in the last round of day 1. Once again, a different deck, you know.
Yeah, he's trying to redeem at least the finals of the last YCS Bologna, where Anthony Lopez lost to Joshua with this strategy. The deck ever since has fallen off in popularity, but Christos has had some significant success with it. And I'm sure Mike, who will be in charge of the post-match analysis, will be rooting for, you know, the Greek representative, multiple-time even national champion in Greece. So very well figure, but he will have to defeat Fong, and it will not be easy because it's a deck that has been showing its consistency, even though it's played by a low percentage of duelists, and that is Ritual Beast.
Yeah, Ritual Beast is a very powerful deck. It's focuses on banishing cards, which is absolutely fantastic if you can run cards like Dimensional Fissure, Dimensional Shifter. Gives you a big advantage, and again, like a lot of decks, because the deck format is so diverse, there are going to be so many decks you can pick up and say maybe some players won't know what's going on.
No, exactly, and I always feel like that Spiritual Beast is one of those decks you don't really, you know, feel yourself confident enough, right? I mean, you don't really know where to activate your hand traps, and then sometimes you have to read through your opponent cards, and maybe this is not the case because Christos is well experienced enough, but I mean, I'm very looking forward to seeing our players in action.
So let's see if Christos has done his homeworks what concerns the Ritual Beast class 101. So get ready because we are jumping into action for game 1. Here they are, and as you can see, they are sitting on a 8-win, 1 draw and 2 losses score. We have been talking about it over the weekend. The 9-1-2 score is probably what's guaranteed to, you know, have a spot in the top 64. So they really have to win out here. A draw shouldn't be enough. And let's see these openers.
You know, something funny, you said maybe Christos has done his homework, but I reckon, like us, he was probably around when the first incarnation of Ritual Beasts was being played. So maybe he just knows all the cards. Could be a bit of a trap, though, because there are plenty of new ones that you have to keep your eyes on. What do you think of this choice from Fong here? I can see that Dimensional Shifter,
right?
And he's choosing not to start with it. And could get punished. I mean, here there's an impermanence, so I guess either way it doesn't really matter. But if he just started with it, it would have protected him from things like Effect Failure.
When we are actually passing, that's it. Impermanence on Kanok was enough, but yeah, I totally agree with you, Tom. Valor has been super popular in the last Future match. We saw Dink activating multiple copies of it, so yeah, maybe a little bit of an heads-up play for the future. And yeah, Christos is happy with this, although obviously the Shifter is very annoying.
Yeah, I mean, I say it doesn't matter, but I'm peeking at another card in Christos' hand, that Dominus Impulse.
Yes.
So rarely does a trap going to the graveyard make much of a difference to the game, but in this case it very well might, getting to destroy the card as well as negate a card.
Oh, wow.
A pass back.
Yeah. A pass back is brutal. As we've mentioned, playing through Shifter is not easy, but yeah, you don't want to give this Kanok another chance to activate his effect. And are we going to see a response? Not quite.
Yeah, this feels devastating for Christos. Just leaving that Kanok on the field. You've already spent a card to negate it for a turn. Now you're going to have to spend another one. And Fong will get another normal summon as well. Yeah. Ritual Beast like really needs its normal summon. Yeah, sorry.
No, exactly. And I also feel like that Christos maybe was, I mean, given that Fong didn't, you know, start things off with the Shifter, I think the Impermanence would have helped him out. But yeah, it just stopped the Tamer Lara, which was banished with the Kanahawk from special summoning a monster from the deck.
Yeah, luckily for Fong, the additional effect did not really pay off as he was used to negate the Lara. But yeah, we have an incredible opener. It's always great to see these cards, as you have mentioned, Tom, that have not been relevant for something along the line of 9 years, because Ritual Beast was mostly relevant in 2015, I think, in Necrot's format. And yeah, they're still really good today.
Yeah, here comes the Mighty Penguin. Not sure what type the ultimate Ritual Beast that was banished is. I guess it's probably Psychic, considering that Lara got some...
it is Psychic.
Oh yeah, we're no longer under the shifter, right? So things are going to happily go to the graveyard.
And yeah, we have seen this plenty of time with Julio. We've had a pretty sick run at the European Championship and also at the World Championship later on, you know, showcasing this deck. And yeah, it's good that more duelists are picking it up. It's definitely a force to be reckoned.
Yeah, nice to see the interaction from some of the newer Ritual Beast cards, because previously you would need a Ritual Beast and a Ritual Beast Tamer on the field to do your sort of fusion plays. But in this case, we had one in the graveyard, and one of the newer Ritual Beasts can special summon itself by banishing a Ritual Beast from your field and grave. So that was how the Lara got banished. And now you get up to a Ritual Beast and a Spiritual Beast Tamer and start making some Canahawks.
Yeah, this is the usual Canahawk line, where you're able to resolve as much as possible.
Yeah, it starts to get a little confusing, I'd say, because most decks, they have, you know, all of the cards, you can only use their effects once per turn, whereas Ritual Beast kind of flips it on its head and say, you can use the effect as many times as you like, but you can only special summon this card once per turn.
Yeah, definitely it can be tricky to keep track of that.
But I also feel like, as you mentioned, I think, although times have changed, like, I always feel like that, as in the past, I will not like to face the deck, even nowadays, to be fair. Because like it's very scary, it's consistent, and on the other hand, you're not even so sure where to activate your cards, right? I remember with Necros, when you were facing the Ritual Beast deck, you were like, man, I'm in trouble, you know?
So here comes that Canahawk again, as we mentioned. Can be used any number of times. Well, as long as you get a fresh copy each time, so that could be involved. Well, I guess Bonk started with it on the field this time, so he got it once, and then he could get it again because it's been special summoned. If he can normal summon another copy or something like that, then he would get to keep playing this Canahawk. He's already used this normal summon this turn, so that Tamer Elder going to be stuck in the hand, unless he gets access to an extra normal summon, which the Ritual Beasts definitely have plenty of.
Kimun Falcos is summoned. Also, yeah, it's not every day that you get to set up, but this time we could also see him trying to just go for a game if he can push enough damage, because usually the line is to activate the boosting effect multiple times with the Apelio, so maybe that could be a strategy. Here it comes down.
Yep, going to get to activate it at least once. I remember this one, you know, back in the day probably wasn't the best of the Ritual Beasts, because you needed cards already in your graveyard, but now I think it seems a lot easier to get going and get your cards into the graveyard, so it serves its purpose perfectly well.
Yeah, but this, as we were saying, allows you to easily OTK in a way, because although you can only special summon it once, if you have additional normal summons, you get it, and then it boosts every Ritual Beast by 1000 if you activate it twice, so that can add up really quickly. So
if we're having a look at Christos's deck list, is there any extra interruptions we could expect to see coming down here? Obviously, already having used the Impulse, maybe that set card might be something. There it is. Hovering over that super polarization there.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't feel like there's an impermanence there from Christos, because like if there is, maybe he's been holding on to it, but I don't really think that's the case, honestly.
Pretty sure he would have used it on the Canahawk right away at the start. So.
And the Splitting Ash Blossom, but the only card I can see is the Super Poly, if there's a scenario in which he has it, but apart from that, honestly, I can't see anything else.
Super Poly, one of those cards, is extremely powerful, but if you're playing against a deck you're not expecting, it might be that you don't have the cards in your extra deck needed to do so. So you've got that Mud Dragon in the extra deck. Is there anything else? Just the Mud Dragon. Oh, and a Garura.
Garura, yeah.
But I don't know all the types and attributes of all the Ritual Beast monsters.
Yeah.
I feel like they all have kind of different
Most
types.
of them, I think they're wind.
Are they all wind, and then maybe all of the...
yeah, they are all wind.
Okay.
Outside of just Lara, I think.
Yeah.
And then maybe it is the case that all of the Ritual Beasts themselves are they not all beasts? No, they all have different types, it seems.
Yeah.
But the Tamers are all psychics, right?
Exactly.
So we're going to have to hold it for just the right time.
Yeah, and there comes another Apelio, as we were mentioning.
It's like an awful lot of things have happened, but the field of Vong not growing too much bigger, unlike in other decks where they seem to just sprout monsters out of left, right, and center.
Here comes good old friend, maybe not so much, in the Nemesis flag, also fresh off Quarter Century Bonanza, if you want to upgrade the rarity. And we all know where that can lead to. One of the most important threats of the deck going first is that Protoss. And yeah, you know, it's really a scary card, especially we were mentioning it yesterday. Once you have the knowledge of what your opponent is playing, it gets even better, because you can have different lines in this deck where you can actually call different attributes with it. So
in this case, Vong going for the Corridor instead. It's a nice option people can use to make the very powerful Thunder Dragon Colossus, because it's a Thunder monster that special summons itself from the hand. So you've activated an effect of a Thunder monster in your hand, which is the condition that allows you to get out that Colossus. I don't know how much damage this is. I don't think the...
yeah, it is plenty.
Coloss.
Oh, it's plenty, yeah. Okay.
And there it is. It's enough. It's not what you usually would expect, but in the end, yeah, it was just too overwhelming of a start, or well, I gotta say maybe too underwhelming of a start from Christos, which at least can reassure himself that he completely preserved the information.
Yep.
He only showed impermanence and impulse, and I guess that opens up a lot of decks.
Yeah, having said that, I mean, I guess you know Impulse kind of knocks down some of the cards you might be playing. For example, you're not running any Kashtira cards, any Fiendsmith cards. Probably puts you on like a fire deck or a water deck, most likely.
Yeah.
But
well,
yeah, you're right.
There are fire. There are fire.
They are fire. But you're probably not going to be picking this. You probably think, oh, it's probably Snake Eye, Fire King, or
yeah, it
or
could be
something.
Fire King. I guess it could also be Tempai, technically, but obviously, you know, it's more unlikely, I would say, just because you probably saw that they skipped a turn with Shifter, so rather than thinking that they completely bricked, you think, or at least you could think that the Shifter hurt them, so maybe that's not quite Tempai. I would say Fire King is probably a reasonable option, just because, you know, Rescue Ace, as we have mentioned, is not quite popular. But now Christos gets to go first. I think the setup can still be threatening. I mean, the reason why Rescue Ace was that strong in the past was that it can set up both, you know, Master Negation effects, but also, you know, the famous Turbulence. If it resolves, unless you are playing cards like Feather Duster, you know, you're getting a lot of interruptions.
Yeah, that is safe to say. Different decks have different strategies for playing against this Rescue Ace deck. I think some decks like Love, I mean, it's a bit of a throwback, but like Pearly, for example, could play the Street, prevent you being targeted, or Tempai could prevent your monsters being affected in the battle phase from all of those spells and traps. But I don't know what Ritual Beast has got up its sleeve to deal with those targeting effects.
Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like that if the opponent wants to side in something, there's a triple Tactic Thrust, which is a generic card, or also the Dimensional Fissure, if he really feels like it, having something more against the deck. But as mentioned, he didn't say it, so that may not be the case, but I guess we will soon find out, because our players are ready, so let's jump into Game 2.
there we are. The first question is, are we going to see another shifter?
I'm looking at his cards one at a time. Are you a shifter?
Oh, I think it's the last card.
Wow.
We do, and I think there is also a Mulcharmi. I don't. Yeah.
Mulcharmi, I don't know. Yeah,
could be Fuvolas. I'm not sure which one. Yeah, this end looks sick, but we are not using it. Okay, no, maybe because we are still in the draw phase, most likely from Christos.
I feel like you just play the shifter now.
Yeah, surely.
No need to let that hit the grave.
Yeah. And there it comes, and you can see Christos, accepting its fate.
You were thinking he was going to react. He just didn't react at all, did he? It's like, yeah, okay. Guess I just won't play my dive.
He's used to it, 100%. He's a veteran, you know. But yeah, that's brutal. Being on the bubble and being shifted twice, rough. Let's see if he can find a way to deal with this. I guess in the side decks he's using a lot of traps and also trust, so this could be the strategy if he has anything, but that's not a good sign. Yeah, that's a pass. Wow. So hopefully the face down is one of those side deck cards. For example, Dimensional Barrier is a pretty common card that is sided obviously mainly for Tempai, but it's pretty good against the Ritual Beast deck as well.
Yeah, I feel like Ritual Beast and other similar kinds of decks that rely on fusion summoning or XYZ summoning, for example, is the reason why you would pick the Dimensional Barrier over the Threatening Roar. Because Threatening Roar is a very powerful card against Tempai specifically. Arguably, in my opinion, I think it's a lot stronger against Tempai than Dimensional Barrier. But Dimensional Barrier just has that extra layer of coverage. You know, you can play it against, if you come up against a Ritual Beast deck, or if someone's playing Branded, or, you know, any kinds of different strategies that the barrier is strong against.
Well, I think we might see a pass back from how things look. He's debating it. He's holding a Mulcharmi and an Impermanence. I can't quite tell the last card at the very end, but
it looks like a Lara, but the original Lara, not the new Lara.
Yeah,
so I think
the last one.
Last one can tell. Yes.
Yeah, that's a pass back. I mean, I guess the Mulcharmi also gives you, you know, a reason to do so, but this is not turn one, so you know you can take this Fuvolas challenge and just try to go for game, and that's totally reasonable to me. So let's see what Christos decides to do.
Yeah, it seems very unlikely to keep you in the game, especially against this Rescue Ace deck, which has some very high attack main deck monsters. Christos doesn't really need to do an awful lot to put 8,000 damage on the field compared to some other decks maybe.
Seems like we are considering this Impermanence. At least now he finally gets to understand that it was a Rescue Ace, because still there was some doubt there. And yeah, we do use the Impermanence.
Is that an Elder in hand, the last card?
Yeah, I think it's Elder. Yeah. Oof, and a Bonfire is great. Yeah, I mean, this shouldn't be too difficult. Obviously, if this was a regular Snake Eye deck, this was even better, but this is it. Let's see. Poplar goes uninterrupted. We know that there is nothing else in the end from his opponent that can interact at the moment.
Yeah, he's just got that one draw off Fuvolas, assuming that Christos searches the original and activates it, giving you that one opportunity to hit maybe another interruption for the fire engine that's about to hit the field.
Yeah, it's a matter of you know, understanding your position right now. If you're Christos, as we've mentioned, it's either you know that your opponent passed back and then you don't really want to give him draws at all and you take the risk, or you try to figure out if there is a line that with the least possible amount of draws gets you there.
Yeah, I feel like for me, you're definitely gonna try and end the game on this turn. I think you can give them like one or two draws maybe.
And yeah, we're not gonna see a Snake Eye card, we're gonna see the Hydrant.
Gotta put it in attack mode though, you know, get that damage in.
I agree with you. Of course, that's 0. Let's see.
Oh, he drew a Dominance Purge off the top of his deck. Which could be very relevant here.
Yeah, we've mentioned that Dominus Purge is also an amazing card, but obviously has not had the chance to shine as much as Impulse, just because it's tougher to fit in these decks, but Ritual Beast can.
Yeah, thanks to the impermanence. It's going to destroy
that's big.
the Hydrant as well.
This is a big one, honestly, this Purge. Huh?
And yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
Christos just attacks. I'm pretty sure he had a Rescue Ace spell in his hand as the last card.
I think, yeah, he has. I mean, this is the one he drew, for sure.
Yeah. But not the emergency, so, you know. That's it. So, important draw, not quite it, in an Ash Blossom.
Yeah, what to do for fun? He couldn't do anything, and then his top cards have been Dominance Purge and Ash Blossom, so if he couldn't do anything before, I don't know what he's going to be able to do now. Can the Elder actually get you to any... Can you actually normal summon the Lara off Elder? You can, okay. But yeah, I think he's just having a look through his extra deck, rereading all of the materials on his cards to say, can you actually use anything?
Yeah, just gonna set one and pass. Assuming it could be the Elder, because the Lara can bring it back. Well, let's see. Definitely a rough spot, and as you can see here, are we gonna Ash this?
I think it's the Lara, because, you know, it's hard to overestimate how powerful a 2000 defense monster is.
That's right. Especially when facing a Witch, right? But yeah, that's true. The Ash, because of the Purge, right? Yeah.
Right.
Unfortunately. Yeah. We've seen why the Purge is not played by fire decks, and yeah, Ash Blossom just happens to be a fire monster. So that was actually the worst draw, probably. Then we could have set that instead. But yeah, this gives Christos, you know, a sigh of relief. He knows that his opponent doesn't really have much to respond, and so he's looking really, really well to tie things up, surviving the second shifter.
Yeah, he was right to be, you know, completely calm when the shifter was like, I have my dominance impulse, it's going to keep me safe for a turn, and then I'll have my opportunity. And here it is.
Here comes the star of his deck. Turbulence, what a card.
Yeah, and the Ponga seen enough.
Yes, the score is tied. We still have plenty of time, so we're not gonna see a draw, but these duelists are really trying to give it their best. Only one of them can make it to the top 64, unfortunately, and it's gonna take one final game to find out who it is going to be. What do you guys think? Who has the edge?
I feel like you got to give it to Vong with his shifter and dimensional fissure now he's going to have access to going first in this game 3. On the other hand, there are some very powerful cards with the first name Mulcharmy that are very powerful against Ritual Beast in particular, and you've got to imagine they're going to be in a lot of players' side decks, and I think the same for Christos. So if you can pick up one of those cards, it might really put a damper on what's going to come down.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Tom. I think we will see the Dimensional Fissure go in, along with the Cold by the Grave for sure, and I mean, Punk could also think about siding in the one of an anti-spell fragrance just in case, because of the many spells, you know, that the Rescue Ace plays. And yeah, I mean, for Christos, maybe, as you mentioned, I think the Mulcharmies are maybe his choice, or the Triple Tracted Thrust if he really feels like it.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a complete shift in the trend of the Triple Tactics cards in general. Talent has really fallen off in popularity just because you have a lot of these entrops that can be used in the draw phase or the standby phase, and that is also why Kashtira is back being a popular engine, because it suffered a lot from the card. And on the other hand, Thrust, which was often used as a going second card, now for duelists such as Christos has begun a going first only card. Like, he doesn't even have targets for going second. He's just putting it in because it's an answer to these entrops in the draw phase, and then can get you the traps, as we have mentioning. So I don't expect the card to be sided in, but as Tom was saying, no surprise, 6 Mulcharmies in the side deck, and they are all pretty good against Ritual Beast, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, that's definitely something I was thinking. I think we saw that in the European Championship final even, which Ritual Beast made it into, being devastated by that Molchami Perulia, because they normal summon so many times, because you can't only special summon each of them once per turn. So if you're going to normal summon like 3 or 4 times, that Perulia is going to be getting quite a lot of value.
Yeah, that is the goal, and obviously from side it will be to set up the first Protoss of the match, which calling fire would be devastating against the Rescue Ace deck. But let's see whether that will be the case. As mentioned, only one of the duelists can advance to the top 64, as they're almost done with their side decks. Let's go to game 3 to find out who the winner will be. Here they are. 2 days of Yu-Gi-Oh's, 11 rounds of Swiss down the line, and one final end. The tension is there.
Yeah, I'm just looking at his hand going, one more shifter, you can do it.
Absolutely.
But this time maybe being able to play through one interruption, he'd also probably like even more. He's been stopped by a single card each time.
Changing his strategy of picking up the cards one at a time. It might.
Is that it?
No,
in the middle?
No,
it's not. It's similar. Because,
yeah, it's not quite it. And so we are gonna start things off as in game 1 with the Kanahawk. Back then the impermanence was enough, but okay, that's nice. That's a unique, interruption from the Rescue Ace deck. Ooh, but we actually have an impermanence as well to chain. That's a great start for Christos.
Now, what do you think he's gonna summon? You can summon any Rescue Ace from your deck with that impulse. Is he gonna summon the fire attacker? No, just the engine.
Yeah.
This was such a powerful card when it came out that people were kind of almost putting it just by itself. You could run 3 of it and maybe something like a fire attacker to special summon from the deck. Kind of fell off a little bit, but still a very powerful interruption.
He went for fire engine.
It's very neat for decks that they can have like engine pieces that also act on your opponent's first turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Thinking of Avnis?
Always.
So at least differently from game 1, we do have an emergency teleport, which is nice. I'm not quite sure on the last spell whether there was the thrust.
I think it's a thrust.
Yeah. Which actually could be really good if that is the case, but.
Oh, and the Lara.
Yeah, the end is pretty solid.
The double Lara.
Oh, okay, also drew into the other one.
Yeah, this hand looks unstoppable by sort of conventional hand traps, and we're going to need something like a Perulia or a Fubulos, but clearly
not the case.
Not the case, yeah.
This is very good because you can bring back the Lara from the graveyard. Yeah.
We were expecting some other interruptions by Christos, but for now it doesn't seem to be the case. Does he have the other impulse? Not the Rescue Ace one.
It's very hard to interrupt at this point because the Lara's going to get a search.
Yeah.
And then we have the... Is that Nochi Draco on the field?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that, I'm thinking, summon
it's Ash.
Ash as well. Wow.
Yeah, but we already have 2 cards in hand only. And yeah, look at this teleport. That's big. Wow.
All engine and no brakes.
All gas.
But what is that thrust going to get?
It's a thrust, right?
It looks like a thrust to me.
I thought so as well. Is he playing the 1 talent?
Actually, it's not.
Okay. That could have been really strong.
I mean, the only card I can see is he could like potentially pick is the Dimensional Fissure.
It's continuous.
Because now it's continuous, right?
Yeah.
I think Pot of Prosperity is...
Does he play it?
Yeah, I see the Prosperity. So that seems like a good one to potentially pick up, a Dimensional Fissure or something similar.
Weird that he's not playing the one talent though.
Yeah, I mean, if you keep it going first, you would assume so, but...
It's obviously nice to start summoning monsters on your opponent's turn, but it does make Protoss that much easier for Fong to resolve. He doesn't actually have to get a fire monster of his own on the field now. He can destroy Christos's.
Yeah, at least thanks to the fire engine, he gets to access the lifter and then add card for next turn. But Fom is not stopping anytime soon. And here comes the first Ultigana Hawk.
Still hasn't used his sort of regular normal summon, if you like, because the first one was from the Lara,
no, I think he started with Kana Hawk. Yeah.
Just got to remember what you have and haven't summoned.
Yeah.
What did the Lara actually special summon from? Oh, it got ashed.
Yeah.
So this is his first special summon of any of the normal ritual beasts.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. I do agree with you on the prosperity. There is an alternative, I guess, of just getting the steeds if you don't search it regularly, or any permanence face down with the trust. But yeah, we'll see down the line what he wants to do with it.
I know it has to be done sometimes, but I feel very sad if I ever have to set an impermanence of a thrust.
Yeah, I agree.
I feel like the Ritual Beast deck often has a lot of cards in its extra deck it doesn't mind banishing. Unfortunately, they can't be food for Canahawk because they get banished face down.
This is similar to what we have seen in game one. He's pretty much free to assume that there is no more interruption from Christos, and I guess, yeah, the goal should be the Protoss. I think so. Like,
yeah, I totally agree. Like, regardless of what you want to do with the thrust, like if you manage to get a Protoss and resolve it for fires, I don't really see how Christos can play.
Yeah.
Can summon a Black Witch and attack.
Fierce.
Here comes the Wen.
Yeah, here comes yet another special summon to keep track of. And the mighty penguin can use its effect. Probably getting rid once. Yeah.
He looks like a slightly more tropical penguin than you normally see. He's hanging out in the forest rather than in the Arctic.
Hear about the tropical with this weather?
Are we going to see the ulti Gaia Palios, I think? Oh no. Ooh, ulti
we go, yeah, Retiari again. Yeah, okay. Explaining, yeah, the steps, just keeping a step right there, but all good. And here comes again on Apelio. Boost not quite relevant, and yes, we do go for the Protoss line eventually, as expected. No final surprise from Christos, and yeah, this is big.
Yeah, does he have enough banished monsters at this point? Oh, yeah, just one for the flag.
I also like this Nemesis interaction, you know, which are kind of cool. Someone wants to take the other one.
And there it is. The star of the show was being shy for the entire match, but when it matters the most, it's finally brought to the end from FOM. Can we find a solution for it once it will come down? That's the big question for Christos.
Honestly, we're seeing like the power that it has to push through interruptions. I mean, in the first 2 games, maybe not so strong hands, and 1 interruption was enough. But in this, like, if you look at Christos' graveyard, right, he's had some of the most powerful cards in his deck that he must have really wanted to see, but it just seems to have been breezed through.
That's a pretty neat interaction here, where we're gonna spy our own card in the graveyard. There it comes.
Yep. Here goes the fire.
Yep. Gets to resolve, and this is devastating. Again, keeping all of this time the trust, and it's gonna be the Steeds, it seems. Yep. Makes sense to me. Incredible setup. Obviously, it can be a little weak to some popular side deck cards, but I don't think that is the case for Christos. He doesn't really have anything like, yeah.
I'm wondering, is Super Polymerization going to achieve anything? The Protoss being dark and the SP being dark?
I guess that could be decent.
But the follow-up is still there, right? Because you can just banish 2 monsters from your graveyard to summon a no-chi Draco.
And now the pressure is on Christos. Can he pull off a miracle here? Otherwise, he will be knocked out when it hurts the most, unfortunately. Just 1 game away from advancing to the top 64. Let's see it. I see a lot of spells in his hand, and it's a reinforcement of the army.
Yeah, even though you cannot special summon under Protoss, I think you can still normal summon, so it's going to get to try something.
There comes the impulse added to the end. Seems like it's mostly engine in the end. Is it a wanted? I'm not sure. No, it's a bonfire. Okay.
Adding more and more fire monsters to your hand.
Not ideal.
Unless he's got a Centurion Trudea hiding in his deck.
Yes, yeah, that's a bit rough. Anima, but it doesn't really do anything. Yeah. Those the SP, you know.
And you have to play through the Steeds as well.
Yeah. And yeah, probably gonna try that out. 1 more spell in the end. Not quite sure what that is, but
yeah, I think it's either the alert or the rescue. I mean, one of them.
We're gonna see the SP here. Banishing this Poplar.
Yeah, no need to mess around, just cut your opponent off as much as you can. That's their 1 normal summon, so unless Christos has pretty much exactly a witch, there won't be any more monsters on his side of the field this turn.
Seems rough. He's having a look at his graveyard. Could just set 1. Let's see.
Devastating thing is there's going to be another fire monster for next turn on the field.
Unfortunate. And yeah, it just set 2 face down passes. And you can even just get rid of them, right? Because Steeds.
Yeah, how many does the ulti Retiari summon? Does it summon 2?
I think this is pretty much...
Oh, he's just destroying 1 card.
But yeah. As you can see here. Let's see what he gets. Is it the original? Because I was thinking as well he was gonna... Let's see. It is the original, okay. Glimmer of hope, not sure how concrete, but yeah. We'll keep being in there, so the SP is back. 1 more draw. This could be the last turn for the Swiss portion of the tournament. We're starting things off, not wasting any time with this Protoss.
Yeah, it's just devastating, isn't it? Core fire again. There's almost no way to interrupt it because of the SP on the field already.
How much is this on the field? 25 plus 26, 51.
Plenty of damage.
51, 67. Yeah, almost there, I would say.
And yeah, this is, as you were mentioning, Tom, earlier, the great addition of not even needing to control them anymore, to just special summon some Ritual Beast fusions. And
this looks like so much damage. To add back another Ritual Beast and then normal summon it. And that very generous looking banishment pile. Moving into the ulti guy, Paleo, just to lock up all possibilities.
Absolutely, don't want to risk anything. And yeah, Christos has seen enough and is gonna be Fong taking it. Wow. What a match, what an effort from Ritual Beast. We have mentioned it plenty of times that it is one of those decks that you really need to prepare for, and that keeps on showing its consistency, although it's not very well represented. I am pretty much sure that this guaranteed a spot in the top cut, so good effort from both. Unfortunately, I mean, when you have over 2,500 players and only 64 can advance, some of the great ones are gonna miss out, and that is for Christos, but still kudos on a really great tournament.
Yeah, it's still a fantastic performance for Christos, but what about that Ritual Beast deck? I mean, to me, the main strength is being able to run a deck that has such a powerful engine and can also run these cards like Dimensional Fissure and Dimensional Shifter. They're just so powerful. We saw 2 games in a row when that Dimensional Shifter was played that Christos just passed his turn. There was just nothing he could do.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen also yesterday how powerful these cards are, and I think they're very disruptive in this current format.
Yeah.
And I mean, as mentioned before, I think also like the Ritual Base has this advantage of how does my opponent know my deck, you know? Like, does he know what I'm doing? Maybe doesn't know where to activate the hand traps. I think he has this sort of advantage, and I think the more you pilot the deck, the more you can see that, you know, it's very difficult to play against it. So, I mean, Pong has very good chances to advance into the top 64, in my opinion. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, if we did mention that the Molcharmi Fuwalos obviously has, you know, stepped back the deck a little bit, something important to mention is that Nibiru has fallen off in popularity a lot, and if there was a key takeaway from the European Championship Finals was that it does hurt the deck a lot. So I'm glad that all the Ritual Beast players, you know, are you know, expecting less of the card, and it does show off, because when you're free to play around it, even if you're going to give your opponent some draws, and that could be the case, you know, it's better than getting your field wiped out. So the Protoss can still be scary under, like a deck like Muri, you know, Christos. He could have continued, and still it didn't matter how many cards you gave him if it resolved the Protoss, maybe.
Yeah, and as Alberto was saying as well, that layer of opponents not necessarily knowing what's going on can be really powerful in a deck like Ritual Beast, where a lot of the cards have got some quite niche effects going on, like the Retiari says you can't tribute monsters, and then the Nochi Draco says these cards can't be targeted, and maybe the Steeds can destroy cards, but then it does it at resolution. There's so many little things going on with the deck that can be really hard to keep up with if you're not familiar with it.
Yeah, and I mean, I totally agree, especially because, like, as you mentioned, these are not small things at the end of the day, right? I mean, maybe, you know, it's like one of the secret effect, we call it, no? I mean, like, you know the effect, but maybe there are, like, some part of it which maybe you think you know, and then in the end, maybe, oh, wait, maybe I can't do this. And so I really feel like that the Ritual Best is, among its consistency, I think is very powerful. And as mentioned, Nibiru has fallen in popularity, which gives also, you know, another, you know, layer of credibility to the deck.
Yeah, regardless, it's gonna add up to the diversity that we have, you know, witnessed throughout the weekend, and we'll continue to witness in the top cut. As me and Tom were having the meta discussion, you know, we expected still the repeat of 10 plus different decks, and I think that will totally be the case. But we'll ask you to obviously keep watching, and we'll be able to show you guys later on, once we finalize the players and their decks, what the breakdown will be of the top 64. And yeah, we still have some amazing action to show you guys. as we have these 6 remaining rounds of direct elimination to find out who will be the winner of Bologna. We still have incredible names. We have seen Dinka Bui lock his spot in the previous round. He didn't even need to play the last one, so that's a good feeling. And yeah, just I guess place your bets on the deck that's gonna take it, or the player, and we'll see in also our little game whether that will continue to be the case. I think we picked more of some niche picks maybe this time around.
Yeah, I think I did. I don't know. I haven't seen any plant players yet, which was my my secret pick for the tournament, so I'm a little worried about that. But we'll have to see in the top 64 breakdown what happens. I mean, for me, that's like one of my favorite bits of an event, especially if I'm spectating it, is to see which decks get represented and make it all the way through. Is the deck that I think is the most powerful actually the most powerful according to the numbers?
And I've got some bad but good news at the same time for you in that regards, because Julius, the former runner-up, at last YCS Lille, was one of the plant enthusiasts representing the decks. Unfortunately decided to switch decks for this event, but I really appreciate the decision, because he switched over to mermails of all decks, and I can tell you guys that he was playing on the bubble as well, so maybe fingers crossed, not taking any away from his opponent, he could actually take it. But without further ado, unfortunately we are not gonna see for Mike an all Greek interview, but regardless, congratulations against Tufom, and let's hear it from him and Mike.
Welcome everyone to analysis area. I am here with Fong, who just made it through the top cut. Congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
It was an amazing duel, and I want your opinion about the deck. It's a very unique deck, very different regarding the other decks in the meta. I want to tell me why you picked that.
Oh, it's because it's one of my favorite decks. I played this like way early, even in Duel Links I played this deck, so I just stick with it.
Nice, happy to hear that. And of course we have some clips to see, and I want your opinion on them.
Okay.
So the first clip, I think everyone from back in the past will remember, is the summon of Colossus. How do you feel about it in your deck?
Colossus is a very strong card. It's so good. So it shuts down just so many cards in this meta, and I think that's why because it's mandatory. Because if you go game 1, you don't know what your opponent's playing, but Colossus is always a safe play.
I see. And so also not only a defensive card, but also an offensive, right? Being so big and having so much attack. Speaking of Colossus, we will just see his summon on the stream. I really love that, mixing the past and the present.
Yeah, I mean, it's a blast from the past.
The second clip I would like to see is the one that, the interaction between Purge and Ash. There was, a miscommunication there, since you cannot activate Ash. However, would you still recommend Purge in a Ritual Beast deck?
I would still recommend Dominus Purge. It's, I think, the one addition you have when you play Ritual Beast. You only play mostly Wind and Light monsters. But some extra deck cards are Darks and Light Fires, but I think it's still worth to play it.
So any Ritual Beast player watching the stream would probably play Purge, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. And the last clip, and my favorite one, is the one that you summon Protoss, one of my favorite monsters in the game.
Protoss is a very strong card, yeah.
Can you tell me about the combo and how you summon it?
Okay, to summon Protoss you need always a rank 4 play, so you go into Banshee and then add Nemesis Flag, and Nemesis Flag gets you into Protoss. It's a very strong combo also here on Ritual Beast, yeah.
And how do you feel Protoss about in the meta game?
I think it is mandatory because I choose to decide to run it. There are options to play without it, but I think because of Tempai, I think it is super mandatory to play it. Because they will let you go first, and if you know they let you go first, you can already guess that it's Tempai.
Post game 1, do you recommend the side out, or you still keep it?
I still play it.
Even going second.
Yeah. Because it is also, it just clears the board.
Yeah, I would also recommend that, playing it back with Sorcerer. It's an amazing option, having to break the field, and of course letting your opponent from summoning fire or light even monsters, and dark of course. Thank you for that. It was an amazing duel. I think everyone was enjoying, and congratulations on your top. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
So, everyone watching, thank you, and back to you, Ed.
Thanks very much, Mike, and congratulations again there. And it's basically the end of our Swiss round. So what happens now is we have a little bit of a gap because there's still a few tables that are still going, but also some duelists contest some of the results and things, and that leads to sometimes the top 64 just taking a little bit longer to actually have fully quantified. But the second it is, we're going to start bringing you some absolutely amazing feature matches as we speed towards that grand final here at YCS Bologna. But we're at the end of Swiss, which means we have a top best of Swiss duelist. And to present that duelist with a prize, we're going over to Basti. Basti, take it away.
And indeed, I'm joined by the duelist going 12-0 here at YCS Bologna. Very familiar face, Nico Schlierkamp. Congratulations to you.
Thank
you.
I
have your prize with me, an oversized version of the current prize card, another Versalaria. Let me give it over to you.
Thank you.
Looks good, looks good. So, Nico, not even dropping a single match, huh? How does it feel?
Feels great. Finally at YCS top again.
Yeah, since when? You have been on a little bit of a streak not topping YCS, right?
Yeah, YCSs were rough. Like the last one was Utrecht 21, I think, or 22.
Okay.
I don't know.
So you're doing well in Utrecht, but now it's back to Italy doing well.
Yeah.
So 12-0. Were that the expectations before the event? Were you already satisfied, you were well prepared, and you were sure you're going to do it?
Honestly, I was more scared of Swiss because you can face random decks in Swiss.
Fair,
and the deck
fair.
is specifically built against the meta decks. So it feels good to get through Swiss, I guess. Because I think the deck is better in Top Cut in theory than in Swiss.
Mentioning your deck, you said you would be okay saying which deck it is that you're playing, because it is now, of course, for now, the most successful deck of the tournament, being first of the Swiss. So what is the deck you are using so far?
The Fiendsmith Kashtira you saw before with K and Josh playing it as well.
So you all build together as a group, basically?
Yes, we prepared together. I think we got the best deck in the room. I think we found the best solution for this format, for this tournament at least.
Yeah. I've been talking about that with Dinka as well. So it feels like more of an event deck rather than an entire format deck. So you're pretty much prepared for this event specifically with this deck, right?
Yeah, completely. Because the deck is there to counter specific decks right now. And not sure if it's that good going forward, but it's very good right now.
It's very good at the moment, and therefore you are first of the Swiss. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Take a little bit of time, of course, now until Top Cut starts. Get into the mood, and then we will see from now on. Is now the goal to not only be first of the Swiss, but also be the winner of the YCS? Because, I mean, you had that feeling before, back in the day. YCS Utrecht, of course, you were the winner already, so is that going to happen again?
I mean, it's always the goal to win, but yeah, in the first place, I hope the deck wins, someone in the circuit gets rewarded. And even if not, going as far as possible is great, but winning it would be perfect, obviously.
I mean, for your circle, Table 1 in the last round was looking pretty nice because you defeated Dinkabui in the last round, so the deck is performing insane. Let's see whether Nico can keep it up for the rest of the tournament, because he will be moving on as first of Swiss into Top 64, which is coming up next. So everyone definitely stay tuned for more live coverage here from YCS Bologna, and we're going to give it into a short break now.
I don't know what I'm going to try. I'm going to try a Swap Frog.
Swap Frog. Swap Frog. It's good. Yes.
And the effect.
Sure. Yes.
Okay. I'm starting my own. Starting my own engine.
Yeah.
Shuffle my big pile too. Yeah, I feel like I don't know what to do against this Totally Awesome. It's just going to make more and more frogs.
It depends also on your back row, because oh, you could bounce it back. Maybe you have a couple of back rows.
Let's see. I'm gonna return it to my hand.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna set 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, this is what you're supposed to do, right?
This is good. Yeah, this is the way it's supposed to be, right?
Okay, and then it is over to you.
All right. So draw phase.
I'm gonna have to have a think in your standby, not in your standby, in your draw phase.
Yes,
yeah, because
sure.
I don't want that Totally Awesome summoning even more frogs. So I'm gonna try and activate my Lost Wind.
Lost Wind on Totally Awesome. So potentially I could negate that, even though I don't really like it, but I could take back something. I think I'm quite obliged to do that. Yes, I'm gonna negate it.
Okay, do you want to take it?
Yes.
You sure? I'd
Yes,
rather
please.
it's in my graveyard. Here you go.
So I'll take it and use Totally Awesome to get back the Swap Frog.
I'm gonna chain Fiend Griefing.
Ooh, this is a good one. Fiend Griefing. Yes, I have no response to that. So I'll shuffle this back. It shuffled back, right? You see?
Yeah,
I remember.
Yeah, it shuffles.
Yeah.
I was like, does it go on the bottom?
Yeah.
I like cards that go on the bottom because then you don't have to do any shuffling, especially when you've got 60 cards.
With the backjack, it's insane because you know you have access
nice,
to the
a little plus
very
one.
nice interaction.
I loved it in Burning Abyss as well because you can send almost anything.
Insane. Yes.
Right, here comes the test of my skill because I get to reorder the top 3 cards. Now I have to put them in the best possible order. I'm gonna do this one maybe.
Okay.
And I'm just thinking now. I'm supposed to do it. You know, I'm just gonna do it.
Yeah.
Because I don't want you to summon another frog on me.
Ooh, that is good. That is a good one, actually.
I don't know when's the best time. I can't really like. There's never a time I can get you with it. So I think I just have to show it to you.
Yeah, because like no, but also the like I feel like the differential in the mirror match could be a bit difficult to activate, especially because like with the interaction, right? But I think you may have a good moment right now. I think because I'm gonna normal summon the swap for activate the effect.
It's still a bit of a problem because you still have those 2 Ronin totems in the grave, but I guess I'll have to do it anyway. So I'll do it now.
I think, yeah.
Should probably not
That is
mix up. Sorry.
Oh yeah, it's okay, no worries. I think I'll let it go through because you have 3. Yes. And I'm gonna send one with the swap frog. And then I can't activate dupe frog because you lose timing. Yeah. All right. I'm going for the Force Ronin Totem. So I banish the swap frog and bring it back. Take the second one and special summon it. Is summon fine?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. So I think this is quite obvious, but I don't know if it is actually, because I could also go for the Opabinia and put some traps in the graveyard, because like you're not activating anything, which makes me think you either have some like mirror forces and scars like that. I'll go with Totally Awesome.
Yeah, fine choice. I don't like you taking all my traps. I'm not.
Yeah, you can did like Quaking Mirror.
It's very
Force,
upsetting.
Or maybe the Compulse.
All my traps. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I just set one and go in the end phase.
Oh, nothing.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't even have to do any life points. Sure thing. Right. My turn it is?
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Block draw, even.
Let me know if you activate something in the standby phase, otherwise I just go for it.
You go for it.
Okay.
Don't know how many frogs you have left.
I think I only have one Duke Frog left. Yes.
A swap frog, maybe.
Or swap frog, yes. I have swap for sure. I think another Duke Frog. Let me check. Yes. I have the last one.
Oh my gosh. All these Duke frogs and swap frogs. Ugh.
It's weird because like I don't really know what are you up to, because maybe you have another Lost Wind. No, Lost Wind you would have activated it. So maybe you have the What was the card? Like the one that I don't remember the name. Apocrypha, whatever. Okay.
I'm gonna try my swap frog.
Tough one. Because I think this negated only the special summon, right? One in hand. This is tough. But it's fine. Yes, I'll allow it. Yes.
Perfect.
Fine.
I don't really know which one of these is.
Yeah. That is fine.
I'm gonna try and use not Dupe Frog.
The
Toad.
Yeah.
Is that allowed?
Yeah. On summon, I'm gonna go with the deep barrier. Call XYZ.
Oh, that's not very nice. Not very nice at all. Sure.
Okay.
I will return Sword Frog to my hand.
Yeah.
And then I will send it back to you.
Okay. Draw for turn. Standby phase. Okay. Activate it.
Too many turns.
Last one. It's weird that like the card you have in hand, you also had it the turn before. So I think maybe that could be the Grasslow's Grainer, which you couldn't have. I mean, maybe you could have. No. Maybe for 2. I mean, we would have made the calculation, but not even sure about that. Okay, here I'll go for an XYZ summon and go for the Opabinia. So Opabinia's effect, detach 1, and basically I can search for, you know, a Paleozoic card. Oops, sorry.
That's alright.
Let me just see. I could take the Marella. Yes. So we'll activate it from my hand, if that is fine.
I'm gonna chain my Leoncolia. Just before you get any traps in the grave.
That was the one you basically bring one of the banished, right? Into the graveyard.
So
I will negate it with Totally Awesome.
Oh, okay. You want it?
Yes, please. Thank you. So I will first resolve the Marella, send another one, and then resolve the Totally Awesome to get back something from the graveyard. I'm taking back one of this.
God, you have so many cards, you're putting cards back in your extra deck.
Now I'm gonna go for the Holy Notice.
Oh dear. Okay.
So I'm gonna target one. Do you have any response?
I don't.
Go with Marella.
Sure.
Okay. Okay. I can see that now. I'll go for the Ronin Toadin. And summon the Totally Awesome again. And I'll just enter battle phase and attack over your Ronin Toadin.
Sure.
I'm phase 2. I'm gonna pass back to you.
Draft it?
Yeah.
Let's try this again.
I'm gonna negate it this time. Yeah.
Do you want it?
Yes. Yes, I'll take
Stop
it.
taking all my
Thanks.
cards. I like having cards.
I'll take
you
this
keep taking
back.
them all.
I want them all.
I'm gonna set one.
Yes.
and then activate pilot device.
Ooh, nice. Yes, I have no response to that.
This was my card in hand last time, but I thought when you had a toad, it was
that was not the right time to activate that. Yeah.
What did you have back, by the way? Swap frog?
I had back as Swap Frog, yes.
Okay. And I will set 2 cards. And then during the end phase,
yes,
I'm going to have to discard one.
Ooh,
but it's not
nice
the end of the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll live with it. So I get to try this fun thing again. I'm gonna do this.
All right.
And then Basti.
Okay. These are the 2 new ones, right?
These are 2 new ones, yes.
Draw phase.
Yes.
Buy phase?
Yes.
Main phase?
Yes.
I'm gonna go for Opabini's effect.
This is annoying.
Yeah.
It's very annoying. You
Yeah.
need to stop.
Stop body cards.
You have too many cards. I'm gonna do this.
Ooh, this is a good one. First damage.
It feels like a very good card, but I don't know if
no,
I'm wasting it, but I don't want you to get more.
You have to do it, I guess.
More traps.
Yeah. Let me check. I'm gonna go flip the Swap Frog. And normal summon mine, but not using any effect.
I guess you don't have any more.
I think I don't have any left. Let me see. I'm gonna go for activate this, but I don't really want to get this back to you actually because you have the back jack as well. This is a tough one because also you have the top deck with the back jack. I mean, for sure I have to do this, and I think I'll go for the 3rd toad. Yes. I'm gonna summon it. I think I've summoned what, 5? I lost count.
I don't know. Too many.
And then I could do this, summon that, activate that. What is it back in the extra deck? Alright, let's see how this plays out. I'm gonna go for Leon Sholdia, target Dupe Frog.
This one, right?
Mine Dupe Frog, sorry. I'm not correct.
I'm gonna chain my back jack.
I'm gonna chain your back jack. That is fine.
Okay. So I will show you. Did I hit a trap? Luckily I did.
The Morella, yes. This goes to you. And the Dupe Frog goes here. Okay. I'm gonna go for Ronin Toadin.
That I can't do much about.
And I'm gonna go for another one.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
You have too many
infinite
many
ones.
toads.
Is it summon fine?
Yeah, it's fine. It's
okay.
fine.
I'm gonna go for the 2nd Opinion.
Oh dear. Okay. Sure.
And activate its effect. If that is fine.
I don't really know what to do. So I'll try a Lost Wind.
You'll try a Lost Wind on it. I think it's, what was it? It's how? Yes. I will chain a Morella to that.
Sure.
Okay. Battle phase.
Sure.
Attack with it.
Attack with it.
Yeah, I knew you had it.
You knew it.
I knew it. I'll have to negate it.
Sure.
and yes.
Is that right?
Yeah, he's all right. I think I'll take it.
You want it?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Taking all of my cards.
And with a totally awesome, I'll put back a totally awesome. And so 14, right?
12.
Oh, sorry, 12. Sorry.
Oh, you've not played these for a while.
Yeah,
like.
I forgot how big they were. Yeah. Main phase 2.
Yes.
I'll go for another rolling 20.
How many of these do you have? Sure.
And I'll go for totally awesome.
Can I get my lost win back? Is that allowed? Or do I have to wait?
No, I think you can't, right? I think you can't do it.
If monster special summoned.
Yeah,
you can, right?
Yeah, you can do it. Yes,
okay.
you can set it. I'll set 1 and pass back to you.
Okay, I'll draw. Do you want to use the toad? This feels very unfair, right? Okay. I'll set one.
Yes.
In a very...
I forgot, what was the Lost Wind?
Manner.
Like this one, right?
This is Lost Wind, yeah.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yes.
And then I will
I told you I forgot things.
The attack, the defense.
I stand by main. Let's see what I can do. I enter battle phase.
Sure.
That's out.
In the damage step?
Yes.
I use Lost Wind.
Yes, that's fine.
That's fine?
Yeah.
Okay. So...
11?
Yeah. So I'm on 4,200.
Yes. Okay. Main phase 2. Let me just check this. I'll pass back to you, Tom. Yes.
Pass back to me?
Yeah.
That's very generous. Okay. I'll draw a card.
Yes.
And then I will pass back to you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Draw for turn. Stand by main. Let's see if I can close this out. But you have the Lancioli and the Grave. I think also the Marella. Also the Marella. Let's see. I could go for this. Let's just have some fun. I'll go with Reckless Greed.
Reckless Greed. You have lots of traps in your grave, do you?
Yeah, I have like two.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna have to start getting some traps of my own. So I will. I could chain one now and stop you from getting it, but for now I'll just chain this because I think otherwise I'll just end up with no traps in the grave.
Yeah, I'll chain my Marella from the graveyard.
And that will be okay.
All right. So this, then you get to send. Yeah.
Then I send a trap. I don't know if I'm supposed to send like a like a paleo trap.
Yeah, also like another one, like another
or like
Marella.
a Lost Wind. Lost Wind's quite good, but maybe I need more paleos. Who knows?
And then I get to draw 2 cards for the Reckless Grape. And then I have, let's say, this 2 turns. That's fine.
You trust me?
Yeah, I do. You indicated this with Lost Wind, so...
They're both Lost Winded, yeah.
Yeah.
That Lost Wind has done double duty.
Yeah. Let me see what I have. I'll enter battle phase.
Okay.
And attack for 11.
Yep. Puts me on
31 and 12.
Puts me on 19.
Yes. I'll set 1 and pass back to you.
Okay. I'll draw. Oh, this is a good one. Unless we get 2. 2 for the price of 1.
Cost.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Gonna have a look at all of the powerful cards that I've surely banished.
That is fine.
That is fine. Oh,
yeah.
yay. 1, 2. I will set 2. I'll put these over here.
Yeah.
And a bit of trouble here of like just losing, but let's just go for it.
Card of the Demise. That is fine. Yes.
1, 2, 3. And right. I will activate a Dynamiscus.
All right.
And target your Morella.
My Morella. My Morella. I'm so undecided about it. You have 3 in hand, 1 will be discarded. I'll go for this.
It's negated though still.
Yeah, yeah, but
You're
I just
getting
uses
it off the field.
yes, exactly. Yes.
Okay. And then this resolves?
Yeah.
Okay, so sad end for Swap Frog, but he was just going to get discarded anyway.
Yes.
So.
And I get back 1 totally awesome from the graveyard. Yes.
Your army. Totally awesome. Set 2?
Yes.
And then I will discard my whole hand. And then it's over to you.
In the end phase, I'll use another Reckless Great.
Oh, this is the combo. I did this to Marcello in a previous Time Wizard duel, so...
Is it okay?
Yeah, yeah.
No response?
No response.
Okay, I'll chain Morella.
Yeah. Okay. I would love to, but I played a card of demise, so unfortunately I have to let you.
So I'll draw 2.
Get away with it.
And this goes to 1.
How do you have so many cards? What's going on?
5.
It's crazy.
So stand by main.
Yeah.
I'll go battle phase.
My life points.
Slowly reducing your life points.
Sure.
Yeah. Attack for it.
Okay, I'm 700.
Almost there.
Almost.
Let's see. I think what do I have here? Right. I'll go set this and pass back to you.
Right. Gonna set 1?
Yes.
And then run it back.
Ooh.
This has been a lot of fun.
Yes, go for it.
Okay.
This is the 3rd one for you, right?
It is, yeah. I'm gonna... it's tricky. Let's go for it. Actually, what am I going for? Not sure. Let's do the Dynamiscus.
Yes.
And I will discard this.
What's the target?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, it's... Oh,
this
sorry
one first.
about that.
No discarding yet.
On Morella. Dynamics goes on my Morella. So undecided. Let me just check your graveyard real quick. I will chain my Dynamiscus on your Dynamiscus.
A lot of Dynamiscuses. Okay.
And I will chain the Olinoides.
Okay.
Okay. I discard 1.
So you discard 1. This gets banished.
Yes.
I discard 1.
Yes, and this gets banished.
It looks remarkably similar, but we've both got less cards now.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to play Foolish Burial.
Yes.
Okay. Gonna go fishing. I hope I have some more backjacks. This may have been a disaster. Okay, we're good. We're good. I was like, I didn't actually check my banish pile before I did that. Keeping that Foolish Burial in my hand would have been very bad. Okay. I'm running low on cards as well. Do you want a cut?
That's fine.
Okay. So I'm gonna look at 3.
Yeah.
I'm gonna set. I'll just keep it like that.
Yeah.
That's good order. I set 1.
Yeah.
And then once again, I will discard my hand.
End phase. Third one.
Too much of this, yeah, sure.
And activate 1 Canadian.
Yes.
So I'll draw 2 cards. And always in the end phase. Let me see if I could do something else. What do I have here? These ones. I'll go compulse, target your monster, and chain the Dynamiscus.
Sure.
So draw phase I don't draw because of the reckless greed. So on the standby, main phase.
Yes.
So 700. Let's see if I manage to do this.
I don't know.
10th, totally awesome. I don't know.
Sure.
Okay. Battle phase.
Yes.
Attack.
Let's try this one.
The compulse. I'm gonna negate it.
Do you want more of my traps?
Do
you not had enough of them?
I think I want it. Yeah. And I'll take back another totally awesome. Attack for 12? Huh. Nice one. I'm gonna go chain a Canadian.
Yeah. Wanna put it in tap mode?
Oh no, this one.
This one gets banished.
Yes,
yeah, because I got hit by the mirror
force. Correct. You have 1 in hand, so I'll set 1. And I'll set, I think, another one. This one? Do I want this one? Yes. Pass to you.
Draw. Set.
Yes.
Ooh, so I don't know how I like this. Okay, Yogo. So you go to. You finally run out of things?
Yeah, now I get to draw 1.
No, because you activated that
I
in my
activated
last
before.
phase. Yeah,
yes.
you've gone
So
through all your
this is
recklesses.
over. Yes.
And you're down to 1.
Right. So, let's see. I could attack, but I know what to find. Because you have swap. Let me check something there. So battle phase?
Yep.
Main phase 2. Let me just go with this.
Oh, okay. This has been a long time in the making.
Yeah, it's been a very long time actually. Yeah, but
just chilling.
I think it's about time now because that otherwise I won't get over that. Pass to you.
Pass to me.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Oof. Because like you're at 700, so like the turn after, I mean, ideally I could see this one. So.
Right, I'm gonna try backjack. How's that? Okay. Oh, lucky me.
Ooh, it was a good one.
Well, I knew what it was.
I mean
right. Don't know how I feel about this. So I know.
You know this one's.
And this is compulsory as
compulsory.
well. You've got all my traps.
Yes.
Okay. So compulsory, lost wind. I don't know. I don't know about this at all. Let's go for it though. Target this.
Target this. Chain all in all this.
Yeah. And
yes.
Target this.
Chain literally.
Okay, that wasn't actually very good. I didn't need to do that at all, but here we go. Here
I mean, you kind of had to, I guess.
Well, what I was really scared of was dimensional barrier, because then I couldn't do anything.
Yeah.
So let's have a go with this.
Yes.
Yeah, I was really worried last turn if I tried to do this and you played dimensional barrier, I'd have been absolutely toast. Right. But now I've given you a ton of Paleozoics. I wanted to put my Toad in the extra monster zone, but I guess that's not allowed. Right, so let's go with a Toad.
Yes.
Is that okay?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Let's try...
Oh, sorry. No, I think I'll go... Sorry, last win on it.
On the summon?
Yes, on the summon.
I will chain my Olonos.
That is fine. This is...
So, I know you have a Quaking Mirror Force too. That might be a problem. Everything's a problem. Okay, I'm going to put this guy in attack or defense. All important questions.
It depends on what you have, I guess.
I think I'll put him in attack.
Yeah.
Okay, let's have a go at going into my battle phase.
Yes.
Attacking this guy.
Yes. Goodbye.
And attacking this guy.
That is fine.
Yes. Okay.
So the crash, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, my guy does. Okay. Then still in the battle phase, I'm going to use Apocrypha.
Ooh, so this one was
called XYZ?
Yeah, the one that basically sends to the graveyard, right?
Yeah, it sends to the grave as long as there's at least 2 of the type, which there is, because I have one and you have
yes. I'll chain the Morella.
Yeah, I can't do anything about that. Okay. And then Toad.
Yes.
I hope I have something good. Still have a swap.
Yes.
Okay. I need to check how many frogs I have left now.
Yeah.
Okay. Now let's go main phase 2.
Yes.
Summon. Do I have frogs? Do I want them in my deck or in my graveyard?
Ah, right, because you did the desire.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. I don't want to use the effect.
Okay. That is fine.
And I will go with this.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Try again.
Yeah.
Maybe set one.
Yeah.
And then go into the end phase.
I'll go with the compulse on it.
Yeah, this is a tricky one. I should probably negate it. Don't like you doing it in the end phase. It's not very nice. Sure, I will negate the compulse.
Yes.
So I won't. I'm gonna have my own one back. If am I allowed to have my own one back? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I will add back like a dupe frog or something. It has to be swap frog. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Over to you.
I get to draw 1. Standby.
Yes.
And my face.
Yes.
I'll go with Foolish.
Sure.
Okay. I think I'm out of... I think I only have back check in the deck. Let me see if...
Yeah, look at you got a neat pile of frogs.
Yeah. And use its effect.
Yep.
Let me see what I have. 2, 3. Like this. Alright. Battle phase.
Yep.
Attack.
I'm going to activate Dynamiscus.
Dynamiscus. Dynamiscus. I'll chain the back jack.
Because you can only do that in...
oh, yeah?
Yeah.
All in your turn? Oh, right, sorry. Sorry about that. Yeah. Then it's... I have no response.
Okay. I will respond with a... Canadian?
Yeah.
And discard my Swap Folk.
Sure. And attack over it.
It's even, right?
Yeah.
Do you have any paleo tracks there?
And pass to you. Okay. It looks as if we're playing like a whole match.
This has been the longest game. Oh my goodness. Right.
Yes.
Set one. I think. I don't know if I'm supposed to like do this now. Let's do it. Is that okay?
Can I check your grave?
Yeah.
Thanks. Let me see what you have left. Not much, actually. I think I'll go with Torrential.
Okay, there's probably not a good idea using a paleo in response to that, so... Alright, okay. Do you want to use a paleo in response?
No, no thanks.
Okay, over to you.
Draw for turn. Stand by. I'll pass to you.
Your turn.
Draw for turn. Standby main. I think this could be funny, actually. That's why I didn't activate the backjack, because I really wanted to do this.
Sure.
So, how many cards do you have, Tom?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
So I do 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So let's just count 15. Let's say 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Good. So I get to send this.
Oh my goodness.
Let's just have a look at it all together.
That's quite a big power you got there.
Yeah, I got some. So Lost Wind, some Peleos, Desires, Demise, Strikes. Fine. Okay.
Fine, it is. All
yes, it's good.
It's good.
Now we have the same amount of cards. And pass back to you.
Okay. I guess I'll just send one?
Yes.
Pass back to you.
Still my.
Yes.
Oh. I think we created a monster with this duel.
I'm not sure what's happened. Okay. Pass. I don't know how many cards I can actually use. If I use any traps, you just get a Paleozoic back, and I don't.
Pass.
Aha! A monster. Now you're in trouble.
That is good.
Attack.
I'll go with the Quaking Mirror Force.
Okay, I guess I'll chain one of my many Paleozoics that I have, but it seems like enough. I'll chain him.
Yes.
Put him in defense, I think.
Yes.
And then everything's in defense. Oh, that's mine as well. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Your turn.
Draw. Standby main. I'll set this.
Wait, what is that? Oh, is it a backjack?
Pass.
Yeah, because you sent all your frogs. Because if I crash into a dupe frog, I would lose, but I'm 99% sure all of your frogs are gone, so I think it has to just be a backjack. One backjack, which is unactivated. Don't see any more backjacks. Oh my goodness.
How did we get to this point?
I don't know. But I'm here for it. Right, I'm going to switch it and attack and hope it's got less than 1200 defense, otherwise I might be in trouble.
Let me check what you have. You have infinite. Yes, I'll use it.
Sure.
The thing is that we're running out of cars, so there's...
I don't know why he used the grass. You would have had loads more cards than me. You want to use backjack?
Nope.
Okay, you'll go.
No, because you know what? I think we could lose, like, I mean, we're almost there, you know? So I'll set this.
What is this? What is this?
Set
Where did you get that
this
from?
And pass.
Do you have more backjacks? You don't have more. Okay, sorry. Your deck's too big.
How many cards do you have?
The same
3,
as you.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
I should have one the same number as you, right?
Yep. 3,
Okay.
6, 9, 10, 11.
Okay, I guess I'll just attack.
I'll go.
What is this?
With Quaking.
With another. I'm gonna run out of monsters. I really have to use my own paleo, so I guess I will.
Yes.
Okay. I don't know if I want to set anything or anything like that. I don't really want to do anything. I feel like I'm in trouble. You'll go.
Okay. I can't use the back. You know, I'd love to use the backjack, but the thing is that, like, I'm like this. I can still maybe survive somehow. Pass to you.
Come on. Get him. Attack.
Effect.
Sure.
Right. Like this.
All right. Over to you.
Draw. Stand by main.
Mm-hmm.
Normal summon.
Where did that come from? Oh my goodness. Oh dear. Yeah,
Finally,
that's really
I mean,
bad.
I was really looking forward to it.
Do you want to use the effect?
Nope.
I doubt you can actually. So.
But you're out of. So you're out of.
I'm out of everything. Don't you worry about that.
So Dynamiscus. 1, 2. You may have banished the third one. Quaking Mirror Forces. 1, 2. I have to calculate. No, I think you may have another one. I think you may have. Because, like, if I leave this on the field, how do I lose this one?
I'll show you.
Pass. Yes.
Draw. I'm gonna activate Canada on this.
Canada. I'm gonna go for a Dynamiscus.
Sure.
Okay.
Battle phase?
Yes.
Attack?
Mirror Force.
Stop it with the. Stop it with these. That's a problem, I think. I think I'm in trouble. I'm going to use another Dynamiscus. I'm going to set some face downs, maybe? Come on then. Over to you.
What's even left?
Everything is left. There's 60 cards.
Draw.
Yeah.
Stand by.
Yeah.
Main phase.
Mm-hmm.
Battle phase.
Yep.
Attack.
Attack my... I kind of feel like I really want to keep my monster around. So I guess I'll have to use this.
I'll chain. This.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. See you later.
Memphis 2?
Yes. Okay. It's a level 3.
Ooh, right. Sorry. But I mean, I can't link summon.
No, you can't link summon.
3 in hand?
4.
4.
Got a lot of cards.
I'm in trouble. Torrential. Pass to you. Yes.
They're not very good cards, but they're cards.
Yeah.
Oops. Oh. I guess I will set one and switch.
This is in defense.
Oh, that's in defense.
Sorry.
That makes it a lot easier to attack.
Because like you did the mirror first. Yes.
And then I'll attack it then.
You will attack it. Which one do you set? You set something.
Sorry, I just set one. This one.
Okay.
I was getting ready to pass.
Yes.
Then I'll set this. And then your turn.
Draw. Stand by me.
Yes.
I'll pass to you. Oh my. Because you're out of Canadias.
I'm running low on everything.
You're out of Dynamiscus.
Yeah, I'm not feeling happy about this. I'm not feeling too excited. Right, I'm gonna use this and call
Oh.
Fusions.
Declare one monster on a type. If two or more monsters on the declared type are on, make each player transfer all monster of that type from their field to the graveyard. Oh my. What do I have?
Any fusions?
Gonna use Dynamiscus.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to get rid of it.
Yeah.
So. And then set one. And then your turn.
Draw. Stand by main. Pass.
End phase.
Yes.
Let's go with this on my Duke Frog.
On your Duke Frog.
I'm trying.
The thing is that I don't have, I think, any more paleo. Nope. Which means
you don't have any more paleos?
No,
I probably should have gotten to realize this.
I'll go for.
This is insane. How do you not have any more paleos?
No, I don't have any more.
What happened to them all? Okay.
I'll go with the. All you notice.
Yeah, take your pick.
I mean, this one is fine.
That one. I will chain Canada, I guess.
Yeah, that is fine.
Okay. I am absolutely shocked that you've run out of.
Yes.
Right. I feel like I've got a new lease of life in this game now. I felt like I was in real trouble. Okay. Draw one.
Yes.
Main phase.
Yeah.
Finally.
I don't want to lose to a torrential, but I feel like that's probably how it's going to go. I don't know, because if I summon into a torrential, I'm just stuffed. So I'm going to, I guess, try it. Is there anything that doesn't get hit by torrential? I will go for an awesome toad.
On summon.
Lost Wind. Do I have to negate it? I guess I could just chain a nice paleo instead. Okay, I'll do that instead.
Yeah.
I will chain a nice paleo. Is that good? Anything gonna happen?
Fine.
I need an extra monster zone too. I'm like running low on those. In addition to everything else I'm running low on. I don't even know what to do. I'm very confused. Right, let's go with this. And this.
I'll have a think. And chain Canada on your Lancholia.
You're doing that. What, in response to this?
On summon.
On summon.
Yes.
Don't know. Sure. I can just flip this up, right?
I mean, you summoned it now, but you can.
I summoned it last turn, didn't I? Because I used this in the end.
Oh right,
phase?
yeah. It's fine. Yeah, I'll just go activate all the Olenoides.
Sure.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Flip it up.
I'll go Canada target.
Stop it.
Canada target the Ronin.
Okay, that one I can't just flip up. So I will tribute my toad.
Yes.
And is that okay? Do you want to respond?
No, that is fine.
Okay, and then toad. I'm a bit in trouble here because this does actually get set.
Yeah.
And
we're back with more of your coverage here at YCS Bologna 2024. We're out of Swiss, and now our top 64 have been decided. And now we're going to see who's going to make it in to the top 32 with our feature match here. I have Julius Schwarzkopf and Guillaume Maron here, who are ready to take on this feature match. Gentlemen, we're going to do a high roll to you guys first. Who would like to roll first? Julius is going to roll first. And that is an 8. And for Guillaume, we have a 6. Okay, Julius is going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys over to your wonderful commentary trio, who are going to take you through our first Top Cup feature match. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome indeed to the top 64 of YCS Bologna 2024. It has been an incredible 12 rounds of Swifts, but finally we have the duelists who will try their best, clash against each other to come out on top as the champion of Bologna. And well, we have quite a list of accomplished players and different decks as we were expecting.
Yeah, hopefully soon we'll be able to get that deck breakdown up for you, but in the meantime we've got a fantastic match. I'm sure many players at home will recognize the face of Julius Schwarzkopf, one of the most informed German players at the moment, being the current German national champion, winning a YCS and coming second at the most recent one in Lille.
I mean, absolutely incredible performance for him, honestly, especially because like we have been seeing him playing the Rika deck incredibly well, and here in the top 64 he's playing another explosive deck, which is Mermel.
Yeah, we've teased a little bit in the end of the previous round, and luckily for us, he did win his bubble match, and that's why we will have the pleasure to witness him in action. It is a deck that obviously, thanks to Rage of the Abyss, has got a bit of popularity of what the deck was back in the day, one of my favorites of all time, and it's great to see it back in action. It's very, very explosive, it can do a lot, and yeah, I'm up for it. Actually, there are a few who made it all the way to the top 64, so that's great news for fans of the deck, but we want to see it in action, and I think what's the best way to do it then, if not against, one of the top performing decks of the format in what is Snake Kai Zamina, and Guillaume will do his best to pilot it, as we are sure he has also had a pretty amazing season. So without further ado, let's jump into action for game 1. Here they are.
So I think regardless of what deck Julius is playing, you really don't want to go second.
I guess so. And unfortunately that's the case. So. Alright, that's the OG ones. Yeah, that could have happened. We are not playing Time Wizard, I know that much.
Yeah, straight out of 2013. Being like, what? This is not what you're supposed to do.
And we are gonna negate that with Infinite Impermanence.
I'm not sure if like infantry activate, like it has to activate, it's mandatory, but there are no targets, so I don't know like what it has to do.
They were laughing about, but here we do see some of the new support.
And here it comes, the biggest sea serpent of them all.
I love that.
And that Impermanence looking in the graveyard. Is there another card to follow up? Maybe an Impulse? No! No, nothing from Guillaume. So we're going to see the board flooded with fish.
Yeah, that's a crazy card. Legal from back in the day. This is one of those decks that you can play in Time Wizard 2010 as well. Yeah, here today you can see some of the spikes. Unfortunately, did pick up one of the pikes. Usually what you want to summon off is the 3 copies of Pike, and then sometimes you see this last random target. In the case of Julius, he decided to go with Goatee to add even another layer of fish or like water monsters to his deck.
Yeah, I just want to like show Abyss Shrine to someone like from 2013 or whatever, and just show them this card and be like, yep, you can just summon a Quellicant straight from your deck by discarding a water monster. What do you think of this card? Because there used to be whole decks based around summoning the Quellicant. I think even some are played in Time Wizard 2010. So it's absolutely crazy. Is it even once per turn, Quellicant? I mean, he's probably exhausted all the fish from his deck, but I was wondering if you could make the Marincess link and bring it back again. Sounds quite fun.
Yeah, it is once per turn, yeah.
And here comes one of the many, possibly, Bahamut Sharks that we are going to see. We just were witnessing some totally awesome action between you two guys, but now we're back in 2024, and yeah, still the card is as relevant as ever.
Yeah, this card has definitely stood the test of time. Hard to argue with. A negate and setting a card to your side of the field. Yeah, look, he can bring it back and use it again. I don't know if he's got any more fish, though.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's not going to be the card of choice. And I mean, I'm not surprised, as we have seen Julius plenty of times with the plant deck, but it's always incredible to see just the speed at which he performs so many actions. You can really tell that he's super comfortable with the deck.
Yeah, I mean, he showed us how he piloted the Rika deck incredibly well, and here, once again, we are witnessing how he knows this deck in and out. And we have been discussing this a lot, and I'm really happy to see Mirmil back in action at full power, and we're totally awesome once again.
You can see he's explaining all the different effects to his opponent now that the Nepta Abyss has come down.
Oh, this is a new Neptabis. I was like, where's the Neptabis? But this link is also Neptabis.
Homonymous, but yeah, Neptabis is also one of those cards that has really stood the test of time, but that is it. Usually you do open up with even more explosive, but this still can be kind of threatening. The Gori comes back, and let's see what Guillaume is going to try and do.
The Drag Eye, that negates a spell or trap, right? Is that?
I think so. Yeah. You have to be... You have to have a water monster in the graveyard, yes, basically, to get the activation. But,
tough, tough condition.
What does it say if you have like 10? Is that also allowed? You know. This feels like something you ought to negate with the Drag Eye.
Yeah, it's the outdraw of the Hollow ceremony. Let's see. Ooh, we have the second impulse. One was discarded. And that's a popular card this weekend. Fenrir, we have mentioned it. Kashtira cards are being splashed everywhere. And yeah, Guillaume just found some of the space for a full playset of Fenrirs. That it.
Is he running any more Kashtira cards, do you think? Or just the...
I don't think so. Last time I checked, but we can check back.
No, just plays 3 Fenrir, and that's it. Yeah. Which, I mean, we have seen some players playing maybe the 3 Fenrir with the Birth.
Yeah, just one Unicorn, like the other way around, but no, he's just sticking to good old Fenrir. Solid card.
And I think there have been players who decided to play Dark Beacon in Basic instead of the Fenrir, but I think for this weekend we have seen most of our players relying on the Kashtira cards in their decks, and things makes a lot of sense.
And the Toad pretty much has to negate the Fenrir, because otherwise at some point the Fenrir could just attack the Toad. Do you think it's, I guess it's always an interesting choice there with the Toad and the Fenrir, like do you just go to the battle phase and attack it, or do you prefer to keep playing in your main phase now?
Oof, but we also have the Snake Eye Ashed, yeah. Really solid the end.
Picking up that infantry back to the hand that Julius just did there, it looks kind of innocent, but it will provide him another sort of interruption. In the form of the Abyss Shrine in Graveyard, can banish itself and let you discard that infantry, which will then trigger to pop a card on the field.
Yeah, it was left with no more cards, but I guess either the additional pack picked up or yeah, just the opener being a little more subpar than usual meant that...
No, I think he's still going here, right? Because he hasn't used Drag-Eye. So the Drag-Eye will be able to check the...
Oh, no, of course, yeah.
Field spell.
I just meant usually you see even stronger opener from Mermil through just one impermanence. But, I mean, Julius is playing with what he's got. And we see yet another, you know, new inclusion straight from the latest supports.
No one's searching Abyss Sphere anymore.
Sad.
Yeah, very sad. Yeah, it feels like he very much have to negate this, right?
Yeah. And he does.
Is there any more to do for Guillaume? What are the remaining cards in his hand?
I mean, it's quite likely that there is the original still, maybe.
Yeah,
there it is.
As we have searched the tempo, and it is there indeed.
You feel like I feel like players like to search tempo more than original often.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it depends going second because there are merits, I guess.
Yeah, merits to both for sure.
And now comes the big question of because we also have the option to synchro. Let me check what options are also in the extra deck from Julius, because that's also a deck that really has tight space for sure.
Yeah, he definitely needs something else now, because if he lets Guillaume just play how he wants to, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. We've got access to...
Yeah. Because we can still synchro summon, right?
What, so we can synchro level 10, maybe?
Yeah, we gotta check what is gone in there. Maybe the Deep Beyond? Or
that is the
I guess
one.
so.
That is the one he has.
Does it deal efficiently with this?
Yeah, it banishes everything.
It banishes everything?
Yeah, literally
Oh,
every card on the field. Yeah, so...
That's a lot of cards.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, in this case, it's gonna get rid of some of your own, but it's really good. And yeah, you can see Guillaume maybe not really expecting this. And yeah.
Very nice interaction here from Julius.
Good recognition. Yeah, yeah, he's gonna go to his zone, of course. Yep. So everything is banished, and then the Goatee of the DP will come back. But yeah, he has seen enough. Yep. So in the end, the final interruption, that sneaky Goatee tuner synchro summoning effect brought out the Deep Beyond, and what an effect it was.
Yeah, I mean, he had such a weak-looking start, but then he was able to pull it back. I mean, to me, that normal summon Abyss Pike and then having its effect negated, Guillaume probably thought to himself, boy, you know, I'm in for it, but no. Julius still able to put out layers and layers of interruption, right? There was the pop from the infantry, there was the negate from the Dragite, there was the Toad, and then there was the banishing the whole field. Once again, thought he'd got through everything.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a sneak sequence there, because obviously the infantry was just randomly discarded at the start from the Pike, but then the Toad could get it back, and that's, yeah, a nice inclusion. It's usually just a one-off in the deck, because you can send it, you know, with the regular Neptabis, which we didn't get to see. But, yeah, I mean, you could tell that Guillaume maybe was somewhat familiar with the Mermail cards, but the Goatee inclusion is, I think, unique to Julius' deck. We haven't seen a lot of that in all of the Mermail decks, and that feels like it paid off, because Guillaume had no idea what was going on with that part of the deck, and it was really strong. So now, what are we thinking? Guillaume probably has to improvise with the side deck.
I mean, I really feel like, I mean, against Mermail, you don't have very specific cards, but I mean, I can see, like, for example, the Skill Drain, you know, there's the Cold Body Grave. And Spell Fragrance, honestly, doesn't do much, because, you know, there's the Marksman and the Infantry, there can be only one.
I'm looking quite greedily at the deck lockdown. I feel like that's very much a coverall. When you go first, you can just put it in. And Mermail, I love to search just as much as all the other decks in the meta. Cards like Neptabis, Dragoons, Avisteus all want you to search the deck. So.
And not just that, it also special summons from the deck quite a bit with the new support. So I think deck lockdown is absolutely a top premium choice. On the other end, though, I'm expecting Julius' side deck to be mostly built for going second, because it's a combo deck, right? So maybe he has also some of these solutions at his disposal. What do we think?
I'm looking at it. I'm seeing an awful lot of going first cards.
That's fair enough.
He's got the full crossout designator kind of suite, where you run one of every hand trap in the universe, and those 3 crossout designators, which is totally understandable considering the explosive power of the deck. But going second, maybe those 3 Ash Blossoms could come in. Maybe a Droll Lock and a Nibiru. A little bit of something.
You always did them with the one-off
that you are meant to cipher cross out. But yeah, I mean, the good news is for that this is one of those decks that can actually, outside of Tempai, main the full 6 copies of the Mulchamis, and that is because although you still want to go first, they are water. You can discard them with all of your Mermaid effects, Atlanteans, so it does work out pretty well. So at least he will have those in his bag, but I think our duelists are almost done with their side deck, so let's see if Guillaume can even the score up. There we are, and to be fair, Guillaume opener was really strong last turn. Like, it didn't line up perfectly, but like the opener was great. So let's see if he can top that here.
Oh, I see that first card is one you never really want to see. The Flamberge Dragon.
Yeah, but the rest of the hand really made it up for, and I see a lot of one-offs. And he did pick up one of those cheeky one-offs from the side deck, which is the Droll and Lock, and that's possibly a premium one here.
Oh no, I saw the one-off skill drain. I thought.
I know, Tom. But
it's funny nowadays. You have the 2 types of one-offs. You have the one-offs that you put because you just need them somewhere in your deck, and you really, really don't want to draw them. And then you have those one-offs that are in your deck and they're limited,
and you really want to.
You really want to draw them. But this Witch, well, I suppose the Sinful Spoils wanted presumably a 3 of, along with 3 copies of Witch, because you really want to see one of those as well. And indeed we have. Sinful Spoils Deception, not a card we've seen a lot of on stream yet this weekend, but definitely a very popular card, and the players have talked about an awful lot.
Yeah.
I think it's the kind of card people are thinking about how to deal with, picking up cards like Ghost Ogre in popularity, or cards like Retaliating Sea, but it seems like an Ash will do just fine.
And pass. Yeah, an Ash was enough. At least the line of defense is solid through to the skill drain and draw, but yeah, this was not what Guillaume was hoping for. And is that a shiny Abystius?
That's a beautifully shiny Abystius.
Yeah, we love that card.
Interesting choice there, hitting the Poplar rather than the more common thing to summon with the temple, well, place with the temple. Being the other Diabell Star would have allowed him to play, but I suppose maybe he wasn't thinking about Ash specifically.
Ooh. I'm not sure if the judge will allow. Yeah, unfortunately, due to the sequence, Guillaume kind of forgot that he had to activate the draw, and yeah, unfortunately for him, we are in the top 64. There are no real takebacks in this one, so hopefully this will not cost him, but I think the information is really what is more costly here, because Julius really doesn't need that additional help.
Yeah, I'm looking at the skill drain. It's quite interesting because you can deal with it in the Mermail deck with Marksman or Infantry, but if you target it with Marksman and then it gets flipped face up, it won't be destroyed anymore, because Marksman is quite an old card that has to destroy. The card still has to be set, but Guillaume's still holding off on it, and it does make sense because I think he just wants to resolve his Draw and Lock Bird for now.
Yeah, and at least, I mean, Julius is still adding some cards, so if he wants, he can use the draw.
Yeah, I think you let the Prince resolve, and then in a new chain, the Dragoons will activate, and then you can chain the Draw and Lock Bird to that, preventing the second search from happening. Which, to me, seems a little weird, because like, he just saw the draw.
Do we have an
so
outfit, maybe?
This Dragoon doesn't have to do anything.
He has the cold buy.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense to me, because as Tom was saying, there is no way you do that on purpose. You know that the draw is there. And there it looks, the good old G Megalo. Discarding, wow.
What is this?
This brings me back.
I could see you drawing that a lot.
Yeah.
It was a skill drain, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
here we go.
It was. And unfortunately for Julius, the way that Guillaume has been preserving it means that, yeah, the infantry cannot get rid of it right now.
Yeah. I mean, quite clever, because if he'd flipped it earlier in the turn, the infantry could come down and pop it. But now the infantry's already in the graveyard.
Yeah, the thing is, he knew that the Neptabis was gonna come out, and the thing is, the Atalantians usually you can just pay the cost, and what matters for them is when they are sent as a cost. So skill drain is not that much of an issue, but we're playing 2 infantries.
Oh, good.
I thought the standard was 1.
Yeah, he sides 1. And
Ooh,
he plays
okay.
1 in the main deck and sides the second copy.
That makes more sense to me. Yeah, I've seen mostly 1, but that's big. Because we have not normal summon yet, right?
I think he didn't, because he got Tears discarded.
No, I don't think he did normal. So
no, he can normal and then activate Megalo.
You can pay the cost for Megalo and just destroy the skill drain that way if he wants.
An absolutely stellar start for Julius.
Oof, but he has an even better way to do this. And there comes a great solution to this skill drain. This is insane, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, Graham, absolutely defenseless now, and we're going to see the mightiest effect of them all. You can send like some number of Atlanteans from the deck to the graveyard and then bounce cards equal to the number. I don't even know if he's got any Atlanteans left at the rate he's been charging through his Dragoons.
Marksman. Let's see.
Oh, you can send the Prince too.
Oh, yeah.
Bounce away the remaining lines of defense.
Yeah, the Poseidra looking super threatening at the moment. We can also double the attacks of Megalo this turn and make it pretty easy to take a chunk at these life points. Yeah.
Wow. Oh my. Yeah, just a matter
That's
of calculation, I guess. Because like if he activates the Megalo, he gets 2 attacks.
Yeah, just tribute off that Dragoons, get another search.
48 plus 3078, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the skill drain does it, so it's pretty easy to actually just complete this. Obviously, Julius is gonna triple check on that. Wow, just
in case.
Oh, wow,
I mean,
what a performance! In just under 20 minutes, Julius advances yet again to another top 32 this season. Wow.
I'm shocked.
I mean, it seems like one of the most one-sided feature matches we've watched this whole weekend, really. No back and forth, no nothing. Julius, no messing around.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have been waiting a while to show you guys what this Mermaid deck was capable of. I've heard a lot of non-believers, especially when going seconds, but I mean, we have 2 Mermaid decks in top 64, and now one of them at least is guaranteed to move on to top 32, but wow, I would be scared if I was the opponent of Julius waiting for the next round.
I mean, as you said, Mermaid is very explosive, and it is just very scary. And who worse to be your opponent than Julius, who's shown he can pilot these combo decks to their absolute potential. We've seen him innovate there with the small goatee package to provide extra layers of interruption.
No, I mean, I really feel like also what impresses me the most is how Julius plays the deck confidently. You know, like I think we have seen him in action in the past, and he has always been piloting these insane combo decks. And the deck does so much, and honestly, I'm so impressed by the way he played it out, and especially because, like in game 1, Guillaume had a very good hand, right?
Yeah.
And it was not enough.
I mean, maybe we could call him the new Dinka as well. I mean, they are following similar path with the YCS win, then the German national win, and the lost in a final over YCS. So it seems like, you know, really that is absolutely a great, you know, player to look up to. And Julius is absolutely crushed it this season, looking, yet another, you know, innovative deck, and I really like what he's doing. It seems that he's totally comfortable with this, you know, combo-oriented decks, and it is for a reason. Sometimes when you even add the extra, you know, knowledge that your opponent is probably not going to have when on your deck, I think it makes a lot of sense why he's doing so well.
For sure. All credit to Guillaume, though, a good effort to make it to the top 64. Probably not, you know, the way he wanted to go out, getting but sometimes that is the way the cookie crumbles. You know, you play against a very strong opponent who possibly draws a slightly better hand than you did, and it can be over just like that.
Yeah, I mean, it can for sure happen, especially because, like, I mean, Guillaume also had a very, very good season so far. And, I mean, he's an experienced player. We have seen him in action, and also the European Championship. And I mean, I feel like this was, as you said, like only going into Julius' direction. Like he had no chances to fight this back, but still a very impressive 10-2 record to advance into the top 64 here at YCS Bologna, and I think it will show up strongly even in the next YCS for sure.
Yeah, but obviously the more we'll advance, the more we'll be able to show you guys also what will be the full deck breakdown and also country breakdown. I'm interested in seeing how our 49% of Italians have, you know, transitioned into the top cut. I do recognize some familiar names. Lorenzo Muselli, the current back-to-back actually Italian national champion, has made it. But at the same time, we have other really good Italian players, such as Giovanni Barone, fresh off the World Championship appearance, who actually we gotta give a huge shout out to, because yesterday he wasn't doing so well. He started things off 0-2 and managed to go 10-0 afterwards, which is absolutely mind-blowing to me.
Yeah, it's an amazing feat, especially like a lot of players get down in the dumps after you lose those first 2 rounds. Only one more lifeline. And yeah, he pulled it all the way. But I think we can hear it now from Julius and Leo for some analysis of the match that just happened.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm joined by our winner of the top 64 match, Julius Schwarzkopf, who's piloting the Mermail deck. You are known for running plants, and now you're running water attribute deck. Why did you decide to run this deck?
So I think the deck is very good into hand traps. Like all of the effects stand for cost. So like also if Prince gets hand trap, you can still play through it if you have another water on your hand. So I think it's very good into all those hand traps which are running around.
So we know you for being absolutely crazy with those combo decks. How many hours have you invested into playing Mermail?
I think I'm playing it a couple, I don't know, like last 3 weeks, I would say. I was also maybe going to bring plants. I wasn't sure with like. Last week, I think Thursday I decided to play this deck. I know, I cannot say one number, but I think a pretty long time, yes.
Well, fair enough. Your combos are quite unique. I mean, you are running the Goatee package. When did you decide that this is the optimal pick for the tournament?
So I tried it at the Dutch Open, and it worked out well there because it's very good if you get jolt, because you still put up a really board through the jolt. So yeah, I decided it like 2 weeks ago on Dutch Open.
So let's actually check out the first clip here, because you got hand-trapped a little in game 1, and your field that you ended up with didn't look too impressive. Why was that?
So usually there's another toad with that one end board, but I drew the one fish, the pike, I drew it in my opening hand, so I couldn't summon out all the fish from the deck. So that's why the end board wasn't that good. Like usually there's another toad if you don't draw the pike. So.
Did you get nervous at any point when you saw that your opponent has Fenrir and then into normal Ash? Did you know that? Did you think there was a way that your opponent breaks the spot?
So I was scared that he goes battle phase to try to attack over the Goatee monster. So I would have to use it, and then I just hope he doesn't have the witch in his hand. That was like what I'm thinking, like no wanted, but at the end it was just original, so it was fine.
So talking about the Goatee monster as well, we saw you in the next clip actually bring out the Goatee from Beyond. And how many games did you win with this? And more importantly, how many opponents were surprised by this card?
It's actually the first time I summoned this monster, so it's the first time I summoned the Synchro monster. I also wasn't sure if I'm going to play it, but yeah, at the end it was very good. So,
would you have had a different card that you would have put into that slot that could have helped you in this tournament?
No, I don't think so in this tournament, but I was like close to playing a second copy of the Marine's Link 2 because it's very cool for follow-up. But at the end I just decided to play one and it was fine.
Well, and when it most mattered on stream, it actually showed up, so that was a very, very cool feature. Let's go into game 2, because actually your Ash Blossom was insanely good there. Did this happen multiple times to you, that you slightly interrupted the Snake Eyes combo and then they couldn't really put anything out?
No, I don't think so. It was like, I think it's the third time I faced Snake Eye only, so not that high number, I would say, but I think most of the times it was one of my loss was Snake Eye because I didn't do enough hand traps, so I think it's the first time that he like passed through one Ash.
And then let's look into the next clip. You're actually using a card that is crucial for the combo, the Poseidra Exceeds monster that you're summoning over another Mermail Exceeds monster, and you use, let's say, the offensive effect. Does this come up a lot when you're going second with Mermail?
Yes, so the card is completely broken. Like, you send for cost from deck. That's like absurd, and like bouncing up to 3 cards non-target is pretty good, yes. And like also the grave effect is very good. So yeah, the card was insane going second.
We can see already there is at Guillaume's graveyard there is a skill drain. Did you get floodgated many times? And obviously against skill drain you have an easy solution with infantry.
Yes, I also thought it was skill drain, but I was surprised that he didn't flip it at the first time, right? So I got floodgated by Centurion. They always draw the deck lockdown. So yeah, that was I think the only floodgate, and like shifter. But
can you do something against deck lockdown with your deck? Is it just normal summon Neptabus and then...
No, Neptabus you cannot activate.
Right?
Yeah, so like the only out is if you hard draw infantry and you have like an Abyss Toys. That's the only out. I never outed it, and like always you cannot destroy it because of the Centurion synchro. So it's very hard to out from your deck. Yes.
So you just hope that they don't have it, or that you win the dice roll. Okay, fair enough. So and then let's check out the last clip, because after you outed the entire field of your opponent, which wasn't too impressive, you had 1 card left in hand. What did you actually do? Did you want to check the hand of your opponent, or did you want to take the Poplar?
I just wanted to take, so it's game on board. I just take and I take.
That sounds fair enough. So we have seen you win German Nationals. We have seen you win a YCS before. You were at the YCS finals already in this very season. Do you think that this is again a chance for you to win the game to win the tournament with a crazy combo deck?
I hope so. I like the deck. So I think like there are a couple good matchups, and also like going first the deck is even more crazy than like going second. So I think if I win a lot of dice rolls and like I'm lucky, and like I think I can win. Yes.
If Julius Schwarzkopf likes his combo deck, that is a very, very dangerous game state. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for the interview. And I'm going to give it over to Ed Templar.
Thank you very much, Leon. Congratulations, Julius, there for getting into that top 32 cut. Julius Schwarzkopf there, a regular attendee of the top cuts of many of these tournaments, including Nationals, but also YCSs. And we'll see exactly how far Julius can go as we head towards that grand final, which is only 5 rounds away. And we've seen quite a lot of interesting decks so far on our feature matches throughout Swiss. But Basti is currently going to go through with you exactly what decks have made it into the top cut so far. Basti, take it away.
Surely I am, Ed, and of course that's usually one of the most exciting things to wait for during that kind of a YCS weekend. What is the top 64 deck breakdown looking like? And I'm going to show it to you right now. So let's get that graphic up here, and we are seeing that in top 64 numbers have changed quite significantly from what we had at the beginning of the tournament, and right now the biggest deck in the room is the Snake Eye deck. To be fair, it's very much a whole different variation of Snake Eye decks. We see the Snake Eye Kashtira decks, we're seeing the Snake Eye Azamina variants, we even have some people that are playing Snake Eye, Azamina and Fiendsmith in their deck, but that right now is the biggest deck in the room. And then afterwards we see Fiendsmith Jubel with 8 players out of 64 being in there. I feel like that is a little bit more than the beginning of the tournament, so the Fiendsmith Jubel players are actually converting quite well, and we have them plenty in top 64 here. And then next up on the list, the Tempai deck, that was originally at the beginning of the tournament the most prominent deck, but it has now fallen off a little bit, but still 7 players in top 64, so I wouldn't be surprised if it still would make it all the way to the finals eventually. I can tell you, for example, that 64th after Swiss was Tempai, so they played against Nico Schlierkamp, our first after Swiss, and guess what? The curse has struck once more. Nico Schlierkamp lost to Tempai in top 64 already, therefore won Tempai at the very least into top 32. And then the next one is really, really interesting, as we have a total of 6 Ritual Beast players in top 64. I honestly, personally, did not expect that many of them to make it all the way to top 64. There's very glorious names of it. Maybe the most prominent Ritual Beast players of them all, Julio Valls, making the finals of the European Championship, and also, of course, top 8 of the World Championship, is still in competition, making top 64, alongside 5 other Ritual Beast players, though, which is pretty crazy to imagine, because this deck was not even originally on the breakdown of the decks of the beginning of the tournament. So very much another proof that this deck is super skillful and that people can do very, 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 very well with it. Next up on the list, speaking of not even on the breakdown, speaking of not even being on the radar of people, basically not even being a real deck before this tournament. There's a group of people, you have seen it here in the feature match as well, that have built a specific deck for this tournament. The Fiendsmith Kashtira variant is on us. Nobody knew about it before. Dinkabui, Joshua Schmidt, Nico Schlierkamp and his friends, they all played it. They built it together, and 6 of them, so almost all of them, just ran through with it, are in top 64. I just told you Nico lost, but still the others are in there, so that's definitely a hot contender for making it all the way to the finals as well. Then 5 Fire King variants in top 64 as well, usually paired up with Snake Eye cards, but more so with the release of Fire King Olkanix. Of course, the Fire King part is the important part of the deck, also listed on here. And then, interestingly enough, yeah, we have the Fiendsmith Kashtira variant, but pure Kashtira without all of the Fiendsmith cards. 4 of them actually also in there. Most prominent one, Lorenzo Muselli, back-to-back Italian national champion, playing that deck here in this tournament. So it's going to be interesting to see whether he can bring it to another final, potentially. I wouldn't be surprised at all. And then you see a pretty big number of 15 other decks. And guess what? I'm going to tell you what they're looking like. First of all, of course, we saw Mermail just on featured match. Guess what? There's another Mermail player in top 64, so I have a total of 2 Mermail decks in top 64. Then also, there's a couple of different Centurion variants. In total, 3 Centurions are in top 64. Some of them are pairing up with Bestials. Some of them are combining it with the Horus engine. So it's going to be very interesting to see whether some of them can actually pull through all the way into the finals. And I wouldn't be surprised. I like that deck a whole lot. Then, speaking of a deck I like a whole lot, my personal pick to win the entire tournament, you may have heard at the beginning of the tournament, is Memento. 2 Memento players also among those other 15 players, so Memento still in the running here as well. So I'm, of course, kind of praying for it, as it's one of my favorite decks at the moment, that we will have to see whether they can pull through. Then, another fusion deck, actually. Chimera also, 2 Chimera players in there. Both of them, I think, pairing it up with the Fiendsmith cards, but many, like maybe one of them actually is even running it pure. And what else do we have? A lot of one-offs. So let me tell you about a couple of players, or probably a couple of decks actually, that made it as well. First of all, Voices Voice. Where's that coming from? There's a Voices Voice player among the other 15 players. So Voices Voice made the top cut of YC's Bologna as well. Next up on the list, Magical Musketeers. Okay. We have a couple of really interesting ones in there. And then Labyrinth, good old reliable trap deck. Labyrinth, 1 player with that deck, also in top 64. And then, last but not least, but for that, we have a 60-card deck. We also had on feature Timothy Baggio. You should check back on the feature match of him, because he's still in the running as well with his 60-card Adventure Sinful Sports deck, which looks crazy to me. And it might, crazily enough, take down the entire tournament, as he's still in this. Speaking of crazy decks we had on the feature match before, though, there's 2 more. First of all, Francesco Simoncelli and his Orcus deck are still in this tournament as well. What year is it? Orcus is back on the map. And then last but not least, Leo's favorite deck, Salamangreat, is the last deck amongst the 15 other stacks. So we have a very, very broad and beautiful metagame for this top 64 breakdown, and for the top 64 card in general, so it will be easy to find you another great deck to feature for top 32 and for our next feature match. So don't go anywhere, because it's going to be great. We're going to go into a short break, and then we will be right back for that top 32 feature match, so see you for that.
And then I get a toad. But if I take something back that's not a toad, I'll have run out of toads. Also, I don't actually have anything to target that's not toad, so I guess toad it is.
Yeah, okay.
And now you have all the monsters in the universe. Do you have any toads left?
I have 1.
You have a toad? Oh no, I didn't want you to have a toad left. That's a problem. Right. I'm just gonna set 1.
You have the D barrier. Come on, Tom. I can't believe you have it.
Of course I have a D barrier. What do you think? Have you seen my deck? Yeah, sure. Your turn.
Draw.
Okay, I think I'll just play this now. I don't know if it's wrong or right anymore.
I don't even think I'm gonna chain anything, you know.
Okay,
that
you keep them.
That is fine. Yes, that is fine.
I'll call it XYZ just in case.
Just in case, you know.
Last time I said fusion, you know, so.
I know you have the quaking. I know you. I mean, I know you have it.
You know it.
I know you have, because, like, you know.
There we go. Your inner remembering from the playing this deck before has come out, where you have to look at your opponent's entire deck list. I go?
Yes.
Sure?
Yes.
Okay. Flip summon?
That is fine. Yes.
Let's try again.
Yeah, it's fine.
Toad?
I activated Lost Wind on summon.
From the grave?
Yes.
Yeah, that's okay. I don't know what's about to happen. I feel like I need to attack, but I also really don't want to. Let's get him.
How many cards you have? Like 4, right?
What, in my deck? In hand? Oh, loads.
Like 4.
5.
5. I'll go for Mirror Force.
I'm gonna chain Canada.
Yeah, that is fine.
Okay. And now here comes a problem, because if I get the Toad back, then I won't have any more materials to do things, which I'm not a fan of. But then if I don't get the Toad back, then I won't have any more Toads. I don't know, just doing the Ronin Toadin.
Yeah.
I'm gonna peek in my extra deck now and see something that's like not not a Toad and not know what to do.
That
summon
Ronin Toad. Yes.
I don't really
what
know.
Is in the extra deck? I mean, you have the have some options,
but you also have a Lost Wind, which is kind of problematic. So I don't know idea. I'm gonna make this.
Yeah.
And then make.
You have any targets left?
Make it down. I might have a target, to be fair, but I don't think I want to. Do I want to activate any traps from my hand while I can, just for fun?
Yes.
Okay. And then it's your turn.
Draw. Stand by me.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Another one. What can I do? Let's see. I'll go this. Go for Toad.
Sure.
Yeah.
Let me check if I have a Lost Wind or something. I do. All right, let's do it. Let's get a free Lost Wind.
That is a good one. I'll pass to you, Tom.
Something good. That was not what I needed right now. Do you want to use Toad? Right. I guess I'll go to my battle phase.
When you declare the battle phase, I'm gonna go for the Apocrypha says XYZ.
Right. I will chain a trap or two. Let's go with Leon Collier. Do you want to respond?
No response to that.
Okay. I'm gonna try compulsory.
Yeah.
On Toad.
I'm gonna chain the Canadian.
That's okay.
Okay. So this Toad goes in the extra deck, right?
Yes. This goes here.
This goes there.
This compulsory has finally hit the graveyard.
Yeah.
Now. It's been.
This goes.
No, it doesn't.
Oh,
it has to be two,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. Right. Yes.
So I really hope not.
Yeah.
I really need it. Attack.
Damage step.
Don't do it to me. No. No. I probably knew you had it, to be honest. Oh, I can't even use a paleo. That's the real sadness in my heart right now.
Is it 450?
So I think, does it negate the attack first, or does it negate half the attack first, or negate the...
If I'm negate its effects, also its original attack is halved.
Okay, so I assume then it, 450. Because otherwise, sometimes if it halved it first.
Exactly.
Okay, go down to 350. I'm in trouble. Right.
You have Ronin? Can you use Ronin?
I'm pretty sure I can't.
No.
I can see 1, 2. Yeah, I can see everything. Right, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the swap's here. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you like attack this?
Can you please attack that?
That would be really helpful. Okay, your turn.
Draw. Standby main. I'll set this and pass to you.
Okay, draw.
Yeah.
I'm in trouble, I feel like. I will set 1 and then pass to you.
Draw. Still my main. Pass to you.
Come on, do something. Come at me.
But you don't. Maybe you banish the mathematician. Yeah.
That's a good question.
I think
you
you
waiting
banished
for my
it, right?
mathematician. It is banished.
Yeah.
Right. I assume you have enough paleo traps. And how many traps do you have?
I think at least 3.
1, 2, 3. I count 3. Yeah.
Yeah, 3. Yeah.
Okay. Draw.
Yes.
Right. I'm going to switch him into attack mode.
That is fine.
Just for fun.
Yeah.
Right. I will go to my end phase and discard this because it doesn't seem very helpful.
Draw for turn. Set. And pass to you.
Draw. No. No.
I don't know what happened in this game, honestly, but you know, something must have happened.
I'm going to attack this. Why not?
Sure.
I'm going to use one of my lost wins.
I'll chain 1.
Okay. Okay, you take... I just wanted to do 600 to you, just so I got on the board. Okay, and then I'll set 1, and then pass.
Draw. I'll pass to you.
So why couldn't this have been special summoned? All right, end phase.
Yes.
Wreck the screen.
Tom, I have no idea what happened. Let's go quickly back to us. I mean, I think this was the longest game in the history. Honestly, I think it's been an hour, honestly.
This was very silly. I'm sure there are a million times I could have done something much smarter, but here we are.
I mean, honestly, I don't know what happened, guys. Like, I thought I had it at the very first moment, but then, like, with the lost win, you keep recycling. I lost track of time, and I think we all did.
I got a few lucky card of demises.
But no, I mean, like, the deck is super fun to play with. I think maybe sometimes even too fun, too funny,
too much fun.
You know,
having too long.
And
I love this Fiend Griefing. There are so many really fun cards in this deck.
there are a lot of good cards in the deck, and you keep recycling it totally awesome, and, as you saw. And no, he has powerful cards like Card of Demise, Pot of Desires. I mean, the back jack itself, and the deck doesn't even play Maxi because it doesn't need to. You know,
it gets so complicated, like with the different traps, because if your opponent uses a trap first, then you get to use your paleos, and then it can get really out of control.
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, and you saw it, and I really hope you liked it, guys, as much as we did, and hopefully we will back. You know, one day. I think we need a small break actually after playing this long one, but it was a pleasure, Tom.
That was so much fun,
and thank you so much, guys, for watching, and stay tuned because we will be back with more content for YCS Bologna.
Welcome back, everyone, to the coverage of YCS Bologna 2024. I am joined by Landon Oliver, who, of course, is a pretty big name in the community as he has just won back-to-back YCSs over in America. How are you feeling today, Landon?
I'm feeling really good. I love the venue here. This is my first European event.
Nice.
And, the people are really nice here. Yeah, I love the vendors. Everything's been going good so far.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
And we are now going to play against each other in an episode of Caster vs. Master, playing the 2005 Time Wizard format, right? So I would say let's get to the top-down camera and let's get this rolling. Speaking of rolling, let's roll the dice first of all. You can go first, Bear.
Sounds good. 2 die high.
All right, yeah, exactly. Just fix the mic a little, and then we have a high roll coming. That is going to be, that's a 7. Let me try now. 7 is very solid, I have to agree, but I have a 9, so I will try to go first on that.
Yep, sounds
good. Speaking of first, how did it feel to win your first YCS? Because that's not too long ago, right?
No, not very long at all.
So which one was it?
It was YCS Niagara.
Yes.
Yes, it was amazing to say the least. It was just so cool to see all my friends around, playing a deck that I love, just having so much fun with the new cards as well.
For sure.
Yeah, it was amazing.
I mean, funnily enough, you were to the World Championship before you won a YCS, right?
Yes.
That's pretty sick. You had an amazing year. You were at the World Championship, qualifying for that, and then also, of course, now with the Snake Eye cards, you have found like a really good connection playing that Snake Eye Fire King deck. So I will draw for 6 cards first of all, because that's how you do it in Time Wizard, and I will just set 1 and also set a monster, and you can take it over from there.
All right, sounds good. I will draw for my turn.
Sure.
Draw phase, standby main.
You're good.
Let's start it off with a Convulsion of Nature.
Ooh, okay. What have you brought to me?
Is this good to resolve?
Actually, let me double check on the Convulsion of Nature.
No worries.
We're just going to turn our decks upside down, huh?
Yep.
All right, let's turn our decks upside down then.
Let's do it.
I have a Thunder Dragon there, and you have a Spell
Reproduction.
All right. Turning things upside down is actually a good segment, as, for example, you before going to the World Championship and everything, you were really big on Pearly, right? That was like your main deck.
I love that deck.
And you had multiple successes with that as well, right?
Yes.
How many YCSs did you top with that?
I topped 3 YCS with Pearly, yes, prior to Snake Eyes.
Yeah, but what made you change, man? Because then you made the switch, and then it clicked. Then you won 2 YCSs, and then was the moment you really started rolling.
Yeah. Right? I think the main thing that changed was like just the format in general. Like I didn't like Rescue Ace, and I think that Pearly Stray Street played really good into the format because it literally just soloed that deck. Like I could play that in a quick play and then just break the board by making Zeus. So like that was a big selling point for the Pearly deck. And I also like how like not everyone knows what the cards do as well.
Yeah.
So like I could get extra value off of my like Happies, and the OTK was really cool with that deck too.
For sure, yeah, it's a great deck, absolutely.
But with the release of Popular, I wanted to play the Snake Eye deck, and I've just stuck to it ever since.
I mean, you did pretty well with it, so there's no excuse to dropping it right now. All right, so our decks are upside down now, so let's see how this is developing.
Okay, after that, I'm going to go Pot of Greed.
You know what? Go ahead.
I will draw.
What are you doing to me here? That's crazy.
All right.
It's a giant grenade waiting for me there.
And for my next trick, I will go Upstart Goblin.
Okay, I gain 1,000 life points. Here we go. I'm ahead of life points now. But you get the giant grenade there. That's still scary.
Let's draw 1.
But yeah, so
Premature Burial.
For this season then, just back to Worlds, is that the plan, or what's currently on the radar?
That is all that I'm doing this for, is to go back to Worlds. That is all I want.
What was the final result at the World Championship this year?
I finished 12th. I was X3. Yeah, it was just kind of rough. Like, I got Lacrima burned.
Okay. You were close. So
yeah,
and when you were so close.
The Ritual Beast deck was so good into my deck. He had a Called By and Book of Eclipse for my board.
So you lost to Julio on last
rough.
round. I see, I see. That's crazy. But I mean, when you are so close, it gives you even more energy because you haven't gotten that yet, so you still won that thing, right? And I mean, you won 2 ICSs after, so you're on your way to maybe get back there. You drew that. Okay, so let's continue. I'm now well equipped with 9,000 points, life points.
Let's go Spell Reproduction, and I will send 2 Toon Worlds.
Okay, so you send 2 Toon Worlds to do what exactly?
It will select a spell from my graveyard and add it to my hand, and surprisingly enough, I'll add back Pot of Greed.
You do yours and get the pot of greed back going. This is hilarious. So did you play back in the day?
I did not.
Okay.
At locals though, I have played a lot, like with my friends, and even my dad. He played.
Wow, that's cool.
Or 2005. Yeah, it's fun.
That's really cool.
Pot of
How
greed
about
again?
activating another pot of greed? Go ahead, go ahead. Okay. The funny thing is, I see what's coming now. I'm not surprised by the cards you're drawing, which actually makes it more enjoyable for me because I know what's happening. Okay. Giant Trunade back on top. All right.
Let's go. A Feather of the Phoenix.
Yeah.
I will be discarding Spellbook Organization, and I will target Pot of Greed to put
Let's
it to
go,
the top
pot of
my
greed
deck.
number 3. Okay. But you have to get it somehow now. Is there a way to now draw another card? You only have 3 cards left in hand. I mean, you're doing a lot, but maybe I'm still in this.
I think you are, because I'm just going to go end phase, and that's
You're
up
going
to you.
end phase? That's great for me. Great news. I get to draw my Thunder. Look what's up there. Look what's up there. We got the Thunder Dragon. You know what? I will use it.
Yep.
And I will get... Okay, only one, but I'll take them both. I'll take them both. There we go. Thunder Dragons for me. Shuffling with this card up is kind of funny, right? Because we're going to see what's on top of anyways. Okay, let's turn it around. Okay, Heavy Storm up there. So actually, I will show a couple more cards because Graceful Charity is coming next. Okay. They all don't seem particularly good. Oh no, the Pot of Greed now for me on top. What's going on here? Yeah, I'll just get rid of Thunder Dragon and, you know what? Thunder Dragon. Just all the Thunder Dragons in the graveyard now. And then we will go for... You know what? I'll take the Pot of Greed. Give me the Pot of Greed now as well. And I'll keep on going. Give me the Tribe. And an Upstart Goblin for me now as well. Oh, Mirror Force. How good is Mirror Force against your deck, though? And you know, that smile up there is kind of making me anxious, to be honest. That Pot of Greed sitting up there. I don't know how to feel about that. But honestly, I will go... Just go ahead and bring the Breaker out as well.
Oh, man. Very good.
I mean, that's quite a bit of attack points, but... I'll go into the... Yeah, so effect to make it 1900, and I will attack for 1400 and 1900, making it 33 points of damage. So you will go to 57. No, 47 actually. 47 it is. And then...
So I'm at 47 to your 9.
Yeah. And you know what? I'll use the Breaker on the Convulsion. I can't see that smile anymore. I'm sure it will return, but let's see for now. We're going to have it there. I'll set one and pass things back over to you. You get another chance for your Pot of Greed, I guess.
Sounds good. I will draw for turn.
Yeah. But so you said you didn't play back in the day. When did you pick up competitive Yu-Gi-Oh?
Competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! I started playing Duelist Alliance, so Cleafor, Shadal, and Burning Abyss.
Fair, okay. And did you have major success from the beginning, or was it a rocky start and then you grind yourself into it, or how did it look?
I think it's a little bit of both. Okay. Yeah. So I just started from locals and then just grew my way up from there.
Fair.
And like my locals was always good. Like I had known players there.
Cool.
So like I always had that competitive taste at locals as well. So
You get tested even at locals, which is good. Yeah. When the environment is correct, you're going to grow as that. So when did your first regional top then? Was it like shortly after, or?
It was Zodiac format.
Okay.
Yeah. So a little bit. Yeah.
Fair enough. All right. Bring that Pot of Greed on me.
Let's go. Reload.
Okay, we're reloading? wait. We're giving up the pot. Oh, wait, no, you can decide which cards to shuffle back, right? All right, go ahead.
I'm putting back all 3.
Wait, what? What's happening to the Pot of Greed here? Oh, no, wait. Oh, I forgot about that. True. Actually, I did.
Yeah, it was.
In my
that
hand
breaker was a lot
there.
better than you thought it was, for sure.
Absolutely. All right. So you're
really
going for 3 new cards with the reload. All right. There we go.
1, 2,
3. What is it? And yeah, then first YCS that you attended. Which one was it?
My first YCS I attended, I don't even think I can remember. It was definitely with my family. 2000 or probably Zoo.
Okay,
somewhere around
that
there.
time, I see. But that's such a cool story that you attended with your family together. Is your dad still playing? Like the current
he
Yu-Gi-Oh
still
format?
collects. He still collects.
That's cool.
Magi is one of his favorite cards.
Cool.
Yeah. Let's go. Tune table of contents.
Go ahead. Go ahead. 47 left for you. Another one of them, sure.
There's that.
But is it because you're so good in this format right now that you decide to now take on the journey to Europe as well? Or what was the factor that you decide now we're going to play European YCS with YCS Bologna this weekend too?
I think it was like, it was a kind of like combination of like everything, to be honest.
Probably
like,
friends telling you as well, hey, you should come over to the European ones because they're pretty fun.
Yeah.
I see,
and everyone kind of just like pushed me toward this way, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna do it. But yeah,
why not, right?
Yeah.
And you said you so far have been enjoying it over here, huh?
Yes, I love it. It's great.
Yeah. I mean, Italy and Bologna are a good place to come as the first. Is it your first time in Europe overall?
Yes.
Oh,
yes. Yeah.
That's cool. That's very cool. Okay, so you have another tune table of contents now, but what is it going to do?
It is going back into
It's going into the graveyard as well. I'm trying to figure out what the plan there is with this, because I know there's versions of that would just try to draw into Exodia possibly, but let's see what your plan is here. If you get to show it off.
I know. It was just such a rough start. The Breaker 2 was good.
The Breaker was really good, I agree.
All right, let's go Graceful Cherry.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. That's fine with me. All the powerful cards from back in the day. Playing 2005 Time Wizard format always is a pretty special feeling because you have those cards, right? Pot of Greed, Graceful.
100%.
The crazy good old cards. Oh my.
Discard 2.
Did we get the Pot of Greed back?
Discard the 2.
Sounds about right. But yeah, then at the moment when you're like, because you are definitely at the moment one of the most successful competitive players, you've just won back-to-back YCSs, and therefore, what does a day of a player like you look like? Are you playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Every day essentially just to stay in the groove and everything?
Yeah, but it's like more out of enjoyment.
Okay.
Like it's not like really like I'm forcing myself to do it kind of thing.
It's
like,
a passion that keeps you driving. That's nice. Yeah.
I just like playing it.
That's cool. That's good to hear.
Let's go Set.
Okay, now we're actually doing interesting things.
And let's activate this Compulsion of Nature.
Okay, let's turn it upside down again then. I have a Mirror Force to offer.
I have a Royal Magic.
Oh, you needed that one at some point.
And I will just pass to you. Hopefully you cannot out my set.
Let's see. I'll get a Mirror Force here.
Yep.
And then I will go ahead and... so you're on 47. I have a bunch of my light monsters in the graveyard. But... yeah, I'll just go Nobleman of Crossout. And it's gone.
Yep, that is
Was it another
good.
library? It is
Yeah.
another library, I see. And I do have a tribe. That is 32, 40...
44...
Wait, that's 100 off, right? I think you're on 100 life points with that. There's no way. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'm attacking. You go down to 100 life points, so you get another turn.
Yep.
And... all right, go. I mean, I'll set the Mirror Force.
Yep.
The honorable Mirror Force, let's
okay.
see, and your turn it is with the library.
All right.
The library and the dream. Oh, it's going back down.
It is. Yep, your turn.
All right. I'm drawing the Chaos Sorcerer.
Yep.
And I will reveal that Mind Control. That probably seal the deal. I'm taking your monster, going to the battle phase. And I have defeated the master there. The caster have strike and defeated the master. But that's a fun deck. So what's your win con with this deck? How are you trying to win?
So the win con is obviously with the Convulsion of Nature.
Yeah.
It helps with the Archfiend Oath because you get
this
to
one,
see
of
the
course.
top.
Yeah.
And just add it. And since Trunade is at 3, you just loop these two.
You get the
whole
back and
game.
back over. I see.
And then this obviously helps because it gains more counters when you Trunade.
Yeah.
So you can just like keep stacking them. And then just a bunch of cards that like add back. You know what I mean? Put the put back
I mean
to the
we
top.
saw that just without the important library to keep it going and so on, right?
Yep.
But yeah.
And the final thing that the deck does
the
is with
reversal
the reversal
quiz.
quiz and with the black pendant there. You switch life points with your opponent, you send your whole field with this equipped to your monster, and you'll be at 500 exactly, so you burn your opponent for a game.
That's hilarious, honestly. But yeah, Lennon, thank you so much
Good
for joining
games.
me.
Thank you so much.
That was a pleasure playing you, and
so
I wish you best of luck in the main event, of course, as that is the main topic you're here for this weekend, of course. Let's see whether you can go for the back-to-back here in Bologna. I'm wishing you best of luck for that. Maybe we're going to see you again in the featured match area then for the main event.
Sounds good.
That is going to
I'll be waiting.
You will be waiting, of course, maybe with the same deck again. But yeah, thank you so much for watching this segment, and we are going to go back to the live coverage of YCS Bologna shortly.
Welcome back to more of your coverage here at YCS Bologna 2024. We're rattling through our top cut here, and now we're already in our top 32 feature match. In front of me, I have Davide Bisagni and Sashi Tirabassi, who are ready to take this match on. Right, guys, we're going to do a high roll to see who goes first. Who would like to roll first? Okay, Davide is going to roll first, and that is a 5. And for Sasha, we have 8. Okay, you going to go first? Davide, you're going to go first. Okay, Davide is going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys over to your wonderful commentary trio. Gentlemen, top 32, take it away.
Hello everyone to top 32. We have a very interesting matchup. Chimera versus Tenpai. How do you guys feel about this matchup?
I mean, Tenpai, most represented deck of the entire tournament, now dropping in numbers regarding top cut rapidly. Indeed, lost its top cut, its top spot to multiple decks. Like, it's I think now the 3rd most represented deck, only in top 64. So, I mean, still, of course, a super powerful deck, and winning the die roll here, because he said, you can go first. It was very clear to see.
The thing is, Chimera illusion monsters have an interesting mechanic. That is that they can't be destroyed by battle, and the other monsters, of course, also can't. So if you summon one in defense position, that's basically a Spirit Reaper, and that's a nightmare for Tenpai players. However, I think our duelists are ready, so let's go right over to the table. Oh, how I have missed that top cut music. It gets me going every single time. It's like a march of the duelists that are going in to compete for the title of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Champion of Bologna.
It is. It really is. By the way, of course, mission title defense still out on the field, because Joshua Schmidt still involved here in this top 32. But for now, we're going to focus on Davide versus Sasha and what they're going to do here with their respective Tenpai and Fiendsmith Chimera decks.
And Sasha already does not look happy about this situation, seeing the Fright Fur patchwork, knowing, hey, there could be some illusion monsters that are going to cause trouble in the battle phase. The battle phase.
And there is a really good normal summon. The Mirror Sword Side, basically the normal summon you want. And Sasha, does he have a response to that? Ash Blossom or Dominus Impulse would be multiple ways to stop that, but there is none of them. And there is now the Gazelle on the field.
Oh, okay.
Does it get answered in any way? Oh, so importantly enough to notice is we can't really use Effect Veil or Infinite Impermanence on the Mirror Sword Side, as it's a quick effect, but now the Gazelle is not a quick effect anymore, but just an effect on the summon, so that Impermanence was rightfully held for the Gazelle, and now that's not going to resolve.
And there is no Chimera Fusion being changed with it, because this is a dangerous game that you're playing, throwing Effect Veiler or Infinite Impermanence onto the Gazelle. However, there is a little tell that the Fusion isn't in hand when the Gazelle is summoned, but now we know that there is, of course, also Polymerization and the Edge Imp.
Oh, so, and there's not only Polymerization, but there's also Dark Fusion. The OG Leo. You must love that, right? Because that era is your era, basically.
Avian and Burstinatrix on the broadcast.
Holding hands together, and we're using not only the Gazelle, but also the Edge Imp Chain from our hand. But I mean, it works as a regular Polymerization, kind of, right?
We could have just used the regular Polymerization and not told our opponent that we have the Dark Fusion in hand.
All right, and we do go for a Fusion Summon of the Baphomet, the mythical king of Phantom Beasts, which will allow us to send one Illusion or Beast monster, whichever we prefer, from the deck to the graveyard. And also we're resolving the Edge Imp Chain, searching us another fight for Patchwork, of course.
I'm gonna say this illusion theme has aged incredibly well, because when it came out first, it was like a roguish deck. Nobody really cared too much for it. It was very cool to see how the resource gaming goes on and how niche the interactions of the deck are. It was very difficult to play against it because there were always like 6 or 7 effects, niche little effects that you had to take care of. And now the deck has just been really, really a constant threat in multiple metas.
Yeah, for sure. And look at that. We did, in fact, send the evil hero Sinister Necrom to the graveyard, which was immediately banished to bring out the good old Adusted Gold. Evil hero Adusted Gold on the field. What year is it once again? And there's only one reason why you do that, because bad evil hero Adusted Gold, guess what? It's a light fiend monster, immediately being linked off of Fiendsmith Requiem.
That way of Lacrima. I feel like I've seen this before somewhere.
This card is making an impact, right? Maybe people didn't anticipate this card to be like one of the most impactful ones from the most recent sets, but it's putting up a show here this weekend, the Lacrima.
I mean, it gives Engraver in the graveyard, which is very, very, strong.
And it's just like, initially people thought it was just going to be another light fiend body so that you have an easier time using your sequence. But now it's just like a big important combo piece, and it enables the Fiendsmith decks to go for the Fiendsmith trap as well. You basically see it everywhere. Having another light fiend body in the graveyard is incredibly impactful.
Yeah. And actually with the Dark Fusion sequence, we did not only get the chance to send the Sinister Necrom to the graveyard, but also because we used the Gazelle as fusion material, we got to search out the Nightmare Apprentice, which then special summoned itself out as another monster and giving us another ability and chance to search. So we just keep on going here. That Impermanence looked good initially, but that Chimera deck is just one of those decks that can keep on pushing with so many more and different scenarios and chances in the hand here. And we search another Mirror Swords Knight now, basically just for follow-up.
But we get a draw.
But we get a draw for the Necrocrypt Princess, indeed.
I'm curious to see what David will end on his field, because he probably knows it is against Tempai. So I wonder if he has anything spicy, like Snake Eyes has Fucho, for example, if it is something relevant against the matchup.
I think Davida has something that is very, very relevant. One of the most prestigious illusion monsters that are around, that is also, for example, played in my favorite Memento deck, is the Diabels, the original Sin Keeper, and he's running that in the main deck. So that is quite the tech you can have in the Tenpai matchup, because them not being able to activate cards like Lightning Storm and so on will be a huge impact if he gets there.
Would you take that Nibiru challenge if you were against Tempai? I mean, probably they are running Impulse, so you can extend a lot without fearing Nibiru.
100%. If you ask me, I think against Tempai, I'm always playing into Nibiru at the moment.
Yeah.
For sure.
I mean, there's also still always the chance that they just play field-breaking cards and no hand traps at all. And then you're better off with a protected field that is big. Also, I think, looking at the 2 level 6 monsters, a Wave King Caesar would also be good if you get another Engraver onto the field, which is always a possibility.
For sure. So Larry coming back now. And one card that I actually like the decision of running that from Sasha. And Leo, I know you're a big fan of the card as well, since day one basically. But he's running the Fantastica Dragon Phantasma. But so far 0 link summons. But oh wait, there was Requiem, right? He did.
There's a sequence.
There is a sequence now, yeah. But I think hold on, there he is. Look at that. So
there we go.
We have the Phantasma being activated here, but quite naturally this card against a fusion-orientated deck is not going to be massively important. I think Sasha right now is just happy that he gets any chance to activate it, basically, and not misses out on it completely.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest, the card is absolutely huge against every single deck that you can resolve it. It is an immediate +1, it can fix your hand. You draw 2 cards, and you can choose which one to put back, and it protects something of yours from targeting effects. Phantasma Resolve is a huge step towards winning a game when you're going second.
And it's also a dragon, which is very important.
Yep. It is also a dragon. That is also absolutely true.
Indeed it is. But then it's interesting to see, because he did summon Fiends with Sequence, right? Yeah. I'm not making this up. So it's interesting to see that he waited for... No, sorry, Requiem. He summoned the Fiends with Requiem before that as well. So it's interesting. Yeah, look, it's in the graveyard. So it's interesting to see that Sasha decided to wait
for one more step for the sequence. Maybe hoping that there would be a second Link monster on the field
if
somehow.
Requiem is being chained, then there is no Link monster on the field anymore.
Okay. But then you're still making a +1, right?
Yeah, but he probably wanted to see 2 cards from his deck.
Fair, yeah, I can see that. That's a very reasonable approach. Leo double checking for the first time ever, realizing, yeah, Phantasma can just draw 1 card and not shuffle back any. That's a possible scenario.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Yeah. I thought you, as Phantasma believer #1, would have known that, my friend.
Wait, I'm utterly confused right now.
Yeah, just when Phantasma is resolving, it's checking the Link monsters on the field, basically. So if there's none left anymore, you still get to draw a card, but you just don't have to shuffle any back.
You can activate Phantasma, chain Nibiru.
That works,
True,
yeah. That absolutely works.
But I mean, it's way cooler to draw 2 cards, right?
Yeah. I mean, drawing more cards is always better. One of the most basic principles of Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Drawing more is better. Pot of Greed is better than Upstart Goblin, so we will go with the 2 drawn cards here.
And I mean, Sasha is at top 32 of YCS. I'm sure that he knows what he's doing.
Yes, clearly he does. So what do we have next here? We have brought out the Desiree. Sequence still on the field, probably going to be equipped to it eventually. We do also now still have 2 level 6 Fiend monsters on the field, so Caesar should be an easy thing to go into.
Can I have a salad, please? Yes, of course I'll take the Caesars.
And there is your service. To your service, Leo. Davide brings out the Caesar. Just for you. The only issue with Caesar is how many attack points does it have?
2,800.
Oh, I mean, then it's not an issue at all. Yeah, it's bigger than the Phantasma easily.
And now I activate Polymerization, and the question is, okay, we're just going for a regular fusion with 2 monsters here. I want to see some Guardian Chimeras. Oh.
Magnum now as well. Double checking whether attack or defense position. It's going to be the attack position. Such a crazy and long turn here from Davide, right? Like, it seems like it's never stopping. The entire turn is just, he keeps on going and going and going. And Sasha just did 1 Impermanence and then the 1 Phantasme. But don't be fooled. If there is 1 deck in the entire format that can just make very little, very much out of very little, it is Tenpai. Just activate the field spell, normal summon 1 of your Fire Dragon monsters, and all that field might be for nothing and gone in a minute.
To be fair, the field spell protects in the main phase, and that is so good about the Caesar that you can just, whenever you want, negate the summon of a monster. So Caesar, I think, is one of the best interruptions versus Tenpai.
Yeah, I agree. But maybe then we just go for a Black Rose Dragon protected under the field spell or something. We can see some things happening here. But we, of course, need to get to that point. Overall, I think... what is your take? I think... Oh, there's a Druid Swarm now as well. Apparently we picked that up, but there, of course, is also the Caesar now immediately to answer it.
So many dragons, and of course you want to destroy it in hand, because then it won't trigger, because the graveyard effect is only activated when it leaves the field.
Indeed, and as far as I'm concerned, I did not see Diabels, right?
No.
Diabels has not found its way into the graveyard. Maybe there is a way to get it into the graveyard on the opponent's turn, but we will have to see.
But I mean, at least you have illusion monsters on the field, so that's already a good thing. And you have the Gazelle-ish fusions in play, so even if there is going to be a protected Black Rose Dragon to destroy the entire field, you have the option to just summon something from the graveyard back that can't be destroyed by battle. So it is going to give Tenpai a run for its money, no matter what happens.
Chimera fusion added off of the Gazelle, this time allowed to resolve. I think that must be the draw phase immediately, yeah, you're right.
I wonder... Oh yeah, of course you want the Mirror Sword Knight in the graveyard, right?
I do believe so. Anything else? All 5 monster zones occupied on Davide's side. Main phase it is.
This is the scary part.
Ah, we love that! Quite easy and simple. Winning the European Championship not too long ago. Activating Raigeki, trying to destroy the entire 5 monsters, and there's the Forbidden Jumping on top of it! So we wanted to negate it with the Desiree, but none of that Sasha is having. So all these monsters that Davide here worked for over 10 minutes are going to be gone in a heartbeat.
I love how Tenpai is just watching the entire time, just chilling basically, and then going, okay, so you have done 20 different steps. How about a Raigeki?
Yeah,
and very important.
Droplet.
Droplet that sends the Raigeki, since if he leaves the field, your Desiree cannot negate it anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. The Desiree probably got negated with it
anyways.
The
Normal summon Pydra! It is resolving! Are we really about to witness a crazy journey by Sasha in a heartbeat, just turning this thing around?
I wouldn't underestimate the set card though.
Yeah.
That's true. What could it be?
I think there is still the Before mate in the graveyard, right? So let's see if we can in the game through that. I mean, there's Squibald, so there is different options that you're having to play through this.
Chandra now. Anything from Davide? He's checking his graveyard. And we're going to Synchro Summon, I'm pretty sure. Still in the main phase, as far as I'm aware. We go for Biden Dragon. Biden Dragon try to bring back Vip Hydra. Also,
was that still in the main phase? I think
fine.
Sangen Kaiman was activated in the... I mean, yeah, you could just special summon the Chandra, fair enough.
I don't think... Did we activate the Sangen Kaiman for...
wasn't it in the graveyard?
I don't think so.
No, we just added it and then we had the Chandra as well, I'm pretty sure.
Am I hallucinating?
You might be, wouldn't be surprised, but you might also be right.
Someone pinch me.
We're going to find out in a second, because as soon as Sasha activates that last card in hand and there is a Sangen Kaiman, Davide might be in trouble. All of that, by the way, happening without the Sangen summoning, interestingly enough, because usually that field spell is going to be up there. Usually that's the reason why Tenpai is allowed to do it all that easily. But here, it's not even needed this far. Oh. What's that though? Oh,
the Super
that's why the answer! We're striking back and forth here. Super Polarization, discarding another copy. So we're just eliminating fields left and right here. And now it's looking better for Davide again, because only one card left in hand for Sasha.
We are fusion summoning so hard right now. The Garura in defense position, now Sangen Kaiman is being activated.
Of course, last card in hand, Sangen Kaiman might still be enough here, honestly.
I think Chandra hasn't been activated. It was, oh, Fadra, of course. Fadra can now go for a rebound from the graveyard. So we're definitely going to be able to go for 3 attacks at least, so the Biden Dragon can summon itself back as well. So we're still in this. Tenpai can do very much with very little. Going to activate the effect, getting back the Chandra. Chandra is going to attack into the Garura as well. We don't take any damage anymore. Or do we actually
we
still
do.
take the Pydra isn't there, right?
Damage.
Yep, but that is probably not really that important.
Is it double damage from Garura?
It is probably double damage from Garura, yeah. It's a fact that the double damage is always going to be applied. Interesting decision, by the way, from Davide to wait for the Biden to be used for Super Polymerization, because he could have just fused away the Pydra and the Chandra, and then the Biden wouldn't be in the graveyard, because right now there's actually a resourceful card to have in the graveyard. There we see it, third attack being declared, so Biden can now be used in the graveyard, and that's just an additional monster to attack with.
I think he just waited in case that Sasha would enter battle phase, and he just passed priority, and then Sasha entered battle phase.
Fair, yeah, that's a good point. But then he realized, ooh, he might just be going into the Transcendent Dragon, and then my Super Polymerization is not going to do a whole lot anymore. So we are just going to attack now. Biden Dragon.
2,600 attack points is going to be enough to destroy the Garura during the battle, and I don't think that any of the fusion synchro effects have been used so far. Sasha has everything going for him right now, and I think that the only thing that Davide has is the Baphomet in the graveyard.
Yeah, and I mean, he needs to use it carefully, right? Because every synchro summon from here on now could just be the Transcendent Dragon, and when that Transcendent Dragon then on the field, they cannot use the graveyard effect to do it anymore. So we may have to plan ahead, just anticipate whether he wants to summon out the Transcendent Dragon. Oh, look, there's Pydra activating. This could mean Transcendent, I'm just saying. So if you want to do something better, do it now. Right? Yeah, I think so.
So, okay, Davide actually does respond. What could happen now is that you just immediately try to go into some removal.
Let's see. I mean, the thing is, we can still just chain our other Tenpai monsters to synchro summon. So even if this one doesn't successfully resolve, we can just, okay, but we are...
I mean, the synchro summon is always going to resolve, but you don't get the Transcendent onto the field before an illusion monster is being summoned.
There's just the Necrom now, coming back to the field. Evil heroes. What a time to be alive. Here in top 32 of the YCS in Bologna.
It's actually a Fiend monster. That's not even an illusion that can't be destroyed by battle.
Yeah, I don't think this one is going to hinder us too much.
Definitely can summon back illusions, right?
Baphomet can only summon back banished monsters, though. I think that was the issue here at that point. So it was the only legitimate card that we could bring out. So we did, at the right time, go for that. Oh, but look at that. We go for Ruddy Rose Dragon. That has been a while since I've seen this card being used by a Tenpai player. But that effect here, and you see how many cards Davide currently is holding in his hand, and that's his graveyard. And that graveyard is going to be gone in a moment.
But does that mean that we won't win the game this turn?
Possibly, yeah. Maybe we're just trying to eliminate all the resources that Davide has. And look at that, we're banishing all of them. Ruddy Rose without a problem resolving here.
Now Ruddy Rose is going to attack over Necrom or the Garura. And your graveyard is gone as well, my friend.
Okay. Necrom gone.
Do you even get rid of the Garura?
He actually switched the banished zone with the graveyard because the hero was banished.
True. That's cool, yeah.
Very much so, you're right. Oh, okay, we just go into the main phase 2. We leave the Garura out there so we can just bring it back to the extra deck potentially with the effect of Seals. And yes, sometimes Tenpai does not do it all in one turn, but it still turns out to be enough most of the time. So is this Seals going to be the card he needs here to win after that impactful and impressive Ruddy Rose Dragon?
So Ruddy Rose Dragon has another secret effect, the second one, and that means... Actually, Bassi, do you know it?
I don't actually. What is it?
If your opponent activates a card that would destroy cards, like a Dark Hole, you can negate it and tribute it to you can tribute it to negate the activation.
Okay, that's fairly good.
I think it's special summons also, right?
Is that so? Your opponent activates a card effect that would destroy a card. You get it. Oh yeah, then you can special summon a Black Rose Dragon.
Which he does play, in fact.
Funnily enough.
No,
Black
it doesn't
Rose Dragon,
trigger.
Yeah, triggers only on Synchro Summon, but it's a body.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Davide now confronted with a new situation, but still with the Mirror Sword Side, which I think we searched last turn for follow-up already. And that's a good start, because, I mean, we could activate the Seals here, and that would lead to the monster summoned out. Yeah, they either chain it or they don't, and when they chain it, you can just get the monster they summon out to the hand. Don't know whether that's too good, though.
No, you resolve. Oh, no, yeah, true. No, you resolve first.
Yeah, but then the monster gets to the field, but it can't activate on the field, you know what I mean?
Yeah, Seal is a very good option.
So you would get the cornfield then, but then they bounce Garura. Oh, it's a good choice, yeah.
Okay, we do give the Mirror Sword Side back to the hand, so usually this card is very good at playing around those kind of effects by it being a quick effect, but Seals not targeting here is the important part and is the reason why this resolved in this way.
So now I assume that we're going to summon either a Pydra to search for the Sangan summoning or another follow-up Sangan Kaiman, or we're actually maybe going to go for a Bestial Magnamut to later on.
Or a Fadra.
Oh,
yeah,
look,
we'll go for the
Magnamut.
To be more flexible, to search what we need in the end phase and not determine that we need to search for a Sangan spell or trap card.
Absolutely. So Davide, does he have anything else to offer besides that Norman summon that he has now already committed into? 2 more cards in hand next to Mirror Swords Knight. And is there something he can do? He's considering his extra deck. Is he running Typhon by any chance? Let me double check that.
I mean, you can attack with the Garura into the Ruddy Rose and fish for a draw.
Yeah, at the very least you could do that. There's no Typhon, by the way, in his extra deck, so... Oh, but is there... Oh, there's still the Fusion, right? Oh, wow! We have the Nightmare Apprentice. That's a huge card. Just getting the Mirror Sword Slide into the graveyard anyways by discarding it, special summoning itself out, and now having the ability to use its incredible on-summon effect to give us even more cards. For example, this Cornfield Codal that he just fetched out there.
How much does it do, though? I mean, you can go for a rank 6 play here.
Yeah, Beatrice would be a good option if it would still be allowed, but that is of course not the case anymore.
You can also go for the Fiendsmith engine here.
Yeah, always. That door is always open there.
We are playing Moon, right?
We are, in fact... I mean, you're playing so many Light Fiends in this deck, or you have a special way to get to it, so there is no Moon in there.
Maybe the main deck monsters of the Fiendsmith deck are already banished?
Yeah, so maybe that route indeed is not open anymore.
Ruddy Rose really did some work here.
Yeah, for sure. All the resources gone. And I mean, not to be disregarded right now, the fact that Ruddy Rose also just has 3,200 attack points. Like, if you want to attack over it, you gotta summon out a monster with some stats. And I don't see that happening too quickly
and
here.
You can't just pop it.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it has the secret effect. I wonder if Davide has read it. carefully.
Surely. In top 32 in a featured match like that, you are going to read every single card, but there also is a Chimera fusion now. He's using the Garura. Oh, look. It's coming.
Oh, no, wait. Oh, he can chain block it. He can chain block a Guardian Chimera that he wants to summon with the Garura on Chain Link 2, and that is so big. Drawing a card, destroying 2 cards, drawing another card. Also having the Gazelle in the graveyard that is going to trigger after it has been used for a fusion summon.
And it's very important that you first draw and then destroy, so you can decide which cards you can destroy.
Yeah.
This is massive. This Guardian Chimera is going to turn this around. And yeah, we completely disregarded the fact that he would just easily be able to use it as Chain Link 1, Chain Link 2, and therefore the Ruddy Rose Dragon would have been a nice interaction if there was no effects activating in the graveyard. But there's not only Garura, but also the Gazelle now triggering. So, drawing 2 cards, destroying both monsters.
Ruddy Rose, you were almost so good in this situation, but unfortunately, chain blocking is a real thing.
Okay, direct attack of Guardian Chimera. And I understand if Sasha doesn't say, hey, I can just go next game, because there's always one-card scenarios for Tenpai. Just a singular Zangan Kaiman, just a singular Chandra, and actually the effect and end phase of Magnamut, so we're still very much alive, because Genroku is already there.
Yep, Genroku. To summon Fadra in order to summon Sunra from the graveyard.
We even play into both those, yeah. That is so good because we still haven't used the Sanguine Summoning in last turn. So if we want to summon another Hydra next turn, we can activate the effect because this is still all in end phase. Genroku was added to the hand by Magnamut, thus it was able to trigger and summon itself, and then a quick effect, Lone Fire Blossom, as we like to call it, out a Hydra.
That's true. And now another card picked up for turn. It's incredible to see how Tenpai still goes strong and fights here in this game, right? Because a lot of people have that misconception about the Tenpai Dragon strategy, that it's a deck that can only win on the second turn and there's no other way to win with this deck. But Sasha right now is proving us all that that's absolutely not the case. You can actually just grind with your opponent. It can create very unique and interesting game states, and we are in one of those right now.
Chandra is being summoned out, and we put it directly onto the field. I wonder if we are in battle phase or if we just added it to hand and called it a special summon here because we're controlling the Hydra.
Yeah, we're in battle phase.
Yeah.
We are in battle phase
Hydra
indeed.
Was just announced. That means there is a battle phase. We're going to go for a level 7 Synchro here, and I'm curious to see what we're going into. If we're going to just another Biden Dragon because the previous one is already banished. What do we have in the graveyard?
We don't have Fadra.
Oh, we have the Fadra in the graveyard.
He probably plays only one, that's why he never summoned from the deck.
I was just curious if Ruddy Rose might have banished it before. So now you can summon back the Hydra and actually get the Sanguine Summoning from your deck to your hand as well.
Not only to your hand, you can set the Sanguine Summoning, which is crucially important for potential Trident Dragon lines. And I think Trident Dragon, one of the strongest dragons in the entire game, might be the one that it comes down to here in this one as well.
Yeah, I did not see that coming, that this one becomes one of the strongest dragons in the game.
I mean, it was previously, it just returned to the main stage, right?
Trident Dragon to the main stage, please.
Okay, we do bring back Hydra. This turn we have not activated the effect of Hydra yet. We have activated the effect to Synchro Summon, but not to Search yet. So Sanguine Summoning. All of that so far without that also powerful field spell, but now it is on the field. Even though set, it still would be able to activate its graveyard effect. The graveyard effect of Sanguine Summoning, if you don't know what that is doing, when it gets destroyed in the battle phase, you can just double, yes, I repeat, double the attack points of one of your Synchro Dragons.
Can actually be activated if it is in the banishment also.
Oh yeah, true, that's absolutely true. It works under Shifter. And there we go. Trident Dragon has joined the conversation. We're using its effect, destroying the Fadra and the Sanguine Summoning, so the attack points are doubled. Book of the Cliffs Vault! Who said that Trident Dragon? The plan was clear. The game was ahead of it, but the game goes to the meat instead. That Book of the Cliffs was the last saving grace
face for Davide, and therefore Chimera now all of a sudden up a game. That Book of Eclipse was crazy. He had game on the field.
Sasha played it incredibly well, and then when he decided to go all in, like he outgrinded the Chimera deck basically, and then decided, okay, this is my game shot. This is where I have to try and win the game. We set Book of Eclipse. Davide was so incredibly patient with this. He sat there and was like, okay, yeah, I could do this at any moment, but I just won't.
I love the fact when players just wait for the right moment to activate their interruptions. It was an amazing play, and I really love the fact that we saw on the field 2 old cards being so relevant, right?
Book of Eclipse versus the Trident Dragon was a bit of an old school clash there.
Yeah.
And just the book. The book won against the gigantic three-headed dragon.
Sometimes that easy, for sure. And I mean, it was incredible how long he waited with that, because technically that Trident Dragon could have also been a Transcendent Dragon, and then a Book of Eclipse would have just not been able to use, and with lightning speed, because he responded so quickly. He was like, yeah, you can keep on going, keep on going, keep on going, and he always was aware he needs to go to Trident Dragon. Like, if he goes for Transcendent Dragon, this is not going to work out this turn anymore.
It's not going to be able to just attack over the Guardian Chimera because it has so many attack points. So you're forcing your opponent to go into the Trident Dragon and destroy your Sangan summoning, which would be your other resource for a later on grind game. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, and I mean, how often do we get a 25-minute game 1 out of 10 by, right? That was quite the game. I enjoyed this, seriously. I've been dabbling a little bit into the 10 by deck as well, played it myself, and I had great fun with it, honestly, because it does sometimes, of course, give you those matches where you just can already meet your friends outside after 10 minutes because you just had those 2 5-minute games, and it's beautiful because you get a lot of time to refresh then. But also you have those matches where you really have to fight for every single game, and I love that.
And Sasha needed to make so many decisions throughout the whole match, the whole game, and I'm sure the whole match.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you said that there is going to be games where you're finished after 10 minutes. That's also a really good advantage in the tournament, because those days are long. If you go far in tournament or in day 1 even, you're going to be very exhausted at some point. So if you have some games where you just win easily because your opponent, you ash them and they break, as we have seen earlier in the top 64 match, you just normal summon Pydra, they scoop, and that happens again in the next game, and you're like, hey,
I'm pretty sure that most of the Tempais, when they enter battle phase, their opponent just scoop.
Yeah, that does happen a lot of time. On Master Duel, at least, that does happen so many times. So it saves you some brain cells.
I would never do that.
Does it work that way?
I don't know.
You would never
Not
scoop?
necessarily. Nah.
Is that why you always end up on time?
Yeah, no, make them play it out. Show me the combo. Show me that you studied it. Show me that you know the basics. Yeah. Because we have seen people crumble before on feature match, right? The pressure is on, so sometimes people just make the easiest of mistakes. So rather put them on the spot and let them execute.
Yeah, that's true. And talking about putting them on the spot, I think we're ready for game 2, so let's go over to the table.
Game number 2. Davide up a game on Sasha. And now the interesting part, is Sasha going to decide to go first or second? Because the matchup is not that great, and I feel like Sasha is actually announcing phases, and we're normal summoning the Koakime Drago that we brought in from our side deck. Another set card being added. This is tough, honestly.
2008 is calling it once its normal summons back.
Yeah, revealing a Chandra in the end phase, which is what Koakime Drago has to do. Always you gotta reveal a dragon in the end phase. So Sasha immediately shows as well, there is something I can do next turn. So you better do something about this now, otherwise Chandra is there to work next turn.
I love the fact that we showcase a Time of Wizard format right now.
Yeah, look at this classic opening. This is Koakime Drago set 2. And honestly, look at how beautiful this card is.
Oh, but I mean, we saw that Davide is playing answers to this, right? Book of Eclipse immediately would deal with this. First of all, though, Frightful Patchwork is being activated.
Okay, what attributes do we have in our extra deck? Or do we want to call it Fusion deck at this point? No, there is also Link Monsters, of course.
Okay,
what do we
we're
have
searching for a Dark Monster here. But let me see. I mean, Aerial Eater, funnily enough, is a wind monster if we do have the chance.
Isn't it only like 1/8 attack?
It is 2100.
Oh, 2100, that's enough.
Which would be enough technically to attack over it. And then the Baphomet, probably even easier to summon, another wind monster. So maybe the Koakime Drago not even
as impactful because the list goes on. Chimera, the king of Phantom Beasts, they're all wind monsters.
Oh, wow.
I think most of the fusions are wind to be...
Yeah, for sure. And what is coming here? So are we activating a fusion spell, possibly? When Sasha sees that there is a fusion spell activated, he probably is already scared because he was trying to rule that out completely. Or we can just normal summon out, of course, the Mirror Swords Knight using its effect. Mirror Swords Knight, by the way, would have already been big enough to double with the Quagmire Drago, but there is Dominus Impulse coming down from... Oh no! Oh, Sasha tried to use it from the hand.
There is no monster on the field, and you can only activate Dominus Impulse from the hand if there is a monster on the field.
A card to be specific, but yeah, still, that is not the case anymore.
That is big.
Oh my, Sasha.
What a cool mechanic for Chimera to play around this card.
Indeed it is.
And we should also note that Quagmire will not be negated since Impulse prevents the player from activating the effects.
Yeah,
and Quagmire doesn't activate.
So, going into the deck, Davide now knowing that there is an Impulse as well. So, yeah, there's possible fusion summons. We were just talking about there's multiple wind extra deck monsters, wind fusion monsters. All those fusion spells might just be met with the Impulse value immediately. So,
honestly, that might even help Sasha. Like, do you not want to just Impulse a fusion effect? So that your opponent isn't going to get like one of those big monsters out that run over the Quagmire Dragon.
I agree. That might be actually favorable for them.
But I mean, now we have 2 fusion spells already.
Yeah.
So, and he knew that, of course. He knew that there was a polymerization. If he let the Mirror Sword Knight go through, I don't know why I always want to call it Sword Shield Knight. The Mirror Sword Knight go through, Chimera Fusion is going to be added to the hand as well. So it's a tough spot here for Sasha already.
There is the Chimera Fusion. Sasha, is that the moment you want to use the Impulse? I mean, you have already revealed it, so you may as well now decide to use it. And in fact, we do that, activating Dominus Impulse on the Chimera Fusion, negating it.
Okay, cool, says Davide, and now he looks at the polymerization in his head and the 5 other cards that are there, because this deck always pluses. And now we have another set card. The Rivalry of Warlords is coming in here, and now Davide has to check.
Is there even a way to resolve this? This is interesting. Gazelle is a... Oh yeah, true, it's about the types. Gazelle is a beast. So, that's going to be tough, actually. We have Birthmoon being
Look at this card, what we're having. We have Guardian Chimera as a beast.
Yeah, true, but that's a dark which you can't summon. But I think Chimera, if we have Chimera, the king of Phantom Beasts, that in fact would be a beast, but now we do need a beast monster plus a fiend monster to summon that out. Do we have a fiend monster in our hand?
Yeah, the Edgem Saber.
We do have the Edgem Chain in our hand, yeah. So, yeah, I think there's Engraver as well. Oh no, it's the Edgem Chain. And Sasha has to realize now, he probably wasn't sure himself, that there is a way to still perform a fusion summon to get out a monster bigger than the Quagmire Drago, and that is going to be the Chimera, the king of Phantom Beasts, which now even in the end phase would be able to discard a hand from Sasha's discard a card from Sasha's hand, but
there's only one left.
Infinite Impermanence there, okay.
Yeah, but still, you're going to be able to get rid of the Drago. And then, now that you have the Chimera, the king of Phantom Beasts on the field, which counts as the Baphomet, or the Gazelle, or the fusion of those, you know what I mean. You can add back the Chimera fusion from hand.
That would be great, but don't forget Infinite Impermanence is just negating it, so that's not the case anymore. It's not treated as those anymore. So adding back the fusion would not be possible at that point. Fright for Patchwork now being added to the hand.
Is this something you can negate?
I'm pretty sure it is, yeah. So, next up on the list, we're going to search not only the Patchwork, but also the Cornfield Codal.
Cornfield Codal would have been very nice to have in the graveyard already, so you can you can banish it to prevent the targeting effect of the Infinite Impermanence. I mean, you can get rid of the Drago, that is nice. We know that there is a dragon in hand for Sasha because he revealed it because of the Quagmire Drago.
It is Chundra, actually.
Yeah, it is.
All right. Oh, there's Super Polymerization in hand for Davide as well, I think. Oh, is it regular Polymerization? I don't know. Codal is going to be activated. And now Davide is carefully piloting around those floodgating effects, those Quagmire Drago and the Rivalry of Warlords. He is being limited a lot here, but for a fact, he can't attack over the Kawaki Maru Drago, and that's going to be fine for him.
Yeah, that is the most important and most crucial thing here at the moment. I mean, actually, like, you don't really necessarily want to draw the Drago normally, right? The plan usually is you side that in, you're playing Hieratic Seals in your extra deck, so you can just summon it out on your opponent's turn. But just drawing it, of course, it works as well, kinda. Upside is that it will be equipped with its original 1,900 attack points and not 0/0 for Seals. But that's going to be it. Oh, that's a very clear indicator there, if you ask me. Setting, I mean, it might also be a bluff, of course, but that column there, occupied by Rivalry, and now also a set card on the Vita side, might, of course, indicate an impermanence also on the Vita side here.
So the Chandra is being normal summoned. Do you have anything for it? You are not longer locked into anything except for Dark and Light, or the other way around rather. So you could go for a Guardian Chimera. You have plenty of cards in hand. Go to the battlefield now.
We are
but
attacking.
It is also a beast.
Yeah.
So you can summon.
Yeah, meaning that there is still the restrictions.
Yeah, but you can summon the Guardian Chimera and get rid of the Chandra and the Rivalry after that. So that is a possibility, but we're letting this attack go through. And if you have a super polymerization, then you need the Rivalry to go, because otherwise you can't get rid of the Hydra and the Chandra.
That's true, and I think if it would have been an Imperm, chances would have been big that we would have just activated it on the Chandra, to be fair. So that's possibly not the case. Chandra now just gets destroyed in that battle, actually. We let it crash into the Chimera, which is uncommon, honestly, but there is now the Sangan Kaiman next. Anything from Davide? He does have the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring to counter that.
And now the Hydra is just really sad.
Oh my, we pass it right back over. Davide's turn it is. And if it is still an impermanence, but he didn't feel the need to activate, then now the impermanence would be crazy, because on our own turn we would be able to negate the Rivalry of the Warlords through it.
Regardless, he is 200 life points up. He gets back the Chimera Fusion immediately. 7 minutes left on the clock. It is looking splendid for Davide here. He can go for whatever fusion he likes to. As I said earlier, you can at this point go, oh, we're going to get even another Chimera Fusion. You can go for a Guardian Chimera here if you like.
Indeed you can. We are going to normal the Gazelle.
And to be honest, I saw David smiling when he drew for turn, so I believe that he has game actually.
Yeah, that's a bold statement. Davide trying to win this game this turn, maybe doesn't even want to rely on the timer. We didn't have too many timeout situations in this tournament, right?
That's true. We're having a pretty quick format at the moment. Pretty pretty simple, as you could say, but we're going to summon out the Guardian Chimera here. There it is, of course, being another beast attribute, as we have been saying, so we can summon out of the Rivalry, and there it is, Davide 2-0s, and there was the super polymerization set even, so Chimera out of all decks, now all the way into top 16 here of YC's Bologna.
So let me ask you this, is the deck named after Chimera, King of the Phantom Beasts, or Guardian Chimera? Because this card can be basically looped in this deck. It is going to be summoned so many times on the opponent's turn with the Chimera Fusion as well.
Yeah, for sure. So, Are you seeing this deck? Do you see this deck as one of the ones maybe able to take this all down? Was that one of the decks that you had on your list of decks that could pull through for this event? What are you thinking, Mike? Is that one of the ones you expect?
I didn't expect the deck. However, David played wonderful.
Yeah.
And in the last play, because maybe someone didn't see that, he had Sasha had Ass on his hand, and Chimera was chain blocked, so he couldn't ask to stop the distraction.
Yeah. It's those minor things sometimes that are important, for sure.
I truly believe that David played wonderful, and he can go all the way. He played amazingly, and he obviously knows his deck.
Yeah, absolutely does.
The thing is why I have my doubts on the deck winning the tournament is that I know that Dinkabui absolutely adores Chimera.
That's true,
and
that's true.
If Chimera would have had the ability to take this entire tournament down, I think Dinkabui would have played it. However, this was still a very, very strong showing. It dominated the Tenpai strategy, which was the most played deck in the tournament if you don't count the Fire King and the Azamina version of Snake Eyes together.
Yeah.
So the deck to beat definitely got beat here.
Yeah, that's true.
And I'm curious to see how he does advancing in the tournament, because now he's locked in for top 16.
He is. And speaking of top 16, and you have also been now mentioning a couple of other names, I know you guys at home are rooting for some of the big names in the field, some of the all-time high performers. I can give you some updates out of the field. First of all,
I know you are rooting specifically for that person. You are rooting for that deck, specifically Julius Schwarzkopf onto top 16.
Let's go!
So Mermail in there, then some sad news for all the Joshua Schmidt fans. We've lost him in top 32, so he's not around anymore for the team feats with Kashtira. I don't actually know against what. Oh, you do know?
Yeah, against Dimitri Rafaelidis, one of the best Greek players.
Okay. So Greek players are going strong.
He was playing Snake Eyes.
Okay, so Snake Eyes in there. Then more good news for all the Orcus lovers at home, because Orcus is also through to top 16 with Francesco Simoncelli, crazily enough. And then I know another very prominent name in the community, Pakawat Pamonsut, also on to top 16.
Big.
And also, I think we just got some news from the off, and I think those were negative news as well.
For you?
For me. For all the fans of Din Kabui, because Din Kabui also just lost in top 32, meaning he's out of the tournament as well.
For his opponent, it's great news.
Indeed it is.
Yeah, so there was a big group of people running the Kashtira Fiendsmith deck.
Yeah.
So it was basically like some of the best duelists of Germany and Pakawat as well playing this deck. And there's still also some people in there, like Jack Verma was also piloting that deck into the Top Cut. But for now, let's focus on the winner of the last match. So we're going to give it over to Alberto.
Thank you so much, guys. And I'm here with Davide, the winner of the top 32. So first of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
And I think it was a very close match, and especially in game one, I think we saw crazy things that we will shortly talk about. But you were just telling me that you actually faced your opponent yesterday, right?
Yeah, I played against him the last turn of day one, and I won in Swiss. But you know, there's always the possibility to lose, even if you already won. So I was a bit afraid of him, but it went well.
Was it as difficult as the match you just played?
Yeah, absolutely.
I can imagine. And so let's just go for the first one I'd like to show you. So here, basically, you start things off, right? And what is the plan for you with that illusion?
My plan was to try to set up the diabells, but with my hand and some end traps that my opponent used against me, I wasn't able to set up it, so I tried to put as many negates as possible, like the Caesar and the Desiree, but my opponent was able to destroy my field, and I was a bit worried at that point.
And no, especially because now I want to show you right immediately the second one, because basically, as you mentioned, there's the chance that your opponent can stop you, and this is your end field. So are you satisfied with it overall?
Yeah, but I was knowing that my opponent is playing Tempai. I was afraid of board breakers like Raigeki and stuff. And so not having the diabells to try to control this this thing, I was a bit worried. And in fact, my board...
No, especially because we don't see very often the Phantasma, right? So when we saw it, we were like, maybe he has the chance to draw even more cards to clear the field.
Yeah, Phantasma doesn't worry me a lot, but he drew 2 cards. That was the main issue, but otherwise, Phantasma wouldn't be able to draw more cards.
Yeah, and I also feel like that, at this point, here for the third one I'd like to show you, as you mentioned, there may be the chance of, this happening, and it actually happened. So,
yeah, in fact,
I think you were scared.
I was a bit safe with the Desiree, but my opponent had droplets, so in that moment was, okay, he did it, and I didn't have any response to that play, not playing the diabells, because if with this board there was diabells, this thing could not happen.
And especially because, I think there was a serious problem for you to maybe losing this very turn, right? Because when this happened against the Tempai deck, okay, maybe he has it, but somehow after that there was the super polymerization bid activated from your side, which, let's say, kind of saved you. And as for the last one, for game one, I think this is the game changer that nobody was expecting, right? Because he came back into the game and you with the Trident Dragon. I think for a moment he thought, maybe I have it.
I think he thought it, But I waited to use Book of Eclipse because I thought that my opponent was not able to make even the level 10 Tempai monster to prevent me to activate effect in battle phase. So I wait for the Eclipse and used at the last minute possible.
And I think it was very well played by you because like it was a good catch, and this is exactly what happened. And running into game 2, what were your expectations? Do you already know, as happened yesterday, that he would have gone first?
Playing with my opponent, I expected him to go first, but he also knew that I would have went first, and he knew that I know that he wanted to go first. So it was a bit of a mind trick.
Yeah, exactly.
But I just said I think he would go first
and
anyway.
That's
so.
exactly what happens with the first one. I'd like to show you guys, because this is the start. So with the Koakimeru Dragon, which of course, you know, like if you say it and you don't have enough options to deal with it, it's super annoying, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And also, I feel like that, as you mentioned, I mean, you were prepared to go second, no? So maybe you were expecting the Koakimeru Dragon to hit the field. And I feel...
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, please.
The Koakimeru is an issue, but not that much. It very depends on my end.
Exactly, yeah, I mean, it very depends on it, and especially because I think there was a certain point in game 1 which was, let's say, a kind of very small misplay for him with the impulse, which I think he didn't think about it, and that might have changed a little bit the game, you know, the dynamic.
I knew the impulse, so I can play. I'm not very able to play around it because I cannot prevent it, but
exactly.
I can search for the Chimera Fusion to give me 2 fusion spells, and he needed 2 impulse.
No,
and
exactly.
In that case,
yeah. And for the second one, I'd like to show you there's the rivalry basically being activated on the polymerization, but I still think that you figure out the way, you know, to navigate through this.
Yes, because my main goal here was to try to prevent the OTK next turn. I had Ash in my hand, so I was pretty confident, and I know that he has Chandra. So using the Chimera, the fusion one, I would have ripped him from his hand, but he had Imperm. But even with Chandra and another card, I don't think he was able to do it because I can negate the monster effect also.
Yeah, exactly.
So I was thinking that I was in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I mean, that was totally doable, as you mentioned. And for the third one as well, I think that was basically the turning point of the entire game, when there was the Ash being activated on the Gaiman.
The Ash Blossom was the...
Yeah, because like I think at this point he basically understood that there was nothing else to be done, especially because like you took very well care of the rivalry question. This was an impermanence?
No. It was a patchwork.
Okay. No, we just mentioned it that maybe it would have been a bluff. I mean, why not?
Yeah, it was Super Poly and patchwork. Okay. But Super Poly wasn't alive since I have the Chimera.
Exactly, but I think anyways it was worth at least trying in this situation, just to let your opponent think, maybe I have it, not in these situations. And for the very first highlight I'd like to show you guys is just basically, you know, the Guardian Chimera that seals the game, so we will shortly zone it on the screen. And what I'd like to tell you is congratulations for the win.
Thank you.
Because I think now moving into the top 16, how do you feel like?
I'm really happy of this, and I want to thanks my friend and stay with them. Great. And just chill until...
And I really hope we get to see you again, hopefully later on in the top 4 or into the final. I really wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
And guys, don't go anywhere, because we're not done yet, because Ed is live. And Ed, back to you.
Thanks very much, Alberto. So, we're already through top 32's feature matches, which means next will be the top 16. And it's not long until we get into that final here at YCS Bologna. We see who is going to be crowned our champion for this year's Bologna tournament. But we've got plenty more coverage coming your way in the meantime, in between those rounds. I'm sure we'll even be having some quizzes at some point. But we've got pre-recorded duels, and we've even got some YCS highlights.
Hi everyone, we are back with another combo tutorial. I am with Dimitris, a friend of mine, and he will showcase a Centurion combo. So, Dimitris.
Yes.
Happy to join you.
Happy as well.
I would like to tell me more about the deck.
Okay, so basically the whole idea of Centurion is that you play a kind of simplistic deck, I would say, that ends on solid endboard, while meanwhile you don't get very impacted from heavy hand traps such as Mulcharmi Purulia, Mulcharmi Fugalos. You have even good combo lines under Dimensional Shifter. So yeah, the deck...
And roll, of course. And roll doesn't affect you so much.
Yeah, yeah. Also, if played correctly, you don't lose to draw.
You want us to showcase the combo?
Of course. So I'll show basically the Trudea combo. Primera ends on the same board, but you basically need an extra discard, while Trudea needs... you never lose card advantage, basically. So
you keep your cards in your hand. You don't discard
yeah. You have you end up with this and 4 cards plus 1 at redraw and second at redraw during the opponent's turn. Yeah, you have a lot of things. So basically, you summon Trudea, you activate the effect, you place it on the spell trap zone as a continuous trap, and has the quick effect as a continuous trap to special summon herself during the main phase. Okay. So we place it, and we place from the deck Centurion Primera. Then we activate the effect of Centurion Primera. You summon. You search a Centurion card with Primera. Note that basically all the Centurion cards, the Centurion monsters, have one effect in particular by themselves that after they resolve, they have the restriction that they cannot special summon themselves again.
I see.
And they all have the quick effect from the spell and trap card zone as continuous trap to summon themselves.
Okay.
So we search with Primera. What we're going to do here is search, where is it? The Wake Up Centurion. We activate the Wake Up Centurion because we have a face-up monster card in the Spell and Trap zone. And we declare level 4 token here. And then
You go to a social combo.
Yeah. Chizao and etc. Yeah. So we summon the Chizao of the deck.
The newest card.
Yeah. Which is Centurion Primera Primus. This card is phenomenal because not only it can allow you to add an emblem card and destroy one card you control and one card your opponent controls, which have very nice interactions with Primera being on the back row because it protects as well the level 5 or higher synchros. But it also has the grave effect to float herself, and when a Centurion card leaves the field by an opponent card effect, and if summoned that way cannot be destroyed by battle. Very relevant in the Tenpai matchup, for example.
That's an amazing support for the deck.
Yeah. It's basically everything the deck needed, because before the deck was focused on doing summoning, triggering Calamity, but it didn't have that much of a powerful engine, while now with Primera Primus the engine becomes very, very solid. So we add Emblem Oath here. We're going to activate Emblem Oath. We place the Gargoyle. If I found it.
And this is the reason why you don't need to discard an extra card, right?
Yes, because once we get the Gargoyle in the hand, we basically can discard it with the field spell, we'll showcase later. But before that, we want to activate Wake Up Centurion Grave effect to send the Centurion card from the deck. And what we're going to send here is Centurion Phalanx, which has the amazing ability to banish itself and target one Centurion Synchro and special summon it, and it loses 1500 attack, which is very good if you do it on Legatia, because Legatia basically protects herself. So yeah, we summon this. Okay. Then we will activate the effect of Gargoyle, and we're going to make it a level 4, very basic, very essential here. We're going to synchro summon into Centurion Auxilla. Then we're gonna activate Chilling 1 Auxilla, Chilling 2 Gargoyle to add it to the hand. And what we're going to add here is the field spell, of course, because we need it as an interruption during the opponent's turn. Then we activate the field spell, we activate the cost, and we will place another Centurion monster. This time we will place Centurion Atri, a card that wasn't that powerful before because we didn't have any way to search the emblem cards. But now that we do have, we can
feel that now it's an amazing card for the deck.
Yeah, definitely.
The fact that he can also treat as a non-tuner, it gives the deck exactly what it needs.
Yeah. It gives you almost any possible combo line you ever need. So we summon it, we draw a card, let's say we draw a hand trap. That's what we aim. And then you activate Phalanx. If you want to be more technical, you could go to the end phase and make Phalanx, so that you trigger the field spell and you synchro summon
during the end phase.
During the end phase, yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, I'm glad you love it. So let's say
we also play around Veiler this way.
Veiler, yeah. The only consistent cards that this deck counters it are Dominus Impulse. There are many times that Dominus Impulse on some name or it can really affect your combo, or even here it could be very painful. But you don't have it in your hand, so I will continue to combo.
My hand is empty.
Yeah. So I will summon my first Blazer. And
your first Blazer?
My first Blazer, of course. And then during the end phase, we can place a Centurion that is in the graveyard or in the banishment. Here we're going to place Atri, but not that you can place as well Primera in the Tenpai matchup, because it protects the level 5 or higher Centurion monsters.
I see. That's very relevant.
Yeah. So you end your board like this, and you're gonna say like, okay, that's just one Omni Negate, but first off, this isn't just an Omni Negate. This also negates summons, negates attacks, and ends battle phases.
Again, very relevant in the Tenpai match.
Yes. Also, the fact that it banishes itself for cost until the end phase means that even if you imperm it, or skill drain or whatever, means that you always will banish it and it will always come back in the end.
Welcome back to your coverage here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series in Bologna. In front of me, I have our top 16 feature match ready to go. Francesco Simoncelli, who we've already seen, and one of our European Championship top 8 contenders, Dimitri Rafaelidis, and they're ready to kick this off. Guys, we are going to do a high roll to see who goes first. Who would like to roll first? Francesco is going to roll first. Yep, high roll. And that's a 7. And for Dimitri's... That's a 9. Are you going to go first? Okay, Dimitri's going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys over to our wonderful commentary trio. Guys, it's top 16. Take it away.
We do not only have Mike as a Greek person here with us in the booth, but also now a Greek player in the featured match area of top 16, Dimitris Rafaelidis. But of course, he's going to meet up against a familiar face that we saw before already. And he is bringing, as we know, the beautiful Orcus strategy. I'm still Rambuzo that is still around. How is that possible?
Yeah, I miss playing Orcus a lot, so I might pick up that deck as well again. It was one of the coolest formats that we've ever had in Yu-Gi-Oh! About 2019. Orcus mirror matches all day, all night. That was my life back then.
Yeah. I knew you back there. Yeah, it was definitely that. You were always calling me, yeah, can we play some more Orcus, please?
Yeah.
And that is, of course, also what Francesco has been saying the entire weekend, because he has been playing this deck the entire time, already piling it now all the way into top 16. So let's not wait them any longer. Let's go into the action. Top 16 gameplay coming your way now.
Looking for some sleeves with blue eyes, 6-5. Francesco is going to sit there. Actually, I was so focused on that joke. Who's starting?
It is Dimitris instead. So let's see how much he can capitalize off that.
It's a curse of the featured match.
Yeah. Oh no, look at this. Dimitris sets a card, sets another card, and he's not playing a trap deck usually, so that's no good news for him here. Passing it over to Francesco.
That must feel really nice when you lose the dice roll in top 16 in the featured match. Your opponent just sets 2 and passes. Francesco must be over the moon, but please stay focused in this one because you haven't won that game. There's so many utility options for all day. Oh, goodness gracious. And Seti discard. Horror gets to draw a card, gets to search the King's Sarcophagus. Not even an Ash Blossom here. Dimitris, what do you have in your hand?
Wow, we get to search out the King's Sarcophagus, as you said, and then also draw. And Harp Horror already in the graveyard. That is definitely no downside. That doesn't even feel like a cost for that, Seti. It's more of a reward, honestly.
And it's the second time we see a Greek guy getting break in the stream.
Seti is being summoned to the field immediately. I wonder how much the Orcus engine profits from the Horus cards, apart from, of course, you being able to discard your Darkness Machines to the graveyard. Because discarding Harp Horror is a very good way. Discard Purulia now to send a level 8
it's
Horus.
Fualos, actually.
It is Fualos, but still.
They're very similar.
Here in that scenario, it's basically the same, because you can't activate them anyways. It's good to know that he had it just in case, but Dimitris didn't make any real moves there. So what are we discarding next? Oh, we're just discarding all. Oh, Armageddon Knight. That's a blast from the past. Phantom Darkness card. And of course, still basically the only deck where you're still playing it in. Duamutiv now alt as well. That's so many attack points already. Those monsters are so big. And we have an even better normal summon than the Armageddon Knight being the Gearsu here.
This is game already.
It would be. It would very much be.
Look at the stare from Francesco and Dimitris going, hey, I know you might have some interruptions from my effects, but how about I just attack you maybe? Maybe even calling Battle Phase immediately, staring Dimitris down. Dimitris is contemplating whether he has any options to stop this onslaught of monsters. Oh, and we're actually activating the Gearsu, so not quite Battle Phase yet. Gearsu sends the Nightmare Orcus to the graveyard. That one boosts attack points.
And also Francesco is locked into darks for the rest of the duel of the game.
I think he's fine.
In fact, he is, and
I think Dimitris was holding back there for a little while.
Gizmek Orochi, the Serpentron Sky Slasher hits the graveyard.
You should have seen Leo with that. That's one of his most favorite names to say in the entire game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Attack with Girsu now, and Dimitris is contemplating just, I think the card that we are probably about to see, that is his last resort in this game, might be Super Polymerization, because I have seen it in his main deck list, which is pretty unusual for Snake Eye Azamina decks, but Dimitris has made the decision to include it, so I would not be surprised to see it there.
Super Polymerization is being flipped up, and what do we remove here? Discarding the fusion spell Girsu and the Imseti go to the graveyard, but now Happy and Duamutev get to trigger.
Yeah, guess what? That's going to be crazy. Mud Dragon summoned.
Oh, that's a very important one. Wait, does Duamutev doesn't remove, right? Happy adds to the from the graveyard to the hand, and Duamutev gets to draw. I think Imseti is the one that removes cards.
Indeed.
So I was thinking maybe if it doesn't target, you still have a game this turn with Gizmek.
Happy can add up to 2 cards from the graveyard to the hand.
Yeah. Which is not going to be too relevant, actually, because there's plenty of resources that you want to rather keep in the graveyard to utilize them. But Happy is crazy. It's still going to draw you 2 cards for this. And then
you mean Duamutev, but yeah, absolutely, you're right. They're very confusing.
The thing is, he hasn't even started playing, you know?
Yeah, and I mean, getting back the Imseti ain't that bad either, right? You already summoned it out, so you can just have it in the hand again for next turn.
It ain't. You can also add back the Fuvalos for a possible discard next turn for the Imseti. And also, it doesn't provide any value in the graveyard, so that is fine. We're going to activate the Gizmek Orochi, the Serpentron Sky Slasher. Banish the top 8 cards of your deck face down. 2,450 attack. What a beaut.
This brings so many memories back.
Oh, yeah.
But guess what? It doesn't even really seem like we activated any of the Horus cards. Oh, there it happens now. Okay, we were just chaining the Gizmek on top of things. So Imseti and Armageddon Knight back to the hand, and then the Duamutev. Guess what?
It's different names.
It's going to draw 3 cards now because the Gizmek was chained. Such great sequencing by Francesco, making sure there's another one on the field now.
And I mean, you forced out the biggest interruption. You profited highly from it, and you haven't even started playing. You're still going to deal a lot of damage. I don't think time is going to be the issue here. We have 14 minutes left on the clock. However, not a single Orcust effect was activated in this sequencing.
Not in this one, but Orcust Nightmare, of course, was already activated.
Fair point. But there is still a zombie vampire to be activated, to be summoned. You might even go for just a negate here, because you already have everything set up, basically. What else is there in the extra deck of Francesco and Simoncelli that has rank 8? You can actually hard summon Dingirsu. How crazy is that now?
Also, there's the Coach King Giant Trainer, which would, of course, need 3 level 8 monsters, which you do currently have, so that might be happening.
Do you want to draw even more cards? That's the big question now.
Yeah, I guess drawing cards is never too bad, but let's see.
Of course, Horror is still in the graveyard, which is very relevant.
Yeah, and oh, wait. Giant Trainer deals 800 damage for each card drawn. So how do we have another way of dealing burn damage? Because that would be absolutely massive.
I mean, it has to be a monster that you have to draw, so it would be a little bit... Oh, but there's Dominus Impulse from the hand, right? So, what are we going after here?
I mean, the good thing is we haven't even started activating...
I mean, he can go to Dingirsu, send the back row, or attach from the banishment, and then go to Galatea.
Yeah, true. And I mean, we use that impulse there on the graveyard effect of Harp Horror, right? Yeah. As far as I'm concerned. So we prevented another Orcust monster coming to the field, but we still can transition into our Orcust part of the deck here quite well with Dingirsu and then Galatea possibly as well.
And I'm pretty sure that Dingirsu can also attach face-down cards or only machines from the banishment.
I think it can only be Machine Dark Monster, and as long as there is a specification on the card, it can't choose face-down banished cards.
Okay, let's see. We are going to look through those face-down banished cards, just in case. So, I mean, the way Francesco was looking at them is making me think that maybe that's possible.
I mean, you have so many cards in hand, there is no way ever that you're running out of resources, so I would prefer... I mean, of course, I don't know his hand, and I don't know his deck list so well. Oh, you're actually going to target the Harp Horror. Is Harp Horror still at 1?
By the way, Dingirsu can attach 1 machine, because back in the day you could attach Kagarians back to the graveyard.
Oh, not even a Dark Machine?
Yes.
Oh, wow, that's big.
That is very big indeed.
So we go into the Galatea. If we hard summon Dingirsu, can we overlay onto Galateo Dingirsu? No, right? There's no way.
There's no way, you say?
No, you can only summon Dingirsu once per turn.
Okay, boring. Okay, Galatea is being summoned. Impermanence is being activated in response, so you don't get to get your orchestrated Babel. What are you doing here in Francesco's shoes? Because now your field is kind of diminished. He's setting a card. Was that really it?
I mean, isn't that enough? Like, just imagine this is going to end up also being the counter trap. I don't know how we counter that.
Do we even play this?
Yeah, we do play, absolutely.
And it's very important that
Oh,
Dimitris...
and it's over.
Wow.
Look at that. Dimitris realized there's nothing he can do. 1-0 for Orcus, and the crowd is cheering because they love that process. Is it the weekend of Dark Machines again, finally?
Please, please give me Orcus in the finals. This was so good. I mean, his opponent Dimitris didn't have anything to play with, just set 2 cards. And then I really loved how Francesco played that, not trying to play into a Nibiru, not playing into anything.
Yeah.
Just going for those Horus monsters, plus the Girsu, and setting up the Serpentron Sky Slasher, perhaps maybe even knowing in Top Cut there is a good chance that you know parts of the deck lists of your opponents, that he has seen that there's a super polymerization, setting up that Gizmek Orochi, the Serpentron Sky Slasher, just to maybe go for that Harpy or dual motive play. But maybe it was also just a coincidence that he tried to go for some damage.
Just as a little add-on, because you raised the question of whether Harp Horror is still limited or something. No, it's at this point back to free, actually, completely unlimited. And that's why probably he brought that back here to this tournament as well.
I mean, of course I'm biased since Dimitris is on the stream. However, I cannot not root for Orcast. One of the
How
best
could you not? How could you not, indeed? Absolutely. Yeah, it's definitely also a fan favorite. I think people are just in love with the deck. I'm sure a lot of people at home right now are also rooting, seeing it back on the screen. We see definitely a lot of people in the venue right now being like, okay, oh, there's Orcus. And it catches the attention of a lot of people watching right now, as you can see there on the screen right now. And look, the people waving
Vincenzo
over.
Orofino is also sitting there.
All the Orcust fans, of course. And yeah, I mean, also, of course, another factor in that discussion, Francesco Simoncelli, obviously kind of a hometown hero here, at least a home country hero, being an Italian. So the Italians, of course, here in Bologna, trying to make another Italian champion. That's, of course, what now all the Italians are focusing on. They need an Italian YCS champion here in Bologna, and who can blame them?
It's only like always an honor to have a YCS champ in your own country. We just had this in Lille with Noel, who took it all down, won the finals versus Julius Schwarzkopf, who is still in competition and who also made Top Cut. Is he still in? Does anyone know that?
I'm not 100% sure. He was in Top Cut. He won in Top 64. I don't know about it currently, though. So he may be in, he may be out. Maybe you will see him in the finals again. Who knows?
Yeah, but I think that Julius still has a really good shot at going to the finals.
I think someone has already said about Mermels that they are going to win the event, right?
Ah, okay. There's also Memento still in there, so don't go too quick, because my pick is also still alive.
I completely forgot what I picked. Centurion, yeah, that's probably also...
No, you changed to Tempai, remember that?
You betrayed me. Yep, not changing their decks are going to be these two duelists now, because they're in the middle of their featured match. They're in the middle of Top Card. They're in top 16 right now, and Game 2 is on their hands. So let's go over to the table again to witness that.
Alrighty then. Do we see a Snake Eyes Azamina combo, or are we going to see the set 2 pass again?
Nah, I think we're going to see some Snake Eye cards being activated here. I'm confident, and Dimitris looks confident as well. He's not putting cards to the Spell Trap zone. Immediately he goes for Bonfire, and that is immediately going to net him a Snake Eye card in advance.
And I mean, that is a card that is put to the Spell Trap zone, and I think that's going to happen more and more in the combo as well here, but I think this time around he's going to be super happy with that Snake Eye Ash is being added. It is limited to 1 copy per deck, however, if you have the Bonfire to add it, or 20 other cards in your deck, you're going to see it sometimes.
There is now the Snake Eye Ash on the field, Poplar on there as well.
Okay, Basti, so the Snake Eyes deck obviously has changed over the last couple of months. We have seen it for almost a year now in the competition. What are the goals right now for the Snake Eye deck?
Yeah, so I think it has become more and more important to now access the Sinful Spoils part of the deck. Usually, you would only try to go for original Sinful Spoils, and original Sinful Spoils would then bridge into your Snake Eye cards. But now, that Sinful Spoils part is more important because Deception of the Sinful Spoils was released recently in Rota, and therefore you can now, with that, access the Azamina cards. And those are great because not only do you have Azamina Ilya Sylvia, a new fusion monster being a hard negate which you're going to end on, but also you do have Azamina Murcielago, which is the fusion monster you usually make before that. And Hollowed Azamina is designed in a way that you can just recycle it, so you can fusion summon multiple times with it per turn, and therefore you just have very, very powerful fusion monsters. And in that case of Dimitris Rafaelidis, those Azamina cards have just completely replaced the Fiendsmith cards that were used before with the Snake Eye deck.
Indeed, it was just because Impulse is very strong and you would rather have Impulse in your deck rather than Fiendsmith.
Yeah,
and speaking of Azamina, the set card is a Deception that will give access to Azamina Hallowed in order to bring up your fusion.
Indeed, so that game plan is working out nicely for Dimitris. There is the Deception of the Sinful Spoils, activating its effect, sending the Snake Idea Bellstar, and that is going to now add us that Hollowed Azamina. I think Dimitris drew this card on the first game. Yeah. Now he's able to do what he is supposed to do with it, searching it off of the Deception and now activating it to Fusion Summon.
And I want to see how Orcust fares against this kind of a field afterwards, because yes, the two set cards, they weren't really too strong, and actually it felt like after the super polymerization, Francesco didn't have too much going for him afterwards. So now we're going to see how this pans out when Dimitris actually gets to put up a full field. However, I also saw that there were Ash Blossoms and Impermanences in Francesco's hand in the last game, so he apparently plays hand traps, he just hasn't thrown any yet.
That is correct. Maybe he just also didn't draw them, but right now it's Dimitris piloting, Dimitris being in the lead. Still hasn't used the second effect of Snake Eye Ash to summon out a potential Flamberge. I mean, we may as well go for another level 1. Most likely Snake Eye Oak first. Yep, there it is. So, I mean, you're still, of course, playing the original Snake Eye cards, and those were the reason why Snake Eye in the first place always was that strong, and they are now just supported in a different way with those Azamina cards.
I'm gonna say now, I was a big Orcust enjoyer when it was the top dog, when it was the best deck to beat. However, there is now a card that wasn't around back then, that is SP Little Knight, and I think SP Little Knight is incredible against the Orcust deck. You can banish those Harp Horrors, and then you can actually banish those valuable graveyard targets once again when they're on the field and an effect is activated. So I think that IP into SP is a crazy combo specifically against Orcust.
You are so right. That is absolutely true. So I think Dimitris pretty safely is trying to set that up in the most original Snake Eye way of probably placing that IP Masquerena into the spell and trap zone with the Snake Eyes Flamberge.
And of course, SP has the effect to banish not only from the field but also from the graveyard, which is very relevant in this matchup.
Yes. So I'm happy that Dimitris now gets to show off his combo at least, because game 1 was quite sad when he just set 2 cards and then was basically fighting an uphill battle from there. Oh, look at that. That looks like Saryuja maybe? Ling 4 incoming using all 4 of those. Yes, this is a card recently included into Snake Eye Azamina strategies as well. You cannot bring out the Appaloosa anymore, as that card is at the moment forbidden, but you may as well draw 4 cards through that Saryuja instead.
I mean, calm down, yeah? You have to put 3 back.
All right.
Which is very important for side deck, since you can access your side.
Yeah, that is actually huge now that players are side decking those trap cards. The Solemn Judgment, Different Dimension Ground would be big here. Even a Dimensional Barrier would have some use, I suppose.
Probably rather Anti-Spell Fragrance or Skill Drain. Those cards seem to be quite nice.
Oh, what a wild guess, Basti.
And of course, Cosmic Cyclone.
Oh, see, Cosmic Cyclone is also very insane against Orcust, especially with the Horus engine.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. Because Galatea sets the card, and also, of course, Sarcophagus.
Yeah, draw phase Cosmic Cyclone onto the orchestrated bubble would also be huge.
Yeah, but it looks like Dimitris definitely has a well-designed combo here, fought this one through quite strong, and he's now going to summon out the Princess, and Princess brings back the Flamberge Dragon, and In a Heartbeat is gone again because we're linking into a Link 4 here with the Raging Phoenix now. Leo, Solomon Grades are back as well. What a time to be alive.
I am so happy about this. Raging Phoenix is the best Link monster in the game because it searches out the Salamangreat card if you special summon it or if you link summon it.
Ah, he missed out on that part here, though.
Yeah, I don't know why they always forget those
yeah, Ilya Sylvia now being the second Azamina fusion monster, fusion summon. As we said, Hollowed Azamina can recycle itself, and that's what they did there. And now the World Dragon Zelantis, World Sea Dragon Zelantis is being summoned and reorganizing the field in a way there, using its effect. And honestly, this looks somewhat minimalistic. Yeah, it's not the craziest combo field. It's not like a Jubel field. It's not like a Mermail field. So let's see whether Francesco can find a way through this.
However, it has so many things going on.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, the field is very strong, meaning that IP will be probably brought up in the trophies, probably, and also in the graveyard there is Princess.
No. Main phase, it's going to be the Orcust Harp Horror summoned out.
I mean, there is no reason not to SP here.
Let's see.
I would actually agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, we can also just wait a little, because what is that Harp Horror doing right now, necessarily? They always need another card, so why not wait?
It looks threatening. I don't know.
There's not even the monster you can attack over, because Ilya Sylvia, in fact, is 1,900 attack points. Oh, are we in the battle phase? It seems like we are in the battle phase. Okay, Harp Horror attacking.
I'm very curious.
Okay, it was brought into the graveyard now.
Are we going to see some kind of an evenly matched play now, so that we have basically stopped our opponent from summoning out IP by normal summoning Harp Horror? That would be super cool. I just haven't seen it evenly matched in a while.
Yeah, we are in main phase 2 also as well, so that evenly matched is not going to happen. Harp Horror effect happening though, so we are going to special summon out Girsu from the deck.
So we just don't really have any plays.
Yeah, that looked desperate there. Normal summon Harp Horror to attack into an Ilya Sylvia.
Does Orcust can break all this field and also all the resources that Snake Eye has on main phase 2 though? Because Artemis will obviously take a turn.
Yeah, that's true. Absolutely. And I mean, 3 set cards are also quite a statement from Dimitris. He was not happy setting 2 cards on the first game, but setting 3 here after comboing is quite the statement.
Yeah, I think the after comboing is the most important part about that one. Setting 3 cards in this turn would have also been pretty annoying for him. I'm very sure about that. But normal summoning Snake Eye Ash, resolving it, and then going into Snake Eye's Poplar. I'm not going to do this, don't worry.
Okay,
but
we
Dimitris
sent Nightmare.
Girsu is at this moment treated as a tuner also, which is very important.
True.
And now I think we're just going to go for SP Little Knight. And Mike, you said it earlier, banishing from the graveyard can be very important here. You can also banish the Girsu from the field, actually. I think both banishes would hurt a lot here.
Yeah, and I like the field organization here by Dimitris, because we summon the SP Little Knight now into a main monster zone. The only thing that's a little concerning to me is that it is summoned into a potential relinquished Anima zone. On the other hand, you're playing against Orcus. They're not really known to play a lot of level 1 monsters, so I think you're fine on that.
There is Bombard.
True. That card was used back then, sometimes. Rarely. Now, the hidden effect of Oak is activated that you can also add back the Snake Eye Ash from your graveyard to your hand. However, I don't think it has any targets anymore after this. But
standards for hidden effects have become low, and this is the hidden effect of Snake Eye Oak, but sure, I will give it to you.
Actually, Snake Eye, did you know that Snake Eye Ash has a hidden effect that you can send another card from the field to the graveyard?
You can special summon from the deck, you know that?
That's crazy, but now Dimitris is being a little bit confused, because you don't have to target your own monster with the Orcust Nightmare. You can also target a monster on your opposing side of the field to send something from the deck to the graveyard. And now you're pushing the Ilya Sylvia.
Probably for a wand, in order to bring back something from the banishment. Or Gizmek.
Gizmek.
There we go.
Leo.
My beloved boy.
Yeah, beginning of the weekend. If I would have told you that you're going to see Gizmek on the featured match, even in top 16, would you have believed me?
Of course, it is the best card in Yu-Gi-Oh! That has ever been printed.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Actually, I have one in Collector's Wear that is basically on my work desk, and I look at it from time to time.
I know, you're in love with this card.
I am. Gizmek Orochi, the Serpentron Sky Slasher, or in German, Gizmek Orochi, der Schlangotron Himmelsschlitzer.
That's one even nicer.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Bless you, Leo, bless you.
That's a little German lesson for you guys.
Alrighty. So we brought out the Gizmek Orochi. You don't have to say the full name once again.
Don't worry, I'm super fine with doing
So the reason that the one was in hand.
And Sadie, but is there
possible.
Called by would be insane. No, Ilya Silvia
or
is
he
going
can
to
just negate it with Yashamina.
Yeah, now King Sarcophagus Hard Roll would be huge.
And
we can start playing.
Using the Whirlwind.
Why are we able to play here? Dingirsu, we have... I mean, there are still 3 set cards. Do any of them do anything here?
Of course, the Super Polymerization is going to do a whole lot, taking care of both monsters on Francesco's side here.
Tis a little much Snake Eye Ash discard. This is marvelous. Dimitris is going to go for some plays here, summons out the Garura. It is, I mean, very curious how he found space in the extra deck for that. Francesco packs up the cards because this is Dimitri's game, and now Francesco is going to opt to probably start in game 3, and I'm curious to see what the Orcus Taurus deck can put out if uninterrupted, if we're going to see that.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it on feature yesterday. It wasn't like a crazy combo field with like multiple big monsters or anything. It was also, as the trend of the weekend, rather minimalistic, I would say. It was Dingirsu, of course, and that was very much mentioned by Francesco because I did the analysis with him, with the double ability to protect against destruction, because Dingirsu, that I can call a secret effect, can detach the material and something on the field will be destroyed, just saying. And yeah, that definitely was something that he was valuing very, very highly, especially against matchups like Tenpai and so on and so forth. So that's going to be on the end field usually. Then, of course, we're trying to set up the counter trap as well, the Orcus Crescendo, which is another good thing to have a hard negate with that.
Did you know that Crescendo also has a secret graveyard effect?
Stop
and it can
it.
search for a dark machine. It doesn't even have to search for an Orcus card, but it can also search the Gizmic, Orochi, the Serpentron Sky Slasher.
Oh yeah, number 5, I'm counting. Keep them coming, keep them coming.
However, it locks you to dark machine monsters.
Yeah, that, yeah, and phase effect.
I think we will be fine. Yeah, it's a trap card in the graveyard, and phase effect is pretty accurate.
In this deck, everything locks you into dark machine monsters, right?
However, I truly believe that Orcas can establish a very good board going second, since, as we saw, there are a lot of extenders, and the horror engine is very good, and of course, Crescendo is an amazing card, still to the day.
For sure, and I mean, also a card, I mean, Leo, you actually, in your analysis with Julius, you were talking about that card. That is a very tough card to overcome going second, and Francesco is bringing it in from his main deck. Deck Lockdown is in the side deck of Francesco, and if that card comes down here, in this matchup...
Yeah, it's huge.
It's huge, it's very, very huge. So if he gets around this card, that might be problem. That might be trouble for Dimitris.
Actually, which deck doesn't lose to it?
It's incredible at the moment. I think almost all his decks do.
Mermaid, no.
No, I was going to say, I talked to Julius about it, and he was like, this is the card that I'm most afraid of. So Deck Lockdown is the card that might have, I don't want to say solved the format, but it may be the best card of the tournament. I'm curious to see, I think after the next round we can check how many players are playing this card.
Yeah, will be interesting to see for sure.
We have the data.
It is in the side deck here of Francesco. I'm 99% sure it's going to be in the main deck now after the side decking process. But of course, that is not 100% sure because only Francesco knows at this particular moment as he's just shuffling up his deck for this third and deciding game. I want to know whether he was seeing that coming. Like, entering the tournament with Orcus, now sitting here in top 16. What a crazy run already.
I mean, he wouldn't expect for sure, but I truly believe that he believes in his deck, and of course he's a very good pilot, and that's why he's in the top 16 of the YCS Bologna.
Mike, you're absolutely spot on that. If you just believe in the heart of the cards, specifically in the heart of Gizmic Orochi, the Serpentron Sky Slasher, then you're always going to be good to go. Play the decks you like, play the decks you have repetitions with, because you can't just bring, I mean, some players are incredible. They can just bring a deck to a tournament and then win with it, but usually you need a lot of practice and repetitions against most of the matchups, which is why decks like Orcus can be a surprise pick and catch people off guard because they're not used to playing against it. But these duelists are ready, and we're going to game 3 of top 16 at YCS Bologna.
And in we go. And Leo, this deck may just be your most favorite deck of all time because
There is not only the Gizmek Orochi, but also Cosmic Cyclones in the side deck.
Wow.
And you are apparently also in love now with deck Lockdown, so it doesn't stop there. Oh, and again we do start off with the Msadi, discarding the half horror. Wow, the crowd is already cheering, already celebrating. What a start for Francesco here in this third game.
Just look at this stare when he knows that he did something phenomenal looking at his opponent.
He's ice cold, man. Ice cold like a dark machine, man. Holy. And there's the King Sarcophagus now activated.
And imagine he's going to full combo here. He can now discard cards, and most of them are going to bring extra value.
It doesn't stop! The Nightmare as well.
You can even secure yourself from something like a Nibiru here. You can go for the Photon Exceeds monster. You can, of course, go into the Zombie Vampire. What rank 8s are there? I think I've asked you this earlier. I don't know if we got to it.
Yeah, interestingly enough, I would have expected that Photon Lord to be there, but it actually, funnily enough, isn't. And the amount of rank 8s is limited. It's the Zombie Vampire and then also the Coach King Giant Trainer, but that's about it, actually.
And Dingirsu, of course.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, true. I always forget that you have to also be able to summon that as a rank 8. Oh my, it doesn't stop. He drew all of the Orcus. Imagine there would have been an Ash Blossom and Joy Spring on the Msadi, but luckily there wasn't, because then he would have had a whole lot of Orcus monsters there in his hand. But now it works out beautifully with that resolving.
At this point, after side decking, going first, do you just go for the Coach?
Yes. 100%. I talked with him about that. You're trying to draw those cards. You're trying to, for example, draw into deck Lockdown, which is crazy. Also in the process, if you draw monsters, you're going to put life point damage onto Dimitrius as well, which, I mean, we have 7.5 minutes, but surely can't be bad to be ahead in life points already.
Yeah, it's never bad.
Indeed. So let's see. 1, 2, okay, another one maybe? Okay, it is good.
He has deck Lockdown in hand.
Oh, he already has it? Then we don't have to draw.
I mean, I'm guessing.
Possibly, yeah. Oh, look at that. Oh, we're still contemplating how many Exceed materials this is going to be.
Yeah.
And of course, let's go all in. Let's go all the way. We go for the big Coach King Giant Trainer.
You're a fire, baby. There's another fire monster.
Oh, but there's infinite impermanence. That's a bit of a punishment to go for that. Because we committed 3 monsters into that one Giant Trainer.
Well, and but however, there are 3 Orcas in the graveyard. I mean.
So now we start playing with our main engine.
All right, so activating the Orcus Nightmare next.
And they're a crazy guy. Half this deck is traps. What is happening there? So we're going to send now, I think, the Wand. Do we actually still have a target for Harp Horror in the deck? Do we play multiple skeleton?
There's Gears.
Oh, of course there always is.
We have 2024.
Yeah, I think Gears was after you played the deck, right?
I'm sorry, Mike. Yeah, that is actually true.
So we get to Link 2 now, which usually would be when it involves an Orcus monster, a Galatea, and it also is here, being summoned into the extra monster zone. The Orcus Automaton.
Would you go here for Crescendo or Return?
We'll see. I don't even know whether he runs return, actually. Oh, yeah, there's one return. Oh, but we do instead go for the third option available, where we go for Orchestrated Babel. And Babel, since the beginning of days, I always liked Babel the most, because Babel gave you the option to play on your opponent's turn. Yeah. Sure, Crescendo kind of gives you that option as well by just negating something on your opponent's turn, but Babel feels like so much more, right? It lets your engine play on the opponent's turn, gives you sense with Dingirsu and all that kind of stuff. It feels way more valuable to me.
It provides a lot more follow-up as well. It provides a non-targeting ascent, which can be more impactful in some matchups.
Yeah, agreed.
And if your opponent removes it with something like Abby's Feather Duster, you can just add it back to hand.
That is absolutely true.
It also helps playing around Bestials, which is relevant.
Oh, that's actually a very, very good point. And I think Dimitrius was playing Bestials in his main deck, so they're certainly still in there. And there were formats where I was saying, yeah, Orcus is hardly playable at all at the moment because Bestials were so prevalent. So Bestials definitely usually a huge counter to the deck, but now with the Babel up, we're playing around it easily.
I think we will see the classic Orcas combo for summoning Dingirsu, attaching the Horror, and then go to IP Masquerena.
That would be cool, too. You always ended up on IP Masquerena as well with the Orchestrated Babel, recycling some of those resources, most of the time actually with the Wand that you then attached with the Dingirsu because you barely had any other way of recurring it. And yeah, back in the day, you summoned Unicorn most of the time, which is a little bit of a...
We got an upgrade on the Unicorn end, yeah.
I want to say that too,
SV Little Knight is the new and cool version of Unicorn, basically.
Even though Unicorn also wasn't bad.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. I would never say that. So using Dingirsu now to attach.
Oh, and there's another card, and I really, Basti, please tell me that he's playing this, that he's playing one of those Topologic Bomber Dragon or the Topologic Zeroboros, because going into those with IP Masquerena and then using Babel was so incredible.
Yeah, but using the classic technologies, we do use Topologic Bomber Dragon in our extra deck, and I agree with you thoroughly that that's the coolest thing to do ever.
Yeah, but
and there is the deck lockdown on top of all of that. That's a massive card. We were talking about it in the side-decking process, and indeed, Francesco found it in his opening hand here to pretty much the icing on the cake here to his field.
The only read that we can tell is that the set card is probably Crescendo, since it needs a Link Orcas monster to be activated, and that's why probably Francesco chose not to go to IP Masquerena.
Good point. Very good read, yeah.
Very good catch there. And I want to say, Basti, you said it's the icing on the cake. I think that the Orcus combo is the icing and that the deck lockdown is the cake, because this card is just so incredibly strong in this format. Every single deck searches so many cards or tries to special summon. People are going crazy over Dominus Impulse. Deck lockdown just prevents them from playing altogether.
I mean, at this time, there is deck lockdown, probably Crescendo, in my opinion, and of course a full graveyard of Orcas.
Okay.
It is a very scary board.
Main phase has been entered here by Dimitris.
And at this point, with the setup that you have, the deck lockdown is not stopping you at all. Oh, look at the laughing from Francesco.
He's smiling.
Leaning back. Dimitris is checking his option.
Oh gosh. When we're activating effects now out of nowhere, that must mean we're like
there is pass priority probably.
I feel like we might be going into the end phase here.
Dimitris.
Why would you do that end of main? There's no real reason for it, right?
No, I agree.
So we go Skeleton.
I mean, nobody right now is playing evenly matched, right? For some reason.
And even then, you probably have Orcus Crescendo for its set anyways.
Yeah, and then you don't have to banish all your cards.
It may be end phase.
It is end phase.
Dimitris was thinking about a Beastal maybe, but he will try to keep it as a defense in Francesco's turn.
Oh my,
Francesco.
This is looking crazily good for Francesco. He keeps on going now in the end phase, also activating all those effects that are still usable under the deck lockdown. And one more time, Leo, what card has been sent to the graveyard?
Gizmek Orochi, the Serpentron Sky Slasher, hits the field, is being special summoned in the end phase as well. Another 2,450 attack points here. We have the Harpora with 1.7, we have Galatea with 1.8, and we have Dingirsu with 2.6. Magnamut is being activated. Are you going to crescendo it? Banish the Magnamut. You will not hit the field. And now it is time to put your attack position monsters there. We're going to summon multiple Horus cards. We completely forgot about those. Everything is in attack position. Are we entering the battle phase? We can see the word the lip reading. The fist bump. Orcus advances to top 8.
The Orcus party is still ongoing. Francesco Simoncelli with that crazy deck, making the masses applaud him here in Bologna. And I'm one of his biggest fans now as well. What a match that was once more.
I mean, who is not? He's playing Orcas. Yes. He's in the top 8 of YCS, and he's playing amazingly.
He's playing out of his mind there. Yeah. Seriously. He might be the best Orcus player on the planet right now.
I mean, to be honest, Dimitris hasn't really played the game in 2 games. Come on. Dimitris still with a huge accomplishment, hitting top 16 here. This went a little bit unfortunate for him, but I think that everyone just really wants to see Orcus win this tournament.
Yep.
Can I say that I really love the interaction between deck lockdown and Galatea?
Yeah.
Since he's setting the cards instead of adding them, so it can be activated during his turn to set a spell or trap.
And in general, it was a pleasure for me to just watch all these Orcus effects on the opponent's turn, being able to do that through the orchestrated Babel, right? Just end phase this, end phase that, end phase that, like all of those effects that you usually could not use, but then the Babel just made all of that possible.
Yeah, that is true. And of course, the absolute MVP in this game. You guys know what it is. It has to be Gizmek Orochi, the Serpentron Sky Slasher. It's such a strong card. It granted him a free draw in game 1, where arguably the game was over at that point anyways. After the super polymerization, we have seen the strength of the Horus engine, because Horus engine is such a great starter for you. You can get into your place with a zombie vampire, which wasn't even necessary at all.
Didn't need it.
If you have a free every field, sometimes even if there is a field, just summoning 3 Horus monsters is incredibly effective because you can just attack. King Sarcophagus also has another effect to just remove monsters when you're attacking them with the Horus cards. Your cards can only be removed by targeted removal, so Mirror Force, which is a very common card of course, is also not in the cards anymore. So the Horus engine provides so much for you apart from just being starters.
And I mean, there is really another archetype that I can think of that has so much good synergy with Horror stuff. Orcust is amazing deck since he can discard any Orcust and can activate then the effect in the graveyard.
Yeah, that is indeed true. So, you want to change your pick now, Leo?
Yeah. Come on. Now it's honestly,
I will not allow it.
I even forgot what I said initially, so I'm just going with Orcust now.
I think you had Centurion, then changed to Tempai, and then to Orc.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's
you will
Orcust.
get used to it. You will get used to it.
No,
He
it's
couldn't
Orcust.
pick that good
You're
of a deck
the
in
one
the
to
first
say
place.
that. You're the one to say that Mr. Ninja is my favorite deck. Hasn't ever gotten a single Ninja card.
It was for that tournament my favorite deck. What are you talking about? I mean, I at least stuck to it for a full tournament, right?
Okay, fair enough, Big Mitsu enjoyer, but I'm the biggest Gizmek Orochi fan there is, so I think I can get the exception.
Can you tell again the name in the German once again?
Thank you so much for
Yeah,
asking this, bro.
why are you doing that, Mike?
Gizmek Orochi, der Schlangotron Himmelsschlitzer.
I agree.
Signed by Mike. Okay. All right. Sounds about right. And it's pretty interesting to see that we, of course, now have Francesco with that Orcust strategy in top 8. So let's hear it from the man himself, interviewing his Tom Payne with our winner, Francesco. Let's go over.
Thank you very much, Basti. I'm here with Francesco. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
So you're now through to the top 8. How do you feel coming through?
I'm really happy. I'm so happy, and I just only want to play the next game to advance the tournament. I hope to win the tournament, but we will see.
So everyone, it seems, is cheering for you here as well. So there must be a good feeling.
Yeah.
So tell me about the deck choice, first of all, because you're playing Orcust. Is this a deck you just picked because it's your favorite deck? Did you pick it because you think it's the secret spice that's going to take everything home?
For this format, Orcust have a good matchup versus 2 of the most representative deck, so Tempai and Fire King Snekai, because Tempai can't destroy your spell trap set, so deck lockdown is we saw in the future one of the best cards of the format, and with Dinjirsu you can protect it from Storm, and with the counter, with the Crescendo, you can prevent Cyclone or something else. So it's a really good deck going first, and going second have a lot of cards that will break the board. So it's a good deck. I don't think he's the best, but it's a good deck.
For sure. So, I mean, who can argue you're in the top 8? So let's have a little look at the first game here. I guess a very fortunate start for you. Your opponent just passes with two set cards. How are you feeling going into this? What's your plan?
In this position, I start in the better way, or is Imseti discard Harp. I try to OTK my opponent. I didn't know that he played a Super Poly, so I try to OTK him, but if he used Super Poly, but I had 2 Horus on the field, so I drew 2 cards, I drew 3 cards, sorry, and I still close with a good board.
Yeah, so we actually see that in the next clip here, so maybe we can just go on to the next clip now. So you resolve the like this can't be something that's happening very often, right? Resolving the effects of the Horus monsters, or is it something you've done over the weekend? Were you catching players out with it?
Not all people know all effect of Horus, so and this was a good thing for this tournament, because Horus effect are a bit old. And Horus and Orcust deck are a bit old. And in this spot, I only want to draw 1 more card with the Orochi, because it's a random name plus, and nothing else.
So were you worried when you banish 8 cards from your deck that it's going to be a problem, or have you been doing this all weekend? You kind of know whether it's going to hit one of your engine pieces?
It isn't a problem because if your opponent remove 1 card from your field, if you have happy, you can bring back the card. So it's still good. And with Orcust mechanic, you can send to the grave or your card before you use Orochi. So one time that you have or your stuff in the graveyard or banish it face up, you can recycle it and it isn't a problem.
That makes sense. It sounds like you know your Gizmek. So in the second game, your opponent got to go first and a slightly better field this time. So if we can have a little look at what you were facing up against. Is this a kind of field you can crack, or is it something that maybe you're supposed to draw hand traps to prevent?
I didn't draw nothing, no hand traps, no super poly, nothing else. And I only tried to force the fusion, the Azamina, Silvia, but he didn't use. My only opportunity was to resolve Imseti. He waited for it and he won, it's correct.
So yeah, you had a noble attempt here. Looks like you tried to resolve your horror effect, and then later on in the turn we could see you had that discussion about resolving your nightmare that you can target his cards. Was that something he wasn't aware of?
Yeah.
Okay, but ultimately in the end, as you say, he saved the Azamina card. So do you think this is like very good? Do you think maybe other players earlier on you might have been out of trick and you're just playing against tougher opponents?
I try, but he had a lot of things, so I can't win this game.
Sure.
It's okay.
So into game number 3, you started with that fantastic combo of the first game. That must be like the perfect 2 cards to see in your opening hand. We'd see right at the beginning here, and there was a big cheer from the crowd as well when you discarded
2 times with Imseti and Darp, the best starter. So I drew the counter, so I only wanna end my bird only with one link on the field to play around to Super Poly, and if my opponent makes something strange under deck lock, I could revive Dingirsu and destroy and have another interrupt. So counter Dingirsu, deck lock, a lot of stuff.
Yeah, it seems like you have pretty much everything you could want. One of my favorite cards, which you're about to summon in a moment on the clip here, is Giant King Coach Trainer. So have you been resolving that a lot this weekend? It looks so much fun.
I think that I resolve only 3 times, but every time it's resolved, it's like a game. Because you draw 3, and if you use it, is because you discarded a lot of engine. So the cards that you draw are all flex, so Entraps, Skill Drain, Fluid Gate, so are all good cards, and every time you resolve it is like a win condition setup.
Yeah, I mean 3 level 8s is normally quite a big investment, but with the Horus card, seems you can just make it super easy.
Yes, Arrow Extender, so it's okay.
So we saw now at the beginning of the next clip, like your opponents started their turn, and I feel like they're just like thinking, what can I do? Has anyone done anything under deck lockdown against you this weekend, or has it just been the thing that seals the deal?
Deck lock is the best card now. The Maggitor, a lot of deck can't use nothing card. Tempai can't. All engine of Tempai can't be used, and Azamina stuff too, Snake Eye too. I don't suffer it because I can summon one from Banished, one from the graveyard, so it isn't a problem for me. And for the OTK, I can summon only 3 Horus from the graveyard and attack.
Yeah,
so it's okay.
I could see you playing around it very nicely here. You're sending from the deck to the grave rather than summoning from the deck. It's all very neat. It seems like you've got this figured out. I can imagine deck lockdown for a lot of players. They just shove it in their deck and then don't think too much afterwards.
Yeah, it's really strong.
And then the last little bit of this game in the M phase, you chose to use that crescendo just to seal the deal.
Yes, it is only because the game was ended. My opponent can't make something else on my turn, so it's a random activation because only for close the game. But it isn't important. I can hold it, but it isn't important.
Well, all we can say is, you know, well played and congratulations. So you're through to the top 8 of YCS Bologna 2024, and we hope to see you further along in the tournament. And I think now I'm going to kick it over to Ed to possibly interview the rest of the top 8.
Thank you very much, Tom. Yes, that rapid-fire top 8 interview, which I have to do every single YCS, is coming up very, very soon because we have, I believe, most of our top 8 contenders sat right next to me, or stood right next to me even, and we're going to be doing that very soon. So stick around because we're going to finish off a couple of those deck combo tutorials that we filmed for you, and then we're going to get into that rapid-fire top 8 before getting into our feature match.
So, well, your setup looks like this. Your opponent starts playing on the main phase, and what you're going to do is activate Atri to summon, and then activate Trudea to summon. Trudea can become level 8 at this point. And you chain block whatever you like. You want to play around Dominus or whatever, I don't know. You basically
synchro summon again.
You basically synchro summon once again. And you draw one more. And,
another hand drop maybe.
Yeah. Or deck lockdown after game 1. So basically you end on Blazer, and not that we only used one card, so
all this was
basically
a one-card combo?
Yeah, basically this is our card advantage after the Trudea combo. Primera also has the same...
This is amazing.
Yeah. This is also you can also do this combo with Primera, but most likely you'll end up one of these cards being Gargoyle in your hand, but which isn't really that important. But you know, the fact that this could be anything, any hand trap, any utility card, I think it makes it a really nice choice as a deck.
I can tell that you are very confident about your deck choice, right?
I try to be. I tested a lot this format, so yeah.
Well, you convinced me, apparently.
I'm glad I did.
Good luck in the main event, and thank you for your combo tutorial.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone, and we will be back soon.
Welcome back, duelists, to the coverage of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series here in Bologna in 2024. Rage of the Abyss has just dropped the newest set, and we have received some Mermail support. If you have been watching Lille, the YCS in Lille.
And so here it is once again, something I have to do at every single YCS tournament. Interview in a rapid-fire fashion the top 8 duelists that we have here. And here at YCS Bologna, we have a heck of a lineup for you. So let's waste no time and introduce you to all 8 of our competitors. First up, we have Pak Pamonsut. Welcome, Pak. Now, you're no stranger to coming to these. What's your favorite part about European events?
The food. I think the food is amazing. And obviously all the Europeans. It's great meeting everyone who I don't normally get to see in face, just because I'm, from the States, so yeah.
Well, we're glad to have you here, and congratulations on getting into the top 8. I'm going to let you head off this way because you are on our feature match, along with our next competitor, Matthew Bricard. Matthew, how are you feeling?
Pretty good.
Yeah? You feeling confident about this feature match?
I don't know, but I'm happy to be there.
That's all we can ask for. Congratulations on getting here. I'll let you go so that you can go and get ready and lined up. We'll be joining those guys very shortly. Next up, we have Francesco Gargiulo. Welcome, Francesco. Now, come take a step closer to me. Don't worry, I don't bite. Now, how are you feeling at this point in the tournament?
It's very, very good to be there. It's fantastic.
Now, do you have a lot of people watching and cheering you on here in the audience?
Yes, a lot, and I thank all of them.
Alexa, I hope you can get through this one, and then we can see you on the feature match, and we can have that whole crowd cheering for you. It'll be very exciting.
Yes. They run for me.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on getting this far. I shall let you go so that you can get on with your preparations for your match. Now, we have another Francesco. We have Francesco Simoncelli. Now, Francesco, we've seen already a cheer from the audience. This is what I think people are getting here with the Italian duelists. We've seen you a couple of times on the feature. You're now off feature for this top 8 match. Does that lessen some of the pressure for you? Is it a bit easier?
For me, it isn't a problem make a future match. I made someone was there one, so it isn't a problem for me.
You're a confident man. Do you think you'll be the last Francesco standing?
We can try.
We could try. Congrats on getting this far. I shall let you go and get ready for your duel as well. Next up, we have Mario D'Amico. Mario, welcome. Top 8. Are you very excited?
Very excited.
Yeah?
Yeah, I want to take this one home.
You think you can?
Hopefully, but back-to-back, I want to.
That's what we want to hear. Congratulations. I'm going to let you go and get ready as well. Next up, we have Flaminio Rossi. Now, Flaminio, are you happy you could take a step closer to me. It's okay, I don't bite. Are you happy to be here?
Yes. I'm really happy. I'm playing a deck that I really like, and I really like the strategy, and
How long have you been playing the deck?
I'm playing the deck since a lot, but I realized that this was like a good choice for this event, so I decided to play it.
You think it can take you all the way? Do you think it'll make you the champion?
If I can play the game and play it at the best I can, I think that I can, yes.
I'm sure you will. Congratulations on getting to top 8. I'll let you go and get ready. We only have a couple more. Next up, we have Julio Valls. Julio, we've done this many times. I've seen you up here. Now, how are you feeling at Bologna?
Well, I did Protoss all the tournament, and I will still.
That's all we can ask for. Congrats on getting this far, mate. Really pleased to see you in another top 8. Go and head off, and we'll see how you guys fare in the next round. But last but certainly not least, it's Mr. Julius Schwarzkopf. Now, Julius, we know that you usually get to these tops. Do you think you can take it all the way this time?
Yes, I think so. I can take it down now, I think, against Empire. So, yeah, we're going to see it.
We certainly are. Maybe we'll see you in the next 2 feature matches, possibly. We've already had you on there. Let's see how you do. Congratulations again. This is not your first time topping, and it certainly won't be your last. Whew. Okay, that's another YCS done with another top 8 rapid-fire interview. But don't go anywhere. We're going to guess a couple of very, very quick cards, and then I'm going to run over to there, and we're going to immediately kick off with our top 8 feature match. Don't go anywhere. I told you we'd be back, and here we are with our top 8 feature match. Pak Pamonsut versus Mathieu Bricard right in front of your very eyes. They're ready to kick this off to see which one of them is going to get into that top 4 cut and might be making their way to the grand final here at YCS Bologna. Gentlemen, we are going to do a high roll to you guys first. Pak is going to roll first, and Pak has rolled a 9. Okay, Mathieu? That is a 5. Pak, you're going to go first. You're going to go first? Pak is going to go first for our top 8 feature match. So I'm going to hand you guys over to your wonderful commentators who are going to take you through what is essentially our quarter-final. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome to the top 8 of YCS Bologna 2024 from us as well. Wow, what a journey it has been. A lot of rounds, a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! And we are down to top 8 incredible duelists, right?
Yeah, top 8 incredible duelists and top 8 incredible decks. 8 different decks, absolutely wild. I mean, we were talking all weekend about how we're seeing a different deck every feature match almost. The only deck we've seen twice is Orcust. Don't fact check me on that. But yeah, every different deck you can imagine, and 2 more for this one. What are they,
I mean,
Alberto?
it can't get more diverse than this, honestly, and this is basically, I think, a sum up of the entire weekend, right? I mean, 8 different decks and incredible players among our top 8 duelists, and one of them is Pak on one hand, a very well accomplished player, also won a YCS, and I mean, on the other hand, we also a French, you know, national champion, which is Mathieu.
Absolutely, and it is indeed a treat, but I want to bring up real quick what was the deck breakdown for YCS Bologna, just to compare it to what has happened now in top 8, because as you know, Tom was briefly mentioning, I don't think I remember an event quite like this. This was when top 64 obviously transitioned. What if I told you guys that out of the 18 combined Snake Eyes and Fire King, none are left in top 8. That's insane. I don't think anyone would have predicted it, and we are left with 8 different decks, which I'm quickly gonna run through, and some of them you should know because we have featured a lot of these duelists. We have the Mermail obviously with Julius, and then Julio, of course, his signature Ritual Beast deck is still out there, but we always have Memento, Orcust, as we have seen it in the previous round, 1 Tempai, so your hope is still out there, 1 Hubel deck, and then finally the future match that we are gonna show you guys between Pak, who is also playing the Finnish Kashchira deck, which we have seen from Joshua, from Dinka, you know, he's the last one standing essentially, and his opponent will be on a very interesting deck in Magical Musketeers. Wow. What a top 8.
Yeah, I mean, the Magical Musketeer deck, I'm excited to see what it does. I feel like you could do it a lot of different ways. It's picked up a lot in popularity since the Fiendsmith cards have come out, because you get those light Fiends on the field, and any deck that can summon light Fiends, they're going to love Fiendsmiths.
No, I mean, the deck is incredible. I also remember the first time we got to see that in action was for Dinka Bui, and now again with Mathieu, I mean, a very accomplished players, and I'm really looking forward to see this in action. And honestly, guys, I don't want to keep you waiting, because our players are ready, so let's go and jump into game 1.
Here they are, and yeah, there is so much storytelling behind this match, because the last time we were here in Bologna in 2023, Pak actually made it all the way to top 8 as well, with this Infernoble deck eventually losing in top 8. So he's here back with some redemption, you know, willingness. Let's see if he can go through this, but I think he definitely did not prepare for this event, thinking he was gonna face in top 8 against Magical Musketeer, and especially going second, that deck is scary.
Yeah, I mean, when you're preparing a sort of roguish deck like Pak is playing, do you think like you give more credit to all the other rogue decks? Do you think everyone likes to side something for the mirror, or do you think you just say, no, I'm going to be the only person playing my deck?
It's mostly a matter of obviously trying to set up, predict, forecast the meta for the event, and then you tailor your deck mostly to beat, in their case, Tempai and Fire decks. But yeah, there is not many left. That's the issue. So hopefully they are quick learners and adapters, but we'll see. For now, can you guys maybe try to walk us through what could be the strategy from Mattia in general? What does his deck look like outside of, you know, the core of Magical Musket cards?
I mean, he's playing, 3 Finsmith tracked, so I think he wants to give consistency to his deck, and along with the 3 Engraver as well. And I also see 2 Nibiru, which I think kind of surprises me, especially because like this weekend, among all the hand traps, I think this was the less played one. But yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, Tom, I think that the Finsmith engine gave the deck a boost that essentially, basically, you know, makes the deck even scarier, you know?
You know, something I'm thinking, I'm looking at the deck list of Mathieu, and it strikes me as remarkably similar to what Pacoat is playing. It looks like, you know, there's lots of hand traps, lots of interaction, and then just running the Fiendsmiths is that complementing with the Magical Musketeers. So unlike Pacoat, who's chosen that extra engine, if you like, to be the Kashtira cards, instead Matthew's putting in those magical muskets. So maybe if you swapped out the muskets for the Fiendsmiths, you'd almost have, for the Kashtira, you'd almost be looking at a mirror match.
Yeah. Pretty good catch there, and we'll see which one prevails. But yeah, we are expecting a battle of entrops. It seems like they are both close to the 20 count. It's pretty high up there. So
yeah, I mean, when you see that Ghost Bell, you got to think like that's pretty far down the list of most players' like favorite hand traps at the moment. So it presumably means that Matthew's playing a pile of other hand traps as well.
And here it comes, yet another one in the Ash Blossom from Mathieu. Do you like Mathieu's approach of just playing a lot of chew-offs in the hand traps, trying to avoid the redundancy, or are you more a fan of just sticking with a full set?
Yeah, I can see what you mean there. He's chosen to put a lot of the hand traps that you can only run one copy of. I think it's fair when the cards are kind of less impactful. Like there are some hand traps maybe that are a tier above the rest, such as the Molshami Fuvalos. I mean, you can use 2 copies of that anyway. And Ash Blossom, Infinite Impermanence, again, you can use 2 copies. So it makes sense to just run 3 of the most impactful ones. And then for cards that are a bit more niche, Ogre, Bell, etc., which, you know, aren't the most popular, and they're not the most popular for a reason, kind of makes sense just to run 2.
Like Il Fornaio back then in the days, yes, was playing always, you know, 2 copies, but I mean, like, if you feel like, you know, your deck is consistent enough, I mean, why not, I guess. And here Mathieu is in action with the Finsmith strat being activated and Pack having a think on this.
Yeah, the big difference here is that you can actually use it for your musket engine. That's the big difference, because most of it are, you know, like Fiends. So it's a very niche interaction where actually both of the Link 1 work well together, which is quite rare, because you can go into the Magical Musket Link 1 and then use it, you know, later on for Requiem. You can do a lot of very cool stuff with this deck. As you were saying, Alberto, we've seen some of that from Dinka in the past. And now he's facing off against another Dinka creation, we could say, because he contributed to the deck alongside the Pack.
Yeah, this could go very wrong for Mathieu, having peeked at his hand, though. That Fenrir, even though it's just the one interruption, it's going to get rid of that Magical Musketeer, but it's resolved amazingly.
Wow, okay.
Like a single interruption there would have cut Mathieu off completely, but now he's going to be flooded with 2 extra monsters.
Oh, Pack doesn't have anything. How many does he play? 36, 8, 11.
You don't even want to count
14,
it.
17, 20. 20 plus 20 beer, I would say. So 20, I mean, I don't know, you are the mathematician, guys, so I have no idea.
20 plus 2, you're asking 20 plus 2? Okay. Yeah, I'm sure Tom can manage that.
We can play guess the face down card, though.
All right.
Because just going through, like, we know he's got Unicorn in hand, and then it's got to be a card that he wouldn't have activated yet, so it's probably not Impermanence or Purge. So yeah, what could it what could it be? Maybe just exactly Kashtira Birth, I'm thinking. Because almost any other card he must have flipped by now.
But here comes an interruption from Pak, actually. Okay, interesting. Yeah, on the Yama, another of those engine added by Mathieu to his deck.
Oh, yeah, you can't purge the what's the name of the Musketeer Link one? Because it just summons from the deck. It doesn't add anything to your hand. You see the real downside there of Purge being weaker than Impulse. I feel like most of the time they're about even.
Yeah, it depends on the situation, I guess. Here he gets rid of the Max.
Yeah, and then he's gonna use the Fenrir as well to banish the Yama face down. But we now get to use the Engraver effect from the graveyard.
Yeah, I love this Imperm column there. I mean, it's not, you know, the Imperm column, but putting your Magical Musketeer in the same column as the Spell and Trap card zone means Pak will get punished if he ever activates it. I'm not sure what this particular Magical Musketeer does, but they all have an effect that gets activated when a Spell or Trap is activated in the same column. So if that is an impermanence or something similar, then Pak can't activate it very freely.
Yeah, it should be Calamity. So it basically just special summon one back from the graveyard. If that is the case.
And I also like that he got to send the Fiendsmith in Paradise. We talked about this as well yesterday, and I think it is a very nice addition to our players' deck this weekend. Yeah,
big similarity in between decks, as Tom was saying. Relying heavily on the Lacrima, we have mentioned it with Dinka in his also post-match analysis, that it's just the MVP of the deck. It allows you to get so much advantage setting it up every turn, and yeah.
Yeah, I love the getting that even extra value out of the Musketeers, because you can just like normal summon it and then make your Link monster, and then if your opponent interrupts it, then you can just go into Requiem.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's just like one normal summon, much like the Lacrima. Oh, look at this.
Wow. Directly going and playing extremely safe, just scared of this face down, which it was tracked.
So got to think now, has Mathieu got this like checkmated? It's no Lacrima in the graveyard for Pak, and then I think having peeked at his hand, there's one Veiler, one Ash, and then he's got the Fiendsmith in Paradise in the graveyard as well. He's got a lot of interruptions, so I'm not sure how much Pak can have to get over this.
Yeah, it's definitely an unusual game of Yu-Gi-Oh! In 2024. I am totally down for it because we are grinding back and forth. But yeah, Mathieu there just checking the restrictions from Purge. Want to make sure, to keep those in mind.
Is Mathieu playing the Purge himself?
I think it's no. Let me quickly check. No.
Oh, that's interesting, because I feel like he kind of could.
But yeah, he's playing a few Darks, isn't he? Yeah.
He's I guess he's running the Unchained cards.
The Chaos Angel, of course, but yeah, that doesn't. It's a bit of a weird one. So now the cards left in hand. Is it another planet, maybe? I'm trying to take a glimpse of what's left from Pak. As you have mentioned, we have to fight through an Ash and a Veiler, but the Fiendsmith engine can do that decently. So,
well, we have Fiendsmith in Paradise as well in the graveyard. So let's see what Pak's got left. He's got an amazing number of cards left in his hand. It feels like he's been playing cards and cards and cards, but they're so efficient at pushing both the Kashtira cards and the Fiendsmith cards. So it makes a lot of sense, even though they've been throwing hand traps back and forth, that still got cards left to play with.
Let's see if there is the Ash here. Makes sense. Yep. So we can take a peek at the extra deck with this Unicorn.
Oh, it was Veiled.
Ah, it was, yeah, that's right.
I mean, honestly, I feel like I've got to give massive props to Mathieu for coming up with this deck. Like, it's not something we've seen before. And the Fiendsmith Kashtira deck, like, it's a very interesting and unique deck as well. But, you know, we're seeing a lot of the well-known players this weekend. Pak, Josh, Dinkabui, all playing it. So I guess they've all come up with it together. Yeah. But as Mathieu just, like, made this by himself, there's a similar style of deck. that is looking comparable, maybe better than the deck that some of the strongest players in the room have come up with.
Look at this. I think Pac is done, and we're going to use this Lacrima.
I mean, we may remember him for playing the Dragon Lake deck, no? He was always piloting this, big pile and always coming up with different ideas. And plays back to him. So now let's see if he can put even more pressure on his opponent.
I know that Pac is playing a lot of like redundancy in the extra deck, partly because you might as well play the Fiendsmiths. They're very powerful, and probably extra copies are going to come up more than anything else. I don't know if Mathieu is as well, so whether he can afford to just start playing now. But he's chosen not to. He doesn't want to give up anything from his extra deck.
And this might be the first Requiem that we see he gets to attack directly. Well,
it's a quick effect to tribute it, though, so you can... or is it a main phase only?
No, you can now get the Lacrima,
during the main phase.
Yes. Unfortunately, yeah.
Thanks to the Musketeer, he's going to have like no shortage of light fiends. I feel like other decks, maybe you get your 3 light fiends courtesy of Lacrima, and then you're kind of done, and you have to shuffle everything back. But with Magical Musketeers, it feels like you have
so many.
Yeah, hundreds.
And now he returns the favor with this Effect Veiler on the sequence, and one more card in hand from Mathieu.
Is there much you can do after the sequence gets failed?
Okay. Is he also gonna go for... No, okay, I was... Yeah, makes sense. SP gets rid of the Requiem. And we top deck a Murner, not really what we were looking for, and I'm pretty sure he is holding into the second copy of the Pressure Planet.
Guess he just has to summon his monster and pray that Matthew's forgotten about that Fiendsmith in Paradise.
Yeah.
But I don't see any other way out of this situation. I feel like once the grind game starts, it starts to become like very clear what's going to happen. There's no like, it's kind of cards are just trading one for one, and yeah, I'm not sure how Pax can get out of this.
Let's see if Mathieu goes for it.
Because it just runs over the SP if you leave it, right?
Yeah.
So
I think he's
allowing it.
Is that okay? I think so. Yeah. Yep. Allows it.
Oh, can it not be destroyed by battle?
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, it's a light and a dark Chaos Angel, isn't it?
Indeed.
Very neat. So I guess no need to negate it even.
Yeah. Reminding the judges as well of this Chaos Angel need protection. And yeah, this makes it rough, and also I guess Pac as well, because like he's using the effect now. Well, might as well use it earlier. Well, doesn't really change now, because if USB, then you can just summon. But I guess you can push this extra 700 to do the field spell. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think Pac forgot. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know what.
Yeah,
else.
I mean, I don't know if it matters all that much, because unfortunately or luckily, Baron de Fleur is also out of the picture, so we cannot really normal summon this Mourner to, take great advantage of it. But
yeah, but you could just use the Fenrir and see if your opponent responds with SP in main phase 1.
Yeah, the only thing is, I guess they could get a little more damage, but now, as expected, yeah, we are using this SP.
In fact, I mean, like, you could just activate the Fenrir, and then when he didn't banish anything when he attacked, right? Which is clear, like, he was expecting the SP to be destroyed by that battle.
Sure.
Yeah.
And yeah, now this is looking pretty good for Mathieu.
Yeah, SP, like, dodging around that Fenrir like a pro. It's kind of got nothing on him, just no matter what. I mean, I guess, yeah, you can't even, can you target? You can't even target the Chaos Angel, right? Or is it? Yeah.
We're starting things off with Engraver, right? Not quite
yeah,
sequence.
That's, what it looks like.
That's interesting. So now do we get rid of the sequence, it seems? We try at least. And yeah, I think we're gonna do the same little trick, but this time around he's punishing the Fenrir instead, which makes sense. We get to push even more damage. He's probably doing some quick math right now, but it should be pretty easy, yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, okay. Game 1 handshake, you don't always see it, but Mathieu takes the first duel and is only one game away from advancing to the semi-final. Yeah, I mean, we've mentioned the Kashtira cars are really showing off this event, but the Finsmith engine is also back for, you know, some non-believers that said that with, you know, Molchami Fuvolos, maybe it was not going to be the way to go. Many have dropped it in the Snake Eye deck to just add the Zamina cars, but no more Snake Eyes. A lot more Finsmiths left. Yeah.
Yeah. No one was thinking. Oh, I guess we can't play our Finsmith Snake Eye deck. I'll just drop my Finsmith cards. Like, no, just drop all the Snake Eye cards. Who needs them? Yeah, it's really interesting to see how those different choices worked out, because Pac opened up with his Kashtira cards and a couple of Finsmith cards, and then on the other hand, Mathieu opened up with some Finsmith cards and his Magical Musketeer cards, and that little piece of extra value only comes down to resolving that one extra monster was enough to generate all this advantage.
Yeah, I mean, like, I really feel like that Mathieu started this for this specific matchups, and I also feel like that, you know, he's used to this kind of situation, doesn't feel the pressure. And you know, leading 1-0 now with this score, I think it's already, you know, something to think about, because, you know, now Pac, I think, will start things off, and he has a very solid side deck, all three offs.
Complete different approaches of these two in the side decks, indeed. I do see some differences though between Pac and you know, the others of this group, we could say, in the side decks. We saw, you know, in the other decks a lot of Solemns, Solemn Judgment and Solemn Strike in 3 copies. He has dropped those, at least he has the strikes, but he doesn't play the Solemn Judgments, and instead he's playing the full copies of Barrier, meaning he's also playing, as I've mentioned, one of my favorite trap cards in Trap Check. Yeah.
Yeah, it strikes me as odd. I'm looking at that Solemn Strike and thinking, if you're siding this card in, you really don't believe in your deck's like engine. If you feel like you need strikes going first, it feels like a very strange kind of choice to me. I guess Deck Lockdown is the card that most players have been going to, but I guess you really can't afford to play it if you want to gain this recursive advantage over turns.
But yeah, if you're a doubters, let's see if I can prove you wrong, as we could assume he's gonna try to go first again, but let the card speak for ourselves. Let's go to game 2.
Very sportsmanlike there. Handshakes at the beginning and end.
I see. Okay. No, the Unicorn is a great last card, because I was seeing a lot of hand traps and the Lurry. Yeah.
Yeah, it's always, you know, 4 hand traps and a cash monster. Come at me.
Yeah.
I'm interested though, like, a lot of players are like dropping the Fiendsmith cards because of Fuvolos, but no, like, does this deck, what do you do with the Fuvolos? Like, do you just pass? Do you just say, okay, I'm just going to draw a bunch of hand traps and summon some Kashtira monsters?
Yeah, straight up. Pretty similar to how, you know, Lorenzo Muselli and the other Italians we have mentioned, which made it all the way to top 16. Unfortunately losing. We're trying to, you know, play around the card, but yeah, I guess you don't really have to commit all that much. And for now, no interruptions, which is odd, considering also the amount of responses that Mathieu has.
Yeah, I guess if you have like fewer interruptions, then maybe the card to focus on is specifically the sequence, because you know, if you interrupt one thing, Pagwai could just normal summon another monster from his hand. He's not used his normal summon, he's still got a birth, so he can summon plenty of other monsters, but the sequence itself is like irreplaceable. You're not really pushing with the Fiendsmith engine if the sequence gets negated. So maybe that's the peak time, just if you've only got like one impermanence, you just say, I'll just hold it for sequence, and then I know it'll be quite limited what they end up on.
And do you feel like there's a specific plan Pac would like to go for against this specific matchup? Like, if he has one, let's say.
We can ask him afterwards. So, Pac, what was your plan against Musketeer Fiendsmiths when you were building the deck?
Let's find out. But things are looking good for him at the moment, especially because like Mathieu doesn't have any response. But let's just remember that Mathieu is playing 2 copies of Nibiru. And I think we have seen maybe Nibiru maybe 1 or 2 times this weekend, if not.
Yeah, the old-fashioned enemy of the Cash Tira cards is Nibiru.
Indeed, but this deck has access to King Caesar as a way to interrupt it. And yeah, there it is. So for now, this could be the opener from Pac. Just sit on some entraps, but we do have an additional normal summon.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to argue with this, right? We're going to end on the Desiree. Unless something comes down to interrupt it now.
Yeah.
Going for the birth.
Just
Makes
before.
sense.
Good sequencing. And it's resolving, apparently. Wow. Yeah. Okay, that's very surprising. Because also, as we've mentioned plenty of times, when you play so many, again, 20 plus interruptions, you don't see any of them. You're gonna see one as your 6th card. Like, it's science.
It's always the way.
Yeah, and this is something that we have seen from Joshua as well in previous feature matches and Dinka. This way you can set up, you know, the Desiree even better.
I feel like you just get a slightly larger Desiree. I don't
Might
know,
as well.
like,
Yeah.
you might as well get some extra Light Fiends in rotation.
And that's it. This should be what the deck wants to do, I guess, going first. And I see how Nibiru as predicted. I mean, to be fair, I'm pretty sure Pac summoned Caesar as the 5th summon, so played around it, but yeah, you're not happy to pick it up regardless.
Yeah, was it the 5th or?
I'm pretty sure it was exactly the 5th. I was trying to count, but yeah, I might be wrong.
So we're siding in these Cash Tira cards, which I find funny because now it's a proper mirror match. Everything is a mirror match.
That's great.
Today, Alberto, right?
We said it from yesterday. I mean, at the end of the day, it's going to be a mirror match. And funnily enough, Mathieu sides in Triple Ashore Planet, Unicorn, Rizard, Fenrir, Birth. So
yeah, kudos to him for coming up to the same conclusions, I guess. And all right, the Murner obviously is a little bit annoying. I'm guessing he doesn't have that much space in the extra deck though, so maybe this Unicorn can be annoying. I'm expecting a lot of one-offs, if not only one-offs.
only one-off, but 2 Desiree. So basically, yeah.
But yeah, 2 Desiree less helpful if your sequence gets banished, which is it looks like what Pac is hovering over.
Let's see if he regrets not getting rid of the magical musket, but I guess the Caesar is really good at dealing with that.
You can crash the Fenrir into the Caesar, right? It's big enough.
Thanks to the field spell, but then you can get
Oh,
negated. Yeah, that's it. That is it. A quick game 2. Indeed, Mathieu really didn't get any of his interruptions, and so sometimes he can go as fast as this. I mean, we did mention the Pac deck is usually not, you know, aiming to have these super strong openings, but I think this was pretty respectable.
Yeah, it's difficult to argue with a Caesar plus a Desiree and a Cash Tira card, and then presumably 2 further hand traps in his hand. So yeah, it's a very powerful opening, and Caesar is a card that's kind of fallen out of favor somewhat after the Lacrima was forbidden, so it's a lot harder to just easily make. But yeah, if you can, why not?
I mean, yeah, why not? Especially because, like, I mean, we've mentioned this before. Mathieu, I think, is playing 18 entraps as well. The Nibiru might have been the 6th one. I mean, Pac played around it, but still Mathieu showed it to him, which made me smile because, I mean, if there be the chance again for Pac to play around it, now he knows that the Nibiru is there.
And that's where you sided out. So, yeah. I mean, we'll see whether that will be the case. But regardless, now, again, the side decks are really, really interesting from Mathieu because it's mostly other engines. So I'm interested in seeing whether he will keep this Kashtira going first or if he will go first at all, because we know that the magical muskets are obviously set up in a way that they are stronger going second. Maybe he just plays around with these engines, swapping them in and out. But on the other end, Pac should be going second for the first time. So let's see how he will adapt to that.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of like letting your opponent go first. Especially in a situation like this, you kind of know Pac is not going to do anything too explosive. Like, yes, he opened a very strong field last time, but if you make him go first, he might draw cards like the Molchamis, not so helpful. So maybe it's an idea.
I do like it a lot, and especially from these high caliber players, you can expect them to be a little bit safer against biases. And sometimes what can happen, as in the previous game, you open your hand, you don't see any end traps, although you're playing like 20. You might be inclined to say, okay, no, I'm not letting them start. But, you know, I think these kind of players are not too influenced by stuff like this, and they can recognize such a moment. And let's see. It's all down to this. Only one of these two duelists can advance and make it to be the first semi-finalist of YCS Bologna 2024. Let's find out who it is going to be. Let's go to game 3.
You know, as well, he showed him the Nibiru, so, you know, Pac would only summon 4 times.
So, looking at the ends, there is only one Ghost Bell in the end from Mathieu. So, yeah, okay, I'm hoping he went first, and he did, keeping those Kashtira cards, but we are gonna use this Purge to negate it.
Is that a Fiendsmith Sancta? It's a Tract, okay. Tract is very neat here. You can get a variety of cards. Feels to me like we might just go for the good old Fable Lurry, but could be anything.
Yeah, I mean, at least the good news is no Ash Blossom is gonna be used on you for the rest of this duel. So it does limit a few options. And interestingly enough, we decide to get rid of this Cosmic Cyclone, which can be really annoying though.
Leo will be devastated.
And now let's see if Pac wants to interact yet again with this. It seems as if he has switched typologies of decks a lot. Recently he has stopped with Centurion, and he has also been playing this many end traps, so it seems like he's upping on the Paolo trend, we could say. But no, he lets it through.
I feel like similar in style, like the Centurion deck likes to grind and draw a lot of cards, and he plays this sort of similar suite of hand traps where he said specifically like he didn't like the Fuvalos because you want to draw into cards live later in the game. And for a deck like this as well, where you kind of expect the game to go on for a couple of turns, maybe it's kind of the same idea.
Wow, straight into the sequence, interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I guess sequence can go into Requiem afterwards if it gets negated, right? Very strange to see, but it makes sense if you've already got the Light Fiends. Why not do it like this? Kind of save yourself a little bit against the potential Ash Blossom.
Which is not active anymore.
All right, I'm Morna.
Fair enough. I'll take that. And yeah, now comes the Requiem. I see so many hand traps in Pac hand.
All hand traps.
It could be I think it's Veiler double Imperm.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. That's maybe a bit much, but there are so many good one-card combos, if we can call them that, off the top. Yeah, that comes yet another one.
Comes the Imperm. I like this, summoning the Necroquip Princess, specifically really just to put the Lacrima in the graveyard, unless Pac has any more hand traps that he wants to just activate now to give Mathieu a draw as well. It's funny, this Kashtira, but no Kashtira monsters inside.
Big top deck.
Another one, another purge.
Really?
I think it's another purge.
That's a big, big throw. You could be right. I can't see it, but I'll trust you on that. Wow, that would be devastating. Oof. We've mentioned that 1 year ago, Pac made it to the top 8 of YCS Bologna already with Infernoble before losing out. And yeah, it would be such a shame for him to, you know, have to experience the same again. And yes, we are normal summoning a Veiler. He's playing the Typhon, right?
Well, I can't imagine what else he's going to do with it.
Yeah.
make an anima.
Yeah, he's playing the Typhon.
Yeah, Matthew not even going to let him have that much fun of making a Typhon uninterrupted, right? Put the Paradise in the graveyard. I guess he must know, right? There's not going to be any Kashtira cards for sure. So the only thing left, this would be an amazing like bluff if he just played a Tract after this. But
yeah, that would be fun.
And this interruption, which we have seen a couple of times this week, and I think it's incredibly powerful. I mean, this card alone, I mean, I was talking to Joshua yesterday in the post-match discussion. He was telling me, yeah, we just found this, you know, by chance, and we just said, this card is good. And it actually is, especially because, like, now here, Mathieu has the chance to put that in the graveyard, and not much that Pac can do about it with the last 2 cards in hand remaining.
There comes the Typhon.
And you kind of know when your opponent makes a Typhon, that's it for the turn. Can't be summoning any more monsters after you make a Typhon. So Pac gonna have to pass after this, I guess, or set some cards. Big choice of Light Fiends. Matty gonna start the turn with 2 monsters, and that's really all the Fiendsmith deck needs.
Yeah, that's absolutely rough. Very good find. I mean, we've mentioned that the Lacrima was the MVP of this deck, built by Pac, Joshua, and Dinka, but it's very similar to what Mathieu was able to find. And yeah, this just looks like it's gonna be field playtime for Mathieu.
Yeah, I mean, even if Pac has enough stuff to start interrupting him, it's so hard because you have to interrupt, and these cards are basically free for Matthew. So
yeah. And here comes once again the Requiem. So much recursion from this deck, from this engine.
He's got a Caesar of his own.
Yeah. Not quite.
Doesn't need it.
Going for the Yama. This could prompt a response because we are holding. So if that was the Purge, as you were saying, we have Purge and Impermanence. Yeah, it is indeed. So might as well use it now.
Oh, it's going to clear the field for the Fenrir to come down.
Yeah. There it comes. Unfortunately, this time around, maybe the effect was detrimental to Pac.
Yeah, very like muted game almost. This is so much less explosive than other decks we're seeing in the format, but clearly no less effective for it. Both these players already in the top 8, as we can see by their records, have taken down 13 other duelists. Pac choosing, again, he's got the Impermanence, but maybe he just wants to hold it to negate a potential Fiendsmith's sequence. It's going to come down in a minute.
Yeah, such an unusual side deck from Mathieu, but putting in so much work. He has dedicated something like close to 10 cards to just this Kashtira engine and an extra deck card in his side deck, but it's putting in work.
Maybe it's his like going first engine, if you like.
Yeah, makes sense to me. But he kept it, I guess, going second against this deck specifically last game as well. And yeah, there comes the last card from Pac, who is now completely out of playables and will rely on his top deck if we will even get there.
I think we might be seeing the same trick that...
and there it is. Mathieu takes it and advances to the top 4. Wow. What a match. A lot of Finsmith cards, a lot of Kashtira cards. The same trend repeats itself. But the last man standing for what was one of the decks highlighted here in YCS Bologna unfortunately falls. And Pak has to claim yet another top 8 only here in Bologna. Still incredible performance, you know, traveling all the way here in Europe and showing once again why he's one of the most consistent players that we have in the game. But yeah, Mathieu is just a force to be reckoned, as Alberto mentioned, former French national champion. And now with just 2 matches away from becoming a YCS champion as well.
Yeah, congratulations to him. And of course, congratulations to Pak. Getting all the way to the top 8 of a YCS is no mean feat. And I'm sure in the moment, there's nothing you want more than to get up and win that match. But when you look back on it, I think anyone's going to be very happy with that performance.
I mean, totally. And especially because, like, I mean, it comes all the way from the US and coming here twice and making top 8 twice. I think it's, you know, a big achievement. I really know that he really wanted to go, you know, the extra mile and advancing into the final, almost there. Maybe next year if there's going to be a YCS Bologna pack. I mean, we will be waiting for you in the top 8. And congratulations. I mean, very good run.
Yeah, but still, as the other matches are getting played, we will be able to update you guys. And for anyone who has missed any of the action, we are witnessing something incredible with 8 different decks in top 8 and not a single Snake Eye deck left, not Pure, not Fire King. So we are in for a spectacle, and we are guaranteed at least a deck in what is this Magical Musketeer Finsmith deck in the semi-final. And we'll find out the other winners soon. But yeah, it's just such a variety, so many different decks. It's a really fun one.
Yeah, I mean, not only like different decks in terms of just the name, but in terms of the play style as well, right? So we see on the one hand, Julius with his absolutely explosive Mermail deck going to play 100 cards on his first turn, massive long combos, 100 negates, versus this, which is like, I'm going to summon 1 monster, I'm going to have 4 hand traps, I'm going to negate all the cards you play. It's like completely the opposite styles.
Yeah, I mean, I got to give it to him, to Julius, for just having what could be one of the best, if not the best seasons I can remember. Having you know, won a YCS, won his national championship, and then made it all the way to the finals of YCS Lille. If we'll get another shot at the title, that would just be incredible, especially considering his age. But yeah, he's got some tough opponents. It seems like we have a lot of duelists who have come close before in the past. I'm thinking also of Julio, who made it to the finals at the European Championship. So it's really a tough top 8. Although the decks are, as you've mentioned, completely different. And yeah, I don't know who to favor, really.
I mean, honestly, I would really like to see back in action Francesco Simoncelli with the Arcos deck.
That's unbelievable to me. Yeah.
I mean, like, unbelievable. Like, we have seen a variety of decks this weekend, and honestly, I can't even remember how many different decks we have seen. And I mean, maybe he advances into the top 4 and we get this chance to see him again.
Yeah, that could totally be the case. But before we move on to the future, we need to stack to the present, and that is Mathieu winning convincingly his top 8 match. So let's hear it from him with Basti.
I am joined by Mathieu Bricard, of course, our winner of the future match and now top 4 participant. How are you feeling about that at the moment?
Pretty good. Again, like at the start of the feature, but I mean, I was feeling good before because I was happy to play, and now because I've won.
Yeah, and I mean, you're bringing a unique deck with the Magical Musketeer strategy. Did you just build that yourself?
Pretty much, with some help of my teammates.
Cool.
And I thought it was way more unique, but when I came this weekend, I learned a lot of people played something similar, so I was at the same time like surprised, happy, and I don't know.
But I mean, you made the decision then to include the Magical Musketeers as well, right? Which pretty much also separated your deck from the one that Pak just played against you here in the featured match. So is this version just better because you clearly included it and you're having success with it now?
I don't know. I think my testing was a little strange because I was alone with like not a lot of people to theorize the deck. And I went with the muskets because I wanted more light fin starters. and I didn't think of the Cash Tiras as one-card starters with Moon.
Yeah.
I could have played like the Cash Tiras instead in the main deck because you search Fenrir, goes right here to normal summon Moon, and you have a one-card starter.
You have a combo,
but, the muskets are really cool because going second especially, when you normal summon one, you go into max before going into Requiem and the standard Finsmith combo, and the max will summon as many muskets as the spell and traps of the opponent.
Yeah.
And that's really something that can push through boards and force interactions like impermanence.
Absolutely. But yeah, speaking about the gameplay, we have the first clip now coming from the first game, where you, interestingly enough, decided to go for a pretty early and quick Chaos Angel, and you made sure that that Chaos Angel is going to be summoned with light and dark monsters, right? As we can see here. So was that your plan? Were you sure that your opponent just had no answer to that, or what was the thinking there?
No, in fact, I was going to make a Sequencia to go into Desiree, but Pac didn't activate its face down, and I thought if it's an imperm, I just lose on the spot. And I wanted to force it while I had the Calamity on board to bring back a musket and have a body to do the Sequencia, and I couldn't do that. So then I thought, okay, I have Trap in Grave, and I still have I think 2 hand trap I had in hand at that time. So 2 hand traps plus the trap in grave is good enough to win if it's not an impermanence, because I don't think he can out Chaos Angel through that.
Yeah.
So I thought, okay, I'll go Chaos Angel and play the grind game.
How often in the tournament have you summoned Chaos Angel so far? Because it's probably a pretty niche card to summon, right?
It's the 3rd time, but maybe the 1st time it matters. Like I think I've won. I would have won every other game.
I see.
I don't know about that one, but maybe not.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to go into the second highlight where the Chaos Angel still is playing a role, because Pac decided to bring out the Fenrir here pretty shortly after. And did he know that he's not going to destroy the Little Knight by battle, or were he surprised when you told him it's going to stay there?
No, he knew, because I think the judges told us, asked us why it's not there, and he answered. But I think I maybe misplayed there. Maybe I should have used the trap to banish the Fenrir. But I was a little scared of something like last card Engraver, then brings back an Engraver and maybe something, but I don't know. It was unlikely. I should have not let him, because I think he misplayed too. He attacked first, the Little Knight, and so in main phase 2 it didn't work, but if he main phase 1 goes Fenrir effect to search, if I Little Knight his Fenrir, he has Unicorn to special search Birth, Reborn, and has a lot more bodies. And if I don't SP, he can battle, attack, declare Fenrir on SP, and then I'm forced to use it. And either give him space for his Unicorn by banishing his Fenrir, or getting rid of my Chaos Angel protection, I believe, by banishing it until the end phase. So I think I misplayed there, but didn't matter.
Fair enough. I mean, it didn't matter indeed, because you won game number 1 through that. Now, game number 2 was a little bit shorter, so the clip now coming here for game number 2, because you pretty much had no interruption at all for the entire combo. 0, yeah, as you say. And there we see the full field. What do you think about the field? Is this audible? Is it like a good combo field, or what are you thinking in general about this combo?
It's pretty good. For this deck, it's extremely good.
Probably, right? It's the best it can get, right?
It's a very mid-range deck, so that's the reason why I didn't scoop earlier.
Yeah.
Because I know that's a deck that like the one I play.
Yeah.
And I know that deck doesn't do crazy fields.
Exactly.
And I top decked a Nibiru, ironically.
You're going to show it in a moment. You drew it for turn there.
Yeah, I was thought it was funny. But I realized after the game I had to play, because of my field spell, Fenrir has 28.
You could have attacked the Caesar, right?
Yeah, to crash it, and then I had like tracked, search anything, discard Lurie that I had in hand, and maybe with only Desiree left, I don't know what card he had.
There's a chance at least, right?
Yeah, there's a chance. I didn't think of it at the moment. I counted 3 attributes instead of 4, but yeah. I scooped because I also wanted to do again 3 without the time. Pac or me, I don't think we have any time cards, and it was nice to play a game before time.
Fair enough. Okay, so then game number 3 now. You had no interaction in game number 2, but Pac had plenty then in the 3rd game, as we can see now in the next highlight clip. He had so many that after 3 of them being used and you being stopped, he had to normal summon the effect Veiler, which of course is not supposed to be a normal summon of choice.
No, it's not.
So you basically at this point, when he normal summons a Veiler, you know he wants to go into Typhon, right? Is there anything else you're scared of? Right?
No, nothing, no. It's Typhon or nothing. So I just go for Lacrima Requiem, summon Lacrima to have the trap.
Yeah.
But I was scared scared of Kashtira first play because then I can't do that really. I was fine with field spell because then I can just on res do the Lacrima Requiem Send trap and trap on the Kashtira he summons.
Fair.
I hope he just doesn't have a lot of engine, but my last card was Bell. And it's really good into this deck because it stops a lot of Finsmith cards, and it would have allowed me to draw one with Necrocape too. So I was pretty confident at that point.
Yeah, Bell actually is an interesting card in general. That card hasn't been very popular over the last couple of months, over the last couple of formats, but you're including it in your main deck, so you're confident with Bell at the moment? Do you think it's a good spot to play it?
I don't know. I really like it in my deck because I have like a lot of hand traps, and I think it's really good into every deck if it's like your third, fourth hand trap, but not as your first, obviously. So I think it's pretty good if you have a lot of hand traps, and it's good in my deck because like it happened to me once this weekend. I negated a Bestial with it and won because of it, because Bestials cook my deck. I can't play. It's impossible.
Fair enough. Okay, last highlight coming now. Let's have a look at this one here, where you actually get your field cleared through Packerwood because he used that Dominus Purge on your Yama, destroying it because he had the trap card in the graveyard, and then you had the Fenrir to go off. Talking about the Kashtira cards, you're not main decking those, right? You're siding those in, correct?
Yes.
That's pretty interesting. Why have you decided to just siding them and not put them into the main deck?
Because I didn't initially thought they were that good. Okay. I thought I needed just a little help going first.
Yeah.
And I didn't find anything else. But the Kashtira cards are really, really good going first. And I've just decided I didn't want to have them going second at all, except in some matchup like this one.
Yeah, you brought it in going second too,
but
true.
Yeah, I thought I just wanted hand traps, starters, as much as possible. And the Kashtira cards are good going first, but I don't like them going second.
Mathieu, you're really a crazy deck builder, I gotta say. I mean, you won French Nationals with that crazy Dragon Link deck, and now you're here into top 4 with that crazy Magical Musketeer deck as well. Thank you so much for the interview, and of course, best of luck now for top 4 and the potential finals, maybe making you a YCS champion as well, potentially. Are you excited for that? You think you can do it?
I hope so.
I'm hoping with you. So, thanks for the interview. Now back over to Ed. Thank you.
Sebastian, congratulations to Matthew there as well. We're now into our penultimate round, the semi-final, the top 4 feature match will be coming up very, very soon, and we edge ever closer to seeing who is going to be crowned the champion here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live in Bologna. We've got one more deck combo tutorial to show you while we wait for our next feature match, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, duelists, to the coverage of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series here in Bologna in 2024. Rage of the Abyss has just dropped the newest set, and we have received some Mermail support. If you have been watching Lille, the YCS in Lille closely, you have seen Joshua Schmidt discuss and reminiscing about Mermail a little bit, how good the deck was in the past. But now we have actually gotten the new cards, and I'm joined by Alexander Hulsch, one of the best Mermail players we have in Europe, has been topping with the deck since it came out, even topping with Neptabis when the deck wasn't the most popular choice of the time. And you're going to bring us some combos, right? I think let's go and look at the table, actually. We're going to take a look at the cards that came out.
Genau. Hello here. The new support in this core set was very amazing, but the next is
even better?
Even better.
Ooh.
First and second, fighting. We have these new cards.
Yeah.
And this is very good because we have Extender. This is Mermail and Atlantean.
This is now the primary target for Neptabis, right?
See. Dragoon? Yeah, no, I added Dragoon on the hand.
Sure.
This is what you will send to the graveyards because we can summon Neptabis. Also, you have not 3, not 4. You have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 Neptabis on the field. This is very good. And you have Wien. Wien is a powerful card because you can add a level 7 or you summon a level 7. This is, okay, you have Dormi. Okay, I summon Megalo to attack. Or I can summon Seeking. Or I add Abysteos. This is very powerful. You will see why. And Poseidra. Poseidra is a soul charge for the Marrow deck because we have Archetype intern Atlantean card. You can summon 3 Atlantean. It's a quick spell. But this card says when it's summoning sent to a graveyard, you can discard 1 card and you can summon 3 level 3 water monster or lower. This is very, very big. And the first effect is you can detach 1 card, send a water monster to grave, and 3 cards from the opponent on the field to a hand. This is very, very amazing. And this is good card on the because you can add Abyssine. Abyssine is Monster Reborn for Atlantean or for Mammal cards. And on the point, you cannot target this card.
This is the grown-up version of Neptunus, right?
Yes, this is the king, this is the prince.
Perfect. Okay, so I think what everyone wants to see is like we have 2 different versions of the combo prepared for you guys, and I would like you to perform the only Neptabis combo. So we will go into what you can do if you can discard cards as well, but let's just start with only the 1 card Neptabis combo, and it is incredible.
Yeah, because this is very incredible. The lines, we have too many lines when we have discard cards, but we have only the Neptabis, and also, or of course, we summon Neptabis, use the effect, and send Shadow Squad to a graveyard. And when this resolves, we added Dragoon to hand. Because this is you Benton, and you know Benton and Triton. This is very crazy.
We trigger this.
Yeah, we trigger the Shadow Squad and summoning the Pike. Pike's like a summon effect. We can discard 1 water monster and they can add a level 3 water monster to a hand. And we added
the Rhine.
See.
And now we get to activate Dragoon.
Yeah, and Dragoon added and
Glacia. Perfect. See, already inside discarding 2 cards from your opponent's hand, very big. Okay, continue.
Good. We activate Abyss Rhine, send Neptabis to a graveyard, and add.
This is so good.
Abyssius. And New Chain. Neptabis sent to a graveyard because of water effect. You can special summon Dragoon back.
Yeah.
And extra easy summon for Bahamut Shark, the first.
And now stop. Let's count. How many monsters have we summoned so far? Neptabis, Pike, Dragoons, Bahamut Shark. You can't be nibbed here, and you have Bahamut Shark on the field. That's crazy.
Yeah, this is very crazy because you can activate this effect and you come summoning the Toad.
Nibiru proof.
Yeah, this is all the combos.
Yeah.
Not the all, but we are so risky, but this is what we want.
You can always do this.
Yeah. And Dragoon triggered again.
Of course.
Why not? And we add Deep Sea Minstrel. We can look the hand, but no, we want it. We want this card for another card. And we have 4 water monsters, we want to 5. And this is, we upgraded the Bahamut Shark to Ecstasy Armor Fortress. And we use this effect to detach 1 card.
Yeah.
And we add Armor Shark.
And now how many cards do we have in the graveyard?
5.
5, and they're all water monsters.
And we discard 2 cards from the opponent.
Yep, wait. Okay, all right.
Yeah. And now we activate Abyssius.
Perfect.
And discard Minstrel.
And now we get to search again.
Yeah, but we added back the Abyss Günder. And now Link Summon into Princess Korima Amazon. And this is very crazy because we can activate this effect and summon Shadow Squad back on the field. And you won't use this effect, you discard one card, and all your monsters on the field it's a level 7 now. And this is very important because when this leave the field on, you have not better face next turn, and maybe want to better face next turn.
You want to win the game next turn, definitely.
And new chain is Abyss Gunner, and we summon Abyss Toys.
Of course.
Now, actually, for the old.
Keep in mind, this is not leaving the field. Gaios. Hello there.
Yeah, for 2 seconds, maybe. And summoning Poseidra. And now...
Poseidra is also not here for long.
Yeah.
It's a very good card going second, but if you're going first, you can't make use of its effect, so you're basically just linking it off for Neptunus.
When you use Megalo first thing, or this card first, then, oh, no, you don't want it. And we summon King.
Yeah.
And new chain, because Poseidon is...
And we're back with our top 4 feature match here at YCS Bologna. And we have a fantastic crowd of people applauding and ready to see these two duelists duke it out. We have Francesco Gargiulo and Mario D'Amico ready to kick this off. And there's rapturous applause happening for both of these duelists. Gentlemen, we're going to do a high roll to see who goes first. That is a 7. And Francesco has rolled a 4. You'll go second. Okay, so that means Francesco is going to go first. So I'm going to hand you guys over to your wonderful commentary trio. Take it away.
He goes second. That's certainly a surprise, guys. It's semi-finals time, the penultimate round of the day, as our lovely host Ed Templar uses to say. How are we feeling about the semi-finals, guys?
I mean, when you're in the semi-final of a YCS and your opponent tells you to go first, I will be very scared because obviously you understand that he's on Tempai and the matchup is very unpredictable.
And even more so you're afraid when there's Mario D'Amico sitting on the other side of the table, because Mario D'Amico is on a run, let me tell you that. He has been in top 4 in YCS Lille. He was another top 4 in another top 4 in another American YCS. He just won the most recent remote YCS. He's going crazy with that Tempai deck. And he wants another YCS title this weekend, basically a back-to-back chance for him. Is it going to happen? We are going to see as the players are ready. I hope everyone in the venue and also at home is ready for this as well. Top 4 starting now.
The crowd, of course, has a clear favorite in Francesco, an Italian Jubel player, Fiendsmith Jubel, in fact, who gets to start. Usually you're very afraid of Tempai telling you to go first, but Francesco, he is playing one of the hardest combo decks ever that can do so much. He's starting off with the pressured planet Raizoth.
Kashtira cards are just everywhere this weekend. Basically, all of the decks are featuring them. Even Jubel nowadays is running the Kashtira package, even including the field spell. This is crazy.
Did you see that coming when Rice Heart got forbidden?
No, I did absolutely not see that coming. But I mean, we're currently in a format where there's so many great interactions from the hand now, with also the recent release of Impulse and of course Fubalos. So those cards have always been amazing into-hand interaction, and therefore I understand the resurface of those Kashtira cards, and Francesco is another person relying on them.
You have to respect Unicorn from banishing one extra deck monster. It's very important, and of course it's very useful when you on your turn and of course your opponent's turn.
Yes, indeed, and we see the Fiendsmith cards, of course, also going to be used. Summon out the Lurry by searching and distract, then discarding it, and then immediately bring it back to the field.
Yep, the Jubel deck has an easy way to bridge into the... Or the Fiendsmith archetype has an easy way to bridge into the Jubel archetype by summoning the Aerial Aether, a TCG exclusive with the Fiendsmith sequence, and then sending Samsara de Lotus to the graveyard, and then later on you will have access to that card as it's in your graveyard. Most of the time you will have a Gruesome Grave Squirmer somewhere ready, or you can just go for a Muckracker to summon back the Samsara de Lotus.
Yeah, and Mario is thinking about this Fiendsmith
Fiendsmith Requiem effect very carefully and using Dominus Impulse on it as a response. So we don't want more Fiendsmith monsters coming out of the deck, especially not, of course, that very important Fiendsmith Engraver. And there is the normal summon of Dark Beckoning Beast next, though. I was about to say, Francesco may have needed the Fiendsmith cards to bridge into his Jubel part of the deck, because so far we haven't seen any of the Jubel cards yet.
That's true. We have used the Requiem up, so that is not really an option anymore. Going into Moon of the Closed Heaven is not going to be in the cards anymore. We know 2 cards from Francesco's hand so far. That is going to be the Dark Beckoning Beast, and of course it is the Kashtira Birth. I can spike something like Adriel and Lockbird, which is also not going to help Francesco to win that game.
Oh, but there is Nightmare Throne! There's the best access you could have for the Jubel package of your deck. So Francesco must be feeling great right now. As, of course, yeah, the Requiem didn't resolve, but we do have that super good second normal summon to normal now.
Yep, now we don't care about that anyway at all. Samsara Lotus is being normal summoned, as you have 2 normal summons here with the Dark Beckoning Beast, and now we're going to see the good old Spirit of Jubel, a card that alone with its, I don't want to say secret effect, is incredible versus the Tenpai strategy. You can summon it from hand, which is not the most useful or craziest effect in most other matchups, but in the battle phase, when your opponent is attacking you, you can special summon it from hand, and it is just there, it's floating. It is such a strong monster against Tenpai.
Yeah, I mean, Mario is, of course, on his mission of defending a YCS title, as he won the recent remote YCS. But Francesco, of course, can defend the title for the Jubel players. After Noel and Lille, it might be Francesco here in Bologna. So Jubel might also go back-to-back. And there is the gruesome Grave Squirmer destroying Jubel. And with that setup, also having the Nightmare Throne on the field, we can just basically produce endless Jubel monsters here throughout this combo.
And of course the Phantom of the Jubel, one of the most interesting and powerful cards in the Jubel deck.
Yeah, and I mean, last format, before the release of Dominus Impulse, always people were trying to play around Nibiru by summoning out Phantom of Jubel early, but we see that Dominus Impulse in the graveyard. Mario is not running that card next to it, so of course you don't need to play around it anymore.
Jubel is incredibly resilient versus those hand traps, and of course it dropped in popularity because Fuvalos is such a good card against the deck. This is something it is really not resilient against. However, people have dropped the Fuvalos. The combo decks were declining in usage, so did Fuvalos. And now you can bring back Jubel and maybe win a YCS with it by going for those full combos. Look at this, there was a Dominus Impulse, but Francesco does not care whatsoever.
Indeed, Francesco just keeps on cooking as a true Italian chef here in the Italian YCS, in YCS Bologna. He wants to take it home for the home crowd, of course. We'll see whether he will be able to do that. There is now
another Yama.
Another Yama, indeed.
And Squirmer will activate its effect from the graveyard, probably.
Oh, he's already putting it on top of the graveyard, but so far not activated it. Yeah, there we go, though. It is going to be summoning out the Spirit of Jubel once more. And did we even use the effect of Nightmare Throne to bring something back or to search something from the deck and then special summon it out yet? I'm not sure, actually.
I don't even think that's the case. Francesco is just continuing to run through this. I mean, the access to the Fiendsmith engine was denied, so that is something he will have to work with. However, I mean, he has Shavara in hand now. He has access to the Escape Trap card. I think that he's running Escape on Chamber.
Which is very good against the Tenpai matchup.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good way to respond to, for example, the activation of a Sanguine Summoning, or rather the effect activation of Sanguine Summoning most of the time. And there's not many decks that can just clear that card off the field, but with Escape of the Unchained, Francesco does have that tool available. So there's Shavara now destroying Spirit of Jubel. And as I was saying, we basically have infinite access to Jubel monsters. And now we are also going to use this second effect of Nightmare Throne, as I was anticipating. Look at this. We're trying to summon out so many monsters. We're also using the Yama now. We're trying to summon out 3 monsters at the same time. We only have 2 spots, though.
It is so important that Francesco has the information that Nibiru cannot activate for the rest of the game. And he can play freely.
And honestly, probably that it's just not even in backlist when you're seeing a Dominus Impulse. Because why would you include that card if half the time you can't even use it? Now, the Unchained Soul of Rage is being summoned. Another important piece of interruption for your end field. Sangen Summoning is at 1, so nowadays it is quite likely that you're going to interact with the opposing dragons in the main phase.
Indeed, and look at that. We do even have the ability to exceed summon out Varudras. This is a perfect looking field. We have the Escape of the Unchained set up. We have Phantom of Jubel able to manipulate the effect of Tenpai monsters. We have Varudras able to negate basically anything, and we're not even done yet. Of course, also still the Unchained Soul of Rage waiting, and the Yama ready to bring it back to the field, worst case too. So this is basically as good as it gets, minus the Desiree, but I don't think we need Desiree here.
Yeah, I think we're fine in this situation, unless there would be something like honestly, Raigeki is not even the worst thing that could happen to you. Of course, there are also better things that could happen to you.
Let's see. Mario is running Raigeki, but does he find it here? Does he have it? Is that going to be another powered turn on the Tenpai deck? We've seen it before. Tenpai is able to break the biggest fields on the planet. Is this going to be one of those fields that we're breaking here?
Actually, I take it back. Raigeki would be very hard. Harpy's Feather Duster is going to be activated first, so no escape anymore. And of course, also the follow-up is going to be diminished. If you want to destroy all the monsters, Nightmare Throne is going to be a pain. Speaking of pain, Nightmare Pain also going to be removed from the field.
Yeah, this is a very, very important moment. Does Francesco decide to negate this Harpy's Feather Duster? Because if he does, he would be vulnerable to cards like Raigeki and such. So, interesting to see. He was about to put that Nightmare Throne to the grave, but he can't really decide himself. But he is going to negate with the Varudras now. And is there something following this up? We are valuing our Spell and Traps cards here very, very, very much. And there is the Raigeki right next! So goodbye, all monsters, they're on the field now!
Oh, Francesco is
However,
constantly...
Yama is in the graveyard.
Yama is able to bring back the Unchained Soul of Rage. Technically, did we have a Jubel monster there on the field? Yeah, we can also use the effect of Nightmare Throne, I guess.
Yep, and of course, don't forget that you can use the Unchained Soul of Rage to add back the Spirit of Jubel to the hand, so you are a little bit protected in the battle phase at least.
True. Okay, look at that. We do use the effect of Nightmare Throne, we do use the effect of Unchained Soul of Rage, and we're looking for the Yama, and we are probably going to use that Yama as well,
You
right?
have to. At this point, you really, really have to. You need everything on the field. But Mario, he looked at this combo for about 8 minutes, and then he just activated 2 spell cards, and almost everything that Francesco worked so hard for is gone. Usually, fields should be protected better from the classic field breakers, right?
Indeed, but we still haven't activated the Yama. I'm a bit afraid that Francesco is just not going to use the Yama here.
Yeah, I think that he targets the other Unchained Link with the Throne, that's why.
Yeah, I mean, it could be the case here that we just want to... Look, we get access to Shavara by adding it back to our hand. Then we can bring out the Shavara eventually, and then Shavara can maybe be destroyed somehow, and that triggers the Yama in the graveyard. So maybe we're planning ahead here, bringing the Shavara out eventually, and then when that goes down, we may as well then take our chances and get out the Unchained Soul of Rage eventually. So I feel like Francesco is planning ahead here pretty far.
I mean, obviously, he has a very good strategy for being in the top 4 of a YCS, and we should not underestimate his thought.
He's having played a few Tenpai matchups this weekend, I can tell you that.
Okay, 3 cards left on hand. Terraforming activated. That's one of the most impactful ones he could have here.
And we're going to get the strongest field spell for dragons ever. I think even more powerful than Dragon's Ravine, Sangen Summoning, if that is possible. However, this is the one card. Okay, Shavara is being chained to the Terraforming, onto the Spirit of Jubel, and I think
like it.
That I know. The thing is that Sangen Summoning loses to very few cards. Even Drone Lockbat isn't the worst for this card. However, if a Drone Lockbat is activated after the resolve of a Terraforming, this is going to cut off the Sangen Summoning surge later on. This is tough for Mario.
That is true. He will still be able to activate the Sangen Summoning using its protection ability, but it is not able to surge with it anymore. So, Mario, does he already have a Tenpai monster in hand, or was he relying on that Sangen Summoning surge? He looks not particularly happy here, Mario. So that Droll Lockbird might be the icing on the cake that Francesco needed to pull this one through, to get done with this game number 1 in his favor.
Francesco is just chilling, has built up a nice defense for himself, that the escape is still live. Drone Lockbird has resolved. 2 cards left unknown for Mario and SC. Oh, wow, another card that has problems facing the Droll and Lockbird.
We're picking up our cards. Francesco wins game number 1. And the home crowd here in Italy is cheering him on. 1-0 for Jubel and Francesco. And yeah, I mean, he was sent first there. And when you send a Jubel player first, he's going to give you that there. That is very tough to overcome.
That's why it's very risky playing Tenpai to let your opponent go first, because sometimes like this, they can set up a very good field and it'd be very difficult for you to break through it.
Impossible almost when we saw it there. Mario was trying very hard. He had 2 of the most impactful field-breaking cards that there are. Happy's Featherduster followed by Raigeki. Yes, exactly. Basically the duo also that won the European Championship this year, but it was nothing still. He couldn't pull through. So maybe the matchup is still just not that easy for the deck.
Yep, it shouldn't be in this matchup. The field is so resilient. You're summoning back all of those monsters immediately. Spirit of Jubel, a really, really nice backup as well. But the icing on the cake was the Drone Lockbird, actually. Yep. Usually not the strongest card against Tenpai, but when you have to activate Terraforming and you get rolled, this never feels good. Terraforming or something like an Upstart Goblin are the worst cards to play into Drone Lockbird.
That is true. Mike, I'm putting you on the spot. Game number 2 now. You play against Jubel as a Tenpai player. Do you still make the decision to go second, or do you now have to take initiative and go first against it?
I will go still second.
You will still go second,
yes,
all right.
I have a plan, so I think, of course, Mario is already being familiar with the matchup, and probably he has the right answers to his side for the matchup.
Okay. Honestly, I will counter your take. I think he will go first here, and honestly, I think we may see him siding in the Kokimero Drago. And we've seen Kokimero Drago earlier in the day, also from a Tenpai player, where it was against a different deck though. There it was against Chimera, which then found ways to summon out wind monsters and so on and so forth. But guess what? Jubel, it's basically like he has no way without playing without the dark monsters and the light monsters. So if you just get out the Kokimero Drago, it's kinda a deal sealer for me.
Jubel is the incarnation, the phantom of darkness, in fact.
Yeah.
And that is going to be very, very hard against the Kokimero Drago. There are multiple ways to get to it. You can just summon 2 dragons, go into the Heretic Seal of Heavenly Spheres, tribute that one away to bounce a card, and then summon out the Drago. That is going to have 0 attack, which is actually, and 0 defense, not the worst against Jubel, because this is just not even going to be a crash. That's not how the game works with that.
They don't even have monsters with attack points, basically. I think in the main deck, Shavara might just be the only one that they can bring in there that actually can attack, and even that one is going to be hard to summon out.
Yep, actually that's a fire one.
Yeah, oh, okay, true. That one you can summon, so maybe Shavara is the one you need in that situation.
Shavara is the goo. the solution to all the problems, hard draw Shavara.
Possibly, yeah. Normally you don't even really want to draw that one because you are supposed to search it with Yama, but here in that specific situation that might happen. But I mean, that's of course a hypothetical situation that I'm creating in my head. Is you might also very well be wrong. Tenpai is the deck to go second, so maybe he's just sticking to the game plan here in that spot, still going second once more. Going to be interesting to see, because that, of course, will also influence the siding process here of Francesco, because what is Francesco expecting from his opponent? Does he think he's going to start? Does he think he's going to send him first? He doesn't know, but he has to make a decision here while side-decking what he thinks is the most likeliest. Yeah. So, Leo, we have 2 takes here. What are you thinking?
I'm actually going with going second as well, because I don't think that it was the field that broke the game for Tenpai. It was the Droll and Lockbird on top, because the hand that you had was heavily playing into Droll and Lockbird, and that was the main issue there with that field, and that is something that usually doesn't even happen to Tenpai. So I think that he's going to still be content with the strategy of going second. But you can see it as well. The players are ready. We have cut the decks of our opponent. Let's go back to the table to game 2.
Respectable. I'm happy for you 2 guys that you have found your love again, agreeing on your takes. But we are going to see now in action Mario or Francesco, and Mario is the one deciding who goes first.
Oh wow, Sebastian, you definitely called it. By the way, Dora, I just put this up there because it was Sangen summoning and Dora in hand for Mario after the Drone Lockbird resolve, so there was really not too much that he could have done there.
Yeah, another card that's not too great into the Drone Lockbird, right?
Yeah.
Exactly, he can add either Chundra or Game Rogue most of the times and go to plays like Chundra to special summon itself, or Game Rogue, of course, the effect like Poplar to special summon from the hand when it is added to the hand. and it can actually activate its effect either if he's added from the graveyard for an effect like Magnamut.
Oh, that is also very, very strong. Who would have thought that Tenpai needed a popular-ish card? Genroku came to be the savior. Genroku is such a powerful card.
I mean, Magnamut, your opponent, and then at the end, adding Genroku and Special Summon, it's very strong.
Absolutely. Let's for a quick moment bring it back to us, because I think there's currently some more talking with the judges going on regarding the side-decking process. So we have some more time to analyze the matchup and to analyze the situation overall. And I mean, you were quite... Yeah, you were showing harmony regarding the going second decision. I mean, of course, Cyclone Brothers, indeed. You have some incredible news for you. I think I saw some Cosmic Cyclones in the deck of Mario D'Amico, so he's another Cosmic Brother for you.
We know what we're talking about.
Yeah. The card is just absolutely insane. I mean, it's like Mystic Space Typhoon, but you pay 1,000 life points.
And I mean, going first or going second against Jubel, certainly Cosmic Cyclone is a good card. So I think that's also potentially a card, if he decides to go first, that's good that he could bring in there alongside cards like Corcamero, Drago, and so on and so forth. So I could absolutely see it happening, but still, it's their decision. They're going to make it up. Have we even mentioned who's out there on the other table? Because, of course, you have seen what the top 8 players were that have made it into those 4 remaining matches. But then you saw who made it in the top 8 featured match. So Mathieu Bricard, of course, one of the other top 4 players, but he's facing off on the outer tables against a Memento player. We still have my tournament pick going strong. Just saying, ladies and gentlemen, Memento's still up in the running.
That is true, and he just beat Julio Valls in the last match. I was standing next to them. There was a Perulia, so Canahawk was being set, followed up by 2 D Fissures, Dimensional Fissure, and then Julio did not have any place after that, so it was a good beatdown game.
It was indeed, and realistically, still, you gotta say, even though Julio lost there in top 8, massive performance by the Ritual Beast deck overall. Yeah, Julio himself, of course, crazy run once more, but the Ritual Beast deck, I mean, 6 of them in top 64.
That's 10%. And how many percent attended? 1?
Yeah. If even, like, definitely it wasn't even on the names on the deck names mentioned there.
I mean, they ran 2 of the most powerful monsters of all time, Colossus and Protoss. Both of them are
actually, Protoss is one of your favorite cards of all times, isn't it? Yes. That's a controversial one to have, to be honest. But I mean, I gotta respect it. Do you have a story with Protoss? Why is it your favorite card, Mag?
I mean, I used to play in the social format, and I really enjoyed Protoss, either going first or second, because, of course, first was very good against the decks that ran Enforcer.
True.
And also going second to break up field that had a very strong board and can play with, with the quick play spell circle and add him and just be your last resource.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, I do absolutely understand it. It's a very, very impactful card. And I mean, is there any other decks at the moment that are running Protoss next to the Ritual Beast deck? I don't really think so.
Sorcerer.
Oh, okay, all right, yeah, sure. Absolutely, absolutely. And but is there anything else? Sword Soul? Not super popular at the moment. I saw that Joshua Schmidt played against Sword Soul in round 2, but go ahead.
I mean, basically, any deck could run Protoss right now, right? Because you go into Infernal Flame Banshee and you search for Nemesis Flag. You just need to be able to banish some cards at some point so you can summon the Nemesis Flag and get the Protoss out. So it is a very, very cheap way to cheat out Protoss, basically.
And with a 4-card combo in Young Zinx, probably.
Yeah.
Probably you are
But
right.
Young Zinx always needs a 4-card combo. What was the name of the little guy that you normally summon, that you discard 2 cards to activate the effect?
Which one was it? You're making that one up, I feel like.
No. It was the dark one, right? It was Jiaotu.
Ah, Jiaotu. Oh, yeah, he's my favorite one. I just completely forgot about his name.
Sure.
Actually, though, we have some heartbreaking news for me personally, because in the other top 4 match, Memento lost. That's, of course, great news for the French community, because Mathieu Bricard is on to the finals with Magical Musketeers of all decks.
So I'm going to have to give Tom Payne massive props here, because we were talking backstage and he just went to me and was like, this Kashtira Fiendsmith deck, why don't you just substitute some Lacrima with Musketeer cards and you play the Gustav Max in the extra deck? Or the Max in the extra deck.
Yeah, the Gustav Max is funny. Yeah, just throw the Gustav Max in.
Different card. You just get free stuff, right? It surely is better. And I was like, you're Tom, stop it.
Yeah, that's a usual Tom take, but this one was so good, actually.
And then Mathieu Bricard just came in, beat Puck with his own deck, but with the Musketeers in there, and yeah.
Would you expect Magical Musketeer to be in the final?
Of course.
Yeah, sure. I said that.
Sebastian's favorite deck again, right?
And to be honest, it was one of the original going second decks, right?
Yeah, that is true. Magical Musketeers they had some shining moments in the format with the Thunder Dragon, Orcus, Sky Striker, and Salamangreat.
Really? I completely blanked that out.
Yeah, it was not the best deck in the format.
Okay,
there were 4 decks that were much better, but it came out during that time, and there were some nice approaches to it, and I think that it was Joshua Osters who topped a little bit.
Oh, I think I remember that now. Yep. I have that memory now again. You're right, true. I mean, it's a very fun and unique deck, and I'm excited to see it again in the feature match of the finals, of course. So he might make a name for himself with that, because Mathieu Bricard, so far, of course, he already has that national championship title. That was a huge one over there in France, because they usually have like 2,000 plus players, and he did it with that crazy 60-card Dragon Link deck, and he may just do it again with another crazy version of the Fiendsmith Kashtira. But then also the Magical Musketeer cards in there.
And with an amazing side deck back in the day. He had 3 Frost and all the targets. It was
He's
so
just a
unique.
madman. He's a madman.
And it just works for him. Like, no matter how inconsistent his deck might be, Mathieu doesn't brick hard.
Yeah. Oh my, I hope someone in chat actually laughed. If you laughed right now, please say ha 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 in
If
chat.
one person laughed, I'm fine. That was all for you.
Just for you. No, I mean, sometimes you can be funny. I'll give you that. Once in a blue moon. But we actually are looking at Moon of the Closed Heaven here, possibly for this match coming up, for this game coming up.
What a segue.
What a segment, right? So we are once more ready. So I think the judge call is over, and therefore, no more time to be wasted. Back to the table. Let's go.
Perfect. Basti, actually, when you said heartbreaking news, I thought that we had a game loss here or something. So I'm very, very happy that it was just about the other match. So we get to see even more of this and to see what Mario is going to do going first.
Who was right about all that, huh? We do go first here with the 10-by Dragon strategy. Norman summoning the Dora. I told you I have some experience with that deck. So no surprise to me, but still maybe a surprise to Francesco here. Searching out again Roku here off of Dora.
So here he will probably go for Pydra to add Kaimen.
Sounds
and
about
then
right.
Oh, Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring though on the Gonroku. Do we have way 610 from there? Chandra would be the easiest one. Pydra, I mean, Sung and Kaimu would probably also do.
I think that Francesco even has 2 ashes in hand. Otherwise, it would be incredibly risky, to be honest. Because if you're at this point ashing and your opponent still manages to get a seal on the field, Koakimairo Drago is about to hit the field on the opposing turn, or on your turn rather. So if you have 2 ashes, this is a very safe way to immediately cut off your opponent from resources. And if worse comes to worse, you still can prevent the Drago to come out.
Now the effect of Dora, and there is a Chandra, but it goes to the graveyard and not to the hand, so that's going to be crucial. Leo, that is what I call the secret effect of Dora.
Yeah, that is true. I had to read that up just now, so people in chat, if you want to read it too, here it is.
There it is. So Mario does have another Chandra in his hand though, and that is crazy good news to him, because that enables him playing the game to a further degree as we link off the Chandra and the Dora now most likely into that seals.
I mean, thank goodness we had the Ben Kreuzkamp 10-pie combo tutorial with you, Sebastian, so that Mario actually knows what to do in this situation.
Exactly. You all should watch that back from YC is Leo not too long ago. 2 sad cards over to Francesco. Not gonna lie, the combo that Mario performed was about a 10th as long as the one that Francesco performed for game number 1. Is it still going to be impactful enough, is the question here.
However, this is the classic Dragon board field.
Yeah.
Bestial control.
Pass. And terraforming to start things off here for Francesco, which is a beautiful start. And look at that, we're not even getting the Nightmare from, we're valuing the Kashtira cards more. And now that I think about it, Kashtira cards against that Koakimairo Drago are also incredibly good. Oh, Leo, is it time for your most favorite card? Is there a Cosmic Cyclone maybe for this? There must be, right? You gotta prevent it! Cosmic Cyclone for the Planet Race of saying no, you're not going to get those important Kashtira monsters.
Cosmic Cyclone resolves, banish the Wraiths off, and now Francesco has to see where he goes with this. And look at this hand, because I think that I spotted the second Ash Blossom. Can Francesco play through this? Because if he didn't have a play to start with, he wouldn't have searched the Wraiths off, but would have gone for the Nightmare Throne. So I think there has to be more coming here for Francesco.
Let's see. Is he going to find something? Interestingly enough, he could technically also just give it over, and then the Seals would have nothing to put to the hand. Oh, a judgment! Wow, that is a combination of cards Leonard Koenig here in the booth loves to see. First of all, paying 1,000 for Cosmic Cyclone, then saying no for the prize ban of a discounted 3,500, negating the summon, passing it over. But still, the seal stays on the field. He wasn't able to activate the effect.
And I think that Mario has no cards to play with in his hand.
Yeah, that's a possibility for sure.
And he's only at 3,500 life points. I think if I see this correctly, there's another Cosmic Cyclone and an Ash Blossom, so there is no pressure whatsoever for Mario. And Seals only works on your opponent's turn, setting a card face down. And Francesco is like, I could normal summon the Beckoning Beast last turn, but maybe I could try to normal summon something now. Has another spell card in hand, has multiple monsters there. Francesco is smelling a big W, trying to advance to the finals in his own home country. What is he having here? Normal summon Lacrima. That is a card that has had huge impact in this tournament so far.
It definitely did have. And funnily enough, Mario D'Amico he made his own fortune there, right? Because he activated the effect of Dora Dora, and he sent that Chandra to the graveyard from the top of his deck, which he would have otherwise just drawn as a turn card, which would have been very worth picking up there, because that would have been the perfect card to just immediately probably seal the deal. But no, he is now in this awkward situation where he just had to go for a whole turn without attacking at all.
Now Francesco is checking out how far he can go until the Seals interruption is about to happen. There's still a set card. Mario is checking everything. Ash Blossom onto the Requiem.
In hand, used on the Requiem.
Not the worst thing in the world, though. We have sent the Engraver already. There's Requiem and Lacrima, the Crimson Tears in the graveyard, so Engraver is going to be able to summon itself back out. And then what? Then you can check. If it forces out the Seals, bouncing an Engraver doesn't feel too good, because you can just add the track from the deck to the hand.
Yeah,
you
but
can summon out a Lurigan.
He needs to do it because he needs to find engine.
Yeah. And actually, he also needs to find Quakimaru Drago, otherwise you can't do anything about this. So
yeah, and I mean, you gotta just use the Seals here, because otherwise they're just going to use the effect of Engraver, and then Engraver...
No.
Cosmic Cyclone on the Requiem!
Oh yeah.
Man, we're paying life points over life points. 2,500 remaining. A singular Hieratic Seals of the Heavenly Sphere sitting there, staring down at Engraver. Is it going to be enough? I think Francesco trying to aim for the battle phase. Now, of course, we gotta activate the effect, and there is the Ash Blossom denying the special summon, so 0 cards left for Mario D'Amico, and he is faced with a Nightmare Throne after that one as well. So Francesco's off to the races here with his Jubel deck.
Bologna is going crazy right now. Italian combos all the way. Spirit of Jubel is being destroyed. Jubel is special summoned out. Can Francesco put up a big field? I think he should have still tracked in deck. Putting Engraver back to the hand is everything but optimal. Going to search for the tracked, and now you can just freely go for whatever you want in this.
At this point, even just Desiree Pass, it's enough.
He has the Luri in hand already, discarding the Luri. There is nothing that Mario can do. There is no resources in the graveyard. There is no resources in the hand or on the field. He's solely relying on the top deck and knowing that there is no battle phase in this turn anymore. But Francesco just keeps going. He knows that it is his turn to set up all the interruptions that he wants, and he's starting with the sequence.
Sequence going to set up a Desiree here most likely. He could also just go for Aerial Eater, but I don't even know whether that's necessary here at the moment.
It is.
It is apparently very necessary. Oh no, that's just the Phantom. Okay, that was just a regular contact fusion summon. We didn't even activate the sequence yet. Absolutely fair enough, I agree. And honestly, that Phantom alone already looks quite scary.
Yeah, this looks like it is very tough to beat for Mario right here. But yeah, sequence goes off, and now we're going to go into the Aerial Eater. can only use 2 materials for a fusion summon here. Now Arelator is going to be able to send the Samsara, the Lotus, or a Squirma, or whatever you want, basically. And then you still have a card in hand to discard for a possible Muckracker play.
That is absolutely correct. Which one is it going to be? Which one does he want in the graveyard here? It is the Squirmer, as you were suspecting.
To be fair, I was not suspecting anything. I was just saying everything is a single option that was in the deck, basically. But yes, of course, we have Spirit of Yubel already in the graveyard because we destroyed it with Nightmare's Prone. So you can just special summon it from the graveyard and activate the Nightmare Pain, destroy the Spirit of Yubel. This is so good.
I like that Mario doesn't give up yet, though.
Yeah.
This is a true champion. I really like it.
And as long as there's cards to be drawn and it is safe to say that he gets another draw phase, there is no reason to give up just yet, because, I mean, what if Francesco just commits all of his resources into this field that he's creating, and then Mario just draws into a Raigeki, and then all of a sudden we're playing a whole different of a game again?
Yeah, that is what Francesco has to be wary of. That I wanted to say this earlier as well. You, at this point, have to really be cautious that you don't find a single lose condition. So the field that you're building up here has to be completely bulletproof.
Yep, and I think having Yama in the graveyard against those potential cards seems quite nice. Of course, it's not even very likely that Mario has cards like Raigeki in his main deck because he chose to go first. Still, there is a slight chance as he's including those cards in his list somewhere. So maybe with siding patterns, he still ends up having them in their main deck. So
the heart of
it's gotta be interesting to see. Yeah. True, for good measure, right? Just have that Raigeki in the main deck because it just brings me luck.
And it was beautiful with the sliver on it. I didn't know. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, the artwork. It was the new artwork. True, true.
So we're going to summon out the Muckracker. Let's see what we are discarding here. Francesco is just moments away, but I like that he's not too fast with anything. He knows he has time, 22 minutes left on the clock. This looks like it is about to be his game, but he's just being calm. He does what he does best, what he knows best. He's just playing Yubel combos here.
Yep, he is definitely quite happy about performing those combos here at the moment.
Ariel can special summon itself from the graveyard, which is very interesting too.
Yeah, is it going to be the second Jubilee of the Yubel deck winning YCSs here in Europe? We already had the Yubel deck winning in Lille pretty much recently.
Put your Fuvalos back into the main deck.
Yep, apparently that might be a good thing to do against this deck, because it still keeps on comboing and it doesn't stop comboing whatsoever. Is the trap card still in the main deck here is going to be an interesting question. I think against Tempa you probably just leave it in there because you don't necessarily know whether to go first or second. So yep, it is in there, activating it, escape. And that field, whatever top deck is coming there from Mario is going to be incredibly hard to overcome.
Yep. What can you even draw? You can just draw the Raigeki, basically. If you find your way into a 10-pie monster, how is that going to help you at any point of the game here? Francesco, it almost looks like he's going to stop here. Sends the Muckracker away.
Oh yeah, true. We're using the effect of Yubel, yeah. This is still on the field.
Means that Samsara the Lotus can special summon itself from the graveyard. No, it's not even in the graveyard. I think that's the last card.
And there we have it! Francesco Gagliolo is in the finals of YCS Bologna, and the crowd is loving it. We have an Italian player joining us for the finals, which is fantastic news.
Yeah, Yubel is so incredibly strong, and if the decks are not prepared with 27 hand traps and 5 of them have to be at least Molch armies, make it 6, then it's going to be really, really tough to overcome that deck. What a meta call by Francesco, knowing that these hand trap, these interactions are shifting, the Bestials are leaving the meta as well, kind of. It is very, very tough to overcome Yubel here. He's on a crazy run.
Yeah, so the Fiend decks are apparently the talk of the town here, the talk of Bologna, because it is going to be the Magical Musketeer deck, clearly a Fiend deck in general, against the Yubel deck for the finals. So that's going to be interesting to see. Yeah, we all had like wild predictions of what's going to make it, but none of us actually went with Yubel or with the Magical Musketeer deck, right?
I said the Magical Musketeer for sure. Yeah, I was pretty sure about
you're now predicting it? Okay, fair enough.
I mean, kind of you said it earlier in the tournament to me. You said, I hope they play Fiend this weekend. And they actually do. So this is a very, very strong prediction from Sebastian here. No, in all seriousness, Ubel in the finals is maybe a little bit surprising at max. We all know how crazy the deck can get if it runs through. It is a very much of a tournament deck, you know, that it might be a meta call from time to time. But the really surprising thing this tournament is Kashtira Fiendsmith. Those decks, so many hand traps, an incredible amount of interruption on your opponent's turn. You can go second easily. You can go first as well. We have seen that too. The deck is incredibly flexible, and just the sheer utility and the playstyle, I adore it.
Yeah, and I mean, honorable member of the Kashtira Fiendsmith crew is Mathieu Ricard, because he is playing, of course, the Kashtira cards, even though it's only in the side deck, and then, of course, all the Fiendsmith engine. So definitely got to give it to them that those calls with the Fiendsmith, I want to say reinterpreted, because like usually the Fiendsmith cards, as we saw it here, were used for big combos. They were setting up big fields. But we went back a little bit, and we're kind of using it more as a grindy deck, having the chance to go more turns, going turn after turn after turn. I've heard people saying it is the walking Lacrima at this point, because Lacrima just keeps on going to the field, then back into the deck, back to the field. And yeah, maybe that's the topic of the weekend, the walking Lacrima.
You had a very good call, though, for Tenpai to go first for side deck. I wouldn't expect that. And it was actually a very nice call.
Yeah,
I mean, he should have gone second.
Yeah, actually, he lost the game. I don't know how good it went for him, but I think it's a good call. Yeah.
For Mario choosing to go first, he has to study a lot, so I truly trust him.
Yeah, I mean, he's a YCS champion, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing by chance.
That is absolutely true. Still, wasn't enough for Mario. Still, we gotta give it to him.
Top 4.
Crazy runs lately by him. He just doesn't stop. Does he even know bubbling a tournament? Does he even know not topping a tournament? Does he even know going all the way into top 4? I have no idea. He doesn't know this tournament, though, how to get into the finals, because his opponent, Francesco Gaggiolo, instead, is one of our 2 finalists. So let's hear it from him and Marcello over at the analysis desk.
Thank you, Basti, and indeed I am here with the winner and your first finalist of YCS Bologna 2024. Crowd, let's give it up for Francesco! Great hearing the support, and congrats on an amazing final. Obviously, you got the home crowd advantage, and we are all glad that, you know, at least an Italian player could make it to the finals. How do you feel?
I feel great. I don't know words for that, but I think it could be in the better way in the finals. But I still very, very happy.
Absolutely, dream come true, but job's not done. One more match. And yeah, you will be facing off against Mathieu, which we have seen previously. He won his top 4 match, so it's going to be an interesting one for sure. Many players and many people, you know, didn't think that Ubel, after winning Lille, could make it. So why do you like the deck?
I like the deck because it's very, very strong. Your engine is the best of the game for me, and there is the Tronus. The Tron is
it's absolutely insane.
Insane.
It seems it's also in your hand often, so that's a good sign. Yeah. But you have made your adjustment to the deck. You played some Kashtira cards as well.
Yes.
So how did you attack your deck? Yeah.
Kashtira cards was incredible. Makes you feel better on the end traps, and very good interruption. Seer extra rec with Unicorn is unbelievable, and Bert also is a good interruption. Cards are very, very good.
Yeah, they worked out with your deck, although it's not really a popular choice, but you make it work. So I think we can go through some of the emotions and some of the main moments that your top 4 had to offer. So game 1, you start, you're up against Tenpai, so let's bring the first clip. Your opponent lets you go first, but then you set up an incredible field. You see the Feather Duster, what are you thinking?
I was scary about Feather Duster because my spell traps against Tenpai is very good. Like the Throne and the Nightmare Pain is key cards. And at the end, I want to negate with Varudras instead of Raijeki, because for Raijeki I can continue to play like succeed, but with Feather Duster I have the match on my end.
Yeah, absolutely, because just a few moments afterwards, it's when this Raigeki was activated, but I think you had a solid backup plan. Yeah, you expected it, right?
It was expected, yes, because I know it could be Raigeki or Dark Hole, but my monsters can float all, but without the throne and without the pain, it's very difficult to win against Tempai.
Exactly, and that's when maybe there seemed like there was some hope for your opponent, but then the next moment is when he activates this terraforming, and however, you had something more hiding in your hand, right?
Oh yes, the draw lock.
Yes.
The play before that is because I have the draw lock bird in my hand, because the spirit could make all the work for me.
Yeah, and the draw and lock really sealed what was a game one, and you took the lead, which I gotta say it's always a great feeling. But then things changed a little bit, and as we can see from the next clip, which is the start of game two, your opponent, maybe surprisingly, went first. Did you expect this?
I could expect this because Kokimiru Drago is very, very good against my deck, but not all players playing Tempai makes going first against me, and I was very afraid of the. In fact, my sec deck was very, very bad for that matchup.
Okay.
But Tuash in my end was very, very good, and
yeah,
that's all.
You managed through that opening really well, and in the end, which is pretty much the final clue moment that I want to show, is where you left your opponent with almost no cards. You dropped the Ash on the last card that they were holding, and finally your friend, Throne.
Throne was there for my first hand, but I wait to check out of the seal to resolve that and win.
Yeah, you were very patient with it, so congratulations again. You played absolutely well. So again, one last time, we want to give it a huge congratulations to Francesco for making it to the finals. Soon enough, you will have to face your first YCS final, so we'll wish you best of luck with that. So don't go anywhere, stay tuned, and now let's give it back to Ed.
Thank you, Marcello. So that means we have now made it to the end of the road here. The match that everyone has been waiting for here at YCS Bologna is imminent. Francesco Gargiulo versus Mathieu Bricard. It's all coming down to that, and we'll be having that very, very soon. The duelists are just getting ready. But in the meantime, at the beginning of the weekend, myself and the rest of my wonderful casting crew had a little video where we tried to predict which deck we thought was going to win. Were any of us right? Let's find out.
So, my guess for the tournament is actually going to be Memento. I've been enjoying the deck a lot lately, and I think it has a lot of potential. It might have that plans factor where the people aren't really aware yet of what it's doing, but it's doing so much. The going first field is impressive, and I think it's going to win it all this weekend.
Dinosaurs. Is that enough? What do you mean dinos have never topped a YCS?
My pick for the tournament is Tempai Dragon. I think the deck has always been at the top table over the last few YCSs, and I think he has very good chances to win YCS Bologna.
They've got teeth, they got claws and stuff. It's got to be dinos. My pick to win the tournament is going to be Centurion. Primera Primus is such an amazing card that just came out, and we have talented duelists playing the deck, so I also really like the playstyle of it, so I'm going with Centurion. Baby Cerosaurus. I know it's a rogue deck, but I want dinos to win.
My pick for winning YCS Bologna 2024 is White Forest Runic. I think we're going for a back-to-back, considering the last Bologna was won by Runic Synchro deck as well. And I just think that's what they got. I know a lot of players, even having the home turf advantage, are bringing the deck. So just wait and look at those Runic tips coming your way.
Rawr. My pick for the weekend is going to be Plants. This is a European tournament. It's got to be Plants. Plants have had such an unbelievable run in Europe over these past few years. Basti said Memento has the plant factor. Well, what has a better plant factor than the plant deck itself?
Have you read Miscellaneousaurus?
My pick to win the event will be Mermail, an amazing deck that, with just his engine, can break into any field going second.
I stand by my answer. It's dinos. I'm right.
Attention duelists. All of our 2,850 registered duelists have battled it out to get to this moment here. The grand final of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series in Bologna. Our blue player, Francesco Gargiulo, versus our red player, Mathieu Bricard. They've battled against thousands of duelists to get to this moment. And whichever one of our two duelists wins this duel will be crowned our champion. So, gentlemen, we're going to do a high roll to see who goes first. Who would like to roll first? Francesco is going to roll first. Francesco has rolled a 6. Mathieu? That is a 5. Okay, you going to go first, Francesco? Francesco is going to go first, which means before I hand you over to Alberto, Tom and Marcello, I get to say the thing I look forward to saying at every single tournament. It's time to duel.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome everyone to the finals of YCS Bologna 2024. What a weekend it has been, and it all comes down to this one final match of Yu-Gi-Oh! Between two amazing duelists, Francesco, which we have just seen with this Yubel deck, facing off against an underdog performer in Magical Musketeers, piloted though by former French national champion Mathieu. It's France against Italy, and what a finals is going to be.
Yeah, I mean, an underdog deck, but definitely not an underdog player. As you say, the former French national champion. And we can see right in front of me what both players are playing for here. This beautiful trophy. I mean, not only the trophy itself, but what it represents, the glory of being a YCS champion. Perhaps all the more pertinent for Francesco. Can he take it in his home country?
I mean, I'm so excited to see our duelists in action, especially because there's a big crowd in front of us cheering for our duelists. And honestly, it all comes down to this. Our players have had a lot of fights to come to this way. And I mean, what can I say? May the best win.
Absolutely. 12 rounds of Swiss, which they had to fight through, only affording a maximum of 2 losses, and then top 64. A lot of incredible and rough duels. But now I think it's time to let the cards pick for ourselves. Our players are ready. Let's go to game 1. Here they are, and great news for the Italian fans, because Francesco is going first with his Jubel deck. Let's see if he can bring this home.
Yeah, you know, all of that meta-analysis we did, Marcello, and it's just the same deck as last time. There was no need for any of it. Here it is, Jubel in the finals once again, staring down not the plant deck, but instead a Magical Musketeer deck of all decks. Who would have thought? Apart from Mathieu himself, obviously.
Yeah, that's kind of a plant, isn't it? Samsara? No? Okay. But yeah, the real question is, obviously Mathieu deck is full of entrops, but we have mentioned it plenty of times. If there is a deck that really plays through the most, it is Jubel. So it will be an interesting, definitely, matchup.
Yeah, one of the things people were saying about Jubel is it's weak to those Fuvalos, maybe Shifter, maybe Kozilek, John Lockbird, but you know, it needs one super powerful hand trap to stop it, you know, put a hard stop instead of these little effect negations, which seem to be the way the Fiendsmith decks have been built, to run like 1 or 2, you know, maybe an effect veiler here, a Morna there, you know, little interruptions, which the Jubel deck just seems to be able to breeze through. So maybe this will be quite tough.
And look at this, once again, that throne stuck to his end. In the interview, he did mention it. And I mean, makes sense. If you make it all the way, you also gotta be lucky sometimes and make the best out of the ends that you're given.
Yeah, here comes the Nightmare Throne and the Nightmare Pain. Super powerful cards. Getting Jubel monsters from the deck into the graveyard. Free materials for the Spirit of Jubel to be summoned. Sorry, the Phantom of Jubel. The Spirit of Jubel gets destroyed, allowing you to summon a regular Jubel from the deck. Then the Nightmare Throne activates, giving you even more copies of Jubel. Just Jubels everywhere at the moment. 4 in play at the moment.
And there comes the first Yama of the match. We've seen that he has preferred escape instead of chamber as the trap of preference. We've seen some discussions among players on this topic, but yeah, look at this, wow.
And as we saw with the packs, with the Matteo plays against Pac, I mean, no hand traps yet so far. Playing 20, so maybe happen again.
Yeah, it's tricky because you can't save your hand traps for the most impactful spot because of that Phantom of Yubel. So either, I mean, you can save like an Infinite Impermanence, but something like an Effect Veiler will always get eaten up by Phantom of Yubel no matter when you use it. The only potential sort of killer combo is a hand trap plus a Nibiru. I don't know if he's running Nibiru though.
Yeah, Fari was running a couple.
I think two of them. Yeah.
So that could be obviously the best case scenario in this case, where maybe he's holding and really wants to stop the Phantom with a Veiler or something like that, and then use the Nibiru. But it's also a risky game to play. Let's see.
I feel like you have to play it if that's the card you're dealt.
Yeah, of course. But the more you wait, the more you're exposed, because sometimes they can get into double Spirit of Yubel. And also, if they access the Finsmith engine, there is the King Caesar. So, you know, finding the correct timing can be a little tricky.
Yeah, we might be getting ahead of ourselves too. There's nothing to say. That Matthew has such cards in his hand. I mean, we can know for sure there's probably no Molchami Fuvalos that he's running, I think, 3 copies of, one of the all-stars of the weekend, though I don't think we've seen it on stream all that much, even though it seems like there were like 3 copies in everyone's deck, and there or thereabouts.
Yeah, it really didn't perform on stream, at least this weekend, but it's one of those cards that, as we have mentioned, just shapes up the format, even if you don't draw it. You just have to build your deck in a way that you are able to deal with it.
Yeah, I've always felt like when you play with the new cards, it's difficult to judge them sometimes, because if they don't show up, you can't like judge it, right?
Okay, no.
Can't say a card's bad just because you never drew it.
Yeah, absolutely not. Yeah, got excited there for a moment because Mathieu was, you know, taking a glimpse at his cards, but that's not quite the case. And here is what I was mentioning. We do see the second Phantom.
Having a good shuffle. 1 Phantom in attack, 1 in defense, just for good measure.
Switch it up. Keep them guessing. And, okay. Unfortunately, it has a pretty short life. This is used to link summon the Enchained.
Yeah. Cannot be used as a fusion material, but of course you can use it freely as a link material. I think it would be a little silly if you could use it as a fusion material. You could just keep summoning it over and over again.
Yeah, and at the same time, it's sort of a plus as well, because super polymerization is often an answer, and you can't use it with that.
So yeah, only 1 Phantom of Yubel, so a combination of Nibiru plus hand trap would be very powerful here, but maybe wishful thinking.
Especially because, like, if Mathieu doesn't have anything at all, I mean, it will be very difficult to navigate through this field, you know?
I think he has just passed.
This feels quite light for Yubel.
Yeah.
I feel like this is supposed to be a rank 10 next to all of this.
Yeah, the Garaudra is usually the line afterwards, but it seems like Mathieu is indeed going for the Nibiru, maybe.
Does he have it?
I mean, I don't see any other reason you're not shooting a Veiler.
And
Yeah,
it is! Wow.
We were mentioning it before that we haven't seen many Nibirus being activated during this weekend, and what a better chance to see him in action.
Yeah,
on
the crowd
final.
just went wild, as you would expect it. We did call it, but wow, to see it happening and only playing 2 copies of Nibiru, Mathieu must be feeling so good at the moment.
Yeah, I'm amazed to see this. I mean, Francesco still seems to have some cards in his hand. He's still going to get to send away the Nibiru straight away, courtesy of the Desiree, and then he's still got Shavara in his hand, so I'm wondering if he can make use of that somehow. Still got that gruesome Grave Squirmer potentially to summon a Fiend back, so he's by no means out of action. A very strangely kind of sequenced game. Do you think it was just like a bait or something? It felt like a early time to end.
I think it was a middle ground. It was not really a bait, but he probably knew about it. And he was like, this field is good enough if they don't have it. But if they do have it, I leave myself in a position, as we are seeing here, where I can continue comboing off and still end on a Garudra. And yeah, I really like this from Francesco.
But you can't use Garudra, right? Because of the... what's the name? The Link 2? Doesn't that lock you into Fiends once you've used it? Plus the Shavara, like, you're locked into Fiends in many different angles. What can you do? Yeah, you definitely can't make that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just like poking through his extra deck. Like maybe he had a plan to follow up afterwards, but there doesn't seem to be all that much you can make. I think it's really hard to use the token because an awful lot of the Link monsters are kind of Fiend specific. Or at least, yeah, Fiend or Effect monster.
Oh, again. Oh, wow.
What is the issue with Moon? Is it 2 Effect monsters?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the nerves are getting to Francesco a little bit. Can't blame it. It's obviously tough to play on stream, even less in the finals of a YCS and your first YCS.
Is there still a copy of Phantom left, or does he only have around the 2 copies? There's only 2 Phantom of Yubel I see in his extra deck, so he's out of those.
Only 2 of them.
Seems to be very flustered by this Nibiru.
Yeah. Kind of trying to improvise at this point, but it seems like this is all.
Not an untidy field by any means, but not the fireworks we are used to from the Yubel deck. So, I mean, we were here saying how difficult it is to hand trap, but Mathieu made it look like easy.
Yeah, I mean, for a lot of decks, Nibiru plus an Impermanent Surveiller can be tough, and yeah, Mathieu built, we've mentioned it, built this deck with a lot of these chew-offs, and he's getting rewarded for it at the moment. But can he find some of these magical muskets to fight back?
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, his deck's very good at just pushing with these kind of one-card pushes very efficiently into fields like this. Don't know how powerful this negation of the Lotus will be, but other than the Lotus, I suppose there is the escape. But other than that, it feels quite light on interruptions from Francesco. Here comes the Fiendsmith Sanct, one of the less popular but still quite powerful Fiendsmith spells in my opinion, allowing you to summon a token. So it gets you started with a level 1 with a Light Fiend right away. Downside being you can only attack with Light Fiends, but for Mathieu's deck there's basically nothing that isn't a Light Fiend, so not too much of an issue.
Yeah, it's the Fiendsmith Hornet drones, kind of. Works out pretty
does
well.
a lot itself, you know. Just gets your combo through, and I think the only interaction that Francesco has in hand maybe a Droll Lockbird, if I saw it right.
Here comes the Samsara Lotus, turning the Requiem into an effect that just destroys a Yubel, which means Francesco's going to get to trigger his other effects, the Nightmare Throne and the Yubel itself. Is there a... surely that should be an attack mode. Is there a Yama? No, the Yama's on the field, so one is banished.
And here comes the first musket of the finals. Explaining some of these effects, and once again placing in the same column as the face down from Francesco.
Yeah, that's an escape set from last turn, so powerful interruption, but somewhat nullified by the Starfire effect. So if you just target it to destroy it, it will just, another one will appear.
And it is what we've been discussing even before, mentioning that when you play a deck like this, it may be, chances are that your opponent doesn't, not all of them.
Ooh.
And, but did Mathieu pass?
Oh, that must mean he's drawn the other
I think that's
musket
it.
in his deck, because he's only running one extra target for that being the one copy of Calamity, but maybe that's just in his hand. And
yeah, and a very anticlimactic ending for this turn from Mathieu. Just setting one face down and passing to Francesco, who you can see is quite excited to get back into his place.
yeah, a real back and forth fight here. It felt after that Vela Nibiru that it was kind of going to be easy running for Mathieu, but no, it's completely the opposite direction, just not having enough stuff to push through the interruptions that Francesco was able to set up.
Yeah, he has even recycled the Phantom back to the extra deck, so that's another option later on. And Lacrima, the star of Mathieu deck, right now facing against him.
I'm wondering how easy it is for Ubal to deal the 8,000 damage without opponent's monsters to make yourself. But yeah, the constant shuffling back is going to provide so much extra resources for Francesco. It's what the Fiendsmith deck is supposed to do, but Francesco is the one who gets to do it at the moment.
Yeah, and as you've mentioning, recycling resources over and over again, and this is exactly what's going on here. We sent back to Desiree in an attempt to resummon it right away.
Here it comes. No need for the aerial eater when you've already got all of the fiends that you could possibly need.
And I think here Francesco may try his chances to seal this one out, because Mathieu, I think, is left with one card run, right? So
yeah, I mean, us knowing his deck list can know that it's a magical musketeer monster, but I mean, do you think Francesco should maybe realize that it must be a magical musketeer monster? He's not going to play a Starfire with like no other magical musketeers in his deck. It'll be a very weird choice. So maybe he could put that together, that it must be a magical musketeer card. But I don't know if he knows what kind of cards they could be.
I highly doubt it, if I were honest with you. I guess it's also up to, if you're not familiar with the card, you might think, there are multiple ways that those kind of effects can work. Kind of like the Paleozoics, which are chained directly, or like cards that have to resolve in a separate chain. So, if you've never seen the deck in action, you have no idea how it functions. And that can totally be the case for Francesco. Wouldn't blame it.
Getting rid of the Requiem there, it looks like.
Yeah. And yes, I mean, after everything, it still gets to push a lot of damage and end on a very respectable field.
Yeah, it feels like more interruptions than last time, if I'm honest.
Yes, that's true. And Mathieu, although he was able, has picked up his cards. Game one goes to Francesco. Well, we can't say that this one has left not shaking with emotions, because it really could have gone either way. It seems as if Francesco just had an incredible start. Mathieu was not interrupting him at all. But then he hit him with probably the only real solid line of interruption in his main deck, which was that one of the two Nibirus he is maining alongside a Veiler. And, Francesco there was really caught off guard. He had to improvise. It didn't seem like he really made a clear path, but it was enough.
Yeah, it was enough. He kind of scrambled it back. One other point to note is Mathieu is running those 3 Fubulos, and that was one of the cards that people were thinking why they didn't want to pick up the Ubel deck anymore. We saw it going from the most popular deck to maybe the 3rd or 4th most popular deck here this weekend, and I think that's what I heard most players saying the reason why. So maybe if Mathieu can find a copy in maybe the 3rd game, if he's able to take the 2nd, that could make all the difference.
Absolutely agree with you, Tom, and especially because like now entering into game 2 and you know, Francesco being on the advantage side, even though he may not be super familiar with the Musketeers engine, we saw Mathieu how he plays his deck, playing basically all Kashtira cards in his side deck, right? So it more becomes of a mix of Magical Musketeers, Kashtira,
Fiendsmith. And yeah, it will be interesting to see. We've seen him switch around with his engine, so that probably will be the case once again. On the other end, Francesco can also improvise, and you know, what are we looking at in terms of side deck options?
I mean, nothing for me that's jumping out. There's crossout designators, Perulias, and the side frames, which I know is some of your favorite cards.
Yes. I mean, not gonna lie, obviously having an Italian winning here in Bologna would be amazing, but now I've seen the Gamma, I'm sold. I'm sorry, Mathieu.
You want him to draw that 1 Gamma, 3 Delta. Is it a replacement in your heart to the Gamma, or just?
I'm not sure, not quite, but it's respectable. Because to be fair, there are a lot of powerful spells nowadays, and yeah, it can definitely be better in some matchups than even the Gamma. So it's respectable. But let's see whether he will be able to pick some of those Psy frames up as our duelists are done with their side decks. Let's go to game 2.
Players just waiting for confirmation there that they can start. Both players very happy already just to be in the final, which is lovely to see.
Passiamo il Charmy in the end from Francesco. But it's probably Fuwalos, I'm assuming, if you're not using it right away.
Yeah, will we see here the strength of the deck, that it's, you know, good into Molchamis. You just have that Fenrir, and then if your opponent's got that Molchami, good for them, but you just say, okay, I'm just going to pass. I've got 4 hand traps in hand. You know, you come at me, you've just lost a card for nothing.
Sometimes I guess you only need 1 Fenrir to say it in very first turn, so... I mean.
Yeah, and here comes Lacrima. When do you Fuwalos? What do you think?
I guess you could wait if you wanted to, or you could just do it now.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, I guess you could wait for Requiem, maybe, that could, to just guarantee some sort of a draw. But yeah, we are using it now, and this is the question we have been waiting all weekend. Can these decks really perform under Fuwalos? But doesn't seem like Mathieu wants to stop already, and he does now, though. So yes, indeed, that is the plan. Just give him a draw and use this Lacrima recursion effect in the next turn and try and grind with a Fenrir. But is that really enough against Ubel?
Yeah, I had a feeling that was the plan, so you have enough so you can send the Fiendsmith and Paradise from your deck to the graveyard with Lacrima on your opponent's turn. I suppose it might be a little greedy just to start sending the Fiendsmith and Paradise straight away. Could save yourself a draw, but for the time being.
Yeah. We have a Cosmic in the end from Francesco. For now, he has not activated it. What do you think, Tom? Is it right here? Or would you go for it?
I don't know. I'm a bit like... I'm just trying to think what kind of cards you're expecting. Cards like Skill Drain, Anti-Spell are probably your least favorite, but like, what are you holding it for later if you're not going to use it now? So I kind of like just using it straight away.
All right. Yeah, I guess Impermanence is one of the most obvious ones, and then you probably just really want to use it before you commit to an effect, which right now has not been the case yet. But as you can see here, the Fenrir has been used to get rid of the Lurry.
Yeah, this feels like a nice interaction for Fenrir. Oftentimes you have to let your opponent play a little bit, but here it just trades very, very cleanly with that Lurry, because you have to activate the effect to get it on the field in the first place.
For the rest, I do see a Samsara and a Lacrima of his own, so trying to return the favor, but Mathieu might... something... No, lets it through.
Yeah, the longer the turn goes on, the more confused I am about like not using the Cosmic.
Yeah.
Especially because, like, what do you expect from your opponent, right? If you set a card, like, there would be an Impermanence or Cold by the Grave, maybe?
I mean, it could be a bluff, but at the end of the day, you know, this isn't like Time Wizard 2010 where you need to hold your cards for maximum value.
Yeah.
The game is likely to be decided by the actions taken on this turn from Francesco, so just going in with the Cosmic seems like the safest approach.
And yeah, I was about to ask, when are we seeing this Requiem in action? And it is gonna be right here.
Now seems as good a time as any.
Okay, so the cards, we are skipping some steps, but essentially we're gonna use both to summon the other. And then we can send the Paradise indeed, which Francesco is taking a peek at.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he decided down to one Lacrima, so maybe he needed to do the chain in that way in order to get the Lacrima back onto the field. I think Francesco's managed to avoid this deck the whole tournament, the Fiendsmith and Paradise deck at least, like a deck running this card.
Could be, honestly. We were mentioning that it was a lot of very good players, but just because I think at least 3 of them, plus Mathieu, made it to the top cut doesn't mean that, you know, 4 out of 2,500 is not exactly a high percentage.
Yeah, they're very well-known players, so I think a lot of players will go around looking up these cards straight away going, oh, maybe I should try this out myself.
For sure. And here comes his own Requiem. Yeah, it seems like a little bit of a weird spot at the moment for Francesco too. And seems like Mathieu pulls the trigger and just goes and activate.
Oh, I was wondering, maybe the same thing as Francesco, actually. So you can only special summon Requiem once per turn, but I don't know if there's any restriction on...
It's not once per turn. Like, the only once per turn effect outside of special summoning is the one to basically put in the spell and trap zone from the graveyard. But if you have ways to get it on the field without special summoning it, you can actually use it multiple times, which is the case here.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's so rare.
Yeah.
To have it on the field at the start of a turn. That maybe you just never encountered the situation before.
Secret defense, as we mentioned. And,
yeah, sometimes.
Secret lack of restriction.
Yeah, right here we are using the Requiem just to get rid of the Engraver. But what is next?
Yeah, no real way to force out this Fiendsmith in Paradise. It's just going to sit in the graveyard until Matthew wants to use it. Quite a powerful interruption in that sense. It's quite a good interruption, just a special summon monster.
It is really good.
Going to hit the graveyard pretty much.
Yeah, there is not really much you can do about it. Like,
I'm thinking maybe you just have to go for a Yama or something. Because anything else just gets sent away for no value.
So we see walk into the battle phase just to get rid of this Lacrima. But yeah, that's not a good news for Francesco. I can see, sir, but I want to know if he picked up on the card right away and now he will understand what's going on. Yep. Great interaction indeed. We've seen this plenty of time, but still keeps on convincing me that it's pretty good inclusion in any Fiendsmith deck.
Yeah, that seems a strange make, because it's just going to lose out to the Fenrir regardless, almost, right? Seems like a strange thing to make when your opponent's just got a Fenrir, like sat next to you on the field, but I guess you got to make something.
Yeah, and Mathieu in a really good spot here to just return the favor and tie the score 1-1. For now, he's not even using the Fenrir, probably playing around the draw up until now, and makes sense.
Do you think there's a universe where people start playing like more and more copies of Fiendsmith in Paradise in their decks? So, oh, you know, you couldn't deal with it last turn, I'll just send another one.
Fair enough.
You'd have to have some way of discarding them if you drew them, if you started to play more copies there.
Wow, and I think the end is filled with end traps from Mathieu.
Unlike the players playing the sort of Kashtira Fiendsmith deck, Mathieu is playing a copy of Rise Heart in his main deck. Or in his side deck even.
Side deck, yeah.
His second main deck.
For him, it actually is, yeah. We have seen a lot of duelists experiment with the side deck lately, making it partly an extension of their extra deck. It has become quite common to side like even 3 extra deck cards, but Mathieu took it a step further, completely dedicating it to an over main deck, yeah.
And that one copy of Baguska, which is quite entertaining.
is the team mascot.
He must hide it in for specific matchups. It will be very interesting to know from him where he used it, but I think he just passed back to Francesco.
Yeah, we've mentioned it. This kind of decks, similarly to the other players, not exactly the explosive one, tends to grind a lot and, you know, expire the resources from the opponent. Right now, I think we are doing the same and we are returning the favor, essentially trying to use this Fenrir, which is not really effective at doing that.
Yeah, from being the most valuable interaction against that Luri. Oh,
there goes the Cosmic for Leo's happiness. It was indeed the Impermanence, which was not used on the Lacrima.
I don't think, did Lacrima even activate?
Yeah, no, I mean last turn when he normal summoned it. Yeah, I guess that was one point which could have been used. And now the Paradise is gone. Obviously, we know that there are a lot of Entrops, but technically the only known interaction is this Fenrir right here.
I think you can also be a little suspicious when your opponent passes with the Princess.
Yeah. But it's an interesting pickup, summoning this Phantom of Jubel directly from the end, and now we get to summon, normal summon this Samsara, which was there from last turn.
So do we try and trigger anything now?
Mathieu definitely thinking. I am pretty sure again is, as we can see, gonna try and use the Fenrir.
Going after the Lacrima with the Fenrir. Interesting choice.
Oh,
no,
we are chaining the Veiler, which is gonna get negated.
I'm wondering there, it's always that old adage, I feel like if your opponent has a card that you really need to negate, you kind of really need to deal with, you should just target that card, you know. Just target the Phantom if you really want the Phantom to negate the Fenrir. Well, at least that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, no. I see your point, definitely. And the issue, similarly to the previous game, is that there might be a certain rock hiding that Francesco should be careful about.
Yeah, it's so strange because for a lot of decks, if they've not taken that many actions on their own turn, it normally means the cards in their hand are just not so useful. You know, 3 cards, they probably wouldn't be much if you're playing against like Fire Kings or something. They'd probably just be cards they can't use. But for Mathieu, we know they're likely to be interruptions from the hand, and he's just going to draw another card now with the Princess. Oh, is that Yubel going to miss the timing? One of the ancient pieces of Yu-Gi-Oh! That...
yeah.
That's really heads up from Mathieu there. Because the Fenrir was Chainlink 2 on the chain after the Spirit of Yubel. So that means the Yubel was not the last thing to happen. And yeah,
indeed,
this is very
so
old
I think
school.
in the meantime we can go back to us while they clarify this. Yeah, as Tom was mentioning, indeed some of the more recent duelists might not be as used to cards missing timing, especially, I mean, Yubel is not quite the recent card, although it has been reprinted as of lately. But yeah, as you were saying, due to the sequence of plays, you can actually miss timing, and that is exactly what was going on. Unfortunately, though, as many of you might have picked up, due to some nerves in the previous game, Francesco had already made 2, you can say, illegal attempts to make a link summon, which obviously has been issued a warning for, and this means that they are gonna need 100% to just call the judge to at least review the situation, because although it's a final and although none of us would like it to end or at least advance with a game lost, it's crucial that we do have our judges here for that reason, because you still cannot attempt to make this amount of different plays. So we'll just wait on confirmation from that. But I would say in the meantime, we can just have a quick recap of the journey that these two duelists had to face. So I would like to show maybe the bracket for the top cut, if that's possible, so that we can actually see who they had to knock out, because I'm pretty sure it was tough for both of them, right?
Yeah, I mean, we saw the top 8. Matthew played against Paco. We were casting that ourselves, and yeah, what a match it was. A very back and forth. Fiendsmith versus Fiendsmith. Which is the better extra engine? Was it the Magical Musketeers, or was it the Kashtira cards? Have you got some news there for us,
Yeah, I actually got some news for you, so we don't need to go on that much of a break. We can go straight back into action, because I have good news for you, as the situation were completely different. Our judges have just decided to not upgrade the penalty, and therefore we can continue this final.
So time to resume concentration for Francesco. Can sometimes be a little confusing to keep track of what exactly you were doing just before that happened, when the game is interrupted.
And I think we have just picked up a draw of the princess, as you were saying. Great little interaction there. And wow, that's big. A Ghost Ogre on the Nightmare Pain.
I think that's the biggest cheer for a Ghost Ogre I've heard since casting. Everyone on Matthew's team, or at least maybe the French contingent of the crowd. Got to best figure out how to deal with the field that Matthew's presenting. It's a real challenge playing against this deck. You have to, you know, presumably not going to be able to do everything you want to do. You've got to figure out what's most important. How can you play around your opponent's interactions? How can you prevent their follow-up? How can you provide follow-up for yourself?
And is there anything more as this sequence comes down? I think Mathieu is counting. And yeah, he is. There comes the Nibiru as in game 1.
He's going to be having nightmares of this card if he doesn't take the final, Francesco. All these Nibirus.
And only a 2-off, let's remember. But yeah, coming in clutch. Did get more cards out of the field from Mathieu than from Francesco, but it was an important one nonetheless.
Here comes the Phantom once again. Not sure you can afford to negate that, but then again, there's all of the effects, you know, they just keep coming one after another. I'm not sure when is the premium time to use the Phantom, although having said that, he's already used a Phantom this turn, so best he doesn't try and use it again.
Yeah, and this is big. Now after an attempt, it seems like the games are actually quite similar, and the player that seems to be ahead in the end is losing the game. That was the case for Francesco in game 1, and now that is the case for Mathieu, who is managing to get rid of every card from his opponent.
Yeah, this time going directly after the Phantom, no messing around there.
But this looks very, very favorable for Mathieu, who I think really wants to seal this out in his turn. And I mean, you can tell that he has a plan.
One of the more entertaining options is the Gaia Charger, but I'm not sure that was in the... It was in the deck list of the Fiendsmith Kashtira deck, but I don't know if quite enough space for it.
I doubt it.
For Matthew, but it would be quite an entertaining way to end the game with Francesco on 2,600.
Puck was playing
live points, yeah, exactly.
Sure.
And yeah, his own sequence gets to resolve. Great news, and still holding into a lot more cards. This is the usual line.
Yeah, here comes the Agnum Day.
And yeah, just completely turboing through.
Did he just attack first with the... Oh, is that the game? Okay.
Yeah. The score is tied. I mean, we didn't think this was gonna be an easy one. Both have been grinding and playing through so many different rounds. But now only one game remains here in YCS Bologna 2024. Over 2,500 duelists have gathered from all over the world, but only one can be the champion between Mathieu and Francesco. 11 minutes remain, also something we shouldn't forget completely, because these decks can take a while, especially Jubel, to combo off. So hopefully that will not be the anticlimactic ending. But
yeah, I mean, it is anticlimactic in one sense, but in another sense it can get very intense when the time goes down. And you have to think for this very slow, grindy Fiendsmith deck that he's got to have a plan, because you've got to imagine he's going to have gone to time a couple of times this weekend. So can you see anything in his deck list, Alberto, that looks like a plan for that situation?
I mean, we have to say that neither our players are playing the Spooky Dogwood in their side decks, which means that that is not an option at all. I mean, talking about Mathieu's side deck, we've mentioned this before. I mean, he's playing Kashtira basically, you know? It's basically like, I think 70+% of his side deck. And I mean, on the other side now, I think Francesco really wants to put out on the field his plan, and he has the 3 cross-out designators, which really may help him out. And I mean, we also mentioned the Gamma, which I think could be a very nice addition if he really feels like it.
But yeah, he does have a little option if that will be needed, at least in a spooky little fiend, not quite the Dogwood, but the Red Resonator. But hopefully it won't be needed, as you were saying, is just comboing off even harder, adding those outs to the Mulcharmi Fuvalos. And we'll see whether that will be the case. Though, as we've mentioned it plenty of times already, we've all been waiting for this final game to crown the champion and to end him this well-deserved trophy. So, one last time this weekend, let's go to the table.
So there may not be any Ghost Sister, Spooky Dogwood, but there is another of the Ghost Sister family that can deal a little bit of burn damage, which there are actually 3 copies of in the deck list for Mathieu, so maybe that could make a little extra difference.
But there is the Fuvalos from Mathieu.
And here it is, as we mentioned, it's one of these cards that meant the Jubel deck went out of favor a little bit, so maybe it will be the thing that makes the difference in this final. I love using it in the standby phase. A lot of players nowadays have been more lax. Maybe use it in the main phase when you're sure you're going to get some value at it. But against the Jubel deck in particular, it's possible their first action could just be to summon a Spirit of Jubel.
Absolutely.
Phantom from the extra deck.
And we see a second Fuvalos, but don't get too excited, because there is actually a pretty cool out in the end from Francesco. That is the Droll and Lockbird. He can actually use that if he wants, and if he can combo through his own in a way, and maybe that can be the case, but look at this.
Wow. Also the impermanence being activated from Mathieu.
How well can he can't use the Droll and Lockbird in this situation, because he's already sort of past priority, if you like, by letting the impermanence resolve. So maybe he's just going to have to pass. I can't really see. You can't keep giving your opponent 2 extra draws each time you summon a card, no?
Yeah, I guess the window was indeed for go. And yeah, it's rough. I totally agree with you, but he is continuing.
Do you know what I saw from Mathieu's end?
Another one. Look at this.
I mean, this is being quite the journey. We have mentioned all weekend long that we were waiting for this Fuvalos and that it didn't really show up. Well, 2 copies in the opening from Mathieu. And now the Droll comes down. Seems like a bit too late here. But
yeah, it's really stolen the show here after all of this. I mean, they've drawn 2 cards each. So they're both kind of +1 for Mathieu. So he's not going to have all the cards in the world, but it's still a good number. He's still going to have, you know, 6 cards in his hand at the moment, I think, and he's still forced out a Droll and Lockbird from Francesco. So let's see how well he can combo off under his own Droll and Lockbird at this point. crowd really not sure how to react anymore. They were super enjoying the flood of hand traps coming down from Matthew just a moment ago. Let's see how this draw lockbird pans out. It's often surprising how much the deck can do.
But that's it, apparently. I think even though he went for the drone lock, it seems to me that he just passed turn after setting one.
But he's thinking, you know what it means?
Yeah, we all know what that means. There might be a rock paired with another interruption to even close this one out. But no, Mathieu draws and is now holding 7 cards.
Wow,
or
those
6 maybe.
Fuvolos put in so much work.
Let's see, the tension is there. 6 minutes remain to crown our YCS champion.
It's that beautiful lurry. Yeah, amazing to see, isn't it? We've been talking about Fuvolos not coming up this weekend, and then 2 copies there, just absolutely stealing the show.
And the Phantom is used to negate the Requiem. Can make sense here, I would say, but is that gonna be the last line of defense? And there is an engraver.
Yeah, this I like because already running 3 copies of Tract, it's nice to have a different target for the engraver. And there it is in the form of Fiendsmith's Sanct.
Yeah, but we have already special summoned the Requiem, so we are gonna have to change things up with this Sanct.
More than happy to do so. Here comes Engraver. Can use the effect of Requiem in the graveyard. Start going after some of the monsters, and it sends rather than destroying, so no issue there with destroying Yubel cards. Interesting choice to go after the Yama first.
Definitely an interesting one, but now we see yet another Musketeer coming in the same column. And let's see if this Link, the first time it has been summoned in the final, but what a card it is.
Yeah, it's a card you need to be very wary of, and if it's going to resolve, it's going to summon 2 level 4 monsters from the deck, so it's absolutely not allowed to resolve.
It does not resolve indeed, as there has been an infinite impermanence, but Mathieu needs to figure out quickly how to proceed.
Yeah, on the other hand, it's kind of done the job, you know, it's just for 1 card, it's forced out an infinite impermanence and then giving you a Light Fiend, which Light Fiends are the way forwards at the moment, or in fact any kind of Fiend to summon a Yama. He's running his own little Unchained package. Anything you can do, I can do better.
Time is what I'm worried about, as there are less than 4 minutes remaining. And now we take a read at this.
Just wants to be sure that, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly don't know how many of the finals as of lately we have seen lost at the end just for something like this. I remember at the European Championship with the Rika deck, and even later on, you know, these kind of effects can be tricky. So.
Yeah, it's one of those effects you really don't want to mess around with, especially when time is low, and that damage can be super important. Even if you have 10 more cards than your opponent, if your life points are lower than theirs, when that time ticks down to 0, you could very well lose the game.
And with 3 minutes remaining on the round here, Mathieu is speeding things up, and let's see how this turns out. But we're seeing once again one of the MVP of the weekend, the Agnum Day.
Yeah, this isn't a card, I must admit, when I read, thought was going to be one of the most impactful cards of the Fiendsmith engine. Instead, I mean, the Lacrima is clearly the star at the minute, but it's still very valuable, allowing you to get the Desiree into the graveyard to get its effect off, and then boosting the attack. Is he going to even be able to do any damage this turn?
That's what I was wondering about as well.
Yeah, he's going to negate the Yubel, but there may be a Terror Incarnate in the deck. I don't know if the Yubel gets its effect, though, when it's destroyed by battle. Maybe that's what Mathieu was reading.
Yeah, because we do have that Shervar, but the Yama is there. So it's going to be an interesting spot here for sure.
Yeah, is Matthew safe? He's got not one but 2 copies of Nibiru. His only 2 copies of Nibiru.
Yeah. They've been there the entire match. Threw into Nibiru every single time, but is he gonna go for this? Yes. Wow.
Okay.
Gonna go for Shervara right here. And then use the Yama. 2 minutes remain.
Yeah, I love this actually, because you know Lacrima in the graveyard doesn't have to summon a Requiem. It can summon an Agnum Dei maybe.
Yes, but that's it. He has passed, and now it all comes down to this. There is not enough time to play all of this out, so we're gonna have to figure out if one of these 2 can deal some damage in this turn.
Yeah, honestly, when it comes to dealing damage, there's only one thing that we're thinking about here is the Nightmare Pain. I'm not 100% sure that life point counter that we're currently showing for Francesco is correct. I don't think he's taken any damage this game.
I don't think so.
Maybe just a little display error, but hopefully that can be corrected soon, unless we've got something wrong on our caster side. But I think the life points are still tied at 8,000. We could see Francesco moving at a very frantic pace here just to get that, see if he can get some damage in. Very threatening here just to enter the battle phase, deal some damage. Here comes the Grave Squirmer to destroy Yubel. Matthew got to figure out what he can do. That Spirit though, oh, is he going to summon too many monsters in his haste and go into this Nibiru once again? It's very difficult to play around it in a situation like this. You've got to deal with all of your opponent's interruptions.
Yeah, at the same time though, these are not really 30 seconds because there is no draw, and as we will hopefully update soon, they're both on 8,000 because the way it works in Top Cut is that if time is called, you would continue up until the end of the turn if you're tied in terms of life.
Yeah, so that means, but if he's behind in life, he's only got until the end of the phase.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're just gonna... Oh, does it have piercing damage? Perhaps one of the Fiendsmith monsters that we missed out on.
Yeah, I would guess so, because the life points have been...
That's
it! Wow! What an ending, and what an ending it was indeed. You can see and probably hear the crowd going absolutely crazy, but yes, maybe, I mean, the time was just not enough for these 2 incredible duelists to end it all, but in the end, it was Mathieu who became a 2-time champion, former French national champion, and now YCS Bologna 2024 champion with magical Musketeers of all decks.
Yeah, super credit to Matthew. What can be better than winning a YCS, but winning a YCS with a deck that you've brought that no one else was expecting. You've cooked up, maybe with your friends, maybe all by yourself, like an absolutely incredible achievement.
What a show off, honestly, from Mathieu, and we mentioned this before throughout the whole weekend, like any deck could have won this event. And we had 8 different decks into the top 8. We had Orcus, we had Mermel, we had everything, Salaman Grey, we had, I can't even think about how many different decks we had throughout the past 2 days. And I mean, we got to give credit to Mathieu, especially because, like we said this before, he has always been piloting this, very combo decks like the Drago deck before, and to which he won the national championships. And I mean, honestly, congratulations, and what a weekend it's been for him.
Yeah, it has been an absolute pleasure doing commentary for this event in Bologna. We went through 12 rounds of Swiss and top 64 up until, so many good players, so many good decks. And we even got to the point where I honestly cannot remember a similar event in which in the top 8 we had 8 completely different decks. And yeah, we have seen it all. So I suggest any of you guys who might have missed some of the action to just go back and watch some previous future matches, because we had some incredible highlights throughout the weekend.
Yeah, I've had a fantastic time this weekend, and I hope everyone at home has as well. Both of our finalists, massive congratulations to them. Going to see this fantastic trophy being handed out soon.
No, honestly, like I'm shocked, especially because Matteo showed us also in the top pair against Pac, a very experienced player, how powerful the deck is. And we mentioned this before even yesterday. If you're new and want to approach the game, any deck at this moment could have won the tournament.
Yeah, I don't think there was a better way to prove it, again, with so much variety going on, and really decks that not even us in the meta discussion or in the predictions saw coming. It really is a beautiful moment in Yu-Gi-Oh! Where you can pick up a lot of different strategies and probably consider whether, even looking at these decks, as Tom was saying, they're not just different because they are different in names, they're completely different in strategies, because we have heavy combo decks, most importantly the Mermail deck, I can think of Julius, but then the deck that actually took the event by storm was more of a control-oriented deck, I want to say, because it doesn't really have those explosive starts. It plays with a lot of entrops, a lot of interruption, but the strategy is to basically exhaust your opponent's resources, which is something that we have not seen a lot as of lately, so I think it's really refreshing.
Yeah, I think it's just in the air in Bologna for some reason. You know, 2 years in a row we see a deck come out of nowhere, this grindy control. 1 year we see the Runic Bestial, and then the year after we see Fiendsmith. I can't even say it. Fiendsmith Musketeer, just completely out of nowhere.
And maybe the next year there will be another different deck as well. You know?
We'll see. You never know, and you truly never know with Yu-Gi-Oh! But once again, we want to thank you a lot for being with us this weekend. It has been an extreme pleasure to do commentary with you. And yeah, thanks for watching. But before we move on and we end this beautiful trophy to the deserved winner, we want to hear it from the man of the hour, Mathieu, and we have Mike interviewing him.
Hello everyone, and we are from the analysis stage. I am with the YCS winner, Mathieu. So, everyone wants to know, yeah, give it up! Everyone wants to know why you chose Magical Musketeer.
I don't like to call it Musketeers because I have like 5 cards that are Musketeers, including Max in the extra deck. It's more like a pure Fiendsmith deck, but well, okay, sorry.
It's okay.
At the start, I wanted to play Fire Kings with or without Snake Eyes, and I tested for a week. And I decided that Diablo Star is the worst card in the game, because if it gets hand trapped, you lose the game. And I decided to not play Diablo Star in my deck, so I went for pure Fire King without Diablo Star, but it was bricky. So then I had no idea. I asked for friends and teammates and others to help me. And I saw the deck profile online with pure Fiendsmith, a lot of hand traps, and I thought, okay, that's a cool concept, let's explore that. I tried to do something interesting, and I started using multiple engines. I tried the Metalmorph Max engine in it. I tried with more Unchained, I tried a bunch of stuff with Fiendsmith as the main engine, and the basic combo being just Desiree Pass with 4 hand traps if possible.
And as I can tell, it went amazing for you.
Pretty well.
So I would like your opinion about some clips that we have prepared.
Of course.
Of course, the favorite card I think of the final was Nibiru at the moment. At this time, you activated Nibiru and then Veiler. Your opponent kept playing after that. Yeah. How did you felt about this?
I knew he would continue, but he declared end of main, so I had no more timings after that. And I thought, okay, there's no more Desiree, no more Rage. Maybe I can break the board. He used both Phantoms, so I don't think he will have one. And I thought it was sad to use it now, because if he kept playing, I would just win the game on the spot. But I thought, okay, it's fine, as long as I draw a live card, because my hand was double Starfire, normal summons, and 1 Sunk, so 2 plays. And I thought, okay, if I draw a 3rd play, I'll be fine. So I did it, and I was not sure that it would work, but I thought it had a chance, at least, which is not always the case going second into Yubel, so I was happy for that.
Okay, nice. The second one is about Fenrir and Veiler, a very tough situation that you were in, that you had Fenrir on the board, and your opponents had Phantom of Yubel, Spirit of the Yubel, and Lacrima.
Yeah.
At this scenario, Spirit of the Jubel was activated, and you chose to activate Ferin on the Lacrima and then change Valor to the Spirit of the Jubel. Will you change anything?
So the idea was to cut his Finsmith engine because it's really strong in the grand game, and he only plays one Lacrima, so banishing it is really strong. And also I didn't want to threaten like the Phantom or the Spirit with Fenrir because I didn't want him to negate the Fenrir because I had Valor and Ogre in hand, and I wanted to Ogre the spell, but for that I need him to use Phantom, so I used Valor, that's basically negate the spell, to force the Phantom, and since it's Chainlink 2, he can't, if he destroys OG Jubel, he can't trigger it because it will miss timing. He didn't know that and got a warning. Thankfully, not a game lost. But yeah, so it prevents one option for Phantom, cuts the Finsmith grind, and gives me the out to the Phantom and the spell.
Okay. So the next clip, I think that you like it, is my second favorite moment from the final, is of course the moment of the double Fualos.
Yeah.
What's your opinion on this card and how it went all the weekend?
It was really good every time I drew it. I think I got it negated like once or twice, but once in top cut I had another one, so didn't matter. It's really good in this deck too, going first if you get Fualost before you summon Requiem, because if you normal summon, some people will just Fualos you, and then you just go Requiem pass, and during their turn, when they try to special summon, you go chain Requiem, chain Fualos, because you have no cards at that point, and then you Requiem for Lacrima and get the trap still. So you have a lot of interruption and follow-up because there's Lacrima Requiem in the rotation, so it's good even going first if you get Fualos to counter other Fualoses. And in this clip, exactly, I did one in the standby for a potential Phantom first move, and then the second one when he uses an effect.
And my personal favorite moment from the final is the moment that you became a YCS champion. What does it mean for you? Tell me your feelings.
I'm really happy. I think this time I got the work and the preparation paid off. So I'm very happy for this one. I think I deserved it.
Guys, can I have one for our champion? Congratulations again for you. Congratulations for becoming YCS champion. It was an amazing experience.
Yeah, for me too.
Thank you, everyone. And again, congratulations to you for becoming a YCS champion, and back to our casters.
Thank you, Mike, and yeah, what a beautiful way to close things out with an interview from our champion, our latest YCS Bologna 2024 champion. And yeah, I mean, there is not much more that we can say. It was truly an incredible weekend, and although unfortunately twice in a row an Italian did not defend, you know, the title here in the YCS in Italy, I think we really cannot be sad by how the event concluded. What a deck and what a performance by Mathieu.
Yeah, fantastic, not only in the performance, but in the deck building as well, as you say. Like, he spoke about it in that interview there with Mike. He'd gone in the tank, he tried a lot of different decks, and eventually, you know, taking some inspiration from someone else in the community, then trying it out, trying lots of different things, and then eventually coming up with the deck to take down the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell that he's been preparing a lot for this event, and he has been testing out a lot of different things, and at the end of the day, I think the idea of playing this deck paid out very well, especially because, like, I mean, we mentioned this before, like, if you do know very well how to play against, you know, certain decks, you know, that will be the edge, and I mean, YCS champion.
Yes, and it truly was an unbelievable story and a beautiful one nonetheless. But again, thank you guys for being with us. But now we gotta hand the trophy to the winner. So let's go to the prize ceremony.
Attention duelists. Your Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series Bologna champion is Matthew Breaker! We're going to be handing you your trophy here, another versus Solaria, and you will be receiving a prize card as well. How do you feel at this moment, Matthew?
Very well, and I'm grateful for everything and everyone that helped me. Thank you.
Congratulations, you worked very hard for this, and it's well deserved. Give it up one more time for your champion! I'm going to welcome my amazing coverage crew onto the stage with us as well. But that is going to be it from us. It's been amazing. Thank you very much to all of our partners, judges and staff that have helped us today. Thank you very much to all of my amazing colleagues that helped with all the coverage. Thank you to all of you guys at home who watch, and especially to all of our players who come to take part in these events, because without you guys, these things would not be possible. But one last time, give it up for your brand new champion, Matthew Bricard! That is going to be it from us here, but we will see you February 7th to 9th, 2025 for YCS Birmingham. Take care and good night.